Chapter 65. At least the boys sat on the Iron Throne, instead of hiding in Maegor's holdfast brave yet foolish. Aerion gazed down at Joffrey and saw him bleeding to death. When he was sent falling down the stairs, he made contact with quite a few of the Iron Throne's blades. They were sharp and could kill if one were unfortunate enough to move into them. Aerion walked down the stairs and created a small flame at the palm of his hand. "Tell me, boy, is there a reason I should let you live?" "Gah. It seems that he's not in the best condition to speak. If you had surrendered to me then things would have been different. If you never took the Iron Throne for yourself, I would have spared you. Please, spare me, I want to live." "Oh. What will you give in exchange for your life?" "Perhaps I could send a few Lannisters to the wall, ha ha ha." Tywin would be rolling in his grave. His family name and legacy, the most important things to him would be dumped straight into the sewer. "Very well, you'll take the black as punishment, if you want to avoid execution. Nod if you agree to this offer." He nodded and Aerion's flame exploded towards Joffrey, surrounding him in its heat. He randomly screamed in fear. Aerion shook his head. "Shut your damn mouth or I'll really turn you into a pile of ash." Soon enough, Joffrey was no longer dying. His wounds were fully healed, though there were a few scars from the cuts he suffered. It was slightly intentional on Aerion's part. The men who had witnessed this event were shocked. How in seven hells did he heal wounds with flames? How did he even create the flames? Cersei ran to the side of her son and made sure he was fine, a natural thing to do. Aerion sat back on the Iron Throne and began to give out orders. "All current Kingsguard, bend to your king." The 5 who were present did so, then Barristan Selmy and Mandon Moore joined them. Those 2 had already surrendered to Aerion and joined his forces after Robert bent the knee. There was one current member of the Kingsguard who he had a slight problem with, and that was Jaime Lannister. "You killed my grandfather in cold blood, you, his own Kingsguard. Such an act is unforgivable and makes you truly unworthy of the honor. Therefore, you will never be a Kingsguard again. I'll be merciful and give you 2 options instead of 1. Your options are taking the black or death." "I will take the black." "Very well." Aerion smiled. 2 lions sent to the wall, brilliant. He considered making Cersei join the Silent Sisters, but that would be cruel on her children, who were innocent. They deserved to have at least one of their parents taking care of them. "Of course, I'll have to find a replacement for you, but I'll do that later. I don't need much protection. All banners will be put down today, as there is no need for them. Lord Kevin Lannister, you will take Cersei Lannister and her children back to Casterly Rock where they belong." "It will be done, Your Grace." "Eddard Stark, you will make sure Jaime Lannister and Joffrey Baratheon make their way to Castle Black. You will also be the Warden of the North, as you were before under Robert." Eddard nodded. "As you command." It was the start of a new year, 298 AC. The banners of House Baratheon and Lannister in King's Landing were torn down and replaced with the banner of House Targaryen. For 15 years the usurper reigned, but his reign was over. It ended in storm-like fashion, with Aerion sweeping the 7 kingdoms in only 3 months and a few days. A new reign had begun, the reign of Aerion. A week had passed since Aerion became king. His armies separated and made their way back home under the new Lord Paramounts. Robert was exiled to Essos with a rowing boat and some gold. Aerion wasn't coronated yet, so his status as king wasn't 100 set in stone, though everyone saw him as the king already. Aerion gathered Robert Baratheon's small council as he wished to know and see the state of it for himself, making changes if needed. He also did a bit of research prior in order to find out what each member accomplished during their service to Robert. After entering the room, they all stood up and waited for him to sit. Only when Aerion did so, did they small council members sit. It was a sign of respect, a formal thing. "Now, as you all know, I am the king. With that comes change, drastic change, in fact. Firstly, Grand Maester Pycelle, you have been dismissed." "And my lord, why?" "I simply find you unsuitable, need I say more?" "And no, I shall leave immediately. Also send a raven to Oldtown, requesting for a new Grand Maester before leaving King's Landing." Pycelle nodded and moved away from the room as quickly as he could. He wasn't very fast. As soon as he left, Aerion turned his attention to the next position. "Stannis Baratheon, you too will be dismissed from your position as I've reclaimed Dragonstone and its naval strength." "I understand, Your Grace." He stood up and was about to leave. "However, I do require your services in another position." "Oh. Master of Laws, if you accept the honor, that is. I believe that the Master of Laws should be a stern man, one such as yourself. What do you think?" "A generous offer, I accept it." Aerion nodded in approval. Very good. I've also decided to give you Storm's End and the rest of the Stormlands. Renly stood up, clearly furious. He was the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands for years and now his position had been taken away from him. By your leave. He hastily, while still remaining courteous, left the room. It was a childish display but Aerion understood the reaction and wasn't surprised. He shrugged, Renly can still be heir to Storm's End and rule in Stannis' stead. Now, Master of Coin, somehow the crown has an absurd debt of 6 million gold dragons, care to explain? Robert Baradash. Ah, no need to explain it. I want you to have this debt in a month. In 2 months, I expect all of the crown's debts gone. If you fail to meet my expectations, then you can expect your head on a spike sooner or later. An absurd task, I need more time. Aerion responded in a cold and authoritative tone. 2 months, I said. Aerion thought of Peter Baelish as an incompetent master of coin and decided to place the debt on him. If Robert's habits were so expensive, why fund them? It's your job to keep the treasury flowing, not empty. He suspected that Littlefinger had also taken a slice of the pie for himself as he doubted that Robert would pay attention to such trivial things as money. I will do my best, Your Grace, he reluctantly replied. Good. Varys and Barristan, you two are worthy of your positions. He looked at the current state of his small council and saw that he will need to appoint a few members. Only 4 of the 7 positions were filled, and even then, one of them was temporary, Peter Baelish. The Hand of the King, Master of Ships and Grand Maester positions were empty. The Grand Maester position will be filled soon enough and Aerion had a rough idea on who could be his Master of Ships. Finding a Hand of the King, however, wasn't as easy. Aerion wanted a competent hand, one who could rule in his stead for at least a year. Aerion's 18th name day was fast approaching so he decided that would be the day of his coronation. The High Septon would be the one to crown him as per request. Almost everything was set up, except for his crown. Aerion wanted it to be grand and easily distinguishable from the rest. Aegon the Conqueror's crown was made of Valyrian steel set with square-cut rubies, Jaehaerys I had a simple band set with 7 different gemstones, Baelor I had a crown made of flowers and vines. There were so many ways he could go about it. Aerion looked at the forge and back at the dragon. Do you have any ideas? Forge for yourself, make it represent who you are. Aerion nodded. That's a good place to start. He dropped some steel into the fire. He wanted to do something that hasn't been done for centuries. The secret of making Valyrian steel was lost because of the Doom, a tragic event which marked the collapse of the Valyrian freehold. Through my fire and blood, I shall forge a crown. Aerion slashed at his right hand with black fire and allowed his blood to fall into the flames. Then he released his ghost flame, which burned a transparent silver color. He watched the steel melt into a black liquid which then flew a few meters up and floated in the air. It began to absorb the crimson blood and silver flames, slowly forming into one single entity. Aerion imagined the crown, round and silver with a roaring crimson dragon at its front. There were 7 gemstones on the crown. The 7 each held a different color which all represented the kingdoms: white, north, blue, Vale, black, Iron Islands, red, Westerlands, green, Reach, gold, Stormlands, and orange, Dorne. The dragon seemed to be superior to the 7 gemstones, as it stood above them. Soon, the crown was forged. It came out just as he imagined, apart from the material. It clearly wasn't Valyrian steel. It seemed to be something entirely different, having a very special property no other material did. The silver part of the crown glowed in the darkness. There were a few other special things. It was as light as a feather and completely resistant to any and all damage, as if it was a ghost. Aerion decided to name the material ghost steel due to its properties and how he forged it. A splendid thing you have created. The dragon commentated. Aerion nodded. It is wonderful, but not what I wanted. Valyrian steel. The dragon laughed. Whatever you made is clearly superior in every way. True. What is needed to make Valyrian steel? Did I use the wrong flames, or am I missing a resource, or two? Around 2 weeks later. Viserys, Daenerys and a few of the Tyrells came from the Reach a few days earlier. Aerion was delighted and welcomed them into the city. One thing he wasn't proud of was the smell of King's Landing, something he decided that would change once he was coronated. Viserys regained his title of prince, officially. Daenerys was also legitimized as a princess. He let those two have their pick of the royal apartments. Aerion gave the crown to the High Septon, previously, and the richer residents of King's Landing gathered before the Iron Throne. He opened the gates and slowly walked down the hall, his head held high. Eventually, he stood in front of the High Septon and lowered his head. After a short yet hard-fought conquest, you have won this crown. Through the strength of the warrior, you have won every battle and reunified the 7 kingdoms now, may the Father grant you the wisdom and strength to carry out his justice. May the crone guide you through the darkest days and grant you wisdom. In the light of the 7, I hereby proclaim Aerion of the house Targaryen, first of his name, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the first men, lord of the 7 kingdoms, and protector of the realm. He placed the crown on Aerion's head and it fitted perfectly. Stepping away, the High Septon's voice filled the hall. Long may he reign. The crowd repeated the phrase. Long may he reign. Don't you worry, I'll have the longest and greatest reign of all time. Aerion walked up the stairs of the Iron Throne, his crimson-red cape lightly swaying from side to side. After the final step, he sat down. Now he was officially king, the 18th king of the 7 kingdoms. From a beggar to a king, I've come a long way in these 3 years. Chapter 66. Then the feast began, celebrating Aerion's coronation and 18th name day. It was a grand affair with many powerful nobles in attendance. This was a great opportunity for them to gain the new king's favor. Obviously, everyone dressed well for this event. Aerion represented his position well with his imposing crown, regal bearing and heavenly appearance. If someone were to just happen upon the dining hall, there was no doubt that this person would know which one was the king. They are all so courteous now that we have returned, but before, we were strangers, mere guests to the whole lot of them. Do you remember, nephew? All those days we spent begging, barely surviving. Not once did any of them ever think of lending a hand. Not one. They would have met with Robert's hammer if they were to do such things. No one would take that risk, not even the long-standing loyalist houses. Aerion replied. You have a point, Viserys admitted. Why dwell in the past when you can enjoy the present? Cheer up. Aerion finished his glass of wine and a servant girl came over to fill the cup. He thanked her and turned to Viserys. Something seemed to be dwelling in his mind, preventing him from caring about anything else or gaining any enjoyment from the event. This was Aerion's name day and he wasn't going to have his uncle acting like that. Why are you so miserable? Aerion asked directly. What is my role in the 7 kingdoms, what purpose do I have? If you wish to have a grand and prestigious role, you must prove yourself first. And how will I do that? Aerion sighed, this decision of his could lead to excellent results or terrible ones. Dragonstone was ruled by House Targaryen for centuries and it was a tradition for the heir to the king to rule over Dragonstone. By all accounts, Viserys was his heir until he said otherwise. Giving him Dragonstone would be a great learning experience and he could, possibly, gain the skills required of a lord. The neighboring lords of Dragonstone are also likely to favor him as he is a Targaryen, making it easier for him. The sky's the limit when it comes to how far Viserys can climb as he is Aerion's uncle. You can be Lord of Dragonstone in my stead. This may be temporary or permanent, depending on how you perform. I will make sure you have competent advisors who will be able to lead you in the right direction, if you are willing to take the honor, that is. I won't force your hand. Viserys smiled. Lord of Dragonstone, I will gladly take the honor. Very well, it will be officially arranged on the morrow. Enjoy the feast because it won't last forever. Thank you, nephew. If you fail miserably, I'll have you sent to Dorne. Aerion jested but soon remembered that it is very hard to make Viserys laugh. Aerion didn't blame him as he knew what Viserys went through, he himself understood the pain. All those years spent in exile can change people, permanently. For better or for worse. I will not, Viserys promised, with resolve. Aerion was pleased with his response, very pleased. Aerion stood up from his seat, which was at the head of the hall, and walked over Robb. Your Grace. Robb turned to Aerion. Robb, how goes the feast? Pretty well, these nobles treat me well, especially the ladies. Are you sure about that? Aerion playfully questioned. To some extent, Robb replied, shrugging right after. Aerion laughed and they spoke for a few minutes. He told Robb about giving Dragonstone to Viserys and he seemed to agree, saying that Viserys wasn't a completely hopeless case. Soon enough, a few nobles interrupted their conversation. Forgive us, Your Grace, but we wouldn't dare to miss an opportunity to speak to you. Your conquest is truly awe-inspiring, even swifter and greater than Aegon's. You had only 1 dragon but didn't use it much, relying on your own abilities. While Aegon had 3 and took 2 years, it only took you 3 months with 1 dragon. But Aegon wasn't an Emperor Profound 8 cultivator with the battle power of Sovereign Profound 10, Aerion thought. Nor were his 3 dragons even comparable to Regal, the Crimson-Scaled Dragon could take on all 3 at once and come out unscathed. Robb soon drifted away and Aerion did so as well, after replying to their flattering. Aerion spoke to Duncan about a certain position and he gladly agreed to fulfill his new duties. Then Daenerys came to him, followed by Marjorie. The young king is quite the conqueror, don't you think? Yes, in multiple ways it seems, Littlefinger responded to Varys. Have you paid your debts yet? He changed the topic, to something more sensitive. Almost, Littlefinger walked away from Varys and the hall, to his study. All those years spent creating chaos, gaining wealth and power seemed to be meaningless. Aerion was far more engrossed into being a good king than Robert ever was, so it was very unlikely that he could swindle any more gold dragons. Besides, he had that enormous debt to repay. I'll have to cough up all those profits, damn you. The feast eventually came to an end. Aerion didn't ask for any gifts, but he was still given quite a number. He ended up storing everything in the sky poison pearl. Mace Tyrell wanted to speak with him after. Aerion complied. It is clear that you fancy Marjorie, and your aunt. You don't say. Something can be arranged, your grace, Mace stated. Aerion nodded. In the morrow, when I am less tired. And less drunk, Aerion thought. He had a few more glasses of wine than he wanted to, not enough to embarrass himself but still quite a lot. Once he got to his bedchambers and fell into his bed, he took out the 3 dragon eggs he had gained from Daenerys' cancelled wedding, a very unfortunate affair, except not really. Aerion decided that he will hatch 2 dragons of the dragons, one for Daenerys and the other for Viserys, keeping one for himself. One of Aerion's dreams ended abruptly, turning to ash and showing him something else. He found himself on a huge wall. Below him stood a large undead army led by a humanoid who seemed to have been made from ice. There were a number of the king's kind around him, but they were far outnumbered by the undead. Aerion presumed that they were superior in strength. The king had no hair, only spikes on his head that resembled a crown, which is why Aerion thought of him as the king. Is this a vision of the future or some nonsense I thought of? Aerion pondered. The king looked up at him and produced an ice spear. Then he threw it at Aerion. Aerion drew black fire and blocked the spear. It fell to the ground. My turn. Aerion grabbed the spear and threw it at the king. It did hit him, and Aerion had thrown it with great strength. It went straight through him, but he took it out and seemed to be unharmed. His wounds closed. Ice regeneration. Aerion flew above the wall and drew his sword. This could be fun, he thought. Star-scorching demon lotus. Aerion sent the ball of flame down at the undead. It exploded, and this explosion of flames covered over a square kilometer of land. The king's army took major losses and his arrogance soon faded. He seemed to be slightly rattled. Aerion continued to destroy his army, and there was nothing the king could do about it since he couldn't fly. When Aerion got bored, he finally landed and appeared right next to him. The guards around him, who were made of ice, were slain by 1,000 cuts, instantly. They fell and the king found himself without any men. You can't speak. It is unnecessary. So he can speak, he's not as dead as his followers are. All the others only managed to scream to my flame. It's a unique experience since it was the first time someone has actually spoken to me in a dream. I'm just going to let you know, if that's the wall, then my kingdom lays on the other side. If you pass it. The 7 kingdoms, he said, I will breach this wall once and for all, then kill your people, turning them into my own in the process. How arrogant. But statements are just words. I dare you to try and pass the wall. In fact, if you are real, you can try right now. You are brave. He turned to ash and so did the remains of his army. My time will come. Maybe I should have driven my sword through him and seen if he would have been as confident. Still, this encounter has piqued my interests. I don't know much of the mysterious beyond the wall, nor did I bother to know. All those creatures are on the other side of the wall, they can't possibly pass it, at least I thought they couldn't. Now I've been led to think otherwise. That king was confident, supremely so, as if it was only a matter of time before he and his vast army passed it. Aerion woke as he usually would and dressed into more casual clothing than he wore yesterday. It was a simple black tailcoat with red patterns and the coat of arms of House Targaryen. He gathered his council and found 2 additional members, as he had expected. Duncan was invited as master of ships, and a maester from the citadel arrived to be Pycelle's replacement. This maester was known as Marwyn the Mage. He doesn't wield any magic, though, he only believes in it. Most maesters dislike magic because it usually goes against their truths. Why did the citadel send you? I came here on my own accord since there weren't too many who wanted to be your Grand Maester. The other archmaesters wanted to get rid of me, and they did so brilliantly, sending me to the most magical king of all time. It would be a pleasure to serve you. Aerion smiled. Excellent, the citadel has done well. You are far better than that Pycelle. A pirate sits on the small council. Duncan nodded. Is there a problem? You should be worrying about your position rather than mine. I hear that you won't be the master of coin for long, whether or not you repay the debt. I know you, you're that pirate who sailed around the narrow sea and dash. It would do much good not to bring past conflicts to this council. Aerion nodded and finally spoke. Varys is correct, as king I expect you all to be able to work as one despite what happened in the past. Don't lose sleep over this pirate, I won't be here long. How come? Stannis turned to Aerion. He'll be in the stepstones. Enough small talk, it is time to discuss some matters of great importance. Aerion first assigned tasks to each member. For Duncan, it was to stabilize the stepstones. For Varys, it was to simply gather important information for the next meeting and uncover any plots against him, if there are any. For Littlefinger, it was to repay the crown's debt in the remaining 45 days. Marwyn didn't have a specific task, not did Stannis, so they were assigned to their usual duties. Aerion himself started to think of solutions to King's Landing and its foul smell. A few solutions came to mind. The main 2 points were the population density and small sewers. King's Landing had outgrown its sewers, so they needed to be expanded upon. To decrease the population density, he thought of 2 things, either giving the poorest of the poor the boot or expanding the city. An expansion of King's Landing would take years, decades even, depending on several factors such as scale, so Aerion started to plan for it. Aerion invited Mace Tyrell to his study, where a marriage proposal was made. Aerion signed it and it was made official. He would marry Marjorie when she came of age, 16, which was roughly a year away. In a year, the 7-nation ranking tournament would only be 2 months away. Aerion considered whether he should stay for the year or return to the profund Sky Continent in between. His ring seemed to be more alive ever since he left Highgarden due to the fact that it was glowing. Aerion suspected that it was ready for use. A cooldown of 2 months, it's not so bad, but it could be better. Could Izanagi be used, in order work to remove this weakness? I'd have to do a bit more testing in the future. Just when Viserys was preparing to leave King's Landing for Dragonstone, Aerion took him outside the walls of the city with Daenerys. Aerion set the dragon eggs on the ground, on the field. You're going to try and hatch the eggs? Viserys asked. Try. I've done it before, I can do it again. How did you do it? It's simple, Daenerys, with fire and blood. Aerion released his flame. It was an ordinary flame, yet still quite powerful, and it engulfed the 2 dragon eggs. Aerion tucked his right hand's sleeve and made a medium-sized cut against it with blackfire. His blood spilt onto the dragon eggs as if it were a small fountain, for only 3 seconds. The wound closed with dragon scales almost as soon as it was created, to the surprise of his uncle and aunt. Once the blood reacted with the fire, the dragon eggs began to crack, crack, crack. Then 2 small dragons emerged. A small part of the land was burnt. Aerion tried to keep the damage to a minimum. After all, these were his fields, they could come to some use in the future. One dragon was golden-scaled, while the other was silver-scaled. They both fondly danced around Aerion and he smiled. They both reminded him of a small regal. Now he's probably larger than Balerion was. He wondered how big those 2 before him would grow. Aerion gently gave Viserys the golden dragon and Daenerys the silver one. Name them, for they are yours. Viserys named his dragon after himself, its name being Viserion. Daenerys named her dragon Silverfire due to the fact that it could breathe white flames. Aerion bid Viserys farewell, and a safe journey. A few days later, he instructed the maester at Dragonstone to report to him if Viserys did anything foolish. Aerion went to the wall for a short while and was disappointed when he didn't encounter much whites and none of the others. It looked like the king didn't rally his forces yet, which meant that Aerion had plenty of time. He decided that he would make a return to the profound Sky Continent in a month or 2, when the stability of the 7 kingdoms was assured. News of 2 new dragons reached far and wide. Aerion was known for being the one to hatch the 2 dragon eggs, hence he was given a new title, Father of Dragons. Chapter 67. Here, I have a ton of gold, what can I get for it? Let's see. He took the ring and inspected it. He smiled, clearly impressed. You're getting better at this every day, it seems. Whatever you need, I can trade, unless it's unreasonable. I need something that can drastically enhance the strength of my dragon and chimera. While you're at it, 2 sovereign weapon upgrades and a ton of Emperor Profound pills. The cloaked man nodded. But nothing for yourself? I don't need anything, I'm the strongest already. Ooh, I'm sure that Roche's fellow has something to say about that. You'll be able to handle him when he gets to you. Here, take the ring, I placed items worthy of the gold. You took everything. He shrugged. These goods are expensive. Over 5 months of gold hunting in floor 7, these goods better be worth it. Aerion looked at the items inside. 2 true sovereign profound, beast, pills, 2 sovereign weapon upgrades, 100 heavenly cultivation pills, Emperor Profound, and 3 heavenly cultivation pills, Tyrant Profound. Just a word of advice, give your pet some time to stabilize their cultivation strength. I know that, there's a huge difference between Emperor and Sovereign Profound, after all. Oi, Regal and Demon, take these. Regal took the pill with his teeth while Demon caught it in his paw. What's this, father? Regal asked. A very special pill, you'll see. I can finally grow stronger. Demon took the pill and closed his eyes. Regal did the same a few seconds after. What did you give them? Jasmine asked. Apparently, a pill that can break them straight through to the Sovereign Profound realm. Where did you get that? One of my secrets. Humph, you and your secrets. The dungeon is simply a divine blessing that rewards well, only if you dedicate yourself to slaying its inhabitants, which I have done pretty well. When are we going to return to the Profound Sky Continent? Rob asked. Soon, but Izanami is nowhere to be seen, so we might have to wait longer. We shouldn't fret, she should be able to take care of herself. Very true, my lord, she is remarkably strong. She might have reunited with her father, that mysterious old man I met a few years ago. Aerion considered visiting an uncle from his mother's side, Doran Martell. It would be very interesting and most likely beneficial for him. Doran Martell had a daughter called Aerion who was his heir, by all accounts. The Dornish believe that the firstborn child should be heir, whether it is a boy or girl. Viserys is currently unmarried, it would be a waste to keep him as he is, so Aerion looked for a few suitable brides. Aerion came out on the very top. Not only was Aerion a princess of Dorne, but she was also, supposedly, very beautiful and she was born in the same year as Viserys. Her being the heir to Dorne is an issue, however. Viserys still hasn't proven himself, I'll visit later. Daenerys' 14th name day was soon approaching, so Aerion called for a tournament in her honor. But it wasn't just about her, it celebrated another matter, the return of House Targaryen. Aerion decided that the tournament would consist of 3 events, an archery competition, melee and a joust. First place for the archery competition would earn 20,000 gold dragons, the winner of the melee would gain 30,000 gold dragons and the victor of the joust would be granted a handsome 50,000 gold dragons. The runner-up of the joust would be given a decent 20,000 gold dragons. It's only decent because the reward for getting first place was so grand. Where would he get the gold dragons? He let Littlefinger figure that part out, he still had to repay that debt, making the task much more difficult for him. Aerion was feeling generous so he extended the deadline to the end of the tournament. Aerion found Littlefinger's reaction amusing, laughing over the matter later that day. Aerion allowed the realm a whole 2 months to prepare for the tourney, giving enough time for the very best knights to prepare and make their arrival. And so they did, it soon became evident that the tourney would be one to remember. But something truly unexpected happened, something that would make it historic. The King's Tourney. Aerion sat on his chair, watching the archers preparing for the competition below. Beside him sat Daenerys and Marjorie. As the minutes passed, Aerion steadily grew bored with the archery competition, so he stood up and walked down to the very edge of the stands. Your Grace. Barristan asked, confused. I intend to make this event a little bit more interesting. Aerion jumped down and walked over to grab a bow and a few arrows. The other competitors didn't seem to mind, letting the king have his fun. They didn't think he could win anyway. Unfortunately, Aerion ended up winning the event with clear ease. He faced Engui in the finals. Aerion started with a shot that got the crowd roaring, hitting the target from an impressive distance of 80 meters. Engui matched Aerion's attempt well, hitting the target from the same distance. Aerion gave a nod of approval and walked further from the target. 100 meters, light work for a man like myself. He drew his arrow and placed it on his bow. Then he readied the bow and, once he was sure, fired the arrow. He put a bit more strength than he had done before. The arrow hit the target, dead center. But it didn't stop there. The arrow went straight through the target and into the ground, creating a hole in the process. Engui didn't even try to challenge, he dropped his bow and left. Well, it looks like the winner of the competition is, His Grace. The crowd cheered loudly and Aerion made a small bow. That was quite amusing, I should join the other events as well. I shall display my superiority, for all 7 kingdoms witness. There were only 100 or so spots for the melee, so Aerion let people fight over those few spots in a few qualifier rounds. These qualifier rounds lasted 2 days and it did well to weed out the weak participants. Then the real melee started. Aerion entered the arena in the same armor he wore during the Siege of Storm's End. A few notable people entered the melee with him, Robb, Jon, Yohn Royce, Thuras of Myr, and that's about it. Well, 3 Freys entered as well but they didn't really matter. The rules were quite simple and quite different from traditional melees. You were allowed to bring a horse and your own weapons, killing would result in instant disqualification and punishment, grouping up was allowed and getting knocked out would result in a loss. Then the battle started. Aerion brought a common sword to the melee but it was more than enough. His first opponent was relatively skilled but Aerion made short work of him. Beating the king in a melee, especially when he was known as the Sword of the Warrior, was quite the incentive. This resulted in Aerion having to face more opponents than everyone else. Aerion dodged a knight's slash by stepping to the side. He gave him a good slap on the neck which knocked the knight out cold. Then another came, with a furious barrage of various attacks. Aerion blocked every attack with clear ease, seemingly dancing around him. Is that all? My uncle can fight better than you and he's not even a knight. Aerion taunted. This fueled the knight's fury, he began to strike with more aggression and strength. But it was shown to be meaningless when Aerion ended him with one attack. He hit him with the pommel of his sword and knocked him out of the melee. Is there anyone here who can defeat me? Aerion roared. Aerion then encountered Thuras of Myr who had a tendency to light his sword aflame, some lawler trick. On this occasion, it was alight with wildfire. Aerion grabbed a spear as Thuras charged him with his sword. Aerion threw the spear, it hit the priest and unhorsed him. It was a blunt spear so no major harm was done, the armor took most of the impact. He got up and attacked first, Aerion parried and countered with a punch that sent him moving back a few meters. Aerion dropped the common sword and drew blackfire from its sheath. Feast your eyes, priest. Flame exploded from Aerion's sword hand and swiftly covered the entire blade. It swirled and swirled, uncontrolled, but then Aerion condensed it into the blade. The blade was now red and more than hot enough to melt iron. They clashed once again but Thuras' sword melted upon impact. His eyes widened with surprise, and fear. Once a man fears you, the outcome of the fight is already decided. Aerion ended him with the pommel of his sword. Then he found himself grouped by 5 honorless warriors, all of whom found themselves on the floor in seconds. As the minutes passed, there were fewer and fewer contestants remaining. It was definitely a fast melee, one of the fastest ever when considering the prize for winning it. No one wanted to lose, but they inevitably had to when faced with the dragon. It was the most one-sided melee ever, but it was very entertaining. Soon enough, there were only 3 contestants remaining. Aerion, Robb and Jon. Robb surviving until the end wasn't surprising, but Jon doing so definitely was. He fought valiantly and with great courage, defeating many warriors and proving his worth as a knight. How in 7 hells do I beat you too? Jon asked. You don't. Robb shrugged. His grace was destined to win when he entered the arena with his armor. Your display was impressive, I'll reward you after the tournament is over. Aerion let Jon fight Robb first. Jon was the superior fighter in skill and technique, but Robb's cultivation ultimately made victory impossible. Robb saw that and surrendered. You earned that second place, Jon. Now I must face the king. Robb walked off and there were only 2 fighters remaining. This brings me back to that battle. Will you surrender again? No, I will fight till the very end. Good. Jon fought well as he had before, but Aerion was no Robb. Aerion's battle experience was vast and his skill overwhelming. If he were to lose his cultivation, it still would have been a decisive victory for Aerion. The king is the greatest warrior the 7 kingdoms have ever seen. One peasant loudly stated. He lives up to his name. Another replied. Sir Arthur Dayne could beat him if he was alive and well. Sir Arthur Dayne. Don't be a fool, the king would dance around him. After the melee ended, the tournament was held off for the next day. It was getting late and this was a great way to build excitement as the people talked over the unexpected results of the first 2 events. Aerion retired to his chambers and was surprised when he found someone resting on his bed. Who are you? Oh. You finally came. It was dark, so Aerion set one of the candles alight and instantly recognized who it was. Izanami, where were you all this time? I met with my father and he taught me a few things, nothing more. I see. Aerion undressed and laid to the left side of his bed. Izanami spoke of Daenerys and Marjorie, though she didn't seem to mind. I still mean more to you than they do. She said. True enough. After some time, Izanami left and stated that she'd be back in a week or so. Aerion slept well and prepared for the joust that would start in the following morning. Have you heard the news? His Grace is participating in the lists. Another victory for him for the king. Winning all 3 events, it's never been done before. Yes, most knights hone their skills in certain areas. Even if they focus on being well-rounded, they can't possibly hope to match those who have reached the pinnacle of one event. Aerion wore black plate armor with a crimson cape. He sat atop his destrier, looking and feeling confident in himself. He learned how to properly joust thanks to his loyal Kingsguard, and he learned quickly. His opponent was a knight from the Vale, well respected and quite skilled. They faced each other from opposite ends, and then they rode forward. Aerion grabbed his lance and readied it in the direction of the knight's chest. Once they both reached the middle, the knight's lance scraped Aerion's shield while Aerion perfectly hit him in the chest, sending him down to the ground. The knight was unhorsed, Aerion won in a single tilt. As the joust went on, Aerion's superiority was made clear. He unhorsed every opponent in a single tilt, no matter who it was. None could match the fury of the dragon. The number of competitors dwindled slowly, to only 4, Loras Tyrell, Sandor Clegane, Barristan Selmy and Aerion himself. Aerion was set to face Loras Tyrell in the semi-finals, and the matchup couldn't be more exciting than it already was. Two young, handsome and talented warriors facing each other in a joust, it was truly brilliant. Both were from prestigious and grand houses as well. Aerion readied his destrier and grabbed his lance from a serving boy, or was it a young squire? It didn't matter, he had one goal, victory. The joust began and both riders hurried their mounts in response. Aerion's destrier, who was a stallion, didn't seem to be as focused as his rider was. Loras' mare was in heat, and Aerion's stallion was becoming more rebellious, almost impossible to control. Aerion almost dropped his lance. Damn you, Flower Knight. Such an underhand tactic. Aerion gripped his lance tighter in his anger and deflected Loras' lance with his shield. Once he got to the other side, Aerion looked disappointedly at his destrier. You're better than this, show some restraint. Then they got ready to clash again, meeting in the middle. This time Aerion was focused and more aggressive with his destrier. Aerion's lance came closer and closer, Loras managed to get his shield in position to block it. Aerion smiled, that's not going to help you. Bang! Aerion's lance sent Loras flying to the other side of the stage. His shield lay beside him, shattered into a dozen pieces. His chest armor cracked, and broke apart as well. He spat some blood and struggled to stand, but he managed. He felt great pain, but it didn't seem to be anything major. Aerion dismounted and walked back to the stands, returning to his seat. The next and final battle of the semi-finals was, of course, Barristan Selmy and Sandor Clegane. Aerion watched their joust to see how his old Kingsguard Lord Commander would fare against the Hound. Aerion wasn't disappointed, it was a tense and very competitive joust. Selmy was almost unhorsed in the first tilt, the second tilt was a draw, the third was more interesting as Selmy's strike was true but not strong enough to unhorse the Hound. The Hound retaliated in the fourth, but Barristan managed to slip by. Sandor made a loud curse and the fifth was more or less the same as the second tilt. Aerion looked forward to seeing one of them come out victorious. Jousts are quite amusing, I can see why Robert loved tournaments and looked for any reason under the sun to host them. In the sixth, Barristan conserved himself and slipped by the Hound's lance. The seventh, that would be the last tilt of the semi-finals. Barristan's aim was true and he put more strength into the hit than last time, it was a clean hit in the chest. The Hound fell off his horse, Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, moved up to the finals. And he did that at the age of 62, I can only imagine how deadly the man was in his prime. He is indeed slower than I remember him to be, but looks to be more experienced. Jousting isn't even his speciality, swordsmanship is. After this brilliant display, I must reward him with more than just 20,000 gold dragons. Aerion put the tourney on hold for 2 hours, giving the people enough time to take in what just happened. Aerion was ready for the finals, his black plate armor shining under the sun. The destrier he sat upon wore the coat of arms of House Targaryen as its rider did. It was an interesting finals, to say the least. Aerion was the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, the prince who unhorsed Barristan Selmy in the finals at Lord Went's great tournament, the tourney at Harrenhal. It was where his father crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty. Who will be my Queen of Love and Beauty? I didn't really think about that. Barristan readied his horse and so did Aerion. Ah, doesn't the young Aerion look just as his father did during the tourney at Harrenhal? An old man reminisced. Indeed, he does. He shall win as Rhaegar did, I know he will. His friend nodded. Then the final joust began. Chapter 68. Aerion's destrier went as fast as thunder, almost flying to the other side. Aerion steadied himself and focused on unhorsing the Kingsguard who was getting closer and closer. His aim was true and strong, extremely so. Barristan Selmy was sent flying into the stands, he flew high and started to drop seconds later. In a few moments, he'd most definitely have been a dead man, if not for the shining star who caught hold of him just before. Star God's broken shadow. One moment the king was on his horse, the other he was flying in the air. Aerion ensured an easy landing for the Kingsguard Lord Commander with his profound energy. The Kingsguard had no wounds or injuries to speak of, Aerion made sure of it. The entire finals was just to show off just how strong he was, and it certainly worked. The people started to believe him to be something more than just a Targaryen with a dragon and a few fire tricks. Many began to believe him a mage, a real and extremely powerful one. Some proclaimed him to be a chosen one, a few even saw him as a god. Aerion named Daenerys his queen of love and beauty. Her reaction was a wonderful sight to behold. There was a feast in the evening after the finals and another the following day, just for good measure. It was a great time for all, even for those who could not attend. Aerion gave away a quarter of his prize, 25,000 gold dragons, to the poorer folk of King's Landing. This increased his image further, making all think of him as a noble king. Aerion realized that one must find the balance between common folk and nobles in order to rule well. Greatly upset one and there is chaos, have both cheery and there is stability. If you aggravate both, well, you can expect your crown off your head soon enough. That is unless you have dragons and their supreme strength. Little Viserion flew back and forth around Aegon's garden. It was one of its favorite places in all of Dragonstone. The castle of Dragonstone was dark and uninviting at almost every corner. But, alas, it was where the Targaryens first settled. Viserys was given the title Prince of Dragonstone, and so, he had to make it his home whether it was unsettling or no. It was his duty to do so. Viserys started to walk back to the castle. Viserion landed on his shoulder a few seconds later. He intended to raise the dragon himself, not letting anyone near it. This made his bond with Viserion grow very quickly, and it began to see him as its parent, something that would be helpful in the future. A loyal and full-grown dragon is worth more than thousands of soldiers. Aegon had taught the kings of Westeros that lesson. Dragonstone's garrison was quite small, numbering only a couple hundred, but it served Viserys well. The maester at Dragonstone was old and frail, but there was another who was more than happy to replace him when the time comes. He relied on the advice of his subjects on matters that required difficult decisions and soon began to blossom into a proper lord. It was surprisingly easy after he got the hang of it. The lords under him were still very loyal to House Targaryen despite the Baratheons ruling over them for 15 years. The younger of the maesters came rushing down the hall and halted before Viserys' presence, breathless. He made a quick bow and spoke. "Prince, His Grace has sent a reward." "What for?" "Your great progress and achievements." "Is that so? Give me that." He took the package and unveiled its contents. There was a letter which he quickly skimmed through and a red pill. "This is my reward." Viserys thought, slightly irritated. But then, he took it and felt its heavenly properties explode inside seconds later. "Prince, are you well?" "I am well enough, leave." His name was Pylus, a clever man in Viserys' eyes. Whenever he questioned his judgment, it was in a calm and wise manner. Not once did he provoke the dragon. Well, not many men have done so either way. Viserys himself had grown to be a more temperate person. Nowadays, rarely did he ever release his anger. He returned to his chambers, feeling uneasy. "There's no need to call for the maester, it will go away if I just rest." Turns out he was right. He rose like a dragon a day later, stronger and full of energy. The burning and very unsettling pain disappeared as if it never existed. He thought of it as a wonderful gift later, as the effects became permanent. Aerion sat on the Iron Throne, his lilac eyes looking down on the courtiers below. They loved to talk, laugh, gossip, especially the ladies, and flatter. After sitting silently for a while, Aerion stood up and the court grew silent. "I would like to award a few people for their efforts. Firstly, Ser Barristan Selmy." He turned and bent the knee below the steps of the Iron Throne. Aerion walked down and gave him a heavenly cultivation pill. "Swallow it, you shall gain greater strength and vitality." He nodded, trusting his king's word and following his order. He took it. "Rise, Ser." He stood up and returned to his original position. "Secondly, Ser Jon." He left the crowd of courtiers and bent the knee before the Iron Throne. Aerion looked down and smiled. "Do you remember your promise?" "I do, Your Grace, and I intend to follow it." "Good, then I shall grant you a great honor. Henceforth, you shall serve as a member of the King's Guard. As you know, your greatest duty would be to protect me and my family. Will you do so, even if you must risk your life?" "Even if it means death, I will protect." "You will not marry or father any children, are you willing to do so?" "Yes." "Good, you may rise, as a member of the King's Guard." Aerion took out a white cloak from the sky poison pearl and gave it to Jon, then he gave orders to Barristan to show Jon the ropes and gear him with the equipment a King's Guard would have. The courtiers clapped and cheered, celebrating the appointment. The hall soon came to silence and Aerion moved on to the next matter. "Thirdly, Peter Baelish. He too bent the knee before him. Your Grace. You have served me well as Master of Coin, thoroughly eliminating the crown's debt and financing the tournament. And for that, I shall reward you. House Baelish only rules one of the three Thingers, is this true? Yes, Your Grace, it has been that way for some time. Well, then. I am pleased to say that House Baelish now rules not one, not two but three, all three fingers. I am honored, Your Grace. Inside, he didn't feel as honored. He was fuming with rage. 12 million gold dragons were two minor, very minor lands. But it was surely better than nothing. Now, I have decided to dismiss you from your position as Master of Coin. Ruling the fingers will surely be difficult and require your utmost attention, so I suggest you make your way there. You may now rise, Lord Baelish. I thank you, Your Grace. And just like that, he left the hall. Aerion moved on to the next, the most important matter. It was an issue that was quite difficult for Aerion. As the days of his departure neared, the answer to this solution became clear. Lastly, my most loyal servant and friend, Rob. He smiled and kneeled before his king. Aerion nodded in approval and took out a pin. It was golden and shined brightly in the light. This single pin commanded great respect and would give its wearer supreme authority, the authority that surpasses all but the king himself. It had quite the history, its first wearer being the mighty Orys Baratheon. Many great men followed him, though there were a few inept hands as well. It's the same thing when it comes to kings. A few were good, great, even, most were alright and the rest were plain terrible. This pin was the hand of the king's pin and Aerion gave it to Rob. He held it in both hands, looking a bit hesitant. I need you to take it, for now, Aerion whispered. You know me well, I don't like responsibility, especially when it comes to something as tiresome as managing 7 kingdoms. I have great advisors, it is not as hard as you think it is. All you need to do is make sure there aren't any great problems arising. Easy for you to say, but, I'll do it. In your name, I shall manage the 7 kingdoms, Your Grace. He put on the pin and rose as the hand of the king. Later that week, a batch Lannister men arrived with Amory Lorch, in chains. Aerion sat atop the towering iron throne and coldly stated the price of his actions. There was no need for a trial, everyone knew what he did indeed deserved the punishment and none would dare to defy the king's justice, especially when the king was Aerion. He declared that an execution was in order. And so, Amory Lorch's head was chopped off an hour later by Aerion's blade. The head, along with the body, was thrown into Pisswater Bend, a suitable burial site. Then, pleased with the result, Aerion decided on whom would replace Peter as the Master of Coin. He figured that the Lannisters knew a thing or two about financing. Although he hated House Lannister, Kevin Lannister had made a good first impression. And so, he was called over to King's Landing to serve his king. However, by the time he arrived, King had already made his departure for Blue Pole Star. Must you truly leave? Daenerys asked. Aerion nodded. He looked into her sorrowful eyes, which made him feel regret. It is something I must do. I see, then be safe, wherever you go. She looked down. Aerion gently tilted her chin and swiftly moved in. Her eyes widened in shock. I don't want to leave on a sour note. It was a passionate kiss, with Aerion taking the lead. Then he pulled away when it was taking a bit too long, but Daenerys seemed satisfied with the result. She waited for him to take action for so long and he finally did. A few days later, Aerion was finally prepared to leave. His enemy touched the red gem and Aerion thought of his destination, the Dragon's Palace, Old Town. Seconds later, he found himself descending from the sky, as he had before. He cleanly landed next to the entrance of his palace. No craters on the ground, that's a good thing. Chapter 69. This place hasn't changed much, it seems. Truly, the Dragon's Palace remained the same since Aerion last saw it. Old Town, however, looked far from the same. Old Town had been a relatively small city, until most recently. It had hundreds of new buildings, thousands of merchants came and went, and the noble rogue sect expanded further. The fortress covered the whole hill, so a brand new branch was built below, in Old Town. In the very center of Old Town stood a giant statue of a young man. A colossal halberd rested on his right shoulder and a beautifully crafted blade stood by his left. His head was held high with a smirk that created an aura of confidence, which could often be seen as arrogance. This mere statue put many people into a state of complete awe upon first glance. The young man it had tried to interpret was the well-known and legendary June Long. Aerion turned and saw the statue. Magnificent. That grandmaster of yours spared no expense, it seems, Izanami stated. Aerion nodded. It's grander than I imagined it would be. Aerion turned once more and opened the gates of the dragon's palace. He was greeted with a group of guards who almost jumped when he entered. They were young and quite talented, probably disciples. They seemed quite startled by his appearance. I do not remember recruiting any disciples apart from the 7. Perhaps the heavenly fire demon required a few services, which is understandable. Junlong, it's Junlong. We must inform the mistress immediately. Aerion waved his hand. That won't be dash. The young disciple had already run, his companions did the same. Aerion sighed and decided that he would simply wait. Soon enough, they returned. Master June. Is my wife unwell? Yes, unfortunately. Then I must see her, go inform my disciples of my presence. It will be done. The disciple announced with great enthusiasm. Aerion swiftly made his way to his bedchamber, where he saw Tgthegood in a terrible state. He understood why she couldn't make her way to him. Her eyes were only slightly opened. June. Shoo, sleep well. She did so, but with some hesitation. Aerion realized that something had been added to the room, a crib. It seemed to be luxuriously crafted with the finest materials and most magical hands to put it all together. Inside of it laid a small thing with the tiniest trace of silver hair and large violet eyes. The blood of the dragon, the child's eyes were wide open now, though they couldn't see much. Aerion raised the child, his child, from its crib. After further investigation, the child was most definitely a boy. A son, the gods are truly kind. Aerion beamed with sheer joy. The boy was strong for his age, moving his hands with ease. Once, he even tried to punch his father. But he missed. Aerion laughed in response to the attempt. You will grow into a dragon, one more than worthy of the House Targaryen, I'm sure of it. Aerion rested the child back to its crib. The boy seemed quite sad as a result. What will I name him, if Tgthegood hasn't already done so? Aegon was used too many times. I must think carefully about this one. Aerion. A name worthy of a ruler. The boy seemed quite content, happy even, with his name. He was quite composed for his age. Not once did he cry. Aerion left the bedchamber and found a maid standing at the door. Another new face, it seems. I am his wet nurse, Master June. Then you may enter. Aerion walked away from the room. He wanted to be by Tgthegood's side, but he needed to see the progress of his disciples first. They were easy to find. Aerion heard the sound of a clash and followed it. He found himself in one of the pavilions meant for sparring. It was a very competitive battle between two of his most talented disciples. Both were heavily wounded, but this didn't stop them from fighting. No, it made them even more determined to win. The heavenly fire demon was observing from the side. Ah, disciple, you've returned. Disciple, ha ha ha. Aerion was used to being addressed as, Your Grace, and so, it was quite unusual to be called disciple. Alas, the heavenly fire demon had gained Aerion's respect. He was loyal, powerful, and wise. His knowledge had made him a very formidable and deadly fighter. Aerion was quite eager to test his skill against other cultivators, especially those around his level of strength. But finding such beings won't be easy. So, did you accomplish everything you set out to do? Of course. They call me King now. King Junlong. No, King Aerion. That is your true name. Aerion nodded. Perhaps I shall hide no more. The only reason I used the name Junlong was to fit in, but I do not have to do that anymore. Soon, I shall rise as the one true ruler of the profound sky continent. I am no disciple, nor am I some young master. I am a king, and all shall learn this truth. The people of this world will adjust to me, as the people of Westeros had to adjust to Aegon the Conqueror. But, two matters must be concluded before then. The 7-nation ranking tournament and the death of Roshas. Yes, Dae Chun, it is. I will burn you alive, Tai Shul. You don't have the ability, Fire Boy. I am no boy, I am a man. Fen Jueching's flames exploded forth, rapidly growing in size, almost as fast as his anger. His blade was engulfed in it. He slashed down and the flames left the blade, flying down to Tai Shu. He gritted his teeth and created a massive tornado to absorb the flames and counterattack. Unfortunately, for Shu, the two profound skills cancelled each other out. Tai Shu spit out some blood and Fen Jueching made sure not to waste this opportunity. He flew down and swiftly slashed at Shu. He managed to block the attack. Damn you. They ended up trading blows again, and once more. The fight didn't seem to be going anywhere. Aerion intervened before any of them died. He knocked them both out at the same time. Heal them. The heavenly fire demon nodded and quickly healed the most vicious wounds. Then two servants came in and took them both away. What was that for? A few baths were built and I decided to add an exceptional mixture to it. After an intense spar, I would simply throw them into the water. Not only do they recover, but also can a boost in cultivation strength. It's a very effective method of recovery as far as I have observed. I see that you've been investing my money wisely. That Fan Juechen, he seems quite the fit with the heavenly fire demon style. Obviously, he hasn't mastered it. The heavenly demon is calm on the outside while Juechen seems to be a mad dog. But, he does meet the basic requirement, anger. The style feeds off anger and so, the angrier one is, the stronger they become. There are limits to how much stronger can one become, of course. Where are the others? Busy meditating and recovering. Then I won't disturb them. Aerion left for the fortress, a short walk away from the dragon's palace. The journey took longer than expected. His silver hair and tall figure had attracted many eyes. He was quite famous in these parts, well, he was quite famous in the Blue Wind Empire as a whole. Aerion was easily distinguished from the rest, being the only person with the blood of the dragon. Master June, can you improve my sword? I really need it, I'm willing to pay extra. Aerion ignored the rest of the crowd. Give me your blade. Here, I want it to have an ice element to it, if possible. Aerion caught it and put it into his dungeon ring. Then he dumped it into the forge and covered it in his ice. Soon enough an elegant blade emerged. Its blade was cold and sharp, perfect for killing men and beast alike. Aerion put it back into the ring and opened his eyes. Here you go. Woa, you truly are the best in your field. He gave him a storage ring which had a couple thousand purple profound coins, a lot more than he would usually charge for a spirit profound weapon. Aerion swiftly made his way up the hill, which was a restricted area for most then, as he no longer had a crowd around him, he flew to the library. Long. Aerion noticed the young man before him. Quinn, it is good to see you again. Where's the Grandmaster? Ah, father locked himself in and hasn't left in months. He put me in charge of running the sect, it's far harder than I expected. I thought it would be more exciting, as well. Closed-door cultivation, it seems that everyone is focusing on their cultivation. Maybe I should as well. Yes, sometimes people do have a naive view of certain positions of power. It is understandable. Many boys aspire to be valiant knights when they grow up, but it isn't all about winning tourneys. When the tea of war comes, they must fight and participate in the blood bathes that come with war. Death is quite common in such events. Aerion himself had a naive view on kingship until he became the pirate king of the Stepstones and Narrow Sea. Aerion spent the rest of the day reading books since he wasn't bothered to do anything else. There wasn't much to do anyway. Later that day, Aerion found out that Tai Xia was bedridden and that she wouldn't be able to walk for a week, a small price to pay. Blood spoiled the beautiful buildings as a heartless demon slaughtered the sheep who dared oppose him. These were the proud and very powerful disciples of the Sun Moon Divine Hall, but, before the demon they were nothing. He killed all who didn't bow to him. The so-called Saint Emperor of the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary was a different man, a more powerful man. This power came at a cost, he was cruel and heartless. Alas, no one knew that their Saint Emperor was killed a long time ago. In his place laid Roche's. Step by step, he made his way to the main hall. So many had died by his blade and he didn't mind increasing the number further. Those weakling disciples and masters were of no use to him, it was the elders who he desired. The heavenly monarch would be a good addition to his forces, Roche's was willing to spend some time convincing him. Run, it's the dem dash. Silence. He soon found the heavenly monarch and faced him in battle, it was a swift and decisive victory for Roche's. Bend to me, join my army, an army of loyal men who strive to serve even if it means death. No, I will know. Damn trash, you don't have a choice in the matter. He grabbed his face and made him bend, eventually turning him into one of his followers. Then, once the most powerful were converted, the Sun Moon Divine Hall was set on fire. Roche's also made sure to loot the place beforehand. He marched his forces back to the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. 2 converted, only another 2 remain. Then he received news of Aerion's return to the profound sky continent. He was pleased but had other matters to settle, he was in no rush. The boy can wait, my conquest is more important. Chapter 70. You can't be serious. It's true, the Sun Moon Divine Hall was seized and put to the flame by a masked force. The Sun Moon Divine Hall, one of the 4 great sacred grounds, defeated so easily and in a single day, no less. Has the world gone mad? For many, it has. Aerion saw this coming, but he didn't expect Roche's to go on the offensive so soon. Did he become impatient? No one knows, Roche's is quite unpredictable. So soon we must be prepared to fend him off, if he is foolish enough to attack. He must be using a strong host, someone beyond Sovereign Profound 10, that is slightly worrying. I'll have to become even stronger. Those 3 Tyrant Profound pills will play an important part. It seems one problem that remains is his seemingly godlike ability to recover. The bastard doesn't die. I killed him twice, both times were with the ghost flame of Aerios, his supposed weakness. He merely left his host and moved to another. How do I permanently get rid of him? He thought over it for a long time, but no clear and reasonable solution came to him. Killing every person in the world would probably work, but it is, for obvious reasons, unreasonable, and Aerion wouldn't bloody his hands with billions of lives to kill a single being. There must be another way, he thought. Trap his soul. How would I do that? Engulf him in extremely powerful flames? Perhaps. Freeze him? It would be worth trying. Almost 4 months later. The name Junlong was no more, in its stead was Aerion of the House Targaryen. It took a while for people to get used to it, but they eventually did. Aerion spent most of the time improving his own cultivation strength, though he would sometimes share his wisdom with his disciples. He used a similar strategy to that of Tywenti, and it was mainly a one-sided affair, to say the least, but they did see a lot of progress. Then news of the fall of the Supreme Ocean Palace came. The entire profound sky continent shook once again. Only 2 of the 4 great sacred grounds remained. Then the absolute monarch sanctuary's Saint Emperor declared himself the Emperor of the Sky Profound Continent. Only one true obstacle remained, the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Aerion looked at the sound transmission jade which Ling Kuan had supplied him with after he won the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Aerion was excitedly rolling around the bed and almost rolled himself off it. Aerion stopped the little troublemaker and made him sit. Relax. No. That was his favorite word. He rarely ever said, yes. He was picking up words quickly as Aerion spoke to Aerion as he would to anyone else. He was making great progress, but in no way was it comparable to what Aerion was doing at the same age. He's willful, I'll give him that. Aerion left him in the care of the nurse. Then he improved a few blades and reaped great rewards. He had a nearly infinite supply of money and was making his way to the very top in that regard. Powerful people from all over the continent came to him for his services after he made his return. He even had the pleasure of improving a Tyrant Profound spear. The man gave him an insane sum of 100 million for his work. The spear was on a realm of its own, as no Tyrant Profound weapon could hope to match it. But it wasn't quite yet a Sovereign Profound weapon. After making a few weapons better, he gathered his disciples. They looked nervous. Aerion then began to speak. You all heard the news, I assume. Yeah, another sacred ground passed away. Sun Lin replied. You act like it's nothing to be concerned about, as usual. Wei Ling glanced at him with disapproval. Who cares? If the Saint Emperor were to come here, our master would send him right back with his tail between his legs. Whatever the case, the mighty Heavenly Sword region is the last defense, and I intend to foil the plans of this Saint Emperor. So, we are going to make our way there. Any objections? There were none. In fact, they welcomed the idea of traveling outside of the Dragon's Palace. Aerion bid farewell to Tai Xia and Izanami. He left the Heavenly Fire Demon to protect Old Town, just in case. He made shocking strides in his cultivation, recently breaking through Sovereign Profound 7. Add on his battle power and he could fight Sovereign Profound 10 cultivators. Fen Juechen requested to visit the Burning Heaven clan and Aerion complied. The journey only took the group 2 days to complete. The sect was quite large when compared to the noble rogue sect, but minuscule when put next to the Heavenly Sword Villa. Young M. Master. It is I. He walked forward and led the way. His father was glad to see him return and was taken by surprise by Fen Juechen's strength. You are the person to thank, Aerion Targaryen. You can thank me with a grand feast. It will be arranged. Aerion nodded. Then get to it. They spent 3 days in the Heaven Burning clan. Aerion enjoyed his stay and even praised their hospitality. The wine was brilliant and so was the food. But all good times must come to an end. I thank you for your efforts, Fen Duanhuan. I felt like I was at home during my stay. It pleases me to hear this. Where are you going next? The mighty Heavenly Sword region. You plan to join them? That would be most beneficial. I will be its protector and overlord. I will shield it from the absolute monarch sanctuary and defeat the Saint Emperor. Then both will be forced to submit to me. Oh, those are some ambitious goals you have. He doesn't believe it, which is understandable. They rested near the Blue Wind Imperial City, in one of the larger inns. After a good night's sleep, Fen Juechen confronted Aerion. What is it, Juechen? I would like to visit the Imperial Palace as well. What for? I want to formally apologize to the princess. Aerion thought about it and agreed, there was no harm in an apology. February Jueching sure has changed ever since he became my dragon's guard so much so that he is willing to apologize for his past deeds. Alright, go on. You won't be going. No, it would seem less genuine if I went with you. The Emperor would think that I forced you. Besides, I might accidentally charm the princess and ruin your chances. What my chances? You are mistaken, master, I have no interest in Sangyu, that chapter of my life has long passed. My sworn duty is to serve you. Aerion laughed and sarcastically responded. It is as you say. Members of the Dragon's Guard are allowed to have love interests and even marry, unlike the King's Guard, as long as they fulfill their duties. A few hours later, Fan Juecheng returned. Aerion closed his book. So, how did it go? He asked. The Emperor was confused for a long time. It was awkward, I must say. But I feel like a burden was lifted off my shoulders. Well done, you've come a long way. Thanks to you, master. It is getting late, I'll get some rest. You will need it. Aerion opened the book, Origins of the Heavenly Sword Villa. He found it quite interesting as it was slightly fictional, an interpretation of what truly happened. The author had a lot of freedom because of this and he used it well. As it is known, some trash from the mighty Heavenly Sword region built the strongest sect in the Blue Wind Empire with the support of the Blue Wind Empire. Something doesn't seem right. The Blue Wind Imperial family should be concentrating on themselves as they are a laughing stock that can't even scratch the top 200 in its own empire. This is what you get when you feed someone more than yourself, they rise above you and grow distant. Jasmine, how strong do you think the Saint Emperor is? Half-step divine origin, most likely. That's the best case scenario. I would kill him instantly with the use of Silver Calamity. But if he's anything beyond that, I only see myself dying or barely scraping by. Don't be rash, you know that your death will lead to this princess' death, right? I know that. But you should know that killing a mighty king like myself won't be an easy task. Everyone shush. I gotta make a call with this jade, which so happens to be one of the world's greatest mysteries, ancient China's primitive hotline. How did they get this technology? Ah, no one cares. It just works. Aerion pulled out the sound transmission jade and recorded himself, well, his voice anyway. It is I, Rhaegar Targaryen, formerly known as Junlong. I'm visiting to protect the mighty Heavenly Sword region from the dreadful future it is currently facing. Prepare a grand feast and bring out the Sword Master, as I will need to speak to him. He turned it off and continued forward. Man, I can't wait to fight some Sacred Ground disciples. They would embarrass you. Moe replied. Even the trashy ones? Sun Lin asked. He nodded. Even the trashy ones. In that case, maybe Fan Juecheng and Tai Shu can avenge me. Don't act like I give a damn about you. February Juecheng coldly countered. Big bro, Fan Juecheng is too cold. What about you, Tai Shu? Would you back me up? I would, but only to show that the Dragon's Guard are nothing to be trifled with. Now that's true camaraderie. Fan Juecheng should learn something from the great and wise Tai Shu. Whatever. Aerion was absorbed by the sight before him, a wide area of over 100 kilometers filled with buildings. The people below seemed to be a little down, something was obviously disturbing them. As the days passed, the Saint Emperor drew closer and closer with his massive horde of loyal servants. They were the ultimate army. There was no need to worry about morale, as they would be more than happy to die for their lord. Not only that, but they were all said to be sovereigns. Every single one of them, according to a few rumors. It didn't seem too far-fetched. Aerion and his 6 Dragon's Guard landed at the front entrance. It was opened and Aerion saw a familiar face. Ling Kuan, it is good to see that you are alive and well. I did come a bit late, but it's better than never, eh? Chapter 71. It gladdens me that you came at last, but your reasons for doing so are different. What is this dreadful future you speak of? The Saint Emperor will burn this entire region once he arrives, as he did to the other sacred grounds. Perhaps, he might. But those who did not oppose him survived. The Sword Master intends to pledge his loyalty when he does come. Surely, the Saint Emperor will be pleased by this and all the bloodshed would be avoided. I see. Then there is no point in staying here, I simply cannot help those who have already surrendered to him. Aerion turned around and started walking in the opposite direction. Then he noticed a few dots in the sky. Then he saw fire. Boom. 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 Thousands of explosions descended from the sky, bombarding everything below. The entire Heavenly Sword region was in complete chaos the moment the first wave struck. After mere seconds, the land became a burning hell, a nightmare. Nothing could escape the flames, it had already engulfed everything in sight, everything but the area shielded by the mighty barrier of wind created by Aerion. This is the Saint Emperor's mercy? Aerion questioned. I know, impossible. How could? Let me explain it to you. The Saint Emperor is no saint, he is the very opposite. A god who loves to see people bleed and buildings burn, that is who he is now. Aerion looked at his dragon's guard. What do we do now? I didn't expect Roshas to strike this soon, damn him. My dragon's guard would only slow me down at this point. If only I had a bit more time to prepare, then I could have simply made a powerful formation and put them inside. Alas, there's no point in dwelling in the past, the present is now. Gather around me. They did so, and Aerion intently gazed at the dungeon ring's gem. Where do you want to go? Tell me and I shall make it so. Take these dragon's guard back to the dragon's palace. I'll meet you all there, hopefully. If I don't, then make sure to get everyone out of Old Town. If that scenario comes to pass, make use of this. Aerion threw a storage ring filled with heavenly cultivation pills. What? Master, T-dash. They all vanished into thin air. Ling Kuan looked at Aerion in disbelief. Teleportation? All the way to Old Town? What about myself? Oh, I suggest you start running. He did as Aerion suggested, though his flight looked a bit clumsy at first. He made steady progress, and Aerion turned to the burning entrance of the mighty heavenly sword region. He was saddened by the sight before him, he accepted the feeling and turned it into something else: rage. Pure and unrestrained rage. Draconic heart. Aerion exploded upwards and cleaved the first person in sight with Skypiercer. Then another victim fell to a slash of his blade. The surrounding sovereigns hesitated. Stormcaller shined and called upon the wind. 1,000 cuts sent 100 of them to the ground, most died and a few were lucky enough to survive. A burst of wild and thunderous laughter filled the entire region. Ha ha ha, it's my dearest friend, Rhaegar Targaryen. Heavenly monarch, sovereign of the seas, what are you two fools looking at? I want his head, don't make me have to get it myself. So that one is Roshas. Two figures flew towards Aerion. Aerion pointed Skypiercer in their direction. Black and red flames formed and concentrated around the tip of the halberd. The two split, one going left and the other right. Aerion decided to strike the one on his right. Purgatory, Crimson Demon Wave. The flames exploded forth, destroying everything in its path. They incinerated an unfortunate woman, who was previously known as the Sovereign of the Seas, along with over a dozen monarchs. Aerion blocked the incoming strike from the heavenly monarch. His eyes glowed red with fire and a pattern manifested from his 3 tomo. You are stronger than the lass. Aerion coldly stated. He formed flames on his free hand and let them fly towards Aerion. No flame could harm him, it was a foolish attack. But, can you blame the monarch? His arts revolve around fire. Aerion absorbed the flames and quickly finished the heavenly monarch. Star God's broken shadow. Slash. His head fell all the way down, swiftly followed by his body. Killing two beings who were at the very pinnacle of the profound sky continent seemed easier than he expected. He remembered when he first started cultivation, that was some time ago. This is my strength at Tyrant Profound 4. Imagine if I were a sovereign. I would be able to snap Roshas like a twig. So damn useless. Makes me wonder why I even bothered converting those weaklings. Oh well. One step was all it took. Roshas blitzed towards Aerion and forced him down to the ground with a fierce punch to the gut. Boom. Aerion crashed into the very center of the region, a burning ruin to be exact. He looked up and found a wave of darkness coming towards him. This wave turned into dozens of spears which impaled Aerion. Ah, they didn't quite hit him. The barrage was blocked by a crimson figure, his Susanoo. An arrogant smirk surfaced on Aerion's face. You'll have to try harder than that. He put both Stormcaller and Skypiercer away and replaced them with Blackfire. The boundless sword art only worked with one blade, unfortunately. But Blackfire was far stronger than the other two anyway. That look on your face will be gone in a few minutes, Aerion. I will make you despair and regret coming here. Aerion laughed. Go ahead, I'd like to see how you accomplish such a feat. You are nothing but a mere avatar, I'll kill you. He spoke no more and flew down. Aerion stood up. He removed the armor of the Susanoo but kept its sword arms for more offensive options, some defense and higher mobility. Roshas' first strike was easily evaded and so was his second, third, fourth, fifth. His attacks became faster but Aerion blocked and dodged them all. Once, Roshas didn't miss. He struck Aerion a glancing blow, a small cut to the arm. Aerion retaliated as if he were some demon from the depths of hell. Silver Calamity, boundless counter. Slash. All of Roche's fury and wasted energy was put to use, combining with Aerion's sudden and brutal rage. A giant gash lay where Aerion cut him. It covered most of his chest and blood poured out of him like a fountain. Aerion thought that might have been the finishing blow, but it was not. He stood still and did not fall. Ha 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 ha, oh my, you've grown strong. Aerion took a step back, temporarily powering down to Draconic Heart. Even though he used Silver Calamity for a moment, the side effects were still present even though they were minor. He also used Purgatory for a while, longer than he wanted to. If only I had that body of yours, what a combination we would make. But, I don't think you'd agree to such an arrangement. Which is unfortunate. We could return the era of true gods and then the major gods, as well. Only difference being you and I will rule this world instead of Arios. Go on, keep talking, I need to recover. True gods, major gods, what is the difference? True gods came after I poisoned the world, they came from Celia. She also gracefully left 8 fragments which led to 8 slightly stronger true gods. In essence, these true gods are inferior. They call Celia the ancestral god but do not know that there were 9 of us. I don't blame the ignorant fools, we became weak and distanced ourselves from everyday life. That is, until Arios gave you everything that remained of him. Blood, soul, flames, everything. Although we were weak, none of us would dare to even think of giving a mere mortal our sacred blood. Ah, I see. The remaining sovereigns fell to the ground, bleeding from the inside. Roches laughed as their blood came to him. The blood of his countless victims soon followed. Now, I shall end this little battle of ours. What in 7 hells is this? A sacrifice all my followers and enemies have made. Aerion couldn't do anything, the blood was like an impenetrable barrier. He spoke some gibberish language and began to chant. He consumed all of the blood when he was done, which was more than enough to flood an entire city. I am the Lord of Destruction and Blood, King of the Underworld, and I shall show you the power of a god. Aerion observed his current strength and compared it to Roche's. Silver Calamity, Divine Origin 1. Roche's, Divine Origin 1, before, Divine Origin 6, now. Aerion wanted to start digging his grave but he didn't, it's better to die fighting rather than yielding into death's arms. That devil sovereign left a few gifts, oh yes, he did. I feel my divine power slowly returning to me, what will you do, little dragon? But it's better to live than die to him or worse. Damn it all, I hate this, but I have no other choice. I have to live to fight another day. Izanagi. The dungeon ring recovered its glow and Aerion teleported to Old Town, the dragon's palace. Roches looked around, confused. Did he just vanish? What? I made it a damn spectacle and you leave. Damn you. Roches released his anger on the surrounding area. Though, there wasn't anyone left alive, every member of the mighty heavenly sword region was dead. The disciples, masters, elders, sword attendant and the sword master himself all died gruesome deaths. Except for Ling Kuan, he got away just fine. Master, you've returned. Never mind that, gather everyone of importance here. Also, tell everyone to leave the city unless they want to meet the Saint Emperor's wrath. You lost? Fen Jueqing asked. I didn't lose, it was a tactical retreat, go. 6 Dragons Guard, the Heavenly Fire Demon, Izanami, Tai Xia and Aerion. Those were the people he decided to take with him to Westeros. His left eye was blind and so, he used his right. Izanagi. You are abusing my abilities to the very limit, where to? My bedchamber in King's Landing. He fell into his bed and rested, nothing else seemed to matter. His thoughts didn't make it easy to sleep, he failed to defeat Roches and the consequences will be shown the next time he steps into the profound sky continent. Not only that, but he will also have to explain a few things. A wife, son and a fiancé, explaining that will be fun, to say the least. Chapter 72. Well, what do we do now? Walk around, become aware of our surroundings. The Heavenly Fire Demon replied. Sun Lin nodded. I had a feeling it was something tiresome. You're such a sloth sometimes. Wei Ling stated. The Dragon's Guard left the room with their elder leading the way. Izanami and Tai Xia stayed inside. John was patrolling Maegar's holdfast, making sure there are no trespassers. The golden armor of the King's Guard looked good on him and so did the white cape Aerion had given him. He was no longer an unknown knight as his fame skyrocketed when he placed second in melee and was granted the honor to serve as a King's Guard. He noticed a large group, 5 armed men and 2 women. All of them looked shockingly young and were well dressed. It was clear that they were not ordinary, especially the one with the white hair and scorching red eyes. John drew his sword and spoke confidently. Hold, intruders. Lay down your arms in the name of the king. Who's this king? Kai Rong asked. Aerion of the House Targaryen, first of his name, king of the Undulls, Rhoynar and First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm. His grace is also king of the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea. We serve the same person, it seems he returned most recently and brought us along. The heavenly fire demon responded. Where is his grace now? In his bedchamber, he doesn't feel well, but you can see him. If this is true, then perhaps you may know the hand of the king. Is it Robb? Yes, you know him. He's the leader of this bunch, can you lead us to him? Jon nodded. I can, it's a short walk from here. Lord Hand, urgent news. Jon came into the hall from behind the Iron Throne, followed by the 6 Dragons Guard and their elder. Robb turned and his widened in surprise, the sudden event also drew the attention of the court. Oh, that's a huge throne, but quite an ugly one, I must say. Speak again and I'll burn your tongue. Fen Juecheng shut him up, Sun Lin talked the entire walk and he was getting tired of it. Humph, children. His grace has returned and this group of Dragons Guard. Tai Shu interrupted, or added, depends on how you view it. Arrived with him. That is what they claim, at the very least. What they claim is true. Excuse me for a moment. Robb stood up and walked down to speak to his fellow Dragons Guard. He led them back out of the hall and questioned them further. Where is his grace? Aerion is currently resting in his chambers, he overused those eyes of his. It must have been something drastic, I suppose. My lord never thought of connecting both worlds together. Master called it a tactical retreat, apparently the Saint Emperor was too strong. Sun Lin answered. Tactical retreat, Saint Emperor. We can talk about it later, Jon find them suitable accommodations. Very well, you 7 follow me. Robb sighed in relief, finally, I won't have to sit on that uncomfortable chair anymore. Aerion. It was the voice of Daenerys, Aerion knew. He made an internal sigh and decided to get it all over with. Who are they? Marjorie asked. I am his fiancée and she is his wife, Izanami answered for him. Is this true? Yes. Little Aerion said, unsure himself. Despite being blind, Aerion almost laughed. He imagined Aerion tilting his head and wearing a face of confusion. Yes, Dany, it is the truth. Unbelievable. And who are you two? Tai Xia asked. I will clarify. Aerion announced grandly, temporary blindness wasn't going to diminish his charisma. First, he explained the situation to Daenerys and Marjorie. Then he stated who they were to Tai Xia and Izanami. Aerion almost felt like he was walking on eggshells. He cleverly talked his way into making the situation seem less of an issue. Still, the ladies didn't quite get along together. Which was to be expected. The child has the blood of the dragon and is your firstborn son. That makes him your heir, Marjorie stated. Aerion coughed. I haven't named any heirs yet and I do not intend to do so anytime soon. It wasn't a lie, Aerion wanted to determine his heir in the future when all his children grow up. Since you took everyone with you, does that mean you will stay longer? Daenerys asked. Yes, it does. Then something good came out of this, at the very least. Eventually, Aerion managed to stitch things together. He swore to the 7 he wasn't bringing another wife anytime soon. There would be too much chaos and fatal consequences may come from it. He remembered in one story a king had 3 sons with 3 different wives and the wives ended up killing each other's sons. In the end, he ended up slaying all 3 wives in his fury and managed to save the last of his sons. A dark tale, Aerion didn't see any of his ladies committing such deeds but the story simply came to mind. Everyone left Aerion and let him rest. He wasn't tired, of course, but no one needed to see a blind king. The recovery process was only going to be 3 days long as Aerion only used the basic Izanagi. He wanted to use Izanagi no Okami to potentially gain a new ability but decided against it, it would set him back a month or 2. Aerion wasn't planning on passively training, no, not after that humiliating defeat. Even now, his blood boiled with never-ending rage. Aerion walked into the hall, his eyes had fully recovered. One thing didn't recover however, he still thought of that loss to Roshas which sullied his mood. He couldn't smile even if he tried to. He walked to the throne and stood beneath its steps. Your Grace, the realm has dearly missed your grand presence. We are all filled with joy by your return. Mace announced. That is good to know. I would like to call for a small council meeting so that I may be informed of what has occurred while I was away. It starts in 20 minutes, I expect all of you to notify those who are not currently present. That is all for now. Aerion left the Red Keep and flew to the Hill of Rhaenys. Upon it stood the dragon pit or whatever remained of it, anyway. It was a grand ruin yet a waste of space. The dragons of House Targaryen used to dwell inside of it before it was destroyed by a couple thousand raging smallfolk. They killed the dragons below, who were inferior to their ancestors and unable to retaliate. Many dragons died in a dance of dragons as well, which didn't help in keeping the noble species alive. Never again will a dragon be caged. Aerion separated the enormous dragon pit from the ground with a vicious slash. Then he willed it to fly with his wind. He put it inside of the sky poison pearl. Now, there was only one thing to do, which was level the hill as it was filled with holes. That would be sorted in a few days. After removing the dragon pit, Aerion returned to the Red Keep and waited for his small council members to arrive. He did not have to wait long as they gathered swiftly. Most of them, at least one, was missing, and it was Duncan. "I suppose Duncan is in the stepstones?" "He is, Your Grace," Robb answered. "All right then, let's begin with the state of the treasury." Aerion looked at Kevin Lannister and he began to speak. "Since there was no debt to speak of, the treasury has been flowing with gold." "How much gold, to be exact?" "A grand sum of 700,000 dragons. The last count was just a few days ago." "Is there anything you wish to do with the gold, Your Grace?" "Of course, I would like to use it to construct a keep atop the Hill of Rhaenys. It must be large enough to accommodate over 1,000 men. Use around 200,000 dragons on that task. The rest is to be spent on expanding King's Landing. Build a long secondary wall, it does not need to be very tall, and then erect a few houses inside of the walls. That region will grow on its own after." "It will be done, Your Grace." "You have a grand vision, unlike Robert, it seems," Marwyn commented. "What of the dragon pit?" Stannis asked. "Look outside when you have the time." "I removed it." "Removed?" His face was one of bewilderment. However, it did not last long as he remembered all the feats Aerion had accomplished, especially those he had demonstrated in his reconquest. He was the closest thing to a god, many had said that countless times. Stannis is not a firm believer in the Seven, or any god for the matter, but the things Aerion did made him change his views. "Moving on, I would like to know what Robert has been up to, out of interest. My little birds say that he has begun a new life and is doing as he pleases. He works as a sellsword and has gained a following through his actions. I must say, it seems that he received the honor of exile well. It was a blessing in disguise, I suppose." After the small council was dismissed, Aerion got back to work. He rested in his bed and closed his eyes. The dragon glanced down at him and smiled. "No rest for the king. I had 3 days of rest, 3 days more than I would have liked. You always put much effort towards growth, but I haven't seen you like this before. It will be interesting to see how far you can go." Aerion opened the gate and walked forward. He walked past the cloaked man, who wished him good luck, and continued up the stairs. First was Tywin, who was burned to death. His gold was graciously taken. Then Robert was impaled by Skypiercer. Jaime and the Mountain followed soon after. Lastly, Rhaegar Targaryen. Aerion slayed him as well. He walked the final set of stairs with relative ease and was met with a gate at the very end. Floor 8. He opened the gate and a new world appeared before him. At least, he expected a new world. It was an arena instead, and he stood in the very center. The audience all seemed to be quite noble, in appearance anyway. Aerion realized that he couldn't fly. The crowd laughed in amusement as a giant appeared and smacked him in the face, sending him to the wall. Aerion spit out blood and brought out a giant of his own. A crimson one. Its eyes were golden and they glowed brightly. Its hands were empty until Aerion willed for a weapon to manifest. The Susanoo took Skypiercer, surrounded it in its crimson aura and enlarged it to a suitable size. "It can do that? Impressive." Purgatory. With one horizontal slash, the long and mighty Skypiercer cut the giant in half. The gold it dropped was taken in by the dungeon ring. Then a new challenger came through one of the gates. He looked unique, to say the least. A horned helmet, weirdly made sword and that strange set of armor. In 3 words, the man sent Aerion flying again. Chapter 73. Fuss Ro Da. What? Bang! Aerion returned to the wall and got up. However, the man was already on him. Aerion blocked his sword strike with Skypiercer. Aerion struck him with Blackfire. The man tried to block with his dagger, but Blackfire easily overwhelmed it, sending it away. He stepped back, but Aerion wasn't going to give him a moment of rest. He attacked with fury and was rewarded handsomely for his efforts. While their swords clashed, Skypiercer inched closer and easily ran through the man's side. Skypiercer's axe was just as deadly as the point, if not more so. "A worthy fighter," he stated. He raised his other arm, the one without a sword, and an orange aura appeared. When it vanished, the wound had completely healed. Aerion looked at the man in awe. Such great healing skill should be impossible. Then he summoned a bolt of lightning which flew straight towards Aerion. He didn't see it coming and so, he fell victim to its electrifying nature. He did it again, but the same trick doesn't work on the dragon twice. Aerion dodged with swift dexterity. Star God's broken shadow. For afterimages appeared in the wake of Aerion's movement, which did leave the man in confusion. Aerion did not waste the opportunity. He impaled the man with the point of Sky Piercer and was about to decapitate him, but he moved away with supernatural speed after shouting 3 words. He was about to heal again. Aerion knew he would. Shoo! Sky Piercer whistled past and penetrated the man's shoulder. It went by with such force that it took the man with it. He ended up being stuck to the wall. Silver Calamity. Flames erupted forth, both crimson and black. Crimson Demon Slash. There was not enough time. The flames erased him the moment they came in contact. Aerion wanted to take a break, but the game organizer didn't seem to care, nor did the audience. The next challengers appeared almost as quickly as the previous one had died. This shall be difficult, however. One does not grow much without a few hardships. The dungeon has what I require most, it seems. Aerion cut down another fighter with his Sky Piercer. At some point, he stopped counting how many he had slain. It was most definitely over 100. He stood in the very center, soaked in the blood of his enemies. All of them were only slightly weaker, if not equal in strength when compared to him. They were all different and used various skills. Some were completely foreign to Aerion. But Aerion was quick to adapt and overcome such things. The fire that Roshas had set alight in him was slow to diminish. In fact, it began to thrive. Aerion has not felt this driven to progress his cultivation before. The humiliation of being forced to flee was a wound that simply refused close, and it never will, not until he returns it back in full. Oh my, you don't look in the best state. A man, flying over Aerion, stated. He was the one who announced his opponents and probably chose them. Only the 7 knows where he obtained them from. Bring in the next one. Aerion countered. No. Continuing will do more harm than good. What harm? Let's just say you might not wake again. Never, wake again. You heard what I said, did you not? I would be severely punished if that were to happen. But, you may return in the following night. Farewell. He waved his hand and Aerion found himself back in his luxurious chamber. Which was definitely not where he wanted to be. He sighed and began to notice that he felt lightheaded. In the arena, he had fought through dozens of wounds, some of which could have easily killed him. But he walked through it and now, he felt the consequences. He couldn't put himself to sleep no matter how hard he tried, so he got up and dressed into some casual clothing. Then he walked out. The halls of Maegor's Holdfast were dead silent in the night, which was to be expected. Everyone was asleep. Except for the guards, they were always alert. Especially the King's Guard. Aerion did not have any guards at his door as he found it unnecessary, slimming their duties down to just protecting his ladies and newborn son. There were a few patrolling around as well, confirming whether there were trespassers or not. Their search usually came to no avail since committing such an act would require both great bravery and skill. Aerion fetched himself a jar of wine and filled his cup. He took a sip and immediately recognized where it was from. It had a sweet taste, and there's one place that is well known for their sweet wine, the Arbor. After taking a few more cups, he went to his study. Is it not a bit too late, Your Grace? A guard asked. It is, I admit, but I feel quite restless. Do you need me to wake the maester? He should have a few recipes too. There is no need, but I thank you for the suggestion. It is my duty to serve as best as I can, Your Grace. Aerion nodded and continued. He grabbed a few documents which were specifically about Dragonstone. Aerion had asked for regular updates on Viserys. It was about time he read a few and caught up. After reading the last page, he was quite impressed. Viserys actually did well. He is my uncle, after all. I shall reward him later, for all of his efforts. Though, one thing caught him off guard. Viserys had reportedly been inspired by the unique structure of Dragonstone and began to study it, then he proclaimed that he would be known as the greatest architect the known world has ever witnessed. In the future, of course. Aerion got a good laugh from that. Huh. Aerion opened his eyes at last, after a long sleep. On his desk laid over a dozen books, all of which were meant to put him to sleep from boredom. It was a gradual process, but, in the end, the strategy worked. He stood up and beheld his newfound strength. His expedition in the arena had resulted in an explosive increase in cultivation strength. Before, it had taken him about 4 months to break through from the third stage of the Tyrant Profound Realm to the fourth. Now, well, according to a rough estimation, it would only take around a month to break through to the fifth stage. This is assuming he kept pace. He sent a guard to find Rob and soon enough, he arrived. Your Grace. There's no need for that here, Rob. I want to thank you for serving as my hand while I was away, though I do not know how. Is there anything you need in particular? I would certainly dash. There is no need. Without you, my lord, I would be nothing. One among the many, just another man. You entrusted me with the highest honor, over dozens of other great men, and now I must ask for more. Forgive me, but I cannot. Rob is a true friend. Many would have asked for land, gold or whatever else they wanted. Aerion cleared his voice, realizing that the speech had quite the effect on him. I am glad you joined my ship that fateful day. Come, we have a few matters to settle. Aerion stood up from his seat. If I think about it, there is one thing I would like to ask of you. Rob stated. And that is? A wife. That can easily be arranged, but it is a rather random request. Ha ha ha, Your Grace, I am merely jesting. I do need one thing, though. Go on. Yesterday, you weren't yourself. All to the point and, to an extent, cold. I don't know what happened in the Sword region, but... Worry not, I am over it. Not exactly the truth, but I will try my best. That should be enough. Good to know. Where are we going then, my lord? I wish to see your Dragon's Guard. My Dragon's Guard? You are the Lord Commander, no? Go on, lead the way. As you command. Rob led Aerion to the temporary quarters of the Dragon's Guard. It was a huge manse below the Red Keep. It was near Aegon's Hill and was quite a pleasant sight to behold. The Dragon's Guard weren't living in poverty, that was for sure. I wonder how HAREM will adapt to Westeros. An interesting thing to consider, Your Grace. Aerion gathered the Dragon's Guard at the entrance of the villa. They were all present, all 8 of them. The inside of the manse was even more decorated than the outside. Since you are alive and well, here, master. Funju etching through the storage ring filled with heavenly cultivation pills to Aerion, and he caught it. He laughed afterwards. I have no need for these, they were meant for you all. Well, we don't need them anyway. We would smash through the 7 Nations tournament relying on superior cultivation strength. The only way we can truly grow is by surpassing all the trials that await us. They are learning well. Oh. So you want to go down the more difficult route? Sun Lin spoke for him. Of course, it would be too easy the other way. As you wish. Aerion placed the pills into his sky poison pearl. But how can they grow when there is no profound energy in the air? Meditation is out of the question. Pills, sparring and learning new profound skills came to mind. They won't use pills. Sparring would also yield limited results. The only thing that they can efficiently do is improve their overall battle power by improving their skills. Divine Origin 6, I have to grow as well while also managing the 7 Kingdoms. King's Landing and the rest of the Crownlands have been conquered, both land and people. The rest, not so much. I have yet to even make an appearance in the Riverlands, the North and Dorne. A royal progress would be helpful, but that's for the future. Before we do anything else, was Old Town properly evacuated? Aerion looked at his disciples. Tai Shu nodded. There were a few who refused, but most left at once. I had to drag my father out of deep meditation and then he did the rest. Did they leave to a certain location or simply scatter? The noble rogue sect left for the wasteland of death, where a few underground outposts had been built decades prior. Wonderful news, you shall lead me to these outposts when the time comes. After being reassured, Aerion settled the Dragon's Guard properly. He officially established a new household guard, specifically for House Targaryen, and named it the Dragon's Guard, of course. On that day he made it known that the Sacred Seven were to be regarded as equals to the King's Guard. A rivalry was soon forged, something Aerion had intended. They can learn a thing or two from the Dragon's Guard, he thought. Aerion stood on a balcony which gave him a good view of King's Landing. A smile emerged on his face. No longer miserable? Jasmine questioned. I suppose. I have realized that Roshas can celebrate and feast over his victory for a couple of months, but it shall be I, Aerion Targaryen, who will have the last laugh. You are yourself again. This princess is impressed by your quick recovery. I will need more than a charming smile to defeat Roshas, I am sure. You never know. He decided to ignore that comment. And with that, Aerion returned to the dungeon the following night. Chapter 74. After residing in King's Landing for around 2 months, Aerion had made sure that everything was progressing as it should. Usually, he would oversee the construction of the castle or assist the dragon's guard in their training. Most nights were spent in the arena, where he would continue to push himself to the very limit. He did visit Tai Xia's bed every now and then to fulfill his grand duties that came with being a husband. He began to notice that his sessions had provided quite the boost in cultivation strength, especially for Xia. This was something cultivators called dual cultivation. After a long night in the arena, Aerion woke to a breakthrough. Tyrant Profound 6. Yes, it was impressive but nowhere near where he needed to be in order to match the strength that Roche's had shown. There was still much work to be done. Grand Maester Marwyn. Aerion approached his Grand Maester with a request. It was one of the first things he did that day as it was of relative importance. Yes, Your Grace. Send a raven to Dragonstone, requesting for the arrival of my uncle. Prince Viserys. I assume he will be participating in the upcoming royal progress. Your assumption is correct, Grand Maester. Any dragons, by any chance? Viserion and Moonfire, I suppose. Magical creatures and deadly, when fully grown. I find it disappointing that the mighty Rhaegar will not be making an appearance. I hear tales that he is larger than Balerion and his fire burns a crimson color. Apparently, his roar could shake the land and sea alike. I wish to behold that kind of dragon. Forgive me, Your Grace, I have spoken too much. You shall see Rhaegar soon enough. Even I haven't checked on him for some time. I'll do so once I make my return to the profound sky continent. It is no issue, I understand. I shall be going now, Your Grace. After a quick bow, Marwyn walked away. Blue Wind Empire, Old Town. Roche's looked down on the city that was known by the name Old Town. Many homes were deserted of life, so much so that it made Roche's wonder if someone else had visited the town prior. But the buildings were all in fine condition, so that scenario was unlikely. He gritted his teeth. Not only did that boy escape, but he also made sure that those around him wouldn't witness my wrath. Not all is lost, though. He smiled mischievously at the city. He saw the colossal and arrogant statue of June Long that was the first thing he turned into a ruin. Even though most of the people had left the city, there were still a few who were stubborn, and those were the ones who were burnt alive that day. With a wave of his hand, thousands of his supporters rained down from the skies and began to destroy the rest. After a few hours, everything in the surrounding area was on fire. Roche's didn't find the destruction of Old Town quite as amusing as he thought he would. My lord. This was a meaningless effort. He moved on to other things. His conquest of the world, to be exact. It was swiftly nearing its completion. 3 sacred grounds destroyed, and the last belonged to him. Now, all that remained were the 7 nations, a far weaker target. There was no one, not a single person in the entire profound sky continent who could resist his overwhelming strength. It was only a matter of time before all would bow and acknowledge him as the sovereign of the world. Fire. An arrow flew straight towards the stag, but the noble creature was able to turn at the right time. The arrow hit its horns and ricocheted to the grass. After noticing its silver-haired predators, the stag fled at an unbelievable speed. That was a great shot, Daenerys. The stag was fortunate to flee unscathed. I still missed. You hit its horns, Aerion thought. Not a complete miss. Besides, that stag was one of the fastest I've ever seen in a Kingswood. Aerion wished to hunt in the Kingswood by himself, as it would be quite the waste not to do so. It was a forest meant for only one person, the king. Anyone who was found hunting in the Kingswood without the king's permission would have to face death. It was an effective deterrent. Aerion had not seen a single soul hunting, besides himself and Daenerys. When he left the Red Keep, Daenerys had rushed to his side and asked to join him in the hunt. He acknowledged her request, and here we are. In the beginning, Daenerys was quite terrible with the bow. But she learned the skill of archery quickly with Aerion instructing her. Eventually, with some assistance from Aerion, she took down a stag. He was one of the slower ones, but it was still an achievement to be proud of. See? It isn't quite as hard as you think. He dealt the final blow to the stag, ending its misery. Moonfire attempted to set the beast alight with its silver flames. The small dragon succeeded, slightly. Instead of burning the entire stag, the flames only managed to burn a small hole. A small hole, for a small dragon. Seems fair. Aerion decided to take the stag to the Red Keep, where it would be properly cooked. On the way back, Aerion and Daenerys spoke of the morning. We should do this more often. Aerion agreed. A fine suggestion. Perhaps we will get around fixing that broken aim. It was a mere jest, an exaggeration to be sure. After seeing her reaction, all he could do was laugh. She took it too seriously. Is it really broken? Gods no, if only you could see me firing off arrows 4 years ago. Now that was truly broken aim anyway, I ultimately improved through practice. Your Grace, Princess. A familiar face dropped from the sky. What was a seemingly impossible feat became a fairly common occurrence ever since the Dragon's Guard arrived. Most of them began to call Aerion by his kingly title, something that was to be expected. Rob, what is it? Prince Viserys has arrived by ship recently, just a few minutes ago. He seems patient enough to wait a rare thing. Aerion chuckled. A rare thing indeed, he has certainly changed. I will see him in a couple moments. Very well. He flew high, in the direction of King's Landing. Why Viserys, of all people? Daenerys questioned. Why, Viserys is the Prince of Dragonstone and my uncle. I've decided it was due time I built relations with my subjects. That would be easily accomplished through a few royal progresses, which is what I plan to do. There are only 3, 4, now, Targaryens left in the world. I understand, it is because he is important. Speaking of Viserys, will he remain unmarried? No, that would be a waste. I plan to marry him to Princess Aerion. I cannot say, but I hear she is beautiful but willful. Viserys and a willful wife living well, it is hard to imagine. Aerion shrugged. It does not matter much, anyway. Marriages are, especially for those of noble birth, usually forged for alliances and the production of an offspring. They walked to King's Landing and later the Red Keep, where Aerion took his place on the Iron Throne. Unamusingly, a couple of people needed his approval. First, it was some merchant who wanted to construct a shop that would sell tools, among other things. Aerion agreed to his request. Then some peasants came in to complain about a group of bandits who have been robbing and slaying a decent number of them. Aerion sent a dozen men to that village. Then, finally, it was Viserys who came. Aerion dismissed his court and walked down the stairs of the Iron Throne to face Viserys. Greetings, uncle, how was the journey? Quick enough, Dragonstone is not far from King's Landing. That is good to hear. Come, let us converse in a more suitable place. They walked to Maegor's Holdfast and Aerion ordered for a small feast. He handed over the stag to the cooks and let them go to work. Daenerys soon joined the table and it became a happy family reunion, more or less. I hear you have 4 wives. It seems to me that you are relishing the title of king. You are misinformed, uncle. I only have a single wife, although that number is bound to increase. And being king is not always quite so delightful. It is tedious at times and you always have to be on your edge, unless you wish to look like a fool. That is what Robert has become, a common jest, some fat drunkard king who did no good to the realm, which is true, I suppose. But when he reigned, none would dare to speak against him. How things change, no, how quickly these people change. There is no doubt that it was the same when my grandfather, Aerys II Targaryen, was slain by the Kingslayer and Robert took his place. The only person who was truly honest was Ser Barristan. He was not afraid to tell me of why Aerys was named the Mad King. He was a man who slowly turned to madness, but he was not born with it. He became obsessed with fire, even choosing it as his champion when Rhaegar Stark demanded a trial by combat. And I hear that you suit yourself an architect. Daenerys stated, with a slight tone of mockery. I do, indeed. Speaking of architecture, nephew, I have a grand plan that will require your approval and assistance. Most intriguing. If my dear uncle means financial assistance, he might have to wait a while. Castles and walls are not cheap, but there is a way I can vastly increase my wealth. Westeros has been conquered, but there are other lands, other continents, that can be conquered. Chapter 75. So, what did you have in mind? The reconstruction of Summerhall. Summerhall. An interesting suggestion, one that I agree with. Unfortunately, the crown's gold has already been used on another castle. Ah, I saw. You plan to expand King's Landing, as well, it is reasonable. Have you ever thought of expanding to other lands, dear nephew? It would be foolish not to think about it, but I would rather not start conquering now. My conquest started just about a year ago and I have been king for a small 8 months. Saving your second conquest for later, eh? Emicham, you are correct. Viserys smiled. It shall be a grand spectacle when the dragon's banners are raised. Aerion nodded. The world will tremble in fear on that day. And when it is done, the free cities will be free no more. While Aerion was making preparations, he asked a few people if they would be willing to come with him. Tai Xia kindly rejected, which was understandable. Other than that, everyone agreed. The first kingdom that Aerion wanted to visit was the Stormlands. It was in between the way to Dorne from King's Landing, making the journey rather convenient. Aerion traveled in a relatively small group. 3 Kingsguard, a dozen knights, Marjorie, Viserys, Daenerys, Izanami and himself. There wasn't a need for more. On the way, he visited a few holdfasts and keeps where he was warmly welcomed. There was many great things that came with being a king, along with a few less great things. But it all balances out pretty well. The group walked up the rough hills to see a familiar sight. Storm's End, the first piece of land he had conquered in the Seven Kingdoms. There were a few interesting memories in that place, that was certain. Izanami took hold of his right hand with her left. So this is where you defeated the old king for the second time. Quite impressive, I must say. Aerion could hear the sarcasm a mile away. You are occasionally sharper than my blade, Izanami. I could have beaten him with strategy, but that would have taken more time. Simply put, unnecessary. Emicham, sure. The reinforcements from Dorne and the Reach would have turned the tables either way. Marjorie pleasantly stated. Daenerys shrugged. You are all placing far too much importance in a past event. That is true. Aerion agreed. Let's continue, we are not far. They walked towards the bridge and crossed it fairly slowly, taking in their surroundings. The gate opened quickly to their arrival. Reply Baratheon was the first person to welcome his king and company. Welcome to Storm's End, your grace. I was surprised when I heard that you would be making your arrival. Why Storm's End, of all places? It is the closest. It wouldn't hurt to make a quick visit, would it? No, not at all. Everyone, come, a feast shall be prepared for his grace. A good feast it was, but Aerion did not eat much. He would rather drink a few glasses of wine. Many of the people already knew Aerion from his days as Lord of Storm's End. Those days were short, yet glorious for many. They remembered how he humiliated Robert Baratheon for days on end with his supreme power. The soldiers, especially, revered the now king. It seemed that for a day it was Aerion's castle, not Renly's, or Stannis for that matter. There is only one man who can produce such outstanding reverence, Renly thought. It was the Targaryen pirate king who fell to a ferocious storm and reappeared over a year past his death. This time he himself became the storm as he swept the Seven Kingdoms in 4 months. In no time at all, Robert had been dethroned. Wherever Aerion goes, others follow. His greatest weapon is charisma. That and his magical abilities. Loras Tyrell seemed to have settled nicely in Storm's End. Weird, he and Renly seemed to have something going on. I would rather not know. Marjorie left Aerion's side to speak to her brother. Izanami took her seat. I have a surprise for you, outside. I wonder what it is. You will see. He decided it was time to meet once again. Your father. Damn you, Aerion. Aerion laughed. You gave too big of a clue. I can still act unsuspecting if you want. You are too considerate, Aerion, but it is not necessary. Humph, what does he have to say anyway? Not much. Interesting. After the feast, Aerion left the hall and went outside. The sun was long gone. The only sources of light that remained were the shining moon and sparkling stars. It reminded him of worse days, when he would dream of returning to Westeros and vengeance. Most of all, he used to wish for the prosperity of himself and his family. Daenerys and Viserys was all he had left back then. You have come far since we last met. Aerion heard the voice of an old man behind him, so he turned. It was him. Why do you come here now, of all times? You seem to be struggling, my dear daughter tells me. What would I be struggling with? You so this is a dragon's pride. Let's have a different approach to this. Draw your weapon. What is this old man talking about? He wants me to fight him. Go on, old doesn't quite mean fragile. Being a cultivator, you should know that by now. Aerion reluctantly drew Blackfire. That was his primary weapon, after all. Good. The old man drew his own blade, which was a fairly long katana. In an instant, its blade would have separated Aerion's head from his body if not for his quick reaction. He blocked it, barely. He's fast. Use more of your strength, or you will meet an unfortunate end. Aerion stepped back as the old man tried to push Blackfire out of the way and cut him. Aerion activated Draconic Heart, temporarily gaining an advantage until the old man effortlessly increased his own strength. Then he was stronger again. With one blow, he sent Aerion into the distant skies. I know you can do more than that. Lightning formed around his free hand for a few seconds. Then he released it in the direction of Aerion, who had recently recovered his balance. The lightning took the shape of a roaring dragon. It was one without wings, but it could most definitely fly. Damn it, Crimson Demon Slash. The two moves clashed against each other, neither coming out of the confrontation as the decisive victor. Most impressive. He clapped. But the real fight starts now, Using Observe, I discovered that the old man had jumped all the way to Divine Origin 6. This had to be intentional, but how did he know? Aerion reluctantly activated Silver Calamity. Aerion struck first, with an overhead feint that turned into a diagonal slash. This caught the old man by surprise, but only temporarily. He parried the attack and tried to counter, but a crimson-scaled hand had grabbed his blade. But it was all for naught. The old man's blade cut through Aerion's hand. Aerion retreated hastily, but the old man was too fast. In an instant, his right arm was sliced off. Blood spewed forth. Aerion did not feel quite as horrified as he thought he would be. That was a bold move, but you should not attempt it against my sword. But it would have worked, otherwise, how unlucky. An intense crimson aura erupted from Aerion as more and more scales began to appear on his body, both silver and crimson. Soon enough, wings sprouted forth and new scaled arm replaced its unfortunate predecessor. How unlucky indeed, but that does not matter much. So this is the strength of a dragon. I haven't quite mastered it yet. It is very easy to simply let go. Last time I did that, the heavenly fire demon had been ravaged. I would rather have control over myself, but the fury is awfully hard to contain. The blood of Arios, it has grown thicker. You know about that? The old man laughed. Why, of course, I do. It is the main reason I sought you out, but that information is for later. What else do you know? Very few things can escape my eyes, let's leave it at that. Fine. Surprisingly, Aerion had exchanged several blows with the old man. Even matching the old man when he used various powerful elemental skills. But it all ended when Aerion grew weary of Silver Calamity. His effectiveness rapidly declined until he was forced to power down. Aerion was breathless and the old man was seemingly pleased. You fought well, I must say. But your main weakness is that you run out of strength quickly. Your opponents are likely to take advantage of this. You are a wise young man, I am sure you will find a solution. And just like that, he vanished. Aerion looked at his wounds. He almost died in that spar. His scales scattered in all directions, leaving his body. His eyes were heavy, forcing themselves shut. The floating technique was deactivated soon after and a half-conscious found himself falling down into the roaring sea from the distant sky. But someone caught him midway. Father did not show much mercy, it seems, but you will thank him for it later. I, already, have. Chapter 76. That old man seems to have an ulterior motive. Aerion looked up to the dragon. Everyone has a motive, a goal, that is what drives people forward. But, alas, I could care less what his goals are. I have ambitions of my own to complete. That is true, perhaps I am too concerned over a few words he spoke. He seems more of an ally than foe. There is nothing to worry about, dragon. Only time will tell, just be cautious. What could his goal be anyway? He's thousands of times stronger than I currently, anyway. In the future, however, no man will be able to stand in my way. He might require my assistance then. I would cheerfully comply, as long as his request is reasonable. He is rather mysterious, though I'll keep the dragon's advice in mind. Aerion entered the 7th floor through the gate. As usual, the cloaked man awaited him on the very first platform. It has been a long time since they had a transaction, so he somewhat tried to get Aerion to give away his gold. He made various gestures for Aerion to walk to him. You see, this rich merchant needs some gold. Why do you need it? You are rich, surely. That gold can buy me something nothing else can. And that is? Life. Once I gather enough of it, I can live again. You are the one and only person who can do so. Do you understand now? Fair enough, since I am kind man, you can have it. Just give me something useful in exchange. All right. By the way, what I just said was just a half-truth. On what world do I need you more than you need me? I can live again. I am already alive. You looked rather compassionate for a few seconds there. Damn you, your little ploy worked perfectly. How am I to know whether he is alive or not? I planned on spending the gold upon my return to the profound sky continent, after defeating Roshas. Oh well. I am a genius merchant indeed. Kind, too. I feel as if your pride is getting in the way of progress. How so? You already know. It was hard enough for you to take those tyrant profound pills, and that was out of need. Ah, that is the reason why you don't cash out as of recent. You want to defeat Roshas with your own strength. Is this not true? It is, more or less. Have it your way. He tossed back the ring. I'll return in a few months. The dungeon ring slid back into Aerion's finger. He looked into the clear, heavenly blue sky of the 7th floor. Pride, a weakness? Aerion went only upwards, passing all obstacles in his path with relative ease. This time, instead of entering through the portal, Aerion remained on the last platform. The third gate, Purgatory, burst open. The plan was to keep it open, for as long as possibly. This was to erase one of his weaknesses in battle. Consistency, a hard thing to achieve when using anything above Draconic Heart. In battle, I shall have no weaknesses. That is the goal, anyway. How will one reach the very peak, his goals and ambitions, if he does not strive for it? I will aim for it, and, by the end, grasp it with my bare hands. I have many goals, far more than just defeating Roshas, such as self-improvement. I have many things in mind. Let's see. A perfect and undefeatable warrior I shall be. A great, ambitious and wise ruler I shall be. A passionate and chivalrous husband, an encouraging and caring father, I shall be. Seems about right. I should start with the warrior part. After exhausting himself for a long, very long, period of time, he moved on to the arena. He woke after a long night in the arena with a headache, but his body seemed to have recovered well from the long spar. He wasn't quite 100, but that would come with a day or two of rest. Izanami is a lifesaver. If it weren't for her, I would be washed up on some island. Or worse, floating in the middle of the narrow sea. In that case, returning to Storm's End would have taken some time. He got dressed into another set of clothes as his previous clothing was not in the best condition. It was torn by wind and stained by fire and wind in the spar. His right arm seemed to be back to normal, apart from the fact that it felt rather stiff. That goes away after some time. After a few days were spent in Storm's End, Aerion started a long and treacherous journey to Dorne. Well, it wasn't actually going to be long, nor treacherous, quite the opposite actually. He decided that it was a good time to bring out his dragon. After all, a journey to Dorne by foot would waste a few months, time that Aerion would rather use on something more productive. If he were traveling alone, then it would take only a few hours, a day at the very most, a laughably short journey. But, he wasn't going alone. Aerion finally entered the Sky Poisoned Pearl, scanning his surroundings. Rhaegar was, of course, larger than before, and his crimson scales looked sharper than ever. His crimson tone did emit a menacing aura, yet for some, it can be seen as something beautiful. Beauty is subjective, after all. Daemon grew as well, even more drastically than Rhaegar, but not only in size. The snake at his tail breathed deadlier poison, his wings were longer, allowing for quicker flight, his claws were much sharper, and Aerion estimated that an entire, fully grown, bear could fit in his mouth. Most intriguing of all, he could now breathe flames. These flames are mostly the usual orange shade, but they occasionally display an interesting blue hue. The blue flames are much more powerful and emit far more heat. Interesting. I wonder how they would fare against Rhaegar's scarlet flames. It has been a while, father. Rhaegar was the first to speak, his voice seemed to be deeper than Aerion remembered. It has been indeed. Aerion agreed. Too long, I believe. Can we leave this place? Daemon asked. Yes, you may. Aerion released them from his Sky Poison Pearl. They were finally free to stretch their wings and fly into the azure sky, which they did. The wind blew loudly, the trees turned, and some were violently removed from their roots as the two beasts took flight. Such wild and unrestrained strength. To most they seem mythical, godly, creatures, but to Aerion they were no more than his pets. Is that a dragon? Gods, it is. Rhaegar's wings covered Storm's End with ease, starving the mighty castle and all of its inhabitants of the sun's radiant light. Then he flew further away and his shadow dissipated. They are straying a bit too far. I shall let them have their fun. Was that what I thought it was? Viserys asked, after he found Aerion's whereabouts. He stood at the highest tower, which was one of his favorite places. One could observe many things from it, especially the surrounding land. Yes, it was. My crimson-scaled dragon, Rhaegar, and chimera. What in seven hells is a chimera? I cannot say for sure, but I believe it is a mixture between lion, eagle, goat and snake. How is that even possible? Aerion shrugged. I don't know, I simply encountered two on one of my adventures, had to kill the parent before it killed me, and it turned out that there was a cub in its lair. And you decided to raise it? Certainly. I wouldn't have done so, but it is a rather magnificent beast. The dragon, however, I have seen before. It has grown rapidly over the months, a frightening sight, to most. Aerion smiled. Does he scare you as well, dear uncle? No, I am of the blood of the dragon, I fear no such thing. That is good, for dragons are our loyal companions and ours only. At last, Rhaegar and Daemon had returned. Aerion told everyone to prepare for departure, so they were all more or less ready. There was no courtyard quite large enough to fit the mighty and towering Rhaegar, so he had to land on the rough hills. Despite this, he was still prideful as ever as he looked down on most of his father's following. I will not carry those fools, you can leave them to Daemon. They would prefer his golden fur over my crimson scales anyway. Aerion turned to those behind him. Choose which one you wish to mount. Turns out that Rhaegar was rather intimidating to the knights, so they all were helped on top of Daemon. The king's guard followed when Aerion said he would not judge them on a fairly meaningless decision. Aerion then tamed Rhaegar, allowing those who were less intimidated to mount the crimson-scaled dragon. This group included Marjorie, Daenerys and Viserys, a very select group. Izanami flew on her own as usual. The journey started soon after, though it quickly became a race. Rhaegar and Daemon sped past the lands like there was no tomorrow, trying to one-up each other at each turn. Daemon was naturally faster, but he had to carry more people. Aerion stayed behind with Izanami. How noble of you, my dragon. Aerion smiled. I couldn't leave my lady all alone, for the night is dark and full of terrors. Aerion almost forgot that saying, he wasn't the biggest follower of the R'hllor religion. But it was quite popular with Essos. You learn a few things after straying in the free cities for years upon years. When you are a cultivator, I doubt there are any terrors in this world. True enough, I suppose. Either way, I wanted to see a place before going straight to Dorne. Are you coming with me? Aerion offered his hand and she accepted his offer without much hesitation. I couldn't leave you all alone, you might have found yourself some Dornish woman if that were so. Aerion laughed. Perhaps it is true, I hear they are rather fierce and have a special allure to them. But I don't think any of them are worthy enough to be more bride, and I am a chaste man, so the chances of that happening are low. Emicham, go on, fly. Alright, prepare yourself. Boom. Aerion went to search for one place and one place only, one he had seen before, though it was only in a vision. The place had some history, so he simply wanted to see it in person. It was a building called the Tower of Joy. Chapter 77. There it is, more of a ruin than I last remembered. That vision was 15 years ago, this was to be expected. That is all you wanted to see, a tower. It is no ordinary tower, Izanami. This was where my father brought Lyanna Stark after running away together. Robert Baratheon thought that he had abducted the girl, which was the spark that led to the rebellion. Your father wasn't very thoughtful. He was an arrogant fool. But he is still my father. I don't remember much of him. If only things had happened differently, then I would have known him better. Aerion explored the Tower of Joy, just as he had before. It seemed to have been abandoned for all these years. Dorne probably had no use for a tower in the middle of nowhere. The tower did serve some purpose, reminding Aerion that he may still have an alive sibling. He had not forgotten, but there were more important matters at hand. After some time, Aerion moved on. He flew with Izanami to Sunspear, the seat of the Martells, at a relaxed pace. They arrived in the evening. It was a beautiful city indeed. Surrounded by the glowing sea, its towers were tall and domineering as they looked down on the shadow city beneath. Their golden roofs glimmered as the sun's orange light shined upon them. The walls were rigid and seemed to be impenetrable. A few fires were lit, but the city was slowly closing its eyes anyway. Aerion flew down and greeted the guards. 7 hells, a man who can fly. Silver hair, purple eyes, it is his grace, the king. Open the bloody gate immediately. The gate began to slowly move upwards after one of the guards began to turn the mechanism. The more experienced of the guards, the one who ordered that the gate be opened, approached Aerion. Just a moment, your grace. Eventually, it opened. The guard led him and Izanami into the inner keep. Aerion gained many glances, some longer than others, as he walked to where his company had settled. It was the main keep, yet there were no signs of Doran. Where is my uncle, sire? Ah, perhaps you do not know, but the Prince of Dorne, your uncle, resides in the Water Gardens. It has been so since your grace's reconquest of Westeros came to a close. I shall visit him in the morrow, then. Some good rest never hurt anyone. Aerion followed the guard into the guest rooms where everyone else had called it a day. Apparently, riding dragons and flying lions had taken their energy for the day. The guard made a jest. That is to be expected, those two are rather competitive. Where are they now? Only the 7 know. I see they will return, eventually. Now all I have to do is find a room for myself and lay down. I chose one of the remaining rooms and rested. Aerion willed his eyes to close and, eventually, drifted into a long and uninterrupted slumber. First thing he did was go through floor 7 and into the arena. Floor 8 came to mind. He wondered if there was such a thing. Maybe the arena was made to prepare me for the next floor. I can expect opponents of the divine origin realm if that's the case. A thrilling thought, I suppose. The dragon has made his return. The announcer paused, giving the crowd time to cheer. He has defeated countless opponents. Some were intimidating, others were mystical. But one thing was certain, they were, most of all, dangerous. Now, today is a special day. For there will only be one battle. An almost evil smile surfaced on the announcer's face. A bloody one, it shall be a bloody one, indeed. Compose yourselves for a grand spectacle, one that you may never see again. The arena broke down into hundreds of segments, turning to ash shortly after. The spectators were flung high into the air, where they regained their footing. They looked from high above now and looked over what was happening to the land below. It was inherently a deserted land with very few signs of life. That was, until life sprang forth. Thousands of trees grew from the ground, colossal mountains were dropped from the sky, and beasts formed from nothing almost as quickly as the arena turned to ash. But that was not all, far from it, in fact. An earth-shaking march filled the land, silencing all other uproar. Slowly that march was matched with the thousands of dark figures lurking in the vivid green forest. Once they discovered their target, the march ended and a few moments of silence began. These moments were not long, as a thunderous war cry broke out. This was followed by a mighty volley of arrows. Arrows? They can do better than that. Aerion was not troubled by the arrows, until one pierced through his wind aura and stabbed his chest. Another followed, impaling him in the knee. That was when he decided to counter. A ferocious wind surged from his hand and into the sky, demanding that the arrows fall prematurely. Meanwhile, Aerion had taken out those 2 arrows and dropped them down to the plain grass. Is that all? He confidently asked, ignoring his minor wounds. Another volley was sent his way. This time Aerion was more prepared. The arrows were sent back into the forest, killing a few hundred of them. The general then realized shooting arrows at Aerion was not the best idea. Weapons were drawn and readied. Formations were formed and a new war cry was sounded. This time they charged. This was when the bloodshed truly began. A huge wall of spearmen came first, followed by the rest. Those spearmen were also well protected as they held shields with the other hand. This wasn't the only problem. Aerion still could not fly. A tactical retreat is at hand, ha ha ha. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion distanced himself from the army. A few moments was all he needed. Then, from his profound energy, a sphere of fire formed. With every moment, the sphere grew in strength until it reached a certain limit. That was when Aerion let it fly. Star-scorching demon lotus. Boom. The phoenix flames penetrated the ranks with ease, incinerating all who came into contact with its warmth. However, one man halted the flames. He swept it all away with one mighty swing. His eyes burned with a thirst for blood, Aerion's blood to be precise. He dismounted from his horse and started to walk towards him. The remaining members of his army followed, though keeping some distance. He put the fire out with one swing, most impressive. The audacity, to kill so many of my men. Did you not strike me first? You can only blame the outcome on yourself, fool. And you call me a fool, I will murder you. Aerion tactfully dodged the first swing and attempted to counter with a strike of his own, but the general was faster than he expected. In an instant, he had swung again, at least twice as fast than before. He drew first blood. Aerion had opened Draconic Heart, but it wasn't quite enough to escape his bloodthirsty spear. It was a cut to the side of his neck, a painful wound indeed. Aerion unleashed Stormcaller and his eyes turned red with rage as he activated his Sharingan. On the next swing, Aerion blocked the spear with ease. 1,000 cuts. Wind swirled around the general and in response, he backed away. Aerion wasn't going to allow him to leave unscathed. The wind around Stormcaller began to surge as Aerion enhanced it with his own profound energy. Mighty Wind Slash. Star God's broken shadow. After releasing the Wind Slash, Aerion left behind several after images with his blinding speed. The general handled the mighty Wind Slash well, but something far more fatal was approaching from behind. Purgatory, destroying sky, decimating earth. The mighty general was ripped to shreds by the devastating explosion. It was merciless, taking his life in mere moments. A gruesome sight to behold, indeed, but it was far from the worst Aerion had come to witness. He cleaned himself of the blood and turned to the army. The death of their general did not sadden them, it sparked a raging fire within their hearts. They had no place for fear, only courage. But the courage did not get them far. Aerion had slain each of them, one by one, and in the end, he stood on a mountain of corpses. He did not feel remorse, after all, they struck first. I wonder, if all those who have fallen to my sword were alive, real people. Or are they nothing more than some images, clones, of them? Aerion did not leave unscathed, a few wounds had been scattered across his body. None were fatal, nothing that could not heal. Aerion lost count of how many he had dodged and countered. His skill in the boundless sword had most definitely been refined since he last fought Roshas. In the end, he opened his eyes and woke. It was a bright morning, the sun seemed rather cheery. Aerion dragged himself out of bed and got dressed. Once he left the room and started to explore, a rather pleasing figure met his eyes. For a short moment, he was stunned but he regained composure. "You look lost, your grace." "Oh, I am lost indeed. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name, my lady, and perhaps your assistance as well?" "Princess Aerion Martell, it would be a great honor to assist his grace." "Ah, Viserys will be a lucky man. Those curves, that beautiful face of hers and perfect chest, those eyes and olive skin, too, it's too much. A type of beauty I have not witnessed yet." "Nephew, you are awake at last." Aerion glimpsed Viserys in the corner of his eyes and smiled. "Uncle, did you sleep well?" "Well enough, but that dragon of yours was merciless." Viserys walked closer. "He was always unruly, it is both an advantage and disadvantage, depending on the situation." Aerion turned to Aerion. "Can you show me where a king may get his wine?" "Certainly, your grace." "Lead the way. Perchance you need a glass as well, uncle." "Of course, how could I reject such an offer?" The trio walked to the dining table and Aerion tasted Dornish wine, something he had done a few times previously. One could not simply describe the taste, not even one quite as experienced as Aerion. It was simply rich, for the lack of a better word. Aerion moved closer and closer to him. However, he wasn't very interested in his uncle's future bride. More and more people gathered as Aerion began finishing his food. Eventually, after satisfying his needs, he set off for the water gardens. Meanwhile, in Sunspear, an ice-cold glare met Aerion. "I suggest you watch your hands, princess." Izanami turned and walked away after dishing out the unveiled threat. Viserys chuckled loudly. It was a lively dining hall and Viserys had a great time. Though it was not quite the same without Aerion's presence. He spoke with great confidence and wisdom, especially after a glass of wine. He was the one and the only person he could speak personally to. Daenerys was a far second in that regard. "So these are the so-called water gardens, they are a most marvelous sight indeed." Chapter 78. He landed softly onto the marble floor. This time, the guards were more prepared since a raven had been sent the night prior. "The Prince of Dorne has been expecting your presence, your grace." "Then lead me to him." Aerion looked at the various fountains, pools and waters. Children ran around and played together like there was no tomorrow. Aerion considered having a bath himself, preferably by himself and in the night. It was a pleasant place, there was no doubt. Perhaps that was why Doran stayed here, the water gardens were more of a summer residence, much like Summerhall. Well, before it turned into a ruin anyway. They continued to the main part, where a dozen or so pairs of pillars stood tall and were decorated with beautiful patterns. On the sides, stood a few blood orange trees. The autumn cold wasn't quite apparent in Dorne, not yet anyway. It might have had the opposite effect, some say that it's warmer now, in autumn, than it was during summer. That would explain the heat, though it did not affect Aerion at all. After all, he had bathed in a volcano for months. At the end of the pillars laid a few steps that led to the higher platform, where a weary Doran Martell sat. His indifferent character brightened upon the arrival of his nephew, a man who has far too many titles to his name, the most noteworthy being King of the Seven Kingdoms. "You arrived, at last, I was beginning to think that you forgot about your dear uncle. My sincerest apologies. I was occupied with my new duties as king, among other things." "I understand, come, sit, or would you rather stand, your grace?" Aerion smiled and sat down on one of the chairs. "There is no need for you to call me by that title, uncle. After some catching up. I remember when you were no more than a restless child of 2, those were much more pleasant times." "They were, indeed. I wonder, why did you let Robert live?" "He bent the knee and made his subjects do the same. Because of that, I honored his wishes of going into exile. That was a wise decision, preventing further resentment. I must say, you have grown into a splendid young man. However, I am sure that the path was not easy. Forgive me for not assisting you, especially when you came so close to home during your days as King of the Stepstones." "I cannot blame you, uncle. Robert would have brought down his hammer on Dorne if you had done so." "That is true. Anyway, is there a specific reason as to why you came to see me?" "There is, in fact, I would like to arrange a marriage between Aerion and Viserys. That is an interesting yet most splendid pairing. I will agree to it." "That is good to hear. But, another matter troubles me." Aerion looked down at his feet, which were well hidden by a dark rug. This? You don't want to see, it is the reason why I have to be carried in this cursed thing. Even my own bannermen think less of me. Just because you cannot stand, some people are quite fickle. Perhaps, I may be able to treat you. Is this true? Let me see it first. He nodded and Aerion took off the rug. The sight before him seemed grim, but this made Aerion even more determined to remove the devil that had taken his uncle's feet. He observed and took note. So he has a bad case of gout, maybe the cloaked man has something that can treat the symptoms. Give me a moment. Aerion closed his eyes and swiftly opened the gates to the dungeon. He appeared in floor 7 and saw the cloaked man slumped in his chair. Aerion's footsteps echoed on the marble floor of the platform. He jumped and hastily composed himself. There was a playful tone to his voice and Aerion could imagine him smiling. Though, he could not, as an aura of darkness had covered all of the cloaked man's features. So you need me now? More or less, do you have any medicine? I sell medicine, yes. However, it tends to be on the more costly side of things, but it makes up for it with absurd quality. Regardless, do you need anything in particular? Something that treats gout. Do you? Aerion asked again. Aerion patiently stood still and waited for him to respond with a proper answer. It came a few seconds later. Yes, I have something vastly extraordinary. It will remove that gout within a mere breath of time, among other things. All you need to do is pay up and you can have it. All of my gold. Or all of it. That is absurd. I'll add a few things, of course. Such as. It is a surprise, you'll see. Fine. Aerion gave the ring. The cloaked man returned the ring after adding a few things to it. Aerion opened his eyes. All right, I got it. Got what? The medicine that will cure your gout, in seconds no less. It was a simple bottle with an even simpler description. It read, holy water, from some shiny lake, drink all of it and hope you don't explode, or you can just be a wussy and take one sip. Choose accordingly. Sounds like regular water, apart from the exploding part. Makes me want to look inside that ring and see what else he put in there. Maybe some holy rocks. Or holy grass. Aerion gave his uncle one sip of the water and waited for the results. His gout did, indeed, vanish as if it never existed. He stood up from his palanquin as soon as the medicine kicked in. It's gone, thank the gods, it is gone. All thanks to you, Aerion. What is the miraculous medicine that you gave me called? Holy water. Holy water. It's complicated. Ah, it does not matter. I hear you can fly. Of course. Then the journey to Sunspear will be a short one. It was, indeed. They arrived shortly after and it was in Sunspear where the arrangement was finalized. For now, they were promised to each other until further notice. Aerion wanted to deal with Roshas first before any festivities. But the arrangement did bring forth many issues, the main one being Aerion's status as heir to Dorne. This problem, along with the rest, was sorted in a short time period. It was decided that the first child would be a Martell and continue Aerion's line. The son after the first child would be heir to Dragonstone, who would continue Viserys' line. Dragonstone would no longer be given to the heir to the Iron Throne as it was permanently given to Viserys. Another issue arose, what lands would the heir hold now? Aerion left that one for another time. You work swiftly, nephew. I try my best anyway, I have other matters to attend to now. Understandable. Aerion flew into the skies and tried calling for Daemon and Rhaegar, who both returned at a similar time. But they seemed to be heavily wounded, which raised the question. What did you two do to get yourselves in such a state? Well, it was mostly Rhaegar's idea. The fool wanted a fight, so I gave him one. Of course, as the senior, I came out as the victor. Rhaegar remained confident. I lost after a long while, but the weather better suited you. If it was an open field, I would have effortlessly handled you. So you fought each other. That explains everything. Aerion healed Rhaegar first, as his wounds seemed more severe, and Daemon second with his healing flames. It wasn't a long process since he has pretty much mastered the technique. Aerion didn't punish them for being competitive, he encouraged them instead. How about a rematch, Daemon? Later, I need to rest, you can hold the loss a little bit longer. You, that will make my glorious victory over you even sweeter. You keep dreaming. Daemon extended his wings and took flight. Where is he going? Aerion asked. To his new cave, he would rather stay there, over the sky poison pearl. Apparently, he likes his privacy and freedom. The sky poison pearl is not big enough. It is what it is, I'll allow it. Did you find yourself a lair as well, Regal? No. I quite like the space inside the pearl. Good to know. He placed Regal back in the sky poison pearl. It was getting dark already, time had flown by. There was nothing left to do, apart from calling it a day and laying down. Admittedly, he had already started to miss having Tai Xia beside him in bed. Well, I won't be here much longer, maybe a week or two. Rob should be fine, I made sure of it. Now then. Silver Calamity. Aerion's profound energy grew several times stronger, but only for a short period of time. A couple of seconds later and he was breathless, a few more and he might be courting death. She's not very pretty. Luckily, Aerion closed the gate before more harm than good came upon him. 6 seconds still so mediocre. In battle that time will be shorter, surely, but then again, I wouldn't care quite so much about harming myself in the heat of the moment. But it's still not enough. Clearly, I need to increase my cultivation strength. Just a few more months until I start trashing Roshas. Chapter 79. Aerion broke his fast very late, in the afternoon, he had severely overslept. He did like the peace, though. Sitting in the dining hall and calmly feasting without any distractions. After he was done, Aerion walked down from Sunspear to the Shadow City. He wanted to splurge a little in the marketplace. A wealthy king should be able to do that once in a while. Aerion didn't travel alone, Daenerys went with him. Guards. Well, he didn't need them, but they were a nice thing to have. Aerion didn't want people crowding around him, so the guards would ensure that such a situation would never occur. The Dornish were an interesting people and they would certainly stand out in King's Landing. They were a bit loose and expressive, hot-blooded people. Religion was a bit more lax here, that was as clear. While looking around, Aerion encountered a poor fellow. He was a thin man with a weary face. Truly, he was quite young, but this was hidden well by his aged appearance. He sat on the ground near the entrance of a shop. He looked up and the light of the world seemed to concentrate onto one point, one person. The glowing person before him smiled. Life's looking rough for you, isn't it? He nodded. Poverty is a terrible thing. No one even bats an eye, everyone is out for themselves, you may as well be invisible. Once upon a time, I was no different than you. More handsome and stronger was I, of course, but our situations were very similar. Aerion brought out 50 gold dragons. M'lord, that is too much. It is enough, don't waste it and you can easily put yourself back on track. I hear Stepstones is a good place for trade, anyway, I must go. May I ask for your name, M'lord? Rhaegar Targaryen. Aerion walked away. Imagine not knowing my name. Oh well, poor boy barely knows anything. But, his stewardship is high, he's ambitious and quick. He will turn those gold pieces into many, many, more. What is the point of charity if it is only temporary? I'd rather give my gold to people who will make good use of it and permanently get out of the hole that is poverty. Taking a few lessons from Marjorie? Daenerys asked, playfully. Not quite, she does her charity in front of a crowd. I don't, apart from that time after the tournament. It's hard for a king to go unnoticed after he unhorsed every combatant. Very difficult, you couldn't cross the street without a dozen guards around you. They continued shopping around. Aerion purchased a beautiful necklace for Daenerys that was worth quite a fortune. Well, relative to the average person. To Aerion, it was rather cheap. For himself, he brought some apples, grapes and flowers. No one had anything that even mildly interested him, but he had to buy something, so he did. That is what happens when you're a cultivator. Your tastes become more profound. Aerion strolled up to the castle in good spirits. The guards were faster in opening the gate than last time. The flowers he held in his left hand weren't quite comparable to the ones that grow in Highgarden, but they were still beautiful in their own way. He reached Marjorie's temporary chambers and lightly knocked. Who is it? The Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Aerion. Oh, come in, Your Grace. Aerion entered and looked around. Marjorie was brushing her hair, isn't it a bit late for that? Though, I do hear women tend to spend a little bit too much time on their appearance. I for one could care less, unless I am attending an event of great importance. I brought you some flowers. All for me. Aerion looked down, he did buy quite a lot. Of course, my dear. Aerion parted with the flowers as they softly transferred over to Marjorie. They are wonderful, thank you. Aerion smiled, she seemed to be happy with his little gift. When he thought about it, it was the first thing he had personally given her. I remember my late grandfather telling me that the best gift to a woman you love is a crowd of flowers. He did speak a lot of nonsense, but he was right with that, I suppose. Weird advice to give to a child of 2, but useful nonetheless. Why don't you go outside? It's too hot. I can make it cooler. Cold ice from his left touched wind from his right, making it colder. He expanded the wind into a slight breeze and let it go. How was that? Better than before, but you can't do that all day. You are right. We will be returning to King's Landing soon anyway, and winter is coming, apparently. Do you believe in the stories? I will when I see them. But you shouldn't worry, if they dare cross the wall, I will burn them. Should I expand the kingdom northwards? But then I'll have to take in those wildlings, it isn't worth it. Aerion left Marjorie after spending some time with her. He was no romantic, but he realized the importance of a happy relationship. He returned to his own chambers and ran through his dungeon ring, organizing everything on his bed. There was a book, a lot of pills, some origin blood and 2 divine weapon enhancers. The book had a very interesting title, How to Defeat Roche's 101. Aerion was intrigued, so he opened to the first page. It didn't have many pages, which was rather surprising, considering the size of the book itself. You are probably thinking, how do I put an end to Roche's once and for all? Well, unfortunately, you won't be able to. He is a very, extremely, powerful being. The only person who has the ability to fully slay him is the one and only, transcendent being. I mean, you could ask him to do it, but that's a very difficult thing to do. Anyway, I doubt he would give a damn. But, you can still imprison Roche's. How disappointing. You see, the Lord of Blood and Darkness loves to possess his followers, but he can't leave his current vessel unless it dies. In a way, he traps himself inside so that he could fully control the vessel. You get it? If so, you're welcome for the assistance. This book alone was 1/4 of your gold, ha. So all I have to do is make sure he doesn't die and he won't be able to leave his vessel. Say no more. But there's more. I am not done baptizing you with knowledge. There are 2 other continents on Blue Pole Star, less powerful and significant, but they hold some treasures. The Divine Crow and Lightning Seed of the Evil God are on illusory demon realm soil. You can get both in their main city or whatever. The trial grounds should be common knowledge, and the Lightning Seed is actually inside of the Divine Crow's trial ground. Amazing, right? The Darkness Seed is located in a place called Cloud's End Cliff in the other continent. Well, it's located at the bottom of the cliff. The hole goes deep, my friend. But if you are brave enough to take the dive, you'll meet a pretty little girl who doesn't talk, a garden of Adumber flowers and a lot of angry divine origin beasts. If you're lucky, you will attain the Darkness Seed, but it is a very risky procedure. It also has a strong force that stops you from flying back up. It is suicidal. Please, come to that place only if you are sure none of these things pose a threat to you. That was most of it. There were also a few maps that showed exactly where he should go to find the treasures. Divine origin and above, a suitable training hole. Jasmine, how strong will you be when you get your body back? You want me to help you? Of course, but I won't force it on you. I can go by myself. And I'll help you, but only when you get the materials. I'm sure you remember what you need. I need an Adumbra flower. It is the most troubling item on the list, the rest can be easily attained. I could dive down into the cliff and grab everything I need and swiftly fly away. But that's strong force, damn it. Maybe the cloaked man has one. No, I don't have enough gold. Jasmine looked at Aerion's expression. What? Nothing. You would kill me if you knew what I was thinking. Aerion enhanced Sky Piercer and Stormcaller to the Divine Origin realm. They finally matched the mighty Blackfire in strength. The pills in front of him were powerful, but it seemed that he was not the intended recipient. For the Heavenly Fire Demon, The cloaked man can read my mind. It seems the Origin blood was extremely powerful. I observed it and found out that it was taken from the mighty dragon god. Not quite comparable to Aerios, but it's the next best thing. Aerion took all of the Origin blood all at once, a grand total of 15 drops. His cultivation increased from Tyrant 7 to Tyrant 10. He felt the difference instantly. I'm ready for Blue Pole Star now. I'll reach Sovereign there. It would be faster there, anyway. A change in plans, Silver King. Silver King. That's a new one, Jasmine. Your pride allows Origin blood but not pills. Interesting. It is the blood of a god. I would be a fool not to take it. Pills are different. Whatever you say. A month passed where Aerion was just going through the motions. All of it was in Dorne, where he got to know his uncle better and establish a few deals that would improve trade between Stepstones and Dorne. Aerion didn't tell Viserys of his engagement, deciding to keep it a secret for now. He also splurged some of his gold on a festival in Dorne, and he personally attended, gaining the love of the people of Sunspear. It was easier to like him as he was technically half Dornish himself, a bit less than half, though he didn't look it. The royal progress ended prematurely as Aerion returned to King's Landing. He had a king's welcome when he went through the city gate. The way to the Red Keep was filled with people cheering and praising their king. Aerion genuinely felt his heart sting a little with joy. He was doing something right. He dismounted from his stallion after reaching the Red Keep. The carriage doors opened and Aerion helped a few of its passengers land on the ground. Viserys dismounted from his horse. "It's good to be back home," Aerion stated. My home is Dragonstone. I will have to return soon, unfortunately. The Castellan can only last so long, I must return." "You are right, it has been a good time, however short it was. How about a hug?" Viserys chuckled. "There won't be a need for that, but I appreciate the offer." Ser Barristan. "Yes, your grace. Escort Viserys down to the docks." "It will be done." Ser Barristan himself. "It is an honor, nephew. Farewell. I might come to visit sometime, be prepared." Viserys mounted his horse and Ser Barristan mounted his. Aerion watched them departure for a few seconds. "Well, ladies first." Aerion opened the gate and let his ladies pass, who were followed by the guards and then Aerion himself. Robb's face brightened. "My lord, you have returned. Forgive me, I didn't see any ravens to warn you." Robb left his seat on the Iron Throne and walked down the steps. He stood aside. "It's all yours." Aerion smiled. "I don't really miss it. Thank you for keeping it warm." Aerion walked up the stairs and sat down. "Are there any matters of importance that I must handle?" Aerion spoke normally but in the hall his voice was ice-cold and authoritative. The Iron Throne amplified this effect. Turns out, there wasn't anything that needed Aerion's attention so he returned to his royal chambers after a few minutes of catching up with the court. Aerion planned to take Robb along in the journey back to Blue Pole Star but he respectfully rejected. "Who's going to fill my shoes? I need to stay and make sure everything is operating as usual while you are away." "Fine, have it your way." I thought he didn't like his position, I guess he changed his viewpoint. Aerion made preparations for his return, this was mostly getting through the goodbye phase. Many people wanted him to stay but he had to go. He took the Dragon's Guard, Heavenly Fire Demon, Tai Xia and Izanami with him. Daenerys wanted to go but he convinced her otherwise. And off they went. Where to? Old Town, the noble rogue sect. Aerion's heart stopped for a second as he thought of what Roshas could have done to his home, but that feeling soon that changed into pure, wild anger. Chapter 80. There was no such thing as the noble rogue sect, unless you counted its ruins. Aerion did not recognize this place, it was foreign to him. Everything was destroyed everything. He observed silently, while his Dragon's Guard reacted to the scene before them. Tai Shu gripped the hilt of his sword, tightly. The Saint Emperor he did this? Aerion nodded. It was him, there is no doubt in my mind. Then. I'll make sure he pays for his sins. Aerion reassured Tai Shu. Aerion wanted to see if there was anything left, so he did a bit of exploring. The training pavilion, no more than a pile of stone. Most of the fortress was no more than a pile of stone, as well. Even the most coveted place of all, the library, was burnt to the ground. No books remained, to Aerion's disappointment. But the Grand Master was probably wise enough to take them before Roshas came. This scene fills me with sorrow nevertheless, I must move forward. This was my failure and so, it is my duty to amend all the wrong Roshas had done. A man among the rubble awakened as he heard the group. They had finally come, my lord must know of this. The follower tried to escape the castle but his steps caught the attention of Izanami. Who are you? The follower continued down his path, but, this time flying instead of walking. A foolish mistake. Izanami caught up with him in mere moments, sending him into the ground with a mighty kick. In the blink of an eye, her blade was inches away from his neck. Aerion came over to see what the commotion was about. Soon enough, everyone had assembled. Probably because there was nothing else happening. Who are you? She asked again, this time with a far more threatening tone. The Lord's chosen. He calmly replied. So calm it seems that he doesn't care about his life, how typical of a follower of Roshas. He chose you to inform him of my arrival? Aerion inquired. It's the only reason why he would leave anyone here. He knows that I will return to the noble rogue sect, even if it is destroyed. Yes, the Lord chose me to do so. Aerion smiled. Then I shall allow you to complete your duty. Go and inform your lord that a king shall visit his sanctuary and burn it to the ground. This king shall not be particularly kind or merciful, for all who stand in his way shall eventually fall. You could view it as a warning or a threat, I do not care, so long as your lord knows that I am coming. Do you understand? Yes, but the Lord won't see his own sanctuary burn. He will kill you before you can even think of desecrating his lands. Humph, let the fool go. Izanami sheathed her katana. The messenger jumped up and swiftly continued in his path. But he didn't go far. Wait, I changed my mind. Dragon's Guard, restrain him. It will be done, your grace. Fen Juechen was first to chase after the messenger, followed by Moe and Tai Shu. Fire burst from Fen Juechen's blade towards the messenger, burning his back. He slowly fell, with a face of disbelief. Akai thought. Die. Tai Shu aimed to kill the messenger, his blade thirsting for blood, but Fen Juechen blocked his attempt. Stop, you fool. Don't you know what restrain means? Are you deliberately disobeying our master's orders? I. Answer. It's fine, Tai Shu. I understand how you feel, but killing him is meaningless. He is nothing more than a pawn. Aerion walked closer to Tai Shu. You are right, forgive me, master. Moe broke the messenger's profound vein and bound his hands with a rope. This was to ensure that he would not escape. Aerion ordered the Dragon's Guard to patrol the entirety of Old Town and find any more of these messengers, if there were any left. It turns out that there was only one, the one that they had already captured. Night quickly fell and so, the group camped on what was once the dragon's palace. Why keep him alive? Kai Rong asked. Why not? I want to find more about these cultists, how Roshas converts them and whether or not their loyalty is absolute. But if I were to say that my intentions out loud, that messenger would overhear and that might stop him from revealing any information. Aerion blanked out for a few moments as he stared at the flames. He returned once a huge piece of meat was placed upon the fire. The heavenly fire demon had voluntarily gone out and caught a beast. What are we going to do after this? Tai Xia answered for Aerion. Slay the Saint Emperor, isn't that right, husband? Aerion slowly nodded. I will do that. But first, the safety of the noble rogue sect's disciples and masters must be ensured. The wasteland of death, was it? Tai Shu nodded. But all of us going won't be necessary. We can split into two groups. That's a good idea. The heavenly demon agreed. I will go to this wasteland of death while you go to the absolute monarch sanctuary. But what if Roshas is somewhere in the wasteland of death, not the sanctuary? Then I will be far away from the others. The heavenly fire demon, despite his great strength, would easily fall to Roshas. Oi, messenger boy. Where is your master? Aerion didn't expect a truthful answer, but it was worth a try. You think I'm going to tell you and betray my lord? Ha 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 ha. So be it. I won't take any risks. We are all going to the wasteland of death first, then I shall make my way to the absolute monarch sanctuary, alone, while everyone else awaits my return. Once I am done with the Saint Emperor, we will proceed towards the reconstruction of the noble rogue sect. Aerion stood up. Any objections? There weren't any. Aerion walked away on his own without eating anything. He seems to be a bit cold today. Sun Lin stated. Leave him be, he wants some time to himself. Izanami replied. Aerion continued down the hill and walked around Old Town, aimlessly while in deep thought. He eventually walked all the way to the arena, where the assembly tournament was held. Memories of the many fights left him feeling mellow. He had even seen himself for a second. A younger, less experienced Aerion with Sky Piercer in his hand standing against Tai Quinn. How things have changed, those were the simpler days. He resolutely stood up, the ice in his eyes had melted. The ice was quickly replaced with fire. I will make sure to punish Roshas and make sure that the noble rogue sect is rebuilt, greater than ever. It shall become the one and only sacred ground. A true powerhouse that looks over the world. The city that was once called Old Town was truly isolated from the rest of the world. It is rather strange for a place once buzzing with life and human activity to end up like this. Truly, it is the strong who rule this world. One man, if stronger than everyone else, is able to dictate what happens to towns, cities, kingdoms and entire empires. It seems to me that cultivation is either a blessing or a curse, depending on whether or not you are strong. The strongest control everything while the weak have no choice but to submit. It is a cruel world, indeed. Sun Lin spoke, breaking the long chain of silence. Why haven't we seen anyone? Aerion shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. Maybe because it is the wasteland of death. A few days had passed and they were fast approaching their destination. Aerion hoped that Roshas didn't discover the noble rogue sect's hiding place. Because if he did, it would mean that they're dead, taken as hostages. Now, taking tens of thousands of people hostage isn't exactly practical, so most of them would be killed either way. That is, if Roshas discovered them. Still, many people come here all the time. We should have met at least one of them. Maybe we're just unlucky. Moe countered. Aerion continued forward. Could Roshas have? No, he couldn't have. Aerion increased his speed, reaching the first of the outposts. The entrance was that of an ordinary cave. It was not large, nor small, but it had a secret activation mechanism. In order to reveal the entrance, one must strike a specific point with the power of the wind god's art. Any of the profound skills can be used to do this. This one was quite special as it had 2 steps. The blood of a Thai must be spilled in order to complete the second step. You didn't need much, only a single drop. The entrance itself was protected by an extremely powerful formation in order to prevent unauthorized access. Who wants to have the honor of opening the entrance? Aerion laughed. This was one of the rare times he couldn't help. Well, he, technically, could smash through the formation. Go ahead, brother. Tai Shu nodded in the direction of Tai Xia. But, before drawing his blood, he noticed something. The formation. Wait, there is no formation. Aerion noticed it as well. Could it be? The messenger, prisoner now, laughed. It seems that my lord got here first. Bang. Tai Shu punched the tied-up prisoner straight in the face. Shut your damn tongue, before I cut it off. Aerion smashed through the entrance with sheer speed, ignoring everything else. It can't be. The dragon's guard hurried behind him, trying to keep up. Soon enough, they reached the core part of the outpost, where the members of the noble rogue sect should be. Aerion breathed a sigh of relief and smiled once he saw dozens of disciples walking around. The dragon's guard caught up at last. I've never been to an outpost before. It is as they say, they are small underground fortresses. Kai Rome stated. The messenger laughed again. What's so damn funny to you? Tai Shu was about to strike him again. Nothing, please, don't strike me again. Everything seemed to be normal. They walked through the outpost and were greeted warmly by the disciples, masters and elders alike. Aerion knew a few of them, more than he expected. The General of the Blades was one of the familiar faces. My Vice General, I forget, you've been promoted. It is good to see you, General. Might you know where the Grandmaster is? In his headquarters. Do you wish to see him? Yes. The General himself. It is an honor to meet you. Sun Lin bowed, but Changsha didn't seem to acknowledge his existence. It only took a few minutes to walk to the Grandmaster's headquarters. Beside him stood Tai Qin, who seemed rather focused. It looked like they were handling a matter of great importance. The general cleared his throat. Grandmaster. Oh. Tai Wentian looked up and upon seeing his visitors, he stood up. He walked closer and hugged his children. Xia, Shu, oh how your father has missed you too. It was a heartwarming scene, to say the least. Even a man as cold as Tai Wentian can display warmth, or is he no longer cold? Oh, how could I forget about my dear son-in-law? Why dash? Tai Wentian hugged him as well. It was a strange feeling. Tai Qin also missed his siblings dearly. The rest of the day passed quickly, as Aerion spent most of it catching up with the Grandmaster and Tai Qin. It seemed that the noble rogue sect had prepared well for a calamity. They could last at least another 3 years just on their current supplies alone. The outpost is nice and all, but I want to go back home. But that so-called Saint Emperor destroyed it, didn't he? Despite Tai Qin trying to conceal his anger, Aerion could see it clearly. And he felt the same way. He did. Aerion replied, feeling a drop of guilt seep into him. Tai Wentian sighed. It is unfortunate that I was the one and only Grandmaster who failed to protect the fortress and the people of Old Town. But it can all be restored. He stood behind Aerion, who was sitting at the table, enjoying some wine. The Grandmaster drew his sword. Slash. A horizontal slash was made across Aerion's neck by the Grandmaster's sword. What happened? Why is my neck spilling blood like a fountain? Aerion's head banged against the table. His eyes slowly closed. Ha 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 ha. A mad roar of thunderous laughter filled the hall. It was an unusual thing, seeing the Grandmaster laugh so loudly. The heavenly demon rose and drew his sword, faster than lightning. What is the meaning of this? Father, why? Tai Qin smiled. It is all in the name of the Lord, sister. He showed us the light. The light? What nonsense. You allowed the murder of your own brother-in-law. Fen Juechen drew his sword as well. Tai Xia was shaking from shock. Father, why? Tai Shu and Tai Xia felt conflicted, but they stood on the side of the dragon's guard. Something wasn't right. The prisoner was released by one of the disciples and he had one of the widest grins in the world. He kicked Aerion off his chair without any fear of the dragon's guard. Serves the bastard right for taking me prisoner, he even tried to turn me against the Lord. Aerion slowly began to lose consciousness. It was a trap. My dear son and daughter, why do you stand against me? The Lord can restore the noble rogue sect. No, he can make it into the strongest sect of all time. Even stronger than the sacred grounds. Tai Shu couldn't believe it. That Saint Emperor, he even turned father, brother and the rest of the noble rogue sect against us. The wound on Aerion's neck began to burn. Everyone, we must make our own exit. Scatter. Izanami ordered as she took a smoke bomb from Tai Xia and smashed it against the ground. She grabbed Aerion's body before anyone else could. No. Don't let them escape. The dragon is a priority, don't let them take him away. Tai Wentian gave his own orders as he waved the smoke away. Bang. The heavenly demon blasted a hole in the outpost, one that led directly into the sky. The dragon's guard flew through that hole. The heavenly demon showed no mercy as he flew even higher and prepared an attack of great destructive power. Scatter. A ball of fire emerged from the profound energy generated by both of his hands. This ball of fire was sent down breaths later, burning many of the pursuing disciples. A figure dressed in black and green stopped the fire at the lowest floor of the outpost with a simple wave of the hand. You have done well. He announced. Yes, my lord. Your sword. The Grand Master bowed and presented his sword to him. The figure took the sword. Continue the pursuit of Rhaegar Targaryen, even if you must die. As you command, my lord. The figure looked up at the clear night sky. You have finally come, little dragon. And straight into my hands, as well. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 81. You have done well, my dear messenger. Now go forth and fight. I will do as you wish, my lord. Good. Everything was proceeding to plan, at least it seemed so. The dragon's guard were forced to spread apart by none other than the endless disciples and masters attacking them. The heavenly demon slaughtered them one by one, but there was only so much he could do when Roshas appeared before him. Do you enjoy killing those weaker than you? Roshas asked. Do you? Good question. I love all types of killing. Bang. The swords of the heavenly demon and Roshas collided. It was clearly going to be a one-sided battle from the very start. Roshas' sword cut through the heavenly demon's sword like it was butter against a knife. There was seemingly no resistance. The heavenly demon backed away. Roshas smiled. Such a splendid sword, don't you think? I found it among the ruins of the sword region. The heavenly demon couldn't care less, but he had to stall for time. Long enough for Aerion to recover. It is splendid indeed. I am quite envious of you. I am a kind god. You serve Aerion Targaryen, such a sinful deed, but I can pardon even the worst sins. Join me and I shall reward you greatly. Reward me greatly? My loyalty has no price. Admirable, your loyalty is. But I will make you submit one way or another. Big brother, don't force me into killing you. Tai Shu chuckled. I doubt you have the ability. How ignorant of you. Two mighty wind slashes were sent against each other. Tai Shu wasn't going to stand around, he moved to the side of Quinn and slashed at his arm. Tai Quinn blocked the strike. That's all. Not quite, 1,000 cuts. What? You. Wind surrounded Tai Quinn and began to slash at him from all directions. Quinn increased the strength of his wind aura, but he can only resist some of the damage. Tai Shu was preparing another attack while Tai Quinn was defending himself. The wind from his hands began expanding and forming into a tornado. Forgive me, little brother. Earth-decimating tornado. Tai Quinn was caught in the tornado, which began to break him apart. Once Tai Quinn's condition became critical, Tai Shu stopped the tornado. He stood beside his brother. He was so close to ending him, but he couldn't do it. A few tears fell. I can't. Big brother is weak-willed, after all. Tai Shu healed some of Tai Quinn's wounds, ensuring that he would not die. Then he left to support the other dragon's guard in their battle against the noble rogues. Many of the noble rogues had been slain by Fan Juecheng, Kai Rong, Wei Ling, Izanami, and Moe. Sun Lin and Tai Xia were a bit more hesitant. For the most part, they stood around Aerion. He didn't exactly need protection since no ordinary attack could harm him, but they still needed to make sure no one snatched him away. Instead of fighting, Sun Lin decided to heal Aerion's wound. Stand back, all of you. I will handle these troublemakers. Tai Wentian commanded. The noble rogue stopped all combat and moved back. So you want to die as well, old man? Fen Jueqing faced him with unwavering confidence. My dear, why won't you switch to the rightful side? Tai Wentian ignored him and looked towards his daughter. No, I won't. Humph, very well. Wind God's domain. The domain encompassed the Dragon's Guard and none of the noble rogues. Damn it, we're all going to die. Yes, it was overwhelmingly powerful. All people are destined to die one day, but that day was not today for the Dragon's Guard. Come on, wake up, master, we need you. Can you stop resting, Aerion? The dragon asked. Why are you so impatient? You don't care what happens, anyway. I care what happens to you. Aerion smiled. You almost made me blush, ahaha. Do you really think I'm just laying around? It looks like it. I still haven't recovered. Besides, I'm thinking about how I can erase Roche's influence. Do you think that Izanagi can reverse the effects? It is the power to reject reality. Maybe I can reject his control, but then I would be fighting Roche's with one eye. I might not even have one if I have to bring back a few dead noble rogues. You are too prideful to use Izanagi no Okami. No, that isn't the case. I will use all means necessary to defeat Roche's. Just like he used the noble rogue sect against me. That was low, even for him. Oh, my wound has healed, at last. Aerion opened his eyes. Die, traitorous Dragon's Guard. Stormcaller. The sword absorbed the entirety of the Wind God's domain in mere moments. Tai Wentian's eyes widened in shock. The speed of his recovery was inhuman. Sun Lin's healing flame did help, but it wasn't the main reason. The sacred blood and inheritance of the mighty fire dragon god, Arios, was scale regeneration. You know about it, Grandmaster? Yes, the Lord told me all about it. Interesting that he would tell you about it. However, you calling Roche's the Lord is truly disturbing to me. Damn it, looks like a few of the noble rogues were killed. Now I have no choice but to use it twice. Aerion's violet eyes turned red and a familiar black pattern appeared on both. It began to spin. Izanagi. Henceforth, all members of the noble rogue sect who died under the hands of Roche's will rise. The chains that have enforced absolute and everlasting loyalty to him shall be broken, for I have declared his power of dominion as a false truth. Aerion's left and right eyes bled profusely and he almost bent his knees from the severe pain. But he managed to stand. What was I doing? A noble rogue sect disciple looked towards his comrades for answers as he was confused. Yeah, isn't that Master June? We were going to capture him, right, Grandmaster? Tai Wentian shook his head. No, I did not give those orders. Aerion smiled, but he remained steadfast. It really worked, but I can't be sure yet. These noble rogues are good at acting. Ha ha ha, it is one of the main skills in the arsenal of a noble rogue, after all. The Dragon's Guard relaxed after seeing the change. All the noble rogues who had died stood up, their previous wounds becoming a thing of the past. The mood was lighter than before, but the battle was not over quite yet. Aerion, your eyes. Izanami noticed. Yeah, I used my Menjikyu. Where is the heavenly demon? Last I saw him, he was fighting the Saint Emperor. I see. Izanagi no Okami. His eyes recovered their sight, but it was only temporary and he knew it. Aerion took flight and noticed a few explosions going off in the distance. He went in the direction of the explosions. Ha! Roche's noticed that something was off. The heavenly demon stood in front of him, though he wasn't far from being a corpse. Roche's had enjoyed his time thoroughly, inducing dozens of wounds on the heavenly demon. Some were small and insignificant, while others were life-threatening. Roche's could have finished him at will, whenever he wanted. But his playful nature prevented him from doing so. So, do you regret your decision? No. So stubborn. It is so irritating. Begone. Silver Calamity, Crimson Demon Spear. A spear flew in the direction of Roche's with great fury, covered in black-red flames. Ack. Roche's was sent flying by the sheer force of the spear. Sky Piercer went straight through him. After flying for a few seconds, the black-red flames exploded, further damaging Roche's. Bang. I hit his profound veins, probably destroying them completely. Roche's was too busy toying with the heavenly demon to even notice Sky Piercer flying towards him from behind. Roche's eventually stood up and managed to withdraw the halberd from his body. He looked so weak, it was pathetic to see. There was a hole where Sky Piercer had penetrated him and from it emerged enough blood to fill a lake. You. It's over, Roche's. Aerion walked towards the weakened Roche's. No, 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 it is not over. He attacked Aerion with his sword. Aerion easily blocked every strike. Once he had enough, he attacked Roshas with enough force to make him let go of his sword. The sword Aerion looked down at Roshas and smiled. His crimson eyes radiated a frightening amount of killing intent. Ordinary flames formed at the center of his right hand. Now this is where the fun begins, isn't it? Those cold words sent shivers down Roshas' spine, reminding him of a certain rival. Yes, Aerion's aura was so similar to Ario's own aura. An aura of unparalleled confidence, authority, and power. There was a reason as to why he was king for so long. No, don't. Look at you honestly, I don't like fighting a pointless battle. But all this pent-up rage, it has to go somewhere, doesn't it? Aerion grabbed his face and began to burn. You have committed many sins and now you will pay for every single one. Go on, finish me. Aerion ignored his pleas. Firstly, you have brainwashed thousands to serve you against their will. Don't act like you are some pure saint, you have committed many sins as well. Aerion gouged his left eye out with blackfire. Ah, damn you. Not only did you do so to the absolute monarch sanctuary, among many other places, but you also turned the noble rogue sect against me. Shameful, you cannot even convince people to join your own cause through normal means and you want world domination. You are no more than a leech. A shameless and vile creature who does everything necessary to become stronger, even if that means killing his own subjects, who in their right mind would willingly follow you. Secondly, you took thousands of innocent lives. What did the Sword Region do, for you to burn it and kill everyone? It was a spectacular event, you must admit. So despicable, you don't even care. What do a few mortal lives amount to? Nothing. Always remember, that they mean nothing, little dragon. You have killed many yourself, do their deaths concern you? Do you have difficulty sleeping at N-? Aerion stabbed him in the knee. Ah. Yes, I have killed a handful amount of people in my life. But I did it out of necessity. While you do it for your own amusement. Is that wrong? Aerion stabbed his other knee. I expected no less from you. It is in your nature, now, I shall imprison you. Objection. Aerion was going to permanently dislocate his limbs with his sword, but something stopped Blackfire from doing so. Roshas had taken something strange from his storage ring. It was a wheel, an unusual wheel, at that. Roshas did not hesitate to introduce this wheel's terror upon the world. But Aerion reacted too quickly. Slash. Roshas' arm fell flat onto the ground, along with the wheel. Aerion made sure to take the other hand before observing the wheel. That is the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations, ranked second among the 7 heavenly profound treasures, Jasmine stated. He could have ended all life on this planet in an instant. A treasure, and a dangerous one at that. Aerion grabbed the wheel. This was your last resort, huh? Release yourself, dear child. Aerion threw it into the sky poison pearl before Roshas had finished his order. Not today, leech. He could control it with his voice. This must mean that he has some sort of relationship with it, he might even be its master. Oh, you made a grave mistake. You poisoned yourself. It is nowhere near full strength, nothing I can't handle over a period of time. As for you, I call check, you lose. I will turn a few months of my humiliation into an eternity of humiliation for you. Aerion finished what he started, removing Roshas of any profound strength he had left. Then he froze him into a forgiving, yet sturdy block of ice. Aerion didn't want him to die. Then he quickly went over to the heavenly demon and healed his wounds for a few minutes. Thank you, my lord. My lord? If you are going to be formal, then at least use your grace. Disciple, it is. Anyway, my eyes are close to going blind. Take everyone back to the noble rogue sect, including myself, and that block of ice over there. Help them rebuild what was lost in my absence. As you wish. Then it is farewell, for some time. Aerion started to feel the effects of the poison and his vision was slowly fading. Hopefully, I don't die from this poison, that would be an awfully pitiful death for a young man like myself. Chapter 82. From my blood, a new god shall be born. He has no name, only a purpose. To bring truth to those who are blind, the simple power of any sovereign, king, and emperor. The power to give commands and see them follow through, without any hesitation, but this shall only be true to those weaker than I, for the ruler must be the most powerful among his ranks. Izanagi's voice resonated in the darkness. A new power, and so similar to Rosh's own power to control others. Could it be that the situation influenced the type of power I was granted? It would only make sense. The heavenly demon placed the block of ice closer to Aerion. He noticed the sword that Roshas had used and decided to take it from the ground. It was a powerful weapon, why let it go to waste? Eventually, the dragon's guard, along with a few noble rogues, caught up. What's inside of that block of ice? Tai Shu asked. The Saint Emperor or whatever remains of him. Is he dead? Not quite. He is alive and well mostly. Alive? He should be killed for his actions. That would be against his lord's wishes. The heavenly demon countered, rather coldly. If my son-in-law saw that it was best to keep him alive, then so be it. We should focus on much more pressing matters now, mainly, the reconstruction of the noble rogue sect. Wisely said, Tywentian. The heavenly demon agreed. And so, the noble rogues were released from their outposts and marched to their ancestral home. Old Town, now a broken city, needed some serious work done to it. But the most important thing was the fortress. The Grand Master asked for financial assistance to multiple sources, including several powerful sects and even the Blue Wind imperial family. The results were rather strange as barely any replied and even less helped. They were scared of the Saint Emperor who was stated to be dead, yet people didn't believe it. No one could possibly defeat him, right? When the names Junlong and Aerion Targaryen were brought up, people saw it as some joke. The Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace did help, though, and it was more than enough to restore the fortress. The noble rogue sect numbered a grand total of 10,000, after all. The Divine Phoenix Empire did not sit idly after the 4 great sacred grounds crumbled into nothing more but a few remnants of the absolute monarch sanctuary. She was quick to invade and take whatever was left. The strongest resistance she received was that of a peak tyrant, as Roshas had killed all of his sovereigns to further his own strength. With their mighty Saint Emperor gone missing, the absolute monarch sanctuary stood no chance, and so, the Divine Phoenix Empire reaped the rewards. This helped further the Divine Phoenix Empire's strength and solidified it as the profound Sky Continent's supreme and undisputed overlord. Not for long. Ha ha ha. 3 months after the battle. My sight at last. Aerion opened his eyes and only saw fire. He had spent the entire time in the volcano of Floor 6. He made some progress, but it was not enough to break through to the sovereign profound realm. But, he was extremely close. I remember when breakthroughs were so easy, those times are long gone. Aerion left Floor 6 and returned to his physical body. He didn't really know what to expect. A room, nice, comfortable bed. Looks like no one else has visited my bed recently. Well, that was to be expected. I was in a coma for the whole time, mainly because I didn't want to wake up without my eyesight. Aerion got out of bed and realized that his body was weak due to the poison. Only some of it was purified by the mighty Sky Poison Pearl, which meant that the poison still had a strong presence. How irritating! I will need to put that evil infant in his place. Aerion entered the Sky Poison Pearl and searched for the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. He found it rather quickly. The heavenly treasure was the first to speak. My master's second greatest rival, are you here to beg? It can speak. This will either make things easier or difficult, depending on the spirit. It's looking like the latter. Me, beg? You must not know who I am. I suggest you take back your poison before I break you in half. Break me in half. Now that's arrogant, but, you should know that I am no Sky Poison Pearl. I don't cure poison, I release it. Now, I could release some more, but that wouldn't be in my best interests. If I die, so does the Sky Poison Pearl, so it would result in the will dying as well, probably. Or it might just leave the Sky Poison Pearl somehow. My previous master is at the mercy of your sword. He was a vile man, turning me into his slave against my will again. But I am now free from his control thanks to you. I have no intention of being alone and isolated, so I will offer you a contract. Again. That was a long, long time ago. Roshas used it to create the mightiest poison, the one that injured the major gods, I'm sure of it. So, are you going to accept the contract and become my master? I'm not sure about that. You led to 2 calamities, the one that weakened the major gods and erased all minor gods, and the other that killed all true gods and devils. So many died, how could I? Do not be afraid of my power, I'm a good child. Jasmine. Do what you want, I don't care. That's not useful advice. Sigh, I am a dragon. If there is one person who is worthy of wielding this treasure, it is I, Aerion Targaryen. But it will only act as my last resort. So are you going to leave me all alone, or? Fine. I accept your contract. I will be your master from this day forth. The spirit smiled. And I will be your weapon, whenever you call upon me. Hopefully that is never. The evil infant took back its poison. So you can take it back. Maybe I can. Children and their troublemaking nature. Rhaegar woke up from a nap and noticed the evil infant. Who is that? You two can get more familiar with each other, I have other things to deal with now. Wonderful, more things to disrupt this princess. The more, the merrier, ha ha ha. Aerion left and returned to his room. He noticed a set of clothes hanging on the wall. The clothes carried the colors and crest of House Targaryen, though Aerion didn't remember bringing them to the profound sky continent. Looks like someone made it for me. It was a long robe and seemed rather fashionable with its red patterns. Looked like something a young master would wear. He put on the clothes and looked in the mirror. Blackfire fit perfectly with the robes. I look a little pale, it'll go away in time. Now, to see where I am. The moment Aerion left his room, a disciple started shouting his name. Master Aerion has returned. Master Aerion has returned. Master Aerion Hadash. Shoo, that's enough. Yes, Master. Forgive me, but the Grand Master gave strict orders. I understand. Lead me to him. So, the noble rogue sect was truly rebuilt, I am glad. The disciple led him to the library while hundreds gathered around. Large, unnecessary, crowds are usually tiresome, but it was a good thing in this case. They celebrated his return and treated him like a legendary hero of sorts. Eventually, Aerion arrived at his destination. I thought you were never going to wake. Forgive me for worrying you, father-in-law. You should not be apologizing, not after the lengths you went through for this sect. It was my duty. Did anything happen while I was away? Of course. The Grand Master informed Aerion of most of the events that had occurred. Aerion thanked him and began making his way to the rebuilt dragon's palace. The Blue Wind Imperial family. I can't blame the Emperor for being scared of Roshas, or should I say, the Saint Emperor. It is what it is. But the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, I owe them a favor, it would seem. Tai Xia rushed to his side the moment she saw him. I thought I'd never see you again. Come now, you know I am not one to die easily. But you were poisoned, and they couldn't find a treatment for it. The doctors said you were too. I've already dealt with that, I'll be back to normal soon enough. Let's enter the palace, all right? The wind is rather cold. They did so, and Aerion started to explore the rebuilt version of the dragon's palace. It wasn't exactly the same, but it bore many similarities to its predecessor. As the day went by, he got to inspect the progress of the Dragon's Guard. They were well on track to humiliating the divine Phoenix Empire, the self-proclaimed overlord. Overlord, they don't even have anyone at the peak of the sovereign profound realm, and they dare speak such nonsense. I will show them what a true overlord looks like after the tournament is over. Aerion couldn't resist the urge to visit Roshas and humiliate him, so he did exactly that. Roshas was sealed very tightly in one of the unused rooms. The room itself had a powerful formation placed on it. It was very durable, only those at the very peak of the sovereign profound realm could hope to break it. Heavenly Fire Demon, can you open it? Only you can. It is a more specific version of the formation used by the outpost. So it needs my blood. Aerion cut himself with black fire and let the blood drip. The formation opened and Aerion entered. Stand by the entrance. As you wish. Aerion thawed the top section of the ice, which freed Rosh's head. I don't want to see your face. Too bad. How's the block of ice? It's not the worst thing I had to go through. Oh, and what would that be? I would rather not say. So mellow, I thought I'd never see you like this. If only I would have won. Aerion was intrigued. Then what? I would have taken your body for myself and become even stronger. In time, the entire divine realm would have been bent to my will. Then I would slowly recover my true divine strength. Then I would return to my seat as the god of the underworld. You are ambitious, I must say. But, you lost. Aerion froze his head once more and left the room. Chapter 83. Volume 8, Celestial Dragon Emperor. After the 4 great sacred grounds fell, a void of power was left in the profound sky continent. The divine Phoenix Empire was the first to fill this void, but not soon after. Rhaegar Targaryen, the dragon, raised his banners and began to make the land his own, starting with the Blue Wind Empire. This was not concerning at first, but after the show of strength in the 7-nation ranking tournament, the real conflict began. The final victor of this conflict would decide the fate of the profound sky continent for countless millennia to come. Who was it going to be? Despite all efforts, Old Town was still in a bad state. However, despite its low population, it looked rather lively. Some of the civilians had made their return slowly but surely. Old Town would return to how it once was. Aerion decided that he would earn some money himself in order to aid the noble rogue sect in Old Town. What to do? Perhaps I should restart my reforging business. That one is the most profitable with the least effort required. But, I could also take wealth by force. That would be the easiest way. You can conquer the 7 nations. The heavenly fire demon stated. I could. Then do it. You don't owe the Blue Wind Emperor anything, the fool didn't even help in a time of need. You could still grant the Blue Wind Imperial family a noble status in your empire, which would probably be a far more prestigious position, if you feel guilty about taking his throne. You're right about that. And I would be the first to unite the profound sky continent under one banner, my banner. I believe it's time I gained a royal title in this world. Aerion woke the next day, slightly tired from last night. Cough. I'm quicker, it would seem. Aerion left his chambers and asked one of the servants to inform the Dragon's Guard of a rally. He planned to travel to the Blue Wind Imperial City and introduce himself as emperor. Such an act will raise uproar, this goes without question, but no one will be able to do anything. Aerion planned to be somewhat lenient and simply demote Song Wanha to the rank of king. He would still be granted the honor of ruling over the Blue Wind Empire, only difference being that Aerion is above him. Aerion could just relax and overrule things he disagrees with. Aerion went over to one of the rooms intended for cultivation and started doing some training himself. He felt a little bit rusty, having not participated in any type of battle for a whole 3 months. Hopefully this facility can handle my power. Crimson Demon Wave. Bang. The wall took it surprisingly well, even though I held back most have been the heavenly fire demons doing. Doing some training, Aerion. The door opened and Izanami came through it. How did you know I was here? You are hard to miss, a servant told me. I see. Care to join me? I'll be gentle. How gentle? Emperor profound or something like that. Humph, don't underestimate me. Aerion smiled. Go on, show me what you can do. Aerion took some random spear from the weapon rack as Blackfire was a tad bit too strong. It would have sliced through Izanami's sword on the first clash. He tested the spear for a few seconds and was satisfied with its speed. A spear? Why not? This is a training session, I can try new things. The room grew silent as Izanami and Aerion prepared for the spar. Aerion seemed relaxed while Izanami was a bit more determined. Then it began. Izanami started with lightning-fast attacks, attempting to get closer to Aerion. But he managed to keep his distance and block every strike. He remembered all the fighters who used the spear and how they did it. Slowly but surely, he started to understand the spear more, and this could clearly be seen from his stance. He started to thrust more, which forced Izanami to go on the defensive. Izanami noticed the change and backed away. Aerion was clearly gaining the advantage. What's wrong? Ice started to form around Aerion, attempting to seal him. He took flight and escaped the ice. Then he noticed that Izanami was above him, ready to end the spar with an overhead slash. Aerion blocked her katana with the shaft of the spear. She took one arm away from the katana and formed lightning. She aimed to strike Aerion, but it was no good. Aerion cancelled it out with some wind. He grabbed her arm, which ensured that she wouldn't do anything else. Her other hand moved the katana to the side, away from the spear, and it was preparing to strike Aerion's neck. Aerion was going to block the katana with the spear point, but the sword went past it. Slash. Izanami's sword stopped at his neck. It simply couldn't cut through. But she won. You surprised me there. Such a move requires great skill, but it never would have worked if I had used a halberd. Your gradual improvement was far more impressive. Again. It wasn't a question, it was more of a command. Izanami expects great diligence during a sparring session, as usual. I like that, even if it's not that necessary. So what is this rally about? Sun Lin asked, towards no one in particular. How should we know? We were told to wait patiently and that's all. Moe replied. Elder, would you happen to know anything about this? Fen Jueching inquired. I have an idea. But I'd rather not spoil the surprise. That is fine, we can wait. Aerion entered the hall an hour or so later. He seemed to be a bit tired, but it wasn't very apparent. Everyone stood up from their chairs and waited for him to sit down. They had picked up a few courtesies, it would seem. Aerion sat down and so did the Dragon's Guard, shortly after. Thank you all for waiting so patiently. Now, then, let us proceed. As we all know, the Blue Wind Empire has been a laughingstock for quite some time now. The Blue Wind Imperial family itself is a joke. They couldn't even scrape the top 100 in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. As a monarch myself, I find this fact rather embarrassing. Aerion poured some wine into his cup. What I intend to do is change this once and for all, and I will do it by becoming emperor myself. Whoa, so that will make us royal guards? Yes, it will. Aerion answered Sun Lin's question. Is that all you care about? We would gain access to the treasury, which should be more than enough to get Old Town back on its feet, Taishu stated. So what will happen to the Blue Wind Imperial family? Some people would be against the change and might even resist it. Ah, that shouldn't be a problem. The Blue Wind Imperial family will still remain as monarchs over the Blue Wind Empire, the only difference being that I will be emperor and Song Wanha will be king. That would work, if the emperor is willing. Kai Rome replied. He will accept my proposal one way or another. Anyways, it's not that bad of a proposal. After a few minutes of discussing the topic, Aerion announced that they would be leaving today. This was a surprise, but it was one that was well received. The Dragon's Guard were tired of doing the same thing over and over again, which was training. They could finally leave the confines of a noble rogue sect and fly free. All of you have a few hours to get ready. Don't go overboard, we won't be away for too long. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Your Imperial Majesty. Intriguing. The Blue Wind Imperial City, the very core of the Blue Wind Empire. It was the usual in the largest city of the Blue Wind Empire, an ordinary day some would say. A few prosperous individuals were looking around in the branch of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, disciples were busy with their cultivation and the 18 flower pavilions were open as customary. Then a crimson dragon erupted forth and pierced the sky. The Blue Wind Imperial City seemed to darken as the crimson dragon ominously loomed over it. Once the people noticed that the light provided by the sun was gone, they began to panic. Aerion looked down and noticed that the courtyards are too small, laughably so. Rhaegar would end up breaking a good portion of the Imperial Palace if he were to land, which isn't a great thing. We are going to have to fly down ourselves. Gria dash. Rhaegar returned to the Sky Poison Pearl and the group started to fall down to the Imperial Palace. Of course, they got hold of their feet with relative ease since they were all Emperor Profound and above. Aerion landed on the courtyard that was closest to the throne room. Intruders, and they can fly. Sky Profound man, I don't get paid enough for this job. A group of guards gathered around, but they didn't seem very confident. Some of their weapons were shaking and not too far from dropping to the floor. From the sun being covered by a colossal dragon to a group of Sky Profound intruders. Aerion drew the mighty Sky Piercer from his Sky Poison Pearl. What a cold greeting. Oh well, I would be pleased if you would all step aside. No, we fight for His Majesty, the Emperor. One of the guards shook his head. Fools, that is Rhaegar Targaryen. He is a friend of the Emperor. Oh, it's him. Damn rookies. Pardon me for their transgressions. There's no need for that, everyone makes mistakes once in a while. What is the reason for your visit, if I may ask? Aerion returned Sky Piercer to the Sky Poison Pearl. I wish to meet with the Emperor. Ah, you might have to wait a while for me to confirm it with His Majesty and dash. I don't think that will be necessary. Aerion activated his Sharingan. This was a good time to test out the new power he had gained. Blood trickled down his right eye, slowly but surely. All of you, run around the courtyard until further notice. That's easy. The guards started to run around the courtyard. Master, how did you do that? Fen Jueqing asked. That is a secret of mine, let's proceed. Aerion cleaned the blood that had come out of his eye. Makes me bleed and uses some profound energy, how unpleasant. They entered the halls of the Imperial Palace and walked towards the throne room. Aerion remembered the layout of the palace from his previous visit, so it didn't take very long. They walked in an orderly manner and the guards patrolling the halls were more kind as they knew who Aerion was. Rhaegar Targaryen, welcome, but I do not believe that you are scheduled to have an audience with His Majesty, the Emperor, at this current moment. I would like to disagree. Aerion released his profound energy, which had pressured the hopeless guards into bending their knees in submission. They couldn't move even if they wanted to. Aerion chuckled. Not quite as amusing as making them run around, but far more efficient. The traditional way is still the best way, it would seem. Ah, too strong. How pitiful. Taishu remarked. Aerion walked past them, followed by the Dragon's Guard. The royal guards inside of the throne room fell victim to Aerion's pressuring profound energy as well, the moment he had entered. What is the meaning of this? I, Rhaegar Targaryen, the first of my name, have come here to vassalize the Blue Wind Empire. Submit to me, Emperor Song Wanha, and you may live or perish and be replaced by someone more suitable. These are your two options. Aerion walked closer to the throne. Oh, so cold. I would like to know, what are the other terms of your first offer? You will act as sovereign over the Blue Wind Kingdom, previously known as the Blue Wind Empire, in my name. I will be its true overlord, going by the title Emperor, but play no part in ruling it, unless I find such an act necessary. In return for your loyalty, I shall assist in strengthening the Blue Wind Kingdom and increasing its stature among the 7 nations. If any other nation dares to invade, then I shall take action and defend these, my lands. Even if that nation happens to be the divine Phoenix Empire. You are a saint, indeed. The Blue Wind Emperor laughed. The offer was far more beneficial for the Blue Wind Empire than Aerion. The only thing the Blue Wind Emperor would have to give up is some independence. But before I accept, I wish to know your ultimate goal, Rhaegar Targaryen. Also, those rumors, were you the one who put an end to the Saint Emperor? The unification of the world. Not just the Blue Wind Empire, profound sky continent or blue pole star, I aim to unify every single planet, plane and realm under my banner. And yes, I made short work of the Saint Emperor. Such ambition can only lead to disappointment, death or glory. Very well. I accept your offer. I appreciate your wisdom, King Sangwonha. Announce this news to the rest of the Blue Wind Kingdom. Oh, and fund the reconstruction of Old Town. That is all you need to do. Aerion turned around and began to make his way out. Shouldn't there be a celebration in your name? I suppose there should be, but it is not necessary. I understand. How the boy has grown in such a short period of time. Even then, he was extraordinary, but now he stands on a realm of his own. He even dismissed the divine Phoenix Empire as a potential threat. It is as they say, he was sent down from the heavens. But for what reason? I have no idea. By the time Sangwonha was done thinking, Aerion and his Dragon's Guard had already left. They had other matters to settle. Chapter 84. You can all return to your usual duties. Aerion commanded the guards before leaving. It would seem that they had great endurance since they were only mildly tired. So, where are we going now? Tai Shu inquired. Do you remember that demon sealed inside of the Heavenly Sword Villa? The barking dog who could bring calamity upon the profound sky continent. Yes, that demon. I intend to shatter the formation that binds him. The rest of the Dragon's Guard had no idea what they were talking about since they didn't attend the Blue Wind ranking tournament, but they continued to listen. For what purpose? He shall introduce us to illusory demon realm. And becoming a valuable soldier among my ranks, if possible. The news spread like wildfire. It was only 2 years ago when the Silver Calamity of the noble rogue sect defeated Ling Yun with ease in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. This revelation did shake the entire Blue Wind Empire at that time. Then came the announcement of his cultivation strength, which was Sky Profound 7. Seemingly in no time at all, Junlong had risen to the very top. His transcendent talent, along with his undeniable charm, was difficult to ignore. Everyone knew that one day he would be the strongest in the Blue Wind Empire, one day if nothing unexpected were to occur. Things quieted down and now, 2 years later, he's the emperor. Most people couldn't believe it. Such news would take many days in order to sink in. But they eventually accepted it. Because if there was going to be anyone who could lead the Blue Wind Kingdom to true prosperity, among the 7 nations, it was going to be him. The Dragon's Guard set camp after a long day of travel. Tents sprung forth and a fairly large fire was lit. It danced beautifully with the light wind while the Dragon's Guard conversed with each other. A cheerful and pleasant night it was. Aerion, being the diligent king he was, practiced his sword technique under the moonlight. Out of sheer boredom, he decided to try out the Heavenly Sword Villa's Heaven's Might sword art. He started out with the most impressive profound skill, the Sword Spirit Doppelganger. A complete copy of Aerion was made from Blackfire's glistening blade. Aerion turned around and observed the clone. Yes, he did look exactly the same. The same glowing violet eyes, long silver hair and even the same bastard sword. The only thing it was missing was the ability to speak. Aerion grinned, perhaps it can be a new training partner. Fighting myself, will be equally matched. The clone understood its master's intentions. Blackfire was swiftly enveloped in black-red flames, which began to burst with ever-growing strength and killing intent. Aerion took to the skies in order to avoid damaging the land as much as possible. The clone followed and struck Aerion from behind with a crimson demon slash. Aerion did his best to dodge and guard himself from what he couldn't evade. The flames, however, didn't accept failure. They enveloped Aerion and started to burn him, but not for long. Heaven-absorbing silver claw. Not bad at all. The clone charged Aerion and they ended up clashing swords. It was clear that they were equal in strength as neither could gain the advantage. Aerion remained on the defensive, looking for any openings, while the clone was aggressive, attempting to slay Aerion. I see now, it's over, fool. Boundless counter. Aerion parried its next attack and put himself in a perfect position to retaliate, and he did so, in violent fashion. Aerion pierced its heart with Blackfire. Then the clone disappeared and he was left alone, exhausted. His victory did not come without consequence as he had dozens of wounds littered all around his body. These wounds were hastily being healed via scale regeneration and the great way of the Buddha, of course. He hurt mentally as well, keeping the clone fighting wasn't easy especially since it had fought for around 20 minutes. It was his first time and he had already more than doubled Ling Yun's time. Aerion was interested in the profound skill but it was vastly inefficient, with great consequences tied to it, as he would soon find out. Aerion's wound suddenly became twice as horrible. He vomited blood and started to involuntarily shake. He couldn't control his own body, losing control of his floating technique and falling down from the sky. Someone caught him on the way down. How reckless of you, disciple, you could have ended it at any point but you kept going. It was so thrilling to fight myself, you should try it sometime. Allow me to heal your wounds. His devotion towards becoming stronger is nothing short of admirable. It is not hard to believe that, one day, he truly will surpass everyone currently stronger than him. He has both the talent and diligence to reach the very peak. If only I had such a disciple during that war, sigh, it is what it is. The heavenly fire demon began to assist Aerion in healing his wounds. Aerion stood up after a while. His scales started to drop to the ground and butt up, turning into nothing. Thank you, but I can handle the rest. Very well. They returned to the tents. Aerion drifted off into a deep slumber in a few minutes. The fight he had with his own doppelganger was very taxing on the mind so he didn't even bother approaching the dungeon. But he still did something with the extra time, and that was spent on improving the sword spirit doppelganger, or creating something similar. What a trash profound skill. The dragon commented, clearly unimpressed. It will kill you faster than you can kill your enemy. Especially if you use Purgatory and Silver Calamity. Very true. Using the Sword Villa's flawed techniques is truly beneath me. I can do better than that. Fire and blood, it always comes down to that. I can give life to dead dragon eggs maybe. Fire exploded in all directions, lighting up the dark plain. Aerion looked around and noticed that his surroundings were slowly changing. The fire began to take shape. The first thing he saw was an enormous dragon with shining crimson scales. Below him stood mountains that pierced the sky. The floating dragon was all alone, but not for long. Blood dripped from his flesh with a mighty roar, he released fire that set the whole mountain range on fire. So powerful, dragon, did you intend to show me this? No, it wasn't me. Then who was it? Could it be that Aerios is still alive or did he simply leave this behind for me? Come into existence, my children, through my fire and blood. The mix of fire and blood created crimson scales, who began to take form. The scales formed dragons of all different sizes and shapes, then the scales began to crack and shatter. Thousands of dragons stormed out of their shells, then a thunderous chain of roars echoed throughout the land. This was how the ancestors of all dragons were born, supposedly. So this is his true form. When he was at his strongest, Aerion couldn't help but admire the dragon in the skies. We will get there, someday. The scene turned into flames and Aerion knew what he had to do. He made a cut on his hand and let his ghost flames surround the blood. But nothing happened. He didn't use enough blood. Fine. Aerion cut off his entire right arm, where he had summoned crimson scales. This time things went differently. Aerion supplied it with his blood and flames, and it began to grow. Soon enough it formed a human shape, then it cracked. That it worked. My creator, what is my purpose? Activate Purgatory. He nodded and did so. Then Aerion killed it after a few good seconds, to see what the consequences of using the technique were. Surprisingly, there were none apart from losing his arm and some profound energy when conjuring the flames. The clone was an existence of its own, separate from the master. But this also meant that it was weaker since it was only made from an arm. It was made clear by how the clone struggled with keeping Purgatory open. This might be useful someday, I suppose. What to call it? Fireblood doppelganger. I'm no good when it comes to naming profound skills. Aerion was warmly greeted by the Heavenly Sword Villa. In fact, the entire sect had gathered to meet the new emperor. It was somewhat of an awkward situation for the Heavenly Sword Villa, as their duty was to protect the Blue Wind imperial family, and Aerion had stormed the palace and forced the emperor to submit to him. But it was too late now for them to do anything about it. They had no choice but to accept it as well. Wow, Junlong himself. So handsome. Even more confident than before, and that clothing he can definitely pass as an emperor. All of the female disciples seemed to have hearts in their eyes while the male disciples admired him or had faces of envy. Your Imperial Majesty. Ling Yefeng bowed solemnly. Villa Master. May I ask why you have graced us with your visit? I wish to see this demon of yours once again. I intend to free him. That would be unwise. He might escape and bring about calamity upon the entire profound sky continent. That won't happen, I assure you. These people, they still don't know how powerful I truly am. Very well, I trust your word. Tai Shu chuckled. That was easy. Fen Jueqing shrugged. We could have simply walked past them. What could they do against us? These arrogant Sword Villa members should be humbled. I would have preferred it that way. He didn't even bother lowering his voice. At heart, he still was Heaven-Burning Clan's young master. They walked for a long time since the Heavenly Sword Villa was quite spacious. It was a bit awkward, but that was to be expected. Aerion spoke with Ling Yun to pass the time. Even that was hard since Ling Yun wouldn't stop being formal. Eventually, they reached the formation. Aerion lifted the huge sword and the demon awakened. Who? The demon was confused, but then he remembered the silver-haired youth from before. He was no more but a bystander then. I am Rhaegar Targaryen, your new master. Slash. The meteorite chains binding the demon were broken with a single strike. The formation shattered and the demon was free, at last. Chapter 85. I am free. Ha 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 ha, I am truly free. I wonder, for how many years has this demon been sealed? Nevertheless, he isn't as free as he believes. I would be a fool to let him run away. After a few long seconds of celebrating his release, the demon looked at Aerion. This king is grateful for your assistance, Aerion Targaryen, but I do not plan to stay here long. The 4 great sacred grounds. They no longer exist. Huh. You must be joking. No, the mighty Heavenly Sword region, Sun Moon Divine Hall, and Supreme Ocean Palace were all burned to the ground by the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary's Saint Emperor. Then the Saint Emperor fell upon an unfortunate calamity. After that, the Divine Phoenix Empire handled what remained of the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. Is that so? The demon laughed as if all of his worries had gone away. Then there is no one to stand in my way. A few of the disciples took a few steps back, afraid of a scenario where the demon goes on a rampage and kills them all. This king shall be kind, just this once, and leave all of you Sword Villa trash alive. The demon seemed to be in a good mood as he began to take his leave. Aerion cleared his throat. Where do you think you're going? The demon was sent back down to the ground by Aerion's sheer profound energy. He looked at Aerion once more. The boy didn't look ordinary. Aerion mocked the demon. Only in the Emperor Profound Realm? I expected a little bit more. Perhaps you have gone rusty because of the formation. Damn you, you dare stand in this king's way. Dragon's Guard, restrain the fool. Okay, leave this to me. Sun Lin charged in. The other Dragon's Guard backed away and left it to Sun Lin, which wasn't a wise choice. He was sent flying back after a few exchanges. Aerion observed and noticed that the demon's power was increasing ever so quickly. Sun Lin was in the middle of the Emperor Profound Realm, so sending him flying was no easy task. Fine, Shu Jueqing, you do the honors. Yes, your Imperial Majesty. Ha ha ha, go on, entertain this king. The wind of the wind god's art and the fire of the heavenly fire demon both struck the demon from opposing sides. The Dragon's Guard were kind enough to assist the weaker Heavenly Sword Villa cultivators with their protection. From the hands of the demon, purple lightning exploded forth and obliterated both the wind and fire in mere moments. Then the demon aimed to land a fatal blow to Fen Jueqing using most of his strength. Enough. Most of the demon's body was sealed in ice before he could even reach Fen Jueqing. Aerion walked slowly towards the demon, clearly unconcerned by the demon's show of strength. He was calmer than the ice he had just conjured. The demon was enraged by his current situation, but he couldn't do anything about it. Listen, demon, king, I freed you for a reason. I am told that you were a formidable existence before the mighty Heavenly Sword region sealed you away. This emperor simply wishes to make use of your talents. I cannot allow it to rot away in a place like this. That would be very wasteful of me. Not only that, but, you just happen to hail from the illusory demon realm, a place I would very much like to visit. Would it not be better if you were to join me instead of flying around the profound sky continent like some lost dog? I will never betray the demon emperor. Don't shout at your emperor. Bang. Aerion gave him a good slap to the face. It was louder than a clap of thunder and left the demon's cheek red. You dare. Bang again. You think. Bang again. Bang. Bang. This time the demon remained somewhat silent, managing to control his fury. How insolent, the heavenly demon showed his distaste towards the demon's behavior. His sword laid at his side, ready to be drawn at any moment. How unfortunate. Suddenly, Aerion thought of something. What if I were to become the demon emperor myself? Would your answer remain the same? You. The Demon Emperor. Don't humor me, boy. The illusory demon realm and 12 guardian families would never allow a brat like you to sit on the throne as their emperor, not in a million years. Hold my wine. Want to bet? Go ahead, it won't change the truth. Aerion smiled. Very well. If I can conquer the entire illusory demon realm and become its emperor within a year, then you will have to swear fealty to me. If I do not accomplish this, then I shall let you depart wherever you wish with my dearest sword, Blackfire. Aerion drew the bastard sword from its sheath. It shimmered under the light of the sun and began to emit its tyrannical aura upon the world. The audience could barely breathe under its brilliance. It was the sword of many Targaryen kings and the first of 2 Valyrian steel swords that were in the possession of House Targaryen, the other being Dark Sister. Unfortunately both were lost. It was an ancestral treasure of the mighty House Targaryen, and Aerion intended to keep it as his blade until the very end. There is no way in 7 hells anyone in the illusory demon realm can pose a real threat to me. Why not let the demon dream a little? The idea of him failing to do such a simple thing seemed like a foreign concept. The demon was much the same, he didn't see Aerion succeeding. He was too young to possess such power, it was simply impossible. The only feats he had displayed were sealing the demon in ice and breaking the formation. Sealing someone at the peak of the Emperor profound realm isn't so hard for a tyrant, and the sword was the reason why the formation was shattered. Still, his confidence did shake the demon a little. If he truly is that strong at his young age, then he is truly worthy of being the Demon Emperor. That is an impressive sword. I will accept your bet. It's a done deal, then. You won't regret it. Ha 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 ha. His profound strength has just reached Overlord Profound One. He must be an expert in the late Sovereign Profound Realm, I'm sure of it. How else could he have been important enough to be sealed in a formation? But it's going to take some time for him to recover his old strength. Aerion shrugged and sealed off the rest of the demon, in slightly more durable ice. Heavenly Demon, carry him. As you wish. It took the Heavenly Sword Villa disciples, masters and even elders time to let the events of the evening sink in. Aerion simply swooped in, broke the formation and sealed the demon once again. That wasn't all. He promised to become the Emperor of the illusory demon realm. Although they don't quite know what the demon realm is, they know that it isn't something to be taken lightly. Right, now that the demon is taken care of, I have no more business here. Actually maybe I do. Ling Yun, come here. He bent his knee and bowed. What do you wish of me, your Imperial Majesty? I want you to receive this sword. Aerion took out an Emperor Profound sword. It was very light but deadly at the same time. The sword did not emit anything but pure sword intent. It wasn't very expensive for Aerion, but to the Heavenly Sword Villa, it was a cosmic-sized gift. Ling Yun looked up and saw the sword for the first time. This gift, I cannot take such a thing from His Imperial Majesty. Yes, you can, it's trash to me anyway. Very well, I order you to take the sword. He had no choice but to do so. I am forever grateful for this gift, your Imperial Majesty. Wield it well. Aerion turned around and started to make his way out of the Heavenly Sword Villa. The Dragon's Guard did the same, following their emperor. Aerion returned to the noble rogue sect, just in time to celebrate his 19th name day. There were only a short 2 months remaining until the 7-nation ranking tournament, yet the mood wasn't quite as serious as one would expect. The celebration was held at the noble rogue sect's own dining hall. Only the most prestigious of people could attend inside of the hall, while the others were left outside. Aerion sat at the head of the table, along with Tai Xia, Izanami, Tai Qin and the Grandmaster himself, who sat in the very center. Aerion stood up from his seat to give a little speech. 19 time flies by, doesn't it? Anyway, I would like to personally thank the entire noble rogue sect and father-in-law for guiding me along my path. When I first came to this world, I felt lost, lonely, to a degree. But this sect helped fill that hole. Slowly but surely, this huge fortress became my home, and this noble rogue sect became my family. I am truly grateful for everything. Aerion smiled and raised his voice to lighten up the mood. It was getting a bit sad, which is no good. Now then, let's get this feast started. And so, it began. Aerion enjoyed himself to the fullest as he feasted on the many delicacies made available to him, drank to his heart's content and occasionally teased his 2 ladies. It all ended with a spectacle of fire. The sky was filled with exploding, beautiful fires. Aerion contributed by creating a huge dragon made of ghost flames and making it soar through the skies. It shone brighter than the moon itself. Unfortunately, Rob isn't here to see this. There is always next year. A drunk Aerion managed to fly all the way to the dragon's palace and drop into his bed. It wasn't very difficult since Aerion is, well, a dragon. Tai Xia was already waiting for him. She was faster, it would seem. Aerion smiled. Now, that was a good daytime to finish it with a good night. There Tai Xia laid, she seemed to be disappointed when she looked at the state of Aerion. There was no way he could do it. It didn't look like he had the energy. But, one should never underestimate the constitution of a dragon. Aerion. Tisk, tsk, I am not so pitifully drunk to forget my duties. Aerion's previously dim eyes flashed a glowing lilac eye as he gained a second wind. He could already imagine Jasmine rolling her eyes and calling him a pervert, among other things. But such a title isn't very fitting for a chaste emperor like Aerion. In the end, he did, indeed, give her a good tumbling. Chapter 86. Aerion instructed for everyone to depart for the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Divine Phoenix City, to be exact, and wait for him to arrive. They were told to remain diligent and make any last-minute improvements to their strength. Considering their talent, it wasn't unlikely for most of them to experience a breakthrough during this time. Aerion looked at his dungeon ring, its gem began to glow ever so often under his gaze. It was about time he returned to Westeros and observed the state of his 7 kingdoms. This time he decided to go alone. Hopefully, Robb doesn't have a few gray hairs when I see him. Ruling 7 kingdoms can be quite stressful. Aerion activated the portal and left for the Red Keep. Aerion was expecting to find himself somewhere in the skies, but this was not the case. It would seem that the gods were kind, or the portal got tired of skydiving. Either way, Aerion stood before the Iron Throne, which was currently occupied by Robb. The hall was full of courtiers who gasped in shock upon the sudden appearance of their one true king. "Did you defeat him, your grace?" Robb inquired. Aerion smirked. "I butchered him." "That was to be expected. No one can stand over you for too long, your grace." Aerion walked forward, where a person was on his knees. He looked awfully pitiful with many scars all over his body. However, he did have an almost sinister smile. Aerion quickly realized that this was, in fact, a trial. But what was the crime? "Who is this?" "Gerald, a murderer. He stands accused of murdering over a dozen locals and a member of the city watch. Such a noble name wasted on a man like yourself, a pity." Aerion's cold gaze froze Gerald's smile, inserting some fear into him. Speak up. "I was tired of living the same day every day, you must understand, right? The sensation, the thrill of killing another person and having to run away afterwards was truly a thing of wonder. There were a few times where I was almost caught. That one city watch guard was the consequence on one of those occasions." Aerion didn't look amused. "No, I don't understand." Robb and everyone else waited for his judgment. After all, the king's word was law. He was already confirmed to be guilty, so there was nothing more to state other than his punishment. Aerion sighed. "You are not even worth a single breath of mine, yet I must stain my hands with your blood." Aerion was about to order his death, but Gerald made a rather foolish demand. His last resort, clearly. You can't kill me yet. Because I demand a trial by combat. None but the gods shall decide my fate. You are a fool, with nothing to your name, a peasant, yet you expect a trial by combat? Even if I were to be benevolent and decide to grant your demands, your chances of winning would be non-existent. There is only one proper punishment for all your sins, and that is, death. And so the matter was wrapped up. Robb, I leave the execution to you. May I ask, what kind of execution? Aerion shrugged. You can decide that. I could care less. Aerion left in the direction of Maegor's Holdfast. The drawbridge was open with a Kingsguard patrolling at the far end of the corridor. Aerion walked past the bridge and into Maegor's Holdfast. The Kingsguard noticed that it was his grace, the king, who had passed the bridge. Your grace. Aerion gave a respectful nod and went past him. He wanted to see a certain child, well, his only child, so he walked towards his room. The wet nurse moved aside and Aerion observed little Aerion. His lilac eyes were as large as ever, blinking ever so often. He beamed with joy upon the sight of his father. Can he walk? Aerion asked the wet nurse. Yes, and the prince's steps are becoming much more elegant. He rarely ever trips. Aerion smiled and lifted Aerion. Well, shall we go for a walk? Aerion took his little son for a walk and realized that what the wet nurse had stated was, in fact, true. It would seem that Aerion was developing faster than an ordinary child would, which wasn't surprising considering who his father was. Aerion seemed to be very calm and observant, not speaking much. When he did speak, he made very few errors. Aerion felt that it was safe enough for him to bring Aerion to the profound Sly continent. There was no reason for him to remain in the Red Keep, far away from both of his parents, anyway. He could learn the profound way and fulfill his true potential, but he was still a few years too young. By the time he is 7, it is highly probable that I would already have set a solid foothold in the realm of gods. He will probably grow faster than I by simply being in a far better environment and getting a huge head start. Eventually, they arrived at one of the gardens. Well, Aerion led the way himself. He seemed to be quite enthusiastic, so Aerion obliged. A dragon's roar trembled the land somewhat. It was Silverfire, Daenerys' dragon. Silverfire had grown a bit but was still unable to carry a full-grown adult. However, this did not mean that the dragon was small. Silverfire dived down onto the ground and allowed Aerion to pet it. Aerion did so and the dragon began to dance around him. It is still a playful child. Silver dragon, Aerion stated as he gently touched the dragon's scales. Aerion nodded. It is a silver dragon. On the balcony sat none other than Princess Daenerys. The scene before her was indeed beautiful, probably one of the best one could find in King's Landing. Aerion walked forward and noticed that she held a cup of wine. She has a thirst for wine now. So you have returned. That sounded much colder than it had to be. I have only been away for 3 months. I wonder, where do you truly go? It's complicated. Can I not go with you? Aerion thought about it for a second. I can protect her from any harm easily. No one can even compare to me when it comes to strength in the entire Blue Pole Star. But that would leave the 7 kingdoms without much Targaryen presence, apart from Viserys. Still, I can trust my small council to keep things running. Sure, if you really want to. Then I will. Well then, can't say I didn't see it coming. Aerion wanted to complete his breakthrough to Sovereign Profound as soon as possible, so he swiftly made arrangements. He started with a small council meeting. Everyone gathered but Duncan, who was away in the Stepstones, and Marwyn. Marwyn was apparently away in Dragonstone for some reason, probably magic-related. Has anything major happened since I left? Aerion looked in the direction of Varys, who was always the most informed in the small council. His main task was gathering information, so this was a simple expectation. Nothing that would threaten your hold on the Iron Throne, Your Grace. But there is something that may interest you. And that is? Robert Baratheon seems to be taking his exile well by becoming a sellsword, a well-feared and notorious one at that. He has gathered a sizable force and accumulated ample wealth from his many battles. Good for him. Stannis, what do you think of Robert's new profession? He was always a warrior. I remember when he first heard of your exploits in the Narrow Sea. He found some joy from it because you gave him an excuse to brandish his warhammer. A warrior, indeed. Even I have come to admire his strength and skill. He was never meant to be a king, nor did he want to be one. But he was chosen regardless. Aerion nodded. Robert had the best claim and was the one to lead the rebellion. By the end of it, he was renowned as the Demon of the Trident. Robert was the obvious choice. Kevin, how is the project moving along? The castle is already complete and the secondary wall is still being built. In the meantime, a few of the less fortunate have been given land in order to farm. A third of their yields are sent directly to the treasury, just as you instructed, Your Grace. The issue of overpopulation will sort itself about now. That is good news. Does the city still stink? Robb laughed. Of course it does, it always stank. Aerion shook his head. Not always. King's Landing has clearly outgrown the sewers that Jaehaerys, the first of his name, had built, which means that some waste isn't disposed of. Where do you think this waste goes? It stays in the city. You are correct. I intend to expand the sewers so that they may be large enough for the population of King's Landing. But, that will be a difficult task. Kevin Lannister had an idea. I know someone who can do just that, a nephew of mine. Oh, the imp? Kevin nodded. He was in charge of the sewers in Casterly Rock. I believe he may be able to solve our little problem, provided that he has enough gold to do so. By right, Tyrion Lannister is supposed to be the Lord of Casterly Rock and Lord Paramount of the Westerlands. But I'm having Kevin occupy that seat for now. Perhaps he can claim what is his if I find him suitable. Very well, Merwin, send a raven to Casterly Rock. Right away, Your Grace. After some time, it was over. Aerion ended it with a rather unexpected announcement. Robb, give me the pin. As you command. He took of the hand's pin and gave it to Aerion. I already told Robb, and now it's time for the entire realm to know of my decision. Aerion left his seat and walked towards a certain person. Now he felt comfortable with leaving the honor with someone else. Stannis, stand. Your Grace, could it be that? He stood up and Aerion gave him the pin. From this day onwards, you shall be my hand. You have proven your abilities on the small council countless times under Robert and myself, and you have slowly gained my trust. The way you handle matters integrates perfectly with the role of hand. The people need an authoritative figure to rule while I am away. I will not fail you, your grace. Aerion smiled. I know you won't, that was why I chose you. I will not let my dislike towards Robert cloud my judgment. Stannis is worthy of such an honor. Robb clapped. I congratulate you, Stannis. The rest joined in. A few days later, Aerion left King's Landing through the use of the portal. He had to give up an eye, but it would recover in a few days, so it was a minor consequence. This time, he brought Robb, Aerion, and Daenerys with him. He also postponed his wedding with Marjorie, pushing it to next year. That did cause some problems, but Aerion had a few more important things to look towards. I am only a single step away from Sovereign Profound, just a single step. He laughed at himself and promised to be a more attentive king once he conquers and loots all of Blue Pole Star's treasures. Where to, your imperial, majestic, grace? The voice echoed. The Divine Phoenix City. Kakik, you never said exactly where in the Divine Phoenix City, but I shall be kind and give you a slight detour. You'll thank me for it. Aerion opened his eyes and quickly observed his surroundings. He was surrounded by mountains from all sides, one of the sides having an absurdly large mountain. There was no Robb, Aerion or Daenerys in sight. Aerion felt slightly nervous, but the gem assured him. They were sent to the Dragon's Guard. You, however, were blessed with a special opportunity. You can thank me later, ha ha ha. He stood up and noticed a girl. She was walking slowly, yet gracefully towards him. Aerion made eye contact and felt as if his soul had been taken away, just for a second. Her dreamlike blue eyes were truly a wonder. She was exceedingly beautiful, no one could doubt that. The girl was one of the most beautiful maidens he had ever laid his eyes upon. Could she be? She asked the question first. There was a warm and gentle tone to her voice. Who are you? Chapter 87. I am Aerion Targaryen. And you must be. Aerion answered, calmly as he observed the girl before him. Feng Shui, Sovereign Profound One. Aerion's jaw almost dropped from shock. Her cultivation strength was truly earth-shattering, especially when you considered her age. Not even the 4 great sacred grounds had anyone nearly as talented. Not only that, but she was a direct interior of the Phoenix. So my assumptions rang true. She is the Snow Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. To think that I had accidentally trespassed into her sacred sanctuary. Well, it wasn't my fault at all. That foolish ring was the cause of this. The air here is perfect for cultivation. Maybe the ring was looking out for me. Princess Feng Shui. Forgive me for trespassing, I did not intend to do so. It's all right, you can stay for a little. Really? I am truly grateful, but why for a little? My royal father will come eventually, and if he sees you then. Aerion understood what she meant. Don't worry about that, I am an escape artist. Even if he does, I doubt he can do much. How come? I surpass him in strength by leaps and bounds, but I would rather not get into a conflict with the Divine Phoenix Empire. You must really be strong then. My royal father recently broke through to the Sovereign Profound Realm by using some of the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary's resources. Do you know what happened to the 4 great sacred grounds? Their fall was so sudden. You're asking the right person. The Saint Emperor of the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary laid waste to the other 3 sacred grounds after he achieved a breakthrough into the Divine Origin Realm. He sacrificed all of his subordinate monarchs in order to further his own cultivation. When I encountered him, I had to run away. Then I came back after a few months of training and imprisoned him. The Saint Emperor, you are stronger than him? Yeah. Aerion casually replied. Such a thing was unimaginable. The Saint Emperor was the overlord of the profound sky continent. His mere steps would make people quiver in fear. The moment he would step into an emperor's territory, they would generously greet him without fail. Because if he was displeased with anything, one can expect certain doom. Once he had visited the Divine Phoenix Empire, and it was truly an uncertain time. All of a sudden, at any moment, the Divine Phoenix sect could have vanished into the Saint Emperor's flames. But they survived somehow. Aerion drew his sword and summoned a sword spirit doppelganger. Yes, it was a trash skill, but it had one use: self-harm. One of the best, if not the best, ways to cultivate. Especially if you have insane regenerative abilities. The clone wasted no time, instantly attacking. Aerion stepped to the side, but the clone was quick to attack again. Aerion used Star God's broken shadow to get behind him and counterattack. But the clone blocked the strike. How annoying. Purgatory. Both activated Purgatory and began to fight faster than ever before. Each strike compelled both heaven and earth to tremble in fear. The sky became their battlefield. No one even dared to fly up there and see what was actually happening. The elders of the Divine Phoenix sect awakened and began to speculate that the Saint Emperor himself returned to punish them, since that was the only explanation. They exchanged blows for a whole minute, then Heaven's punishment arrived for using purgatory along with the sword spirit doppelganger. Aerion slowly landed on the Phoenix perching valley and laid down on the grass. He started the process of recovering his strength. Once recovered, he intended to do the same thing over and over again until he broke through. The clone had displayed his Phoenix flames more than once in their dual Aerion side, that couldn't be helped. Now she is going to question where I got the Phoenix bloodline from. It could be better or for worse. Honestly, the Divine Phoenix Empire doesn't have the strength to do anything about it but accept it. Wow, Big Brother Aerion is really strong. Big Brother? Aerion felt confused and awkward at the same time. Feng Henkong started sweating profusely while sitting on his throne. The disturbance had even forced the elders to wake and gather. The level of strength needed to cause such an uproar could only be possessed by the Saint Emperor. They had laid waste to his absolute monarch's sanctuary, a grave indeed, so they all suspected that he had come to do the same to them. Or, perhaps it was the person who had apparently slain him. He's not dead, the Saint Emperor is not dead, we are all going to die, an elder started muttering in fear. The profound energy, it's directly above the Phoenix perching valley. Swear we must immediately make our way there, no matter what. Feng Zukue shook his head. We must not displease the Saint Emperor, that would be the end of all of us. He is a merciless and bloodthirsty man. Give him one excuse and he will scorch the entire sect. Feng Shuer is the future, but she isn't worth risking the entire sect for. Thousands of years would go up in smoke, just like that. The elders agreed, but Feng Henkong did not stand down. Then send a few cloaked guards to investigate. At least, we must confirm our suspicions and know the Saint Emperor's intentions. They agreed on this, and so, a few guards were sent to investigate the Phoenix perching valley. Aerion realized that there were a few eavesdroppers. He smiled, it was better to handle the problem sooner than later. The Divine Phoenix Emperor would come one day. Aerion planned to intimidate him with sheer strength, but Feng Shuer had a better idea. Father is probably worried, so would it not be better to clear the clouds and let him know that I am safe? Aerion nodded. If he were weaker, then this wouldn't be ideal. But Aerion's strength far surpasses the sovereign profound realm, so he doesn't have to worry about the Feng Henkong. The guards eventually went away. Your Majesty, this humble servant could only see Her Royal Highness, Feng Shuer, and a silver-haired youth. His eyes were purple. More importantly, it looked like Her Royal Highness was safe. The youth seemed to be injured. The words youth and safe seemed to ease the tension. Feng Henkong frowned. Then who was it that released such frightening profound energy? This humble servant does not know, but it is likely to be the youth. The Divine Phoenix Emperor erupted from his throne. Do you take me for a fool? No, Your Majesty, forgive this humble servant. I was only... Humph. I shall go there myself. Then we will have to go as well, just in case. One of the elders replied. Feng Zukue sighed and followed Feng Henkong along with the other elders. They flew to the Phoenix perching valley in haste, arriving in a few minutes. They did, indeed, see a silver-haired youth with their dear Feng Shuer. Feng Henkong was the first to land, and he was joined by 10 mighty elders. They drew their weapons. Identify yourself. Aerion struggled to stand up, but he managed. He stood tall and proud, despite his current state. He smiled. I am Rhaegar Targaryen, the first of my name, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Man, King of the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea, the Sword of the Warrior, Father of Dragons, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. What is this junior on? He might not be well. Rhaegar Targaryen, I might have heard of that name before. Humph, move away from Shuer immediately or there will be severe consequences. Aerion didn't move, but Feng Shuer did. Father, there is no need. Once they were separated, Feng Henkong gave the order. Now, then, you can die. Damn it. Aerion was attacked from all sides. He used Star God's broken shadow to escape into the sky while they spent a few moments confused as to what happened. Feng Shuer tried to stop the elders and her father, but they didn't listen. They saw him as some peaked tyrant brat who had stumbled upon the wrong place, nothing more and nothing less. So there were severe consequences either way. I would like to ask, who are you to threaten this young emperor? Aerion's aura began to surge with killing intent and a tone of supreme authority. But they still charged him nevertheless. Aerion dodged their attacks with grace and started to mock their inability to hit him once. They all started to realize the difference in strength between themselves and Aerion. Zukue blasted him with Phoenix Flames, which was the first actual hit. Phoenix flame sears the heavens. Boom. Ha ha ha, Aerion started to laugh in a mocking tone. Is that all you can do? There was a scratch or two on his body from the attack, but that was all. Not a single drop of his blood was drawn. This was truly shocking. Feng Zukue was the strongest person in the profound sky continent now since the 4 great sacred grounds had fallen, yet he couldn't even draw this youth's blood with his greatest attack. Feng Zukue was shocked, he couldn't believe it. This shock and disbelief soon turned into pure, undiluted fear. Let me show you how it's done. Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing. A huge phoenix appeared in the sky, soaring the heavens. Then it was sent down by Aerion, directly towards Feng Zukue. The phoenix flames exploded all around him, burning his life away. Aerion froze the phoenix flames just in time since he didn't want to create any animosity between himself and the divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Zukue fell to the ground, unconscious and burnt like a steak. The elders backed away and began to tremble in fear of the youth before them. Feng Henkong, I remember you said I can die. Why don't you die? Aerion appeared in front of him, with Blackfire raised to his neck. Big brother Aerion, please, don't. TCH. Aerion sheathed Blackfire. I expect some sort of compensation. Forgive me, I didn't know, this emperor was being foolish. You owe me a favor, how about that? The emperor looked at Aerion, seemingly surprised how simple his compensation was. Just a favor. Yes, just a favor. That isn't too much, is it? No, not at all. But may I know what you are doing here? About that, I accidentally stumbled upon this place and... Feng Shuer helped Aerion explain the situation. I told him to stay. Little did I know, big brother Aerion was really strong and an inheritor of the Phoenix legacy. Isn't that wonderful? He turned to Aerion. So you had no ill intents? None at all. Aerion shook his head. It was all a misunderstanding then. Can big brother Aerion stay? Feng Shuer asked her royal father. He gnashed his teeth, relaxing moments later. Then he sighed. He may. The Divine Phoenix Sect elders and Feng Henkong left shortly after. Chapter 88. Bang. 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 Finally. After fighting himself days on end, the breakthrough had finally come to him. The prestigious and almighty sovereign profound realm currently, in the profound sky continent, he was the only monarch outside of the Divine Phoenix Sect. He felt a surge of newfound strength surge through his profound veins. With it, he easily overpowered his old clone who had not done so. Begone, star-scorching demon lotus. Shuer never saw that profound skill before, what is it? She asked, rather excitedly. Aerion flew down. You don't have the 5th and 6th stages of the world ode, it would seem. It was the star-scorching demon lotus, the 6th stage. If you want, I could teach it to you. Please do so. Very well. It shouldn't be too hard. Feng Shuer learnt the profound skills swiftly, with ease. This would also mean that, eventually, the Divine Phoenix Sect would get their hands on the 5th and 6th stages from Shuer, which was great for them. Their power would no doubt increase even further, not that it matters. In some ways, Shuer was a child, especially when it came to snow. Usually, it only snowed in the northern side of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but there was a time where snow had come to the Divine Phoenix City, and that was when Shuer was just 13 years old. Since she was so beautiful, some claimed that she was the #1 beauty in the profound sky continent at 13. Since she loved snow so much, Aerion felt that it was only right to make it snow with his ice arts. Big brother Aerion, what are you going to do? Just watch. He looked up at the sky and activated his own frozen cloud arts. Both wind and water fused into the sky under the assistance of his profound energy. The fusion resulted in snow, a whole lot of it. Aerion had made it snow in the Phoenix Perching Valley and the area surrounding it, which included the Divine Phoenix City. It was beautiful, indeed. It's snow, it's really snow. Aerion opened his palm and watched as it was slowly covered by snow. Then he made fire emerge on his palm. The fire burned the snow away. Aerion looked in the direction of Feng Shuer and shrugged, he couldn't quite understand her fascination with snow. Meanwhile, Feng Shuer was jumping around in excitement as the snow began to settle. She was truly worthy of the name, Princess Snow. It looked like she was at home. Aerion couldn't help but smile seeing her acting so cheerfully. I'll dance for you, okay? Dance? It didn't seem to be a question since Aerion didn't get a proper chance to answer. She danced on her own accord. Aerion simply watched. The dance was truly spectacular, something that Aerion would find difficult to forget. Every step was graceful and every laugh heavenly. Aerion found himself breathless on a few occasions. She danced until it stopped snowing, which was a really long time. Aerion calmed his heart when the dance came to a close. That was beautiful. I'm glad Big Brother Aerion liked it. Could you make a little bit more snow? She asked, rather sweetly. She's not tired. Aerion nodded, he simply couldn't reject such an offer. Sure. Aerion Targaryen, the overlord of the Blue Wind Empire, the divine Phoenix Emperor, sat on his throne, in deep thought. He never quite paid attention to the weakest nation, yet this one talent was able to make him do so. From the knowledge gathered by his subjects, he found out that Aerion Targaryen, formerly Junlong, was a transcendent talent who came from nothing and rose to fame during the Blue Wind ranking tournament. His true origins were unknown. Then he became emperor 2 years later, a few months before the Saint Emperor had disappeared. The rumors were most likely true. He was the one to slay the Saint Emperor. How glad the divine Phoenix Emperor was that the tyrannical and ruthless Saint Emperor was replaced by someone more temperate and understanding. The profound Sky Continent was in good hands, indeed. Time passed, as it usually would. The Seven Nations ranking tournament was only a few days away, so Aerion made preparations. He hoped that the Dragon's Guard made it safely to the divine Phoenix City. It was unlikely for them to come into any sort of trouble with the heavenly fire demon guarding them. Aerion was chilling and conversing with Feng Shuer when Feng Hunkong arrived at the Phoenix Perching Valley. He would come once in a while during Aerion's stay, but this visit seemed to be a little bit different. It had a different purpose. You haven't heard, have you? The Seven Nation ranking tournament has been shortened, due to a change in the profound arc. Now it will only last a day. A day? How brilliant! Thank you for personally telling me. I haven't come for you. Shuer, how are you today? Oh right. He doesn't let anyone but himself and Feng Shuer inside of the Phoenix Perching Valley. So he could only send himself a protective father, indeed. But because of his actions, Shuer didn't have many chances to socialize with others. Which is precisely why she may come off as childish sometimes. Better than usual, since Big Brother Aerion helped me break through to the second stage of Sovereign Profound Realm. You did? Feng Hunkong looked at Aerion. Yeah, I did. Then you might not be so bad. I thank you for helping Shuer. Her second step into the Sovereign Profound Realm should have taken far longer. You might be the one person who is worthy. Worthy? Aerion had a few speculations on what he had truly meant, but he kept those speculations to himself. It was the day of the Seven Nation tournament. Aerion's hair was trimmed a bit, to medium length. The long hair was getting a bit tiresome. It will regrow anyway. Aerion donned a set of clothing from Westeros. Of course, it bore the colors and arms of House Targaryen. The robes were mostly black, with red being its secondary color. The red three-headed dragon truly stood out, as it should. There was some gold in there as well to spice up the outfit. Feng Shuer, this is farewell. I had a wonderful time. Every dance was elegant, graceful, and truly unforgettable. Aerion chuckled. You may have introduced the wonders of snow to me. I find it more appealing now, yet I do not know why. Anyway, I must take leave for the divine Phoenix City in order to witness the Seven Nation ranking tournament. Take this as a farewell gift. It's a special rose that grows in the north of where I come from. In the north, it always snows, even in the summer. Aerion presented her with a winter rose. It had the color of frost, which was close enough to actual snow. He had ordered a few during his reign since it was rather significant to him. When he looked at a winter rose, he would always wonder why his father risked everything and left with Lyanna Stark. Wow, what a beautiful rose. I have never seen anything like it. She grasped the rose softly yet tightly. But, Big Brother Aerion doesn't have to worry about the Seven Nation ranking tournament because Shuer will be spectating as well. But I thought. Father allowed it. Interesting, it would be a wasted opportunity if he didn't. All Seven Nations will be participating, after all. He will get to flaunt the strength of his divine Phoenix sect and the beauty of his daughter. Surely, no other nation could compete with those two things. Then I shall see you there, Shuer. Aerion turned around. Thank you for everything, Big Brother Aerion. He smiled and flew away to the divine Phoenix City, where the Seven Nation ranking tournament was to be held. The announcement that the Seven Nation ranking tournament would only be a day long definitely made the crowd dissatisfied and caused some uproar. Everyone was settled by then. Some had to travel for many weeks to arrive at the divine Phoenix City just to see a single day worth of fights, instead of 5. It was easy to understand why such a simple thing caused an uproar. In every single match, all profound practitioners of the two sides must participate. The divine Phoenix sect's great elder stated how this would be possible. The Dragon's Guard were extremely satisfied with the results since they had all practiced team strategies. Rob relaxed and laughed. I won't be going out early then. Tai Shu shook his head. I don't think you would have anyway. Most of the other nations are composed of Sky Profound and Low Emperor Profound cultivators. You can definitely stand your ground against them. Fen Juecheng looked at the Divine Phoenix Sect's participants. They are the real competition. Every other participant is an afterthought. We must claim first place in the name of our master. Every other result would simply be considered a failure. Daenerys scanned the crowd once again and couldn't see Aerion. She sighed. Where is he? Quit worrying, princess. Aerion will come eventually. Izanami stated. Are there any objections? There weren't any. Even if there were, they weren't voiced out. None. Very well. Then I shall declare that Profound Sky Continent's 39th seven-nation ranking tournament has officially begun. Whoa, look at that. The strength of the announcement seemed to have weakened the moment something else stole all the attention. A silver-haired youth with beautiful lilac eyes and the bearings of a true emperor. If there was ever a vote for Profound Sky Continent's most handsome and charming man, then he would no doubt be number one. This became clear the moment he appeared and gracefully took his seat, which was surprisingly next to the Divine Phoenix Emperor. The empty seat did cause some discussions, and now the question was, at long last, answered. He is so heavenly. All of the women shared the same opinion. How could a man be so perfect? The crowd from the Blue Wind Kingdom cheered since they all knew who it was. There were only 3 seats at the very top, Feng Shui's, Feng Henkong's and now Aerion's. This just who is he to gain such respect from the Divine Phoenix Emperor? Emperor Rhaegar Targaryen. Why, of course. Our emperor is truly great. Aerion sat down and the crowd grew silent. Forgive this young emperor for coming late. I had a few matters to settle. I hope that my arrival hasn't disturbed the tournament much. Anyway, now that I am here, the 7-nation tournament can truly begin. Chapter 89. Aerion was slightly surprised that the Divine Phoenix Emperor had saved a seat for him, right next to himself and Feng Shui. But since he had honored him, Aerion had to accept the honor. However, this would mean that he would be separated from his companions, which was unfortunate. Without further ado, Navy Tide Nation, step forth. Navy Tide Nation. They usually stood tall over most of the other 5 nations, ranking second many times. I don't believe they will be second this time, though. My Dragon's Guard will run straight through them. Aerion confidently looked down on the Navy Tide Nation, as the strength of their participants were revealed. Most of them were in the Sky Profound realm, with 2 half-step emperors and 1 early-stage emperor profound. The one emperor seemed to be rather popular and somewhat handsome. Aerion watched with amusement at Navy Tide Nation's reaction. It looked like they were proud of their flower-viewing prince's strength. The rest of the nations went one by one, displaying the talents of their young generation. Only the Black Fiend Nation seemed to be able to present an emperor profound combatant after the Navy Tide Nation. Naturally, Aerion felt disappointed. Then it was the Blue Wind Kingdom's turn. Aerion sat up a little and his bored expression lightened. Rob of the Blue Wind Kingdom's noble rogue sect has come forth to contend. First up, it was Rob. The profound assessment stone glowed, and a few moments later, his physical age and profound strength were clearly presented. 21 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 1. Not bad. Feng Henkong commentated. Aerion smiled. The best has yet to come. Following Rob, came Moe and Sun Lin. 19 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 5. 18 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 5. Since when did the Blue Wind Empire produce such talent? Is this even real? Ha 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 ha, under our mighty emperor we shall no longer be humiliated. We will finally be able to stand proud among the 7 nations. One Blue Wind Kingdom spectator stated. The bombs didn't stop, they kept dropping. Kai Rong, 19, Emperor Profound Realm Level 6. Wei Ling, 20, Emperor Profound Realm Level 6. Tai Shu, 21, Emperor Profound Realm Level 7. Fen Juecheng, 24, Emperor Profound Realm Level 7. An impressive group you have brought to the 7-nation ranking tournament. Perhaps it shall be more exciting this time around. Everyone sat in awe as the Blue Wind Kingdom revealed an Emperor Profound Realm Profound practitioner, one after the other. Clearly their power had ascended past the other 5 nations. All that was left was to see the Divine Phoenix Empire's roster and compare the two. The Blue Wind Kingdom had only brought in 7 profound practitioners, so they were already at a huge disadvantage. If there were going to be another 3, then it would no doubt have been Aerion, Izanami and Tai Xia. But their strength, it simply wouldn't be fair. Aerion is the strongest being on the planet, Izanami is a peak throne with an overpowered Manjiki Sharingan, and as for Tai Xia, ha ha ha. She made quite a few leaps thanks to Aerion. She is currently a mid-stage overlord tyrant Profound Realm Level 6, to be exact. Aerion was glad that the mockery of the Blue Wind Kingdom was silenced once and for all, although he had never seen it firsthand. The final part of the assessment process was the Divine Phoenix Empire's combatants, supposedly the strongest of them all. They didn't disappoint. The Divine Phoenix Emperor sat proudly as each of his participants were least of the Emperor Profound Realm level 5 and above, with many being in the 6th level. The most impressive of the mighty and talented group was Feng Shilua, the 14th prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He had the strongest profound strength, which was Emperor Profound Realm level 9. Aerion frowned. That's no good, a difference of 2 levels and a diluted, yet still powerful, Phoenix bloodline. Will Chuecheng and Shu be able to overcome such a difference? Honestly, Aerion didn't quite know. Competitive fights tend to have a myriad of possibilities, some where one side wins and others where the other side wins. Simply, Aerion could see it going either way. But it would be wrong not to say that the Divine Phoenix Empire had a clear edge over the Dragon's Guard. Aerion smiled. Your son is truly talented. But this young emperor shall not allow his subjects to fail. He is still nowhere near Schwer in terms of talent. Aerion nodded. Schwer, who do you think would win, my Dragon's Guard or the participants of the Divine Phoenix Empire? Big brother Aerion's Dragon's Guard are strong, but I can't see them winning. The odds are, indeed, tipped against them. After some time, the first match began. It was the Navy Tide Nation against the Blue Wind Kingdom. The crowd wasn't too enthusiastic since the strength of the Blue Wind Kingdom far outmatched the Navy Tide Nation. All of the Sacred Seven set foot in the arena, standing tall and proud. Such trash isn't even worth our time, Fan Juecheng remarked. That flower-viewing prince, I'd like to have a go at him. Rob announced. Match start. In an instant, the entire roster of the Navy Tide Nation was swept away by sheer strength apart from Han Ryu himself. The Dragon's Guard stood behind as their Lord Commander walked towards the flower-viewing prince. Tai Shu nodded. Go on, Lord Commander. Rob drew his sword and positioned his shield. The flower-viewing prince wasn't worried about him, he was worried about the people behind him. Those frightening mid to high-level Emperor Profound existences who had swept his entire team. His fellow Profound practitioners now laid on the ground, unconscious and unable to assist him in battle. There was no way he could win this battle and he knew it, but at least he can defeat the person slowly walking towards him. Come, flower-viewing prince, face this Lord Commander. As you wish, ha ha ha. It was extremely unorthodox for a cultivator to wield a shield. It was simply unheard of. Aerion smirked, the flower-viewing prince lost the moment he accepted the duel. The shield was made by him, it was black with many crimson rubies engraved into it that formed a three-headed dragon, the dragon of House Targaryen. It had extraordinary defensive capabilities, able to cancel out most attacks in the Emperor Profound Realm and below. The duel finally started. Han Ryu started with a few aggressive attacks, Rob easily blocked them all with his shield. He smirked. Flower-viewing prince, surely you can do a bit more. Your attacks are so predictable, do you spend all your time viewing flowers? Damn you, you've done it now. I will kill you. Hee, if you want, you can join the Dragon's Guard. We spar almost every day, so you would get plenty of opportunities to sharpen your skills. Shut up, don't you dare mock me. How rude, I was giving you the opportunity of a lifetime. Rob countered, slashing at his face. His attack resulted in a large cut on Han Ryu's cheek. This, of course, angered him. He started to use a myriad of different ice profound skills which came to nothing. The shield was impenetrable, the moment any ice touched it, fire came forth from the dragon and melted it. Rob clearly had the upper hand, there was no doubt. But the angered Han Ryu couldn't quite see reason. Rob would make small cuts here and there, slowly weakening the flower-viewing prince. You know, the heavenly fire demon's fire arts work well with anger, maybe you do have a place among the Dragon's Guard. But you use ice, that simply isn't compatible. Rob decided to finish him off with the wind god's art. A simple mighty wind slash was more than enough. He fell to the ground with a dozen wounds all over his body. The crowd did not expect this, but the Dragon's Guard did. He made the flower-viewing prince look like a flower-viewing child, truly impressive. A spectator from the Blue Wind Kingdom commentated. That shield is not so simple, did you make it? Feng Henkong questioned. I forged it in my spare time. Wow, big brother Aerion can make weapons too. Emichim, I have many talents. Feng Henkong smiled, he knew it. The mighty heavenly sword region did want to recruit him into their ranks after he had forged a powerful sword capable of gathering profound wind out of thin air. Blue Wind Kingdom wins against the Navy Tide Nation. Naturally, the next match came soon after. The 7-nation ranking tournament was on a tight schedule this time around, after all. The Dragon's Guard ran through everything that stood in their way. Unfortunately, they didn't get a proper chance to show off their true strength because the other nations had surrendered before the matches even started. Either way, they were too weak to put up a fight. The Blue Wind Kingdom was simply too powerful. The crowd at least got to enjoy a few competitive matches among the weaker nations. And the most exciting one was yet to come: the Blue Wind Kingdom against the Divine Phoenix Empire. Everyone was looking forward to the arrogant Dragon's Guard getting battered around by the Divine Phoenix Sect's mighty 14th Prince and company. Before the match started, Aerion left his seat and dropped down to the arena. "Your Imperial Majesty." The Dragon's Guard bent their knees. "I wouldn't accept a defeat, nor would you all. You all worked extremely hard to get here. It would truly be a disappointment if you were all to lose to the Divine Phoenix Empire and land in second place. They are stronger cultivation strength-wise and have the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix herself, but that doesn't mean they are going to win. Victory is a possibility, and you all shall make it into a reality. They are all used to fighting on their own while you are all one single unit. You all know what that means, don't you? In my eyes, defeat is not an option. Therefore, I order you all to win. Do so decisively, leave no room for debate. Do you all understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Fan Juecheng nodded and stood up, along with the others. All of a sudden, the Dragon's Guard had gained absolute clarity. Their Emperor's voice filled them with newfound energy and determination. This was what one would call charisma. His order resounded in their thoughts countless times. They would now do everything, and anything in their power to attain absolute victory. Chapter 90. The rest is up to them, I'm afraid. Aerion turned around and flew back to his seat. This battle was going to be far more interesting and important than the rest, so Aerion, of course, paid more heed to it. To quench his thirst, he got a cup from the sky poison pearl and filled it up with some sweet arbor gold. That 14th prince is our only concern. In order to defeat him, we must overwhelm together with superior numbers. But he has 9 others who will no doubt stand in our way, so we must take them all out first. Rob spoke in a hushed voice. Tai Shu nodded. All 7 of us should be able to take him down with relative ease. Humph, 7 on 1. Where is your pride? Fan Juecheng questioned. If you think you can win 1-on-1, then go ahead and lose us the entire match. Wei Ling countered. TCH. It's a team battle. Do you know what a team battle is, Juecheng? Moe questioned. Fine, we'll attack him as a team. I would hate to lose the final match in front of Master. Rob smiled. Good. The match is going to start in a few moments. Juecheng, you two will distract Feng Shilua while the rest of us work on the weaker fighters. Do not get into serious combat. Stall for time and assist the rest of us whenever you can. They have some fire immunity, so we will mostly be using the Wind God's art. Blue Wind Kingdom against the Divine Phoenix Empire. May the match begin. Feng Shilua and his fellow companions walked forward. They weren't too intimidated by the strength of the Dragon's Guard, considering them inferior. This was true. The Divine Phoenix Empire outnumbered them by a whole 3 profound practitioners and had Feng Shilua, who was in the 9th stage of the Emperor Profound Realm. Wind God's Domain. Tai Shu surrounded the arena in his Wind God's Domain. Suddenly, wild gusts of wind began to appear and assault each and every combatant on the side of the Divine Phoenix Empire. The heavy air made it hard for them to breathe and greatly suppressed their strength. The Dragon's Guard wasted no time and used the surprise of the domain to storm their enemies. Fan Juecheng instantly knocked out 2 contestants with his superior strength and the overly violent style of the Heavenly Fire Demon. Then he turned his eyes to Feng Shilua and engaged him in battle. Remind me, what is your name again? Feng Shilua arrogantly inquired. I am Fan Juecheng, the demon who will slaughter you. His eyes burned red with rage. Oh, I don't think that is the case. Earth Decimating Tornado. Boom. Feng Shilua was caught in Tai Shu's Earth Decimating Tornado, which was further enhanced by the Wind God's Domain, resulting in an absolutely monstrous profound skill. The tornado started to slash him apart. The tornado slowly started to turn red from his blood. To destroy it, Feng Shilua had to use his strongest profound skill. Phoenix Flames, sears the heavens. The wind cleared and the arena was covered with phoenix flames, which countered the Wind God's Domain and broke it. Feng Shilua vomited his own blood. As the phoenix flames cleared, the state of his body was revealed. He had several cuts, but none of them were critical. However, he was clearly weaker than before. Tai Shu and Fan Juecheng managed to shield themselves from the phoenix flames. Damn you and your wind. You must be so proud of yourself attacking from behind. Now I will truly massacre you all. Many of the contestants had already fallen thanks to the phoenix flames and Wind God's Domain. Now, there only stood 6 Divine Phoenix Sect disciples and 5 Dragon's Guard. Half of the combatants had fallen in just a few seconds. I'm glad I got this shield, hahaha. Unfortunately, Moe and Sun Lin were defeated by the Phoenix Flames, but the rest survived under Rob's mighty shield. Most of the Divine Phoenix sect disciples were in decent shape, because of their bloodlines. 3 against 5, it's definitely better than 5 against 9. And it looks like Juecheng and Shu will be able to handle Feng Shiluo. A slight change of plans, we must stand our ground until they win. Kai Rong and Wei Ling nodded. Rob couldn't help but feel useless due to his cultivation strength. There was no way he could cause any considerable damage to the Divine Phoenix sect's disciples unless he used the shield's offensive capabilities. It only had one move, though, so he planned to save it for later. His entire battle strength relied on the shield that he was holding. Man, I should have taken the damn pills. He clutched his shield tighter. His eyes shined brightly with determination. No matter, I'll lead the Dragon's Guard to a victory. Half an hour of grueling combat had passed, and the match officially reached a stalemate. Fen Juecheng and Tai Shu were equal to the weakened Feng Shiluo. Well, Tai Shu was weakened as well to some degree. The domain and tornado had cost him a lot of profound energy, so in most confrontations he was in the back, supporting Juecheng. Meanwhile, the other Divine Phoenix disciples couldn't find an opening as Rob tactfully blocked most of their attacks. Kai Rong and Wei Ling couldn't do much offensively against 5 Divine Phoenix sect disciples, either. Most of the crowd were on their feet, waiting for a breakthrough, something that will tip the odds and change the outcome of the match. Aerion calmly looked down with his Sharingan and smirked. In his eyes, the match was already over. Looks like I had nothing to worry about, after all. Turn to ash, you pieces of trash. Feng Shiluo roared, sending another phoenix flame sears the heavens. Trash. Ha 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 ha, then why are you losing? Fen Juecheng laughed, while he and Shu combined their strength to cancel out the profound skill. I'm not losing. Bang. Feng Shiluo's sword collided with Fen Juecheng's. Feng Shiluo then sent a phoenix arrow towards Tai Shu, which caught him off guard. It hit his chest, exploding soon after. Shu. I'm fine, focus on your fight. You can win without me. Fen Juecheng turned his eyes to Feng Shiluo. What? Not so confident now that it's one-on-one? Ha ha ha, I always wanted to face you head-on. You have done me a favor and I shall present my gift of gratitude for this favor, by completely annihilating you. Bang. 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 The two forces collided all over the arena, seemingly equal in strength. But something about Fen Juecheng was different. He was attacking with unbridled rage, without a single ounce of mercy. His movements were still coordinated and tactful, even if they didn't look like they were. He was embodying the heavenly fire demon style perfectly. He didn't release much fire, instead, he kept it to himself and used his profound energy only to strengthen his body. The only time he used his flames was in self-defense. This meant that Feng Shiluo's slight fire resistance granted to him by the Phoenix bloodline was less of an advantage. This is impossible. How can a piece of trash like you compete with me? Fen Juecheng chuckled. I am not trash, maybe I was before but not after His Imperial Majesty opened my eyes, he showed me the truth. With him guiding me, I have no reason to fear anything. He always said morale is half the battle, and you ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. You've already lost that battle. His eyes glowed red. Feng Shiluo took a step back. 14th Prince. One of the Divine Phoenix sect disciples attacked Fen Juecheng, but he dodged the attack with ease. He grabbed the disciple by the neck and slowly started to drain his profound energy. Then he stabbed his leg and dropped him to the ground. Mingzhu. Fen Juecheng looked at Feng Shiluo, dead in the eyes. What are you going to do about it? That's it, you are dead. What are you doing? Fen Juecheng noticed that he was burning his blood essence. Have you gone mad? Die already. Bang. 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 This time, Feng Shiluo had a clear advantage. He started to damage Fen Juecheng, which forced him to go on the defensive, something Fen Juecheng wasn't good at. He started to accumulate wounds and it wasn't looking good for him. SHT, the bastard decided to risk his future for a few moments of glory. Fen Juecheng looked up at Aerion and he shook his head. So he kept trying his best to survive. But, eventually, Feng Shiluo got into a perfect position to finish him. But a strong gust of wind sent his sword hurtling into the air. Can't believe that you forgot about me. Tai Shu smiled, his wound fully healed. Let's finish this clown together. Fen Juecheng stood up. Right, let's do that. Tai Shu had taken some time to heal himself with his flames. Once again, they attacked him together. Feng Shiluo still held the advantage. I'm ending this once and for all. Phoenix flame sears the heavens. It was aimed directly towards the both of them. Tai Shu and Fan Jueqing didn't look worried. Remember that profound skill? Of course, Fan Jueqing nodded. Then let's get to it. Wind and fire began to merge together, slowly forming an absolutely colossal attack. It was their ultimate attack, the very last resort. There was a certain reason as to why it was a last resort. It always drained their profound energy, and not just a little, it took all of it. This meant that they wouldn't be able to fight properly after. In this case, such a thing didn't matter. Feng Shilua charged his attack as well in the meantime. A flaming tornado began to form. Both Fan Jueqing and Tai Shu smirked, confident in their strength. It began to grow in strength dramatically. Once it was done charging up, they sent it Feng Shilua's way. Almighty flaming earth decimating tornado. Take this. Turn into ash. Boom. The phoenix flames got the edge over the almighty tornado and started to push the tornado back. Damn it. Fan Jueqing cursed. We can't lose after all that training. It would have all been for nothing. We would be failing, master. He's too strong. The tornado was being pushed back even further by the phoenix flames. Your disciples have lost to my Feng Shilua. How unfortunate. Aerion smiled. No, you are incorrect. My disciples would never lose to someone who burns their blood essence to win. All Feng Shilua did was push my disciples to the very breaking point. He has done an excellent favor for them. What do you mean? You'll see. The tornado was inches away from dispersing and allowing the phoenix flames to scorch its enemies. At the very last moment, a familiar voice resounded in their heads. How could they forget that losing wasn't an option? Therefore, I order you all to win. They heard those words. They couldn't do anything but follow that order. They regained focus, and through all of the pressure, they broke through. Their eyes began to glow and their profound skill grew in strength once more. It became stronger than ever. What the hell? Boom. A silver star descended from the heavens and both attacks were completely nullified. Tai Shu's and Fan Jueqing's tornado was set to completely cripple Feng Shilua, but at the last moment, the young emperor decided that it was better for him to live. Aerion sighed. This young emperor is disappointed in the three of you. If it weren't for this young emperor, a certain someone would have become a cripple forever, or worse, he could have died. Aerion looked down at Feng Shilua, his eyes were colder than ice. This isn't a battlefield. Why are you burning your blood essence? What a fool. I don't think I have ever seen one quite like you. Nevertheless, I believe this tournament is over. Aerion swept Feng Shilua away into the stands. Unless you all wish to see how my Tai Shu and Fan Jueqing dismantle the rest of them. Aerion looked at the audience, and then at the divine phoenix sect's disciples, who all shook their heads. No, your imperial majesty, we all surrender. You are wiser than your prince, it would seem. Aerion reappeared in front of his seat. I, Rhaegar Targaryen, the first of my name, declare that Profound Sky Continent's 39th seven-nation ranking tournament's winners are the representatives from the Blue Wind Kingdom. Chapter 91. Rob breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Every member of the Dragon's Guard was sapped of energy. The long battle had truly worn them out. But now it was over. For the first time in forever, the Divine Phoenix Empire was overthrown by another nation in the seven-nation ranking tournament. Such a thing would only happen in one's dreams before. Now it was a reality. Feng Hunkong sighed. I am indebted to you once again. Aerion nodded. Of course, you are. Watching the intense match had made him want to fight as well, but there really wasn't anyone who could put up a fight against him. It was a depressing thought when the only person he could fight was himself. Luckily for Aerion, an entire realm of gods awaited him. Since 36 people can climb aboard the Profound Ark, can I choose a few? Aerion asked. How many? About 12. 12 is quite a small number. You could have asked for more and I wouldn't have rejected. Wonderful. Once the Seven Nations ranking tournament was over, most of the audience did not have a reason to remain, so they left. Aerion joined the Dragon's Guard and his ladies after in order to prepare for the journey they were going to have in the Profound Arkansas. Tomorrow was the only day it was going to be open, so they didn't have much time, only a night. Man, that tournament was so trash. Sun Lin mocked. Only because you were eliminated in the first few seconds. Tai Shu countered. For me, it was an excellent experience. Aerion turned to Daenerys. She looked rather displeased. Where were you all this time? Well. The heavenly fire demon laughed. He had an idea, but he didn't want to betray his master. Izanami smiled, somewhat deviously. Probably spending time with the Snow Princess. It explains all the snow. Damn, she got me good. You are correct. She was just so kind, I simply couldn't reject. Of course, she chained you to the ground and you had no choice but to stay for a whole 2 months. Izanami countered. Your jealousy is seeping through. Tai Xia remarked. You're one to talk about jealousy, first and only wife. Aerion ignored their little clash. Daenerys, what are your opinions of this world? I'd very much like to know. I felt overwhelmed at first since everything was so different. Most people seem to focus on one thing and one thing only, their cultivation strength. There is no faith, they don't have gods. I found that strange. That is because profound practitioners believe in themselves and themselves only. We, Targaryens, aren't the most pious people much due to the same reason. By the way, did you start cultivating? She nodded. I broke through to the first stage of elementary profound realm. But, I'm still weak when compared to everyone else. 2 months. That's quite fast, isn't it? Aerion smiled. Oh, that won't be a worry for long. I'll have plenty of resources by the time I finish my second conquest, and I know a method that can dramatically increase one's cultivation strength. What is it? She asked, out of curiosity. I'll show you later. They all slept in the rooms the Divine Phoenix Empire had provided. They were quite extravagant, it looked like the Divine Phoenix Empire had spared no expense. Aerion decided to make use of the night by meditating. Of course, he would enter the dungeon in the meantime. He was feeling a little bored and ambitious, so he decided it was time to advance to the next floor. Oi, arena manager, when can I go to the next floor? Already? I was making a lot of money. Answer the damn question. Fine, you may. A portal appeared beneath Aerion and he was sucked into it. The fall only lasted but a moment. He looked around and took in his new surroundings. Thick layers of stone surrounded him and there was no source of light apart from the violet crystals placed everywhere. They illuminated the cave and made things easy to see. Its light had a special allure to it which began to draw Aerion closer. Behind him was a dead end, so the only way was, indeed, forward. He tried to touch one of the crystals but he heard a round of growling and hissing, so he stepped back. 1, 2, 3, 4 lynxes seemed to appear out of nowhere. Aerion observed them before taking any rash actions. Those cats hid well. They continued growling, attempting to establish their territory and intimidate the human before them. But Aerion was no human, he is a dragon. They were of the divine origin profound realm, which was surprising, but still, the lynxes weren't anything Aerion couldn't handle. He grabbed Sky Piercer out of the Sky Poison Pearl and began to tear through the 4 lynxes. The first one jumped at him. Dragonic Heart. Aerion stepped to the side and forced the lynx down onto the earth. Sky Piercer's axe had cleaved the lynx in half. Aerion felt guilty for some reason. The creature was cute in a way and now it laid on the floor, split in half and its blood spilling out. Must have been the purple, large eyes that made him feel that way. Aerion cleaned Sky Piercer's axe and glanced at the other lynxes. The growling seemed to stop, they were afraid. He inspected the lynx he had killed and noticed that it had something special, a profound core. His eyes began to shine as he took it out. A divine origin profound core. The beasts in this floor have profound cores. At that moment, the lynxes were as good as dead. But they had managed to scuttle back to where they came from. Aerion, from his many dungeon explorations, knew that the divine origin lynxes were in no way, shape or form the strongest existences on floor 8. They were, most likely, the weakest. He continued walking downwards, taking a few of the crystals. Maybe they had some use apart from looking pretty. Even if they didn't, they could still be used for decoration. He did encounter a few lynxes on his walk, but they all sprinted back the moment they saw him. I'm already infamous, eh? Aerion didn't mind, he followed their trails, which would no doubt lead to the stronger opponents. They were doing him a favor by running. Eventually, he found a set of steps that led to a new, wider floor. There were countless lynxes standing at the end of the floor, behind 2 even mightier existences. The 2 pillars who ended their fears, but only briefly. Both of them were quite formidable lions, being in the mid-stages of the divine origin realm. Aerion wasn't going to waste his energy fighting them in Draconic Heart, instead, he intended to kill them all in one fell swoop. Purgatory, Crimson Demon Wave. Boom. Instantly, both lions and every single lynx was incinerated by the flames. Aerion walked forward and harvested their profound cores. There were over 100 of them, which made Aerion feel like he had just found a gold mine. Even in the realm of the gods, the profound cores probably had an insane value tied to them. Aerion continued forwards, to the next floor. It was a relatively short walk. Along the way, he encountered 3 lone lions in total. He ended up killing 2 and making the other his temporary pet. Its eyes were purple, which was a trait shared by all of the cats. Something did surprise him, though. The lion could surround itself in lightning and, for some time, become stronger. Touching the lightning would result in getting electrified, not a pleasant feeling at all. The next floor featured even more lions. Aerion sighed, this many would cause some trouble. He activated his Sharingan. Acknowledge me as your master. The lions moved aside and let him continue his walk. Once he walked past them, they followed behind him. Now he had over a dozen lightning lions following him as if he were some lion king. Aerion cleaned the blood from his eyes and looked forward. His pack of lions grew and grew over the minutes. Soon enough, he had 100. The dungeon kept going down, but eventually, something truly frightening stood in his way. The next floor was absolutely huge, yet it was all on the same level. Aerion could see it from one end to the further. In the very middle, laid a tiger. There were no other signs of life, it was only the lone tiger. This one tiger is Divine Origin 10. Attack the tiger, Aerion ordered, sending his lions to the afterlife. It was suicidal for them to do so, but they had no choice, his word was absolute. The tiger slowly got up, furious that his peaceful nap was disturbed by some ants. Aerion watched the tiger toy with the lions, slaughtering them like cattle in just a few seconds. Then it looked at Aerion, its purple eyes emitting lightning along with the rest of its body. The tiger was ready to dispatch him as well. Purgatory. Aerion drew black fire and steadily approached the tiger. Then it exploded behind him, and pounced him from the back. A crimson layer of profound energy stopped it from taking a ferocious bite off Aerion's neck. The layer grew into an armored Susanoo and the tiger was forced to land onto the ground. Aerion took a deep breath. That was way too close. Aerion turned around and gave the Susanoo Sky Piercer. It then made a huge slash to where the tiger once was. It managed to get away with its monstrous speed. The tiger then roared and the entire stone floor was filled with waves of powerful lightning. As a result, Aerion ended up getting struck from the ground. It was not a pleasant feeling, but he stood his ground. The attack was less powerful since the lightning was more dispersed. Aerion focused his eyes on the tiger, and it stopped moving for a second. He instantly opened Silver Calamity and charged a powerful profound skill. Phoenix flames began to form a truly destructive ball of fire. Star-scorching Demon Lotus. He sent it in the direction of the tiger, and it managed to dodge most of the attack. It did not come out unscathed, though. The flames had scorched most of its body, which weakened the tiger. It rose with an insurmountable amount of rage, exploding towards Aerion's Susanoo. Aerion laughed. What a pitiful tiger, it can't do anything against this absolute shield. It may be faster than I, but that speed means nothing when it can't even penetrate my defenses. Oh my, such a handsome young man. The tiger turned around and sprinted away. Someone had walked up from the next floor, a person. The tiger went behind her and down to the next floor. Divine Soul 1, 7 hells, my luck isn't great as I would like it to be. But you harmed my tiger, do you know what that means for you? You are going to try and kill me? Aerion questioned. Go on, many have tried and all of them have inevitably failed. You would be no different from the rest. A fiery, handsome, young man, I've struck gold. I have to bring you back to the village, after some restraining, of course. Bring me back to her village, who does she think I am? She appeared before his Susanoo and shattered it into pieces after just 3, rapid-fire, punches. The fourth one hit his chest and made him vomit blood. The difference in strength was absolutely absurd. Aerion was confident in facing a Divine Origin 10 tiger, but a Divine Soul 1 profound practitioner was a completely different story. She began to humiliate him with some more lightning-fast attacks that truly struck like lightning. She ended her attacks with an almighty kick to the gut that sent him flying. He landed eventually and stood up. You can still stand. Aerion gazed at the girl, his eyes burning with rage. Scales, both silver and crimson, began to grow in bunches, healing all of his wounds. The power of the dragon had been awakened once again. Aerion smiled as 2 dragon wings sprouted from his back. He managed to control his rage, somehow. Now you're as good as dead, lass. Oh, you are so angry W-. Aerion exploded towards her and ruthlessly punched her in the gut. The next attack, though, she managed to dodge. It would seem that the battle was more even this time around. Aerion retrieved Blackfire from the ground and prepared to defend himself. She formed lightning from her hands and sent a chain of it in his direction. It continuously struck him. The pain was simply too great. Serves you right for that punch, oomph. The lightning kept coming. He managed to open his left palm. Heaven, absorbing, silver, claw. Ah. How? She stopped sending lightning, realizing that it wasn't harming him anymore. Aerion smirked and opened his right palm. All of the profound energy in his body that was collected from the lightning was combined with his own and amplified by the crimson scales. He prepared one attack, the attack that would send her straight to the afterlife. Heaven-destroying Crimson Demon Wave. Boom. The Crimson Demon Wave had incinerated the girl completely, but Aerion was sure he'd be seeing her again, just like the Ice Queen and her Ice Dragon. Lightning seemed to be the constant theme in this Floor 8, Aerion wondered if he might find some special bloodline here. The village could be a potential trial ground, after all. Aerion's eyes slowly dimmed as he eventually fell to the stone floor out of exhaustion. Chapter 92. Aerion had severely overslept. By the time he woke up, everyone had already broken their fast and were waiting for him. He was the sole reason they had not left their rooms yet. He sighed and forced himself out of his bed. Being late for the opening of the Profound Ark would do me no good. In fact, I might miss out on some valuable treasures. Aerion put on the same clothes as he wore yesterday and left his room. The Dragon's Guard were waiting outside along with his 3 ladies. Forgive me for making you all wait, without further ado, we can proceed to the Profound Arkansas. They started to make their way to the Profound Ark and Aerion found a chance to talk to Tai Shu and Fanjuecheng. I'm quite proud of you too, although it did not seem that way during the tournament. You beat the odds using everything at your disposal. I understand, it would seem odd if you congratulated us for almost killing the 14th prince. Tai Shu remarked. Proud, that is good to hear. Fanjuecheng smiled. Their heroic victory won't go unrewarded, I'll make sure of it. But what kind of reward is suitable? Something to increase their cultivation strength and battle strength, perhaps. A bloodline would be ideal, and I have gathered enough gold to provide each of them with at least 1 drop. In a short while, they arrived beneath the Profound Arkansas. Now all they needed to do was fly up and wait for it to open. Heavenly Demon, about the demon, did you leave him in the noble rogue sect? Yes, as you had ordered. Good. Aerion turned his attention to the Profound Arkansas. He summoned Rhaegar and Demon from his Sky Poison Pearl and let his followers choose which they would like to ride. Since Rhaegar saw many of them unfit to do so, Demon ended up having to carry more. The Heavenly Fire Demon had no issue flying himself. Aerion was left to the care of a few maids. They all gathered just before the Profound Ark opened. A dragon. One of the Divine Phoenix sect elders shouted out loud. It would seem that having a dragon as a contracted beast was rare, a sovereign profound beast should be even rarer. In fact, I've never heard anyone talk of a sovereign profound beast, do they even exist on this profound sky continent? Aerion wondered, were his pets already the strongest beasts in the continent? Then the primordial Profound Ark opened and the 24-hour countdown started. Aerion's group went first. Once Aerion entered the Profound Ark, he realized just how large the thing was. Its interior seemed almost endless. So this is the interior of the Profound Ark, it's enormous. Daenerys stated. If it's an ark, then surely, one can gain control of it. Its speed is superior to every other Profound Ark and is, no doubt, the largest one of them all. Such a thing can be useful for me. Therefore, I shall claim it as my own. He looked around for a place that could, potentially, be the control center of the Arkansas. Since there was nothing of the sort which was to be expected. Otherwise, the Divine Phoenix sect, along with the 4 great sacred grounds would have found it if it were so easy to locate. Heavenly Fire Demon, I leave the Dragon's Guard to you. You 3 are going with me. After 24 hours the Profound Ark would send everyone out, as long as they aren't in a sealed space. Rhaegar took to the skies and began to search for the control center. There were only 4 people riding him, Aerion, Taisya, Izanami and Daenerys. Since Daenerys wasn't especially strong, Aerion made sure that she wouldn't fall off. Every time Rhaegar flapped his wings, a mighty gale of wind would be left behind. Sometimes, when he was bored, Rhaegar would swoop down and grab hold of an unfortunate tyrant profound beast with its razor-sharp teeth. Aerion found himself collecting quite a few profound cores because of this. It felt like centuries had passed, yet there was no signs of anything that stood out. Aerion, however, was not one to give up. He was intent on finding it, no matter how large the Profound Ark was. After many hours, something came into his view. Rhaegar, do you see it? A flying fortress, yes I see it. Land on top of it, Aerion ordered. It was absolutely massive, to put it simply. Aerion wondered if there were any beasts or humans roaming it. Once Rhaegar got to it, he could not land on top. There seemed to be some kind of force preventing him from doing so. Aerion scratched his head. Do we have to go through the front entrance? Rhaegar, fly to that gate over there. We'll enter that way. What a strange fortress, Daenerys remarked. Eventually, they did get to the entrance. Aerion opened the gate by simply pushing it. The gate opened and he was finally free to explore it. Aerion returned Rhaegar to the sky poison pearl and walked forward. Now he was unsure of what to do next. What do we do now? Izanami questioned. We explore, Aerion replied. Explore, they did. Until Aerion heard a voice. Please, find her. The voice was so close, Aerion looked in all directions yet he could not find its source. Find her. That light, what is it? Taisha noticed a ball of light. Aerion walked over to it. There was nothing special around it, but it was highly possible that there was something beneath the red light. Aerion charged a crimson demon wave at the spear point of Sky Piercer and pointed it downwards, in the direction of the red light. Boom! The tiles broke apart and a hole was revealed. Aerion looked down, his violet eyes observing what was beneath. In the very middle of the hole was a red light, this one was slightly different. He jumped down. So the red light is some sort of protective barrier, I wonder, what is it protecting? Could it be her? You have finally come. A dim white shadow appeared before him. According to its shape and voice, Aerion could deduce that it was a woman. You have been waiting for me? Yes, I have been looking for you for so long. I've only lived 19 years, surely, that can't be that long. Unless it's not me she is looking for. The sky poison pearl, a definite possibility, it has many uses. You want this? Aerion showed his arm, the sky poison pearl to be exact. Yes, the sky poison pearl. I controlled this profound arc jumping from dimension to dimension all for the sake of finding the sky poison pearl. Now it's here, at last. This profound arc. She controls it, wonderful. But considering her state, I doubt she can do so anymore. Why do you need the sky poison pearl? Do you need it to cure some poison? Yes, my little mistress, her body has been inflicted with a terrible devilish poison that only the sky poison pearl can cure. In order to stop the poison from spreading, our little mistress was sealed into the coffin of eternity. Alright, I can assist your little mistress by dispelling the poison. But before I do so, I need you to remove the protective barrier. Very well. I see now, I can be assured of her safety. You have the soul and body of a true dragon, it would seem. I will be in another world, praying for my little mistress and you. The lingering spirit dissipated into thin air, as if it never existed. The red light shattered and disappeared. A coffin appeared before Aerion and swung open, revealing a little girl. She looked a little bit like Jasmine. Not what I expected. Aerion didn't let her appearance distract him from detoxifying the poison. He sighed, this is going to take a while. The profound arc may close by then, I shouldn't waste any time, I can use another method. Aerion's eyes glowed red as a black four-sided shuriken-like pattern appeared on his eyes. Izanagi. Henceforth, you are no longer poisoned. His left eye started to bleed and instantly lost its glow, leaving nothing but a hollow and blind white eye. Aerion couldn't believe that he had made himself blind in one eye just for some little mistress to be cured of her poison. Still, it was likely that the little mistress has some control over the profound arc now that the spirit has dissipated. The little girl lay dead for a few moments, then, suddenly, her ruby-like red eyes opened. Aerion stepped back. The little mistress smiled, sweetly. Hi, big brother. This time it is more fitting, I suppose. But the fact that she isn't scared after being sealed in a coffin for a long time is surprising. Greetings, I am Aerion Targaryen, what's your name? Aerion Targaryen, what a weird name. My name is, does Big Brother know? Aerion sighed. No, I don't know. She is so cute, can we take her along? Daenerys asked. Taisha agreed and so did Izanami. That was the intention all along. Besides, where else would she go? Cute, it is true, I am a little beautiful lady. Aerion lifted her out of the coffin and put the coffin into his sky poison pearl, it would be a waste to leave such a thing hanging around. Then he flew out of the hole and helped the girl onto her own feet. She instantly noticed the sword at his side, she took out Blackfire from its sheath and looked at its blade. Why do you want Blackfire? Aerion asked, confused. Blacky looks, tasty. She opened her mouth but Aerion swiped it out of her hands. Ah, Big Brother is so cruel, now I'm hungry. She almost started to cry, which made Aerion feel guilty. You eat swords? Fine, give me a moment. Aerion closed his eyes. Then he dropped one of the divine origin profound cores into the forge and imagined a sword, then it was forged from the fire. He grabbed it and opened his eyes. Here. Whoa, Big Brother is so kind. Can she really eat swords? Izanami questioned. We'll see. Tai Xia replied. The little girl stared at the sword and saliva began to drop down from her mouth. Without waiting any longer, she opened her mouth and took a bite out of the sword. Crunch. She really can eat swords. This cultivation world continues to amaze me. She finished off the sword and Aerion asked a question immediately after. Can you control this profound arc? Huh. I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. How much time has it been? 24 hours, it feels like a whole day has passed, how much time do I really have left? Aerion pondered on whether or not he should hunt for some more treasures, but the primordial profound arc answered for him. Everyone was kicked out and they returned to the divine Phoenix City. The countdown had ended. The profound arc seemed to have disappeared completely, into Aerion's sky poison pearl. Aerion smiled after realizing this. Looks like I achieved my goal, after all. The ultimate source of transport belongs to me now. Although the world teleportation portal is superior in almost every way, it can only be used once every 2 months. His eyes began to glow. Now, there isn't much to do, but conquer the entire world, starting with the illusory demon realm. Chapter 93. Master, who is that? Sun Lin asked. Oh, her. Aerion looked at the little girl. I have no idea. Say, if you don't have a name, would you mind if I gave you one? A name. Little Ray, or Rainies, what do you think? Little Ray. That settles it, I suppose. I wonder if I can. Aerion tried putting her in the sky poison pearl and succeeded. Where did she go? Aerion coughed. She is in a safe place, now we have no reason to remain here. We shall return to the noble rogue sect immediately and then prepare for, I'll inform you all later. Aerion walked away to explore the divine Phoenix City. To be exact, he was looking for the Black Moon Merchant Guild's headquarters. He wondered if they could locate a netherworld Adumbra flower. If the flower doesn't exist in the profound sky continent, then I'll just have to drop down into the clouds and cliff. I already have the profound cores, the purple vein divine crystals will come after I loot the illusory demon realm, the flower is the only thing that will be difficult to attain. After Jasmine gets herself a new body, it is highly likely that she will return to her home. Heh, I'm going through all this effort just for her to leave my side. You look miserable, what happened? Jasmine asked. Aerion shook his head. It's nothing. The headquarters of the Black Moon Merchant Guild was exactly what Aerion expected. A place that doesn't allow the weak to enter, only the people with potential and or strength could. This was displayed brilliantly by the arrays that were used to test people. So many failed to even make it glow green, the basic requirement to enter the first 2 floors. Aerion stepped forward and without wasting any time, he casually punched the array. It instantly glowed purple and he was allowed to go to the 7th floor, just like that. Wow, so he's the young emperor of the Blue Wind Empire, a frightening talent indeed. He didn't even attend the 7-nation ranking tournament because it would be too easy for him. Even the divine Phoenix Emperor has to pay respects to him. Aerion glanced behind him and sighed. Wherever he goes, people crowd him, it gets irritating. He entered the tower and made his way to the 7th floor. There were 8 floors, the 8th being restricted to only the most influential figures. Aerion wondered if he was allowed to go up there, if not, then his right eye would come in handy. Or his overwhelming strength. Esteemed young Emperor of the Blue Wind Kingdom, please, follow me to the 8th floor. The guild master would very much like to serve you. One of the workers there approached him. Aerion nodded. Go ahead. It took only a few minutes for him to arrive at the guildmaster's office. It was none other than ZG, a man who no doubt has a lot of influence in the profound sky continent. Now that the 4 great sacred grounds have dissipated into nothing, the Black Moon Merchant Guild is only under the divine Phoenix Empire in that regard. Your Imperial Majesty, I have heard many things about you. Please, sit. Aerion sat down. So you are the guild master, I wish to ask one thing of you. And that is? Do you know if there is a netherworld Adumbra flower in the profound sky continent? If so, where can I find it? There could have been one in the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest, which was guarded by the Supreme Ocean Palace, but, as you already know, the Saint Emperor had turned it all into ash. If the flower ever was there, it is likely that he took it, but now he is dead, isn't he? Yes, I made sure of it. You won't be seeing him around. Aerion sighed, he came there just to know that Roshas had probably looted the place that might have had the flower. I have no other business here, I shall take my leave. Aerion stood up and turned. So swiftly, no time to chat, eh? I'm a very busy young man. I see. Sovereign Profound 8, it looks like he is one of the few monarchs who escaped Roche's wrath. Good for him. Aerion returned to the noble rogue sect after a few days of travel along with his followers. It was good to be back. He had said his farewells to Feng Shuer and the Divine Phoenix Emperor previously. The first thing he did was visit Roche's. He thawed the top part of the ice, leaving his head free so that he may be able to speak. How long has it been, little dragon? And it looks like you cut your hair. Did you find a netherworld Adumbra flower in the moon slaughter devil nest? Oh, that? Now that you mention it, I remember eating a very beautiful flower. Could that be your flower? You can't be serious, you actually ate it. Yes. Aerion had an urge to set him alight and watch him burn. But he didn't act on it, as killing Roche's would only set him free. If anything, he wants me to kill him. Aerion calmed down. Keeping me imprisoned is doing you no good, I could be of some use, ahaha. You, useful? Aerion chuckled. And how would you be useful to me? I am still a major god, an ancestral god. There is only one existence above I and it is the transcendent being, I know. Aerion smiled. Could you be offering me your bloodline? Ah, you caught on quickly. I was thinking of a deal, I join with your body, assisting you in whatever adventures and conquests you decide to undergo. In exchange, you will promise to help me regain my throne. How can I be sure that you, of all people, would assist me, and couldn't you simply escape when I let you go? You are right. This deal can be my way of escaping. But where would I escape to? You don't know for how many years I have been resting, doing absolutely nothing. This eternal life of mine had no meaning until Arios gave you everything. In my eyes, you are the ray of light dash. Are you planning on showering me with compliments? Get to the point already. I have realized that only you can reach the ancestral god realm. No, you can go even further than that. Once you reach that next realm you can return me to my old self. I would be no threat to you by then, even now, I am barely a threat. Attempting to fool you now would do me no good, in fact, that would be a fatal mistake on my part. I'll think about it. Aerion froze Roche's again. I must say, that offer is tempting. Jasmine, what do you think? It's your body, you choose what bloodlines you want to gather. He seems to be extremely weak, even if he were to escape, I doubt he would pose a threat to you. At most, he will possess a weak monarch. So the deal is genuine, I can take the risk of a weak monarch. I doubt he has the strength to possess me directly, I must consider his offer. But, how can I let him off so easy? He has committed so many crimes, killed so many innocent people, I know what to do. Aerion laughed. You will assist me, but I will never help you. He left Roche's prison and went over to his chambers for a little nap. Well, he wanted to see how things were going inside of his sky poison pearl. Regal and Demon were resting, the journey had drained them of their energy it would seem. Little Ray was nowhere to be seen but there was a huge sword that he couldn't quite recognize. What's that? Little Ray turned into a heavy sword, she also ate every sword she could find. She did. Stormcaller. That one was first to go. Ah, damn her. I went through a lot of effort to forge it, one can even say I put my soul into it, she better be useful as a heavy sword. Aerion gripped the heavy sword but he couldn't lift it. Seven hells, why is she so damn heavy? Arg, fine. Purgatory. Aerion could finally lift it and, he could even swing it. He imagined how much damage he could cause with one good slash, yet his skill with a heavy sword was non-existent. He noticed that Little Ray had also gained Stormcaller's ability to gather profound energy from its surroundings. It wasn't of the wind attribute though. It was pure energy. This might not be so bad, all I have to do is learn how to wield a heavy sword. How convenient. Jasmine smiled. I may be able to teach you something, if you want to master the heavy sword, that is. Huh. Teach me, if it's coming from her, then it must be something truly formidable. Aerion couldn't help but be excited. The star god's broken shadow and the great way of the Buddha had both helped him one way or another. Without them, he would no doubt be weaker. Want? No, I will master it. I knew you'd say that. Chapter 94. Heavenly Wolf Slash. Aerion fired off the blue wolf with his new heavy sword in the direction of his clone. The clone tried to dodge but his efforts were for nothing, the wolf caught up to him. Boom. Aerion took a deep breath but kept his eyes on the silhouette of his sword spirit doppelganger. The explosion cleared and he vanished, leaving behind 4 afterimages. Aerion activated his Sharingan and saw through the false afterimages. The real thing was attacking him from his left flank. Blackfire was extraordinarily fast and came close to tasting his blood. Clang! The heaven-smiting devil's sword stopped Blackfire in its tracks. The clone, however, wasn't discouraged. He withdrew and attacked again, and again, and again. With every successful block, Aerion came closer and closer to a counterattack. Blackfire was much faster than the heavy sword, so he was at a disadvantage in that regard. However, the heavy sword was stronger and had a greater reach. Boundless counter, Star God's broken shadow. Aerion stepped back only slightly, enough for Blackfire to be unable to reach him. Naturally, the clone would want to get closer. Meanwhile, Aerion would strike with a monstrous amount of strength. Let's try this again. Heavenly Wolf Slash. The clone came in direct contact and was completely ravaged by the blue wolf. Nothing could have saved him from a direct attack like that. He was too close, and not defending himself well enough. The clone had become a bit too arrogant. In fact, he did manage to stab Aerion a little bit at the side, but Aerion killed him right after. Aerion leaned on his heavy sword to keep himself from falling. Any time now. The consequences of using Purgatory along with the sword spirit doppelganger profound skill descended upon him, just like he had expected. Aerion took a deep breath. The wounds on his body opened up once again and he became a bleeding mess. His body began to rapidly regenerate. However, as long as Aerion rested for a while, there wouldn't be any lasting consequences. It looks like you mastered the first style in only a week. This princess is impressed. I finally beat myself with a heavy sword. That sounds wrong. I beat my sword spirit doppelganger, who was using a bastard sword, with a heavy sword. It seems like I was fated to use one sooner or later. A heavy sword simply works well with the Calamity Dragon profound veins and the Great Way of the Buddha. Thank you, Jasmine, for this mighty profound skill that you have bestowed upon me. This young emperor shall use it well. Aerion promised. And it might be the last thing you teach me. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Young emperor, that is an amusing title. How come? In my star god realm, you would be no more than a dishwasher. That would be quite insulting. But even more amusing would be how the dishwasher cultivates for a good 10 years and declares himself emperor after easily conquering the entire realm. The old emperor trembles in fear while the dishwasher comes over with his heavy sword and breaks open the gates to his throne. The old emperor then gains the honor of being the new emperor's personal dishwasher. Only thing is, I'd rather not start as a dishwasher. At least, you have a good imagination. Jasmine laughed. My royal father as a dishwasher. I shall make it into a reality. It would be a pleasant sight. I didn't really mean what I said, but her response, it would be a pleasant sight. Dragon's Guard, rally outside of the palace, immediately. They did so swiftly and without much hesitation. After all, their master's orders were more important than anything else that was going on. Aerion decided to leave behind his ladies. I believe all of you have made preparations for the upcoming conquest. The Dragon's Guard nodded. Then, Heavenly Demon, bring out the other demon. The Heavenly Fire Demon walked away, into the palace, and came back with a frozen cube of ice which contained the Demon King himself. Aerion thawed the ice with a simple flame and watched as Yun Sanghai became aware of his surroundings. You shall tell me of a place in the illusory demon realm and it shall be where my conquest begins. You will be participating but only as a spectator, until I meet with whoever rules your illusory demon realm. Then you will assist me in forging a peace treaty, one that will make me the Demon Emperor. If your ruler resists, then I will have no choice but take everything by force. It will be up to you to make sure that sort of thing doesn't happen. After all, it is your home. Who do you think you are? I don't care what you think. Now, tell me of a place and we will all be going there. I wonder if he uses a fake name, what would the portal do? 5-way domain, there, good enough for you. That is fine. Aerion activated the world teleportation portal. Illusory demon realm, 5-way domain. Wow, this place is a wasteland. Sun Lin stated. A minor setback. Stop right there. A group of soldiers surrounded the group. There were quite a few of them, about 20, and they all had decent cultivation strength. But they approached the wrong group of people. The demon stood in the middle, acting as a spectator. The Dragon's Guard prepared to defend themselves. Where are you from? This is a restricted zone Aerion laughed. The mighty heavenly sword region. Even better, we've come here for only one purpose, the conquest of your entire continent. Aerion said this rather cheerfully. Then die. Aerion withdrew Blackfire from its sheath and killed 19 of them. Who would have thought that the demons hated the mighty heavenly sword region to such an extent? Don't hurt me please. I won't, as long as you tell me where your leader is. Speak clearly. Aerion commanded. North of here is a huge, elite, army. It was stationed just in case the 4 great sacred grounds were to invade. Aerion clapped. Wonderful, now, you can live. Thank you. He flew away as fast as he could. The demon looked at the soldier with pure fury. Damn spineless bastard. Bang. The demon, he actually killed the soldier. Aerion wasn't too surprised, but he still kept his deal of the bargain. He didn't hurt the soldier, the demon had done so himself. Such a cowardly act was, indeed, unsightly. But, in the end, the thing most people care about is their life. There are very few people who would value their loyalty more. The mere sight of him sickened this king. Interesting. Let's proceed to this huge, elite, army. I shall make sure that news of my arrival spreads like a wildfire. Aerion summoned Demon so that he may fly the dragon's guard. While he rode atop Rhaegar, as it was the only mount suitable for him. The heavenly fire demon and the other demon flew on their own, with the heavenly fire demon making sure Yun Sanghai doesn't fly off anywhere. Eventually, they did find the barracks which stationed the army. It was an absolutely huge settlement. Clearly, the illusory demon realm was prepared to fend off an invasion, or at least, slow it down. This young emperor declares war on the illusory demon realm. Aerion announced, loud enough for the entire region to hear his voice. If you wish to live, feel free to leave this settlement and spread the news. It would be a shame if your emperor didn't know of my existence. However, those who remain will meet a terrible fate. I'll give everyone 5 minutes. 5 minutes to scram out of my sight. The countdown starts now. Aerion looked down on the settlement, wondering how the army will respond. Who the hell does he think he is? That dragon is terrifying. I'd rather live. Where are you running off to? The sovereign experts of the settlement gathered together and flew up to face the threat directly. There were over 30 of them. Aerion looked at them and laughed. What threat were these clowns? They flew up, almost reaching Rhaegar before he unleashed a ferocious breath of fire that turned them all into ash. Good work, Rhaegar. Seeing that the pillars keeping them together, the sovereign experts, were dead, most of the army had begun to scatter in fear. What point was there in them staying? To die. The dragon had turned their strongest experts into ash, with one breath, no less. Aerion watched amusingly as a large number of the army ran away. He glanced in the direction of the demon. Did he really think that the army stationed here could kill me? That's the only reason why he would even consider a place like this. I wonder what the ruler of the illusory demon realm will do about my invasion. Gather a huge force and directly confront me, or build up defenses in the capital. If I am directly confronted, then this conquest won't last long, for obvious reasons. After 10 minutes passed, Aerion gave the order. Rhaegar, demon, burn down this entire settlement, leave nothing remaining. Yes, father. Demon Empress, urgent news, someone has declared war on the entire illusory demon realm. A large number of soldiers stormed the gate. What? Who dares? He called himself, why young emperor? He rode an enormous crimson dragon, it covered the entire sky. Young emperor, dragon. He burned the entire barracks in the 5-way domain, but he allowed a few of us to run away, to inform you of his arrival. Before, she sat on her throne with an indifferent mood, yet that changed almost instantly once the news arrived. This was a serious invasion, if the young emperor was able to take down the elite army in the 5-way domain. Gather the 12 guardian families, immediately. Why yes, of course. Anger swelled throughout her body. Who would dare to invade the entire illusory demon realm? The young emperor did not seem to be so simple. Was he from the 4 great sacred grounds? Or something else entirely? Either way, the little demon empress planned to defend her illusory demon realm against this invasion. Little did she know, all her forces combined couldn't even put up a fight against the young emperor's pinky finger. Chapter 95. The sudden news of an invasion trembled the entire illusory demon realm. And the fact that it wasn't an invasion from the 4 great sacred grounds was even more shocking. No one else should have the strength to invade the illusory demon realm. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who it was. Huan Sai gathered her 12 guardian families and duke palaces in order to combat this threat. We must be cautious, this young emperor is no joke. His dragon took down 33 sovereigns with just one breath of fire. Actually, I don't think we can even defeat his dragon, let alone the emperor. Surrender would be the last resort, though. I wonder, what does he hope to gain from the illusory demon realm? Duke Huai stated his opinion. What do we do, little demon empress? Surrender is not an option. I will not let my people down by surrendering to some invader, this young emperor, we will fight him directly. And so it was decided. A large force was rallied in the demon imperial city, consisting of countless experts whose purpose was to rid the continent of the invaders. If this army could not take him down, then, unfortunately, nothing else could. While this army was being put together, Aerion and the heavenly fire demon had swept most of the north of the continent. They had split into two groups since it would be more efficient that way. Aerion didn't just visit and burn everything, no, these would be his lands one day, so he occupied almost every city in the north. The reason why he had burned the settlement was to simply spread the message of his arrival, and the settlement itself was worthless anyway, being that it was located in a wasteland. I never expected you to be this formidable, the demon sighed. Aerion was relaxing on a hill just above the Northern Ocean City, the capital of the Northern Ocean region. The lands before him were already occupied, more or less, they belonged to him. The ruler of the region, Kong Jingsang, had surrendered to him a few days ago. After a bit of convincing, of course. It was 2 weeks since his conquest had started, so he had taken some time to know the illusory demon realm better. He learned how things worked on the continent and who ruled it. Turns out, it was a little demon empress. She was meant to marry her younger brother, but he unfortunately died. He also gathered any information he could about the Golden Crow, which wasn't too hard since most of it was common knowledge. Aerion observed the demon. His name is Yun Songhai, Sovereign Profound 8, and he was the patriarch of the Yun family before disappearing. Since he is from the same clan as Yun Che, they must be related in some way. This fact doesn't matter much, but it's interesting. My heavenly demon informed me that you had a few items on you, I'd like to know what these items are. My clan's patriarch crest and the demon emperor's seal. Demon emperor's seal, Aerion smiled, he thought that thing was lost, turns out it was always right next to him. It is used to obtain the Golden Crow's legacy, so, of course, Aerion would know of its existence. It also symbolizes the ruler of the illusory demon realm, so without it, the little demon empress holds less authority. Now I can really become demon emperor. But it won't be my main title, after all, dragons are superior to demons. I was thinking, something like Celestial Dragon Emperor. By the way, are you excited to reunite with your Yun family? Yes, of course, it has been so long. Heh, good for you. Demon, I have another question. Would you accept me as Demon Emperor now? I have no doubts in your ability, you remind me of the Demon Emperor in some ways. However, I would only serve you if you managed to attain the Golden Crow's legacy and keep the illusory demon royal family in power. If you marry the little demon empress, that would be even better. Aerion nodded, that would ensure the continuation of the original demon emperor's bloodline and make his transition into demon emperor almost seamless. Wait, that would make 6. The only problem is that I'm already married. And have quite a few women who I'm going to marry. I don't believe that will be a problem. Aerion stood up. We will see how it goes. After hearing that the little demon empress was coming north to stop his invasion, Aerion decided to stay in the city and wait for her. He didn't have to do anything else. Another 2 weeks passed and she had finally arrived. Your Imperial Majesty, there are hundreds of people in the skies. A soldier who had joined Aerion's forces stormed in. Good. Aerion walked out of his temporary manor and gazed at the sky. The soldier did not lie, there were hundreds of them. Aerion observed as many as he could until he found her. Sovereign Profound 5, not bad. But, 170 years old. Aerion's jaw almost dropped. In the known world, she would be the oldest person alive, according to my knowledge. This. Yun Songhai soon joined his side after he received the news as well. Over time, Aerion was able to give him an increasing number of freedoms, such as being able to live on his own. Normally, Aerion would just freeze him, but now he didn't have to do that anymore. Aerion laughed at the force above him and flew up himself. Since when did this young emperor permit you all to fly? Aerion released his profound energy and pressured them all to the ground. One by one, they fell to the ground. They didn't just fall, they were stuck to the ground, unable to stand up. The pressure forcing them down was simply too powerful. Only one person remained in the sky, Rhaegar Targaryen. Foolish demons, did you all truly believe that I could be beaten? Allow me to formally introduce myself, I am Emperor Rhaegar Targaryen of the Celestial Dragon Empire. I decided that the illusory demon realm would make a fine addition to my empire, so I declared war. Now that you are here, little demon empress, things should be so much more simple. Aerion relinquished his profound energy and the army was able to stand once again. Aerion spread his arms as if he were a god and they were just mere mortals. I ask only for 3 things, the illusory demon realm to join my celestial dragon empire as a loyal vassal, access to the Golden Crow's trial ground and 50 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. I also have someone you may all recognize, Demon King Yun Sanghai. Aerion looked down at Yun Sanghai and he flew up to stand beside him. His appearance resulted in many gasps and shocked expressions. The little demon empress flew up as well. I thought you were dead. Little demon empress, I believe it would be best if you gave in to his demands. His strength far surpasses even the demon emperor, your father, it would be foolish to oppose him. She is quite the beauty, I must say. A delicate face and wonderful, long, black hair. The only negative would be that she is quite flat, on both sides. Still, I know that she has a fiery personality, which I consider quite attractive. And the short glances that she's giving me, they are very telling. Looks like even the little demon empress cannot reject my charm. Well, I doubt any woman can. Why do you want access to the Golden Crow's trial ground? For the Golden Crow's legacy, of course. And the lightning seed, my strength will undergo a huge change once I am done collecting all of Blue Pole Star's treasures. Yun Sanghai approached the little demon empress and whispered something into her ear. Aerion raised an eyebrow. What could that demon king be plotting? The little demon empress smiled. Very well, I will fulfill your demands, on one condition. And that is? That demon king, why did I even bother asking? You must marry this empress. It's not a bad condition. Aerion thought about it for a few seconds. If I say no and force my way through, it would not look good for me as the illusory demon realm's new emperor. It would truly make things difficult for me. On the other hand, if I marry her things will go smoothly. Aerion sighed, this harem is going to be difficult to manage. He had already decided to set aside 2 to 3 years to settle down, as one might say. I wonder, how does Feng Hongkong manage? I should ask him when I return to the profound sky continent. This young emperor will fulfill your one condition. Chapter 96. The conquest ended soon after. The heavenly fire demon and dragon's guard withdrew their weapons and marched down south to the demon imperial city, where their emperor was currently residing. Due to Aerion's method of conquest, the illusory demon realm wasn't much weaker than before. The only loss was that elite army. The continent would recover from that sooner or later, especially with Aerion as its demon emperor. However, he couldn't be the demon emperor yet, not until he passed the Golden Crow's trial grounds and was proven to be worthy of its legacy. Aerion observed the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley's exterior for a few seconds, then he gave the demon emperor's seal to Huan Sai and smiled. You do the honors. The little demon empress looked at the seal. Humph, very well. She placed it upon the entrance and they both disappeared from the view of the others. The heavenly fire demon turned around. Dragon's Guard, use the resources that you have gathered to increase your cultivation strength. Do not let your win over the Divine Phoenix Empire make you complacent. Your master is a great example of being diligent. He may be 1,000 times stronger than everyone else but he still continues increasing his strength. You have even more reason to try even harder as Aerion's status increases. If you don't, you may find yourselves being replaced. Ha ha ha. Replaced? Yes, Fen Juechen, replaced by the more talented youths. There are quite a few youths in this illusory demon continent who are already in the tyrant profound realm. Fen Juechen nodded. That is true, but I will surpass them all. Master's guidance is a heavenly treasure, I cannot afford to lose it to someone else. Then go and start meditating. Can Elder provide this disciple with a few pointers first? The heavenly fire demon sighed. Very well, I don't have much to do anyway. Tai Shu glanced at the heavenly fire demon. I would like a few pointers as well, Elder. Oh, then why don't all 7 of you fight me at once? Aerion took in his surroundings. A sea of fire raged around the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Within the valley were clouds of lightning which struck the ground continuously. One would not expect lightning in a Golden Crow's trial ground, after all, its element is fire. Aerion stared up at the clouds, the elemental energy was extremely dense up there. The sea of flames was just as impressive. This can be a good training place. What are you waiting for? Huan Sai asked. I could progress my cultivation strength at a decent speed here, I was merely thinking about that. As if you are not strong enough already. I still have far to go, this blue pole star is nowhere near the peak, which happens to be my ultimate goal. Secondary to that is the expansion of my empire. Aerion would simply see himself as a failure if he could not reach the heights Arios once stood on. He was a noble ancestral god, a being who no one could defy but the transcendent being himself. Of course, he had fallen much like the rest of them. Arios had given his last embers to Aerion, and Aerion wasn't planning on wasting those embers. He was going to turn those embers into a raging fire, a fire which would burn brighter than ever. Have you already conquered the profound sky continent? No, but I plan to. All it takes is one declaration. I doubt any of the emperors have the courage to object. So you picked on my illusory demon realm first. There were more treasures to gain. Either way, does it matter which comes first? I suppose not. They made their way into the depths of the lightning flame valley and proceeded towards the Golden Crow's holy land. This was where the divine spirit of the Golden Crow resided, hence the name Holy Land. Huan Cai used the demon emperor's seal to open the entrance. Now there will be a demon emperor who isn't a demon in the slightest, Jasmine stated. The first in 10,000 years. Aerion walked into the Golden Crow's holy land. This is truly wonderful. A thunderous voice resounded across the entire holy land as fire began to form the divine spirit of the Golden Crow. Even in her residual soul form, the crow was a magnificent sight to behold. Its scarlet gold eyes observed Aerion for a long time. The divine spirit's gaze did not leave him for at least 10 seconds, as if there was nothing else in the world to look at. Aerion turned to Huan Cai, who did not speak a word. This is unprecedented. I never expected one of them to leave behind a legacy, no, provide a full inheritance. How does she know about Arios? She must have looked through your memories. Jasmine noticed Aerion's shock. Those 10 seconds weren't for nothing, it would seem. Them? The little demon empress inquired. The Golden Crow ignored her completely. So, dragon, you have come here for this noble one's legacy? Yes, and something else along with that. This noble one knows just what that something else is. But I shall gift it to you in due time. The phoenix's bloodline runs in your veins, but that is something this noble one can overlook considering who you are. What about the trial? Trial? The divine spirit laughed. Such things are, indeed, amusing yet a waste of time. Without further ado, I shall grant you 12 drops of my origin blood and the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. Aerion glanced at Huan Cai. What about my fiancée? What about her? She has your bloodline, does she not? Every demon emperor, upon ascension, is given 3 drops of origin blood and the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. If Cai doesn't attain these 2 things, if her Golden Crow legacy isn't fully awakened, then she will remain as the little demon empress. Huan Cai's eyes seemed to brighten as she looked at Aerion. It has only been a few days since they first met, yet he was already standing up for her, at such a critical moment. Every demon emperor, not empress. This noble one understands your concern, but there is a reason as to why only demon emperors have been granted the Golden Crow's legacy. The Golden Crow's flames are inherently young and destructive, which make the flames simply unsuitable for a female to use. Even taking 1 drop of origin blood can only be described as suicidal. So it's impossible for Cai to attain the Golden Crow's legacy? Not quite. There is a way. What is it? Aerion inquired. Very simple, allow this noble one to explain. The only way a woman, like the little demon empress beside you, can awaken the Golden Crow's bloodline safely is by receiving the vital young nourishment of a man with the vermilion bird or the phoenix's bloodline. This. Aerion and Huan Cai exchanged looks of shock. I, personally, wouldn't mind, but I don't know what she thinks. Instantly, Aerion's and the little demon empress clothes were turned into scraps and swept away. Aerion didn't even notice it until he looked down. This divine spirit. A huge flame barrier enclosed Aerion and Huan Cai. Ha ha ha. This was bound to happen one day, no? If you want to receive the Golden Crow's legacy, little demon empress, you will have to receive his vital young 500 times. This is to ensure your body can handle the flame. There are, of course, more benefits to this, such as repairing your lifeline and a great increase in cultivation strength. See this as a blessing, for the man before you is far from ordinary. 500 times. Is this divine spirit mad? Surely, I don't have to do it that many times. If Aerion were to estimate the number of times Tai Xia had received his vital young, it would be around a quarter of that absurd number. I will give you 2 months, and when you've completed it within these 2 months, this barrier will naturally disappear. If you cannot complete it, this barrier will exist forever, and you too should not even think of getting out. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Aerion observed the barrier and noticed that he could easily break it. Purgatory. Aerion simply punched the barrier and it shattered into hundreds of pieces. It disappeared eventually. This young emperor does not remember asking for a barrier. Oh. Dragons hate to be caged, I am much the same. However, I will still do what I must, but on my own terms. Very well, this noble one understands. The divine spirit wasn't in the least disappointed. Aerion searched his sky poison pearl and dropped a bed onto the floor. This bed was usually conserved for when Aerion wanted to nap on a bed instead of ordinary grass and trees. Looks like it has another purpose this time around. Aerion faced Huan Sai. If you don't want to, I can't make you, in the end, it's your decision. No, it's fine. She gently pushed him down onto the bed. Chapter 97. That was the 500th time. Aerion laid down and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This sort of thing was hard work, even to Aerion who had the body of a true dragon. He found himself being drained of his energy with every release. Huan Sai was in a similar state, if not worse. This noble one is impressed with the speed at which you two completed the task. It only took 30 days, impressed is simply an understatement. From my observations, it would seem that a dragon's stamina is truly one of a kind, ha 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 ha. Aerion slowed down his breathing and began to recover. So, is it done? Of course, now her body will no longer be negatively affected by the Golden Crow's flames due to the Phoenix vital yang energy you have provided. Huan Sai was swept away by golden flames. Aerion glanced at the divine spirit. What are you doing now? She will need time to comprehend the Golden Crow's record of the burning world and refine 9 drops of origin blood. This noble one believes that it is best if she does this in isolation, without any distractions. Good point, I suppose. Now it is time that I bestow you, Aerion of the mighty House Targaryen, with the Golden Crow's legacy. Golden flames enclosed him and he felt the origin blood enter his profound veins, one by one. The divine spirit also bestowed him with some of its soul as well along with the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. Which would, in turn, make him a complete inheritor. Aerion closed his eyes and started to refine the 12 drops of origin blood and soul. It was not a difficult task thanks to his supreme affinity towards fire. Being a Targaryen, having the heretic god's fire seed and the fire dragon god's complete inheritance on top of that, no fire in this world could possibly harm him. Once he was done with refining the origin blood, Aerion proceeded towards comprehending the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. For a second, he questioned why Aerios had never given him a profound art which corresponds to his ghost flame. Without a profound art, the ghost flames cannot be utilized properly and so, its strength is wasted. Could it be that, he wanted me to make my own profound art? Or, did he never require profound skills so he had never bothered to make any? Either way, the fire dragon ancestral god has made things difficult for me. Creating a profound art simply cannot be compared with comprehending one, it's two completely different things. The divine spirit moved Aerion to the sea of flames, where the fire would aid him. Aerion calmed his mind and entered a perfect state of meditation, one that he rarely ever entered. The first 2 stages were mere foundations so they had no profound skills tied to them. Aerion swiftly proceeded to the 3rd stage. He didn't feel the passage of time, his mind was fully focused on meditation. The 3rd, 4th and 5th stages were all comprehended shortly after. The 6th and, especially, the 7th stages were a bit more difficult. Once he finished comprehending all 7 stages, his violet eyes opened. Jasmine, how much time has passed? There was no answer. Jasmine, are you sleeping? Your sins are unforgivable. What sins? Oh, that. I don't believe what I did counts as a sin. It could fall under lust, but I didn't do it out of lust. What sins? You can't even admit it, humph. You finally showed your true colors, sex fiend. Ah. Sex fiend. Jasmine, I did what I had to do for my wife to be, you can understand that, right? Sex fiend, devil spawn, ugh, just the mere sight of you sickens me. Aerion sighed. Whatever. He put on some clothes and entered the sky poison pearl. He took out a bunch of divine origin profound cores and gave them all to his pets. This made little Rhae jealous and she started asking for a snack as well. She only eats swords, so Aerion took out 3 divine origin swords and placed them in front of her. I've been a little bit neglectful. Thank you, big brother. Sky Piercer is lucky to be forged a halberd, otherwise, he wouldn't have lived this long. Aerion asked the same question again. Jasmine, how much time has passed? 15 days. Not bad. It's time I test out these new flames of mine. Aerion closed his eyes and entered the dungeon, the 8th floor to be precise. His new cultivation strength of Sovereign Profound 5, which was gained through dual cultivation and the origin blood, meant that his battle power was greater than ever before. The divine origin realm lynxes and lions could no longer even be considered obstacles, he burned them all instantly with his golden crow flame and collected their goods. The amount of gold and profound cores he was earning was simply absurd. Then he met that lightning tiger again. Instantly, he opened the gate of silver calamity. Begone. He coldly commanded. Golden annihilation. The tiger was incinerated by the majestic golden flames of the golden crow. Then, Aerion heard a few footsteps and he could already guess who it was. My, you've returned. You can turn to ashes as well. Red Purgatory Lotus. The girl disappeared from his sight just as quickly as she appeared. Aerion gazed at his palm, where a medium-sized golden flame danced from side to side. It was a beautiful, yet destructive flame. Aerion realized that the flame was superior to his phoenix flame, but it was, naturally, inferior to the ghost flame. But he had no profound art for it, so, for now, the golden crow flame was the best flame to use in combat. Aerion proceeded forward, well, downwards. He was surprised to find 5 tigers of the divine soul realm waiting for him. They were all in the lower stages from the first realm to the third, dealing with them should be no issue. Aerion formed his crimson Susanoo and began to charge up the 7th stage of the golden crow's record of the burning world. His absolute shield was able to fend off all 10 tigers while he came closer and closer to forming his attack. Now, all of you, burn. Yellow Springs ashes. The tigers disappeared, leaving nothing but gold and their profound cores. Aerion harvested both and smiled, satisfied with his new strength. I wonder, what is the ultimate prize of finishing this floor? Aerion continued down and it would seem that he found Light One again. It was probably artificial but it looked real enough. The first thing he saw was a small village with about 10 households. The auras of its people lingered between the later stages of the Divine Origin realm to the late stages of the Divine Soul realm, which meant that Aerion couldn't make any hasty actions or he would be in quite a heap of trouble. Instead, he decided to explore. You there? Aerion observed the person who had noticed him. Aerion instantly cursed his luck. Divine Soul 9. Yes. You have some guts to kill our beasts. Now, it is time for you to atone for your sins. Aerion would simply stand no chance, and he knew that. So he ran. There seemed to be a white building which shined brightly under the sun, but its entrance was a bit unorthodox. It reminded him of all the trial grounds he had entered. Star God's Broken Shadow. Aerion left 4 afterimages which distracted the elder and proceeded to the white, marble, building. Upon touching it, the entrance opened and pulled him inside. Then the entrance was instantly closed. Aerion breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. The interior was simple and it only had 2 residents, excluding Aerion. A white tiger and an elderly man cloaked in white. The elderly man frowned at the appearance of Aerion. The white tiger glanced at him for a few moments and it looked like it had no intentions of doing anything. The elderly man stepped forward and lightning began to form at his palm. You. Divine Tribulation 1. I actually dug myself into a deeper grave. The elderly man sent a wave of lightning in the direction of Aerion, but he managed to dodge the attack with the use of the Star God's Broken Shadow. You dare kill our sacred beasts. Another wave, this one was bigger and actually struck Aerion. It took him a few seconds to recover from the shock. By the time he recovered, however, the elderly man was already standing over him. He grabbed Aerion by the neck and held him up with one hand. Lightning formed at his other hand. Now you die, little devil, by my lightning blade. SHT. The elderly man stabbed him in the chest with his lightning blade. However, in the end, all Aerion could manage was a smirk just as he started to die. This, young emperor, is coming for you. Then he disappeared, back to his endless world of nothing. The elderly man laughed. Coming. You are dead, foolish boy. The white tiger looked at the cloaked man. He is not dead. How come, divine spirit? I stabbed him in the chest, he was dying right before my eyes. Foolish human, he cannot die here, that is all you need to know. It is very likely that he will return stronger than ever before and slay you. In that case, I wouldn't mind giving him my legacy. What about this humble mortal? You will be dead and reborn again, just to be killed again. Just like those beasts, this whole place is just a mere playground orchestrated by him in order to assist the boy. So my life has been a lie all along. More or less. Those 3 words pierced his soul. Ha, you went a little bit far this time around. The dragon laughed. My sacrifice was worth it, I got to find the end of the 8th floor. Now I know where I should be in order to finish it. Divine Tribulation 1, you will need to be at least in the Divine Origin realm in terms of cultivation strength to defeat him. This is good, I have more motivation to become stronger, I have something to strive for. A temporary goal is just as important as a long-term one, if not more. Aerion opened his eyes and left the sea of flames. Then the divine spirit of the golden crow bestowed him the mighty lightning seed of the heretic god. Of course, he swallowed the purple bead and witnessed the change in his cultivation strength as time went on. Sovereign Profound 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. His cultivation strength stopped increasing once it reached Sovereign Profound 10. I have a feeling my breakthrough into the Divine Origin realm won't be easy. Divine Spirit, I am grateful to you in more ways than one. If there is anything you need. I don't need anything from you, Dragon. But, if you ever reach the Ancestral God realm, feel free to return here and return me to my peak form. Aerion laughed. You're going to have to wait for some time. This noble one is very patient. Aerion changed the subject. How is Tsai doing? She has finished comprehending the third stage, which is the last stage this noble one gave her, much like her predecessors. Feel free to teach her the rest, if you think that she is worthy. Only the third stage? This golden crow is truly arrogant. Huan Tsai appeared before Aerion, fully clothed. I believe it is time you two leave. Feel free to return at any time, as long as it's for an important reason. They reappeared at the entrance of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Huan Tsai looked very confident with her new cultivation strength of half-step divine origin, which was mainly gained by dual cultivation, cough. Aerion touched her chest and the sky poison pearl opened all of her profound entrances. What are you? There, the divine origin realm. The moment her profound entrances opened, she broke through to the divine origin realm. With all profound entrances opened, there is no such thing as half-step to Aerion's knowledge. After all, half-step is like a bottleneck and the heavenly god's spiritual veins lead to no bottlenecks. I'm slightly jealous. Thank you, all because of you, I can do something I've been intending to do for a long time. And that is? Aerion inquired. Clean the house. Chapter 98. Clean the house. Aerion looked puzzled until he noticed her frightening killing intent. She was definitely going out for blood. He was inexperienced in the matters of the illusory demon realm and so, his knowledge only reached the surface. Of course, this would change as he would spend more time as Demon Emperor. For now, he decided to spectate. She flew to the Yun family's grand residence. Now, due to the return of Demon King Yun Sanghai, the Yun family was steadily regaining its prestige. The only thing they lacked was a young patriarch, to Aerion's knowledge. The current young patriarch couldn't even activate his profound handle, something all Yun family members could, which led to questions about his true origin. Demon King Yun Sanghai. Seconds later, Yun Sanghai met the Demon Empress in the skies. Your aura, Demon Empress, you succeeded in awakening the Golden Crow's legacy. Yes, I have gathered your Yun family, they shall be witnesses. As for you, I need your assistance in confirming my suspicions. As you wish, Demon Empress. She did not just gather the Yun family, she gathered all 12, one by one. Then she headed to Duke Huai's palace. With a voice that shook the entire demon imperial city, Huan Tsai called out for Duke Huai. Duke Huai, this demon empress requests your immediate presence. If you do not comply, I will have no choice but to drag you out. I was not wrong to accept her proposal of marriage, Aerion thought. Duke Huai walked out of the palace, with a slight look of fear in his eyes. He did it well, but Aerion saw straight through it. There was no doubt that Duke Huai has committed a fatal crime and he knew it. Bang. Instantly, he fell to the floor from a single blow. His strength faded quicker than he had left his palace. His face that of pure shock and later, pain. Perform a profound handle soul search on him. The Demon Empress commanded. Yun Sanghai did so and the Demon Empress started asking him questions. He admitted to plotting a rebellion against her and stated all those who were supporting him in his endeavors without any hesitation. Aerion looked at Duke Huai and the profound handle with amusement. The profound handle was truly something, its power surprised him. After that, the Demon Empress dyed those who conspired with Duke Huai in blood. Turns out that the head conspirator wasn't him, it was Duke Ming. He was left for last. Instantly, he was crippled and was slowly burned by the golden flames of the Divine Crow. Aerion watched amusingly as Duke Ming had actually crawled his way to him. Please, help, you are the only one. Aerion chuckled. Why would I help you? Anything you want, I will provide. You don't have anything that interests this young emperor. Help me. Very well. Aerion smiled after he thought of something. I shall sweeten your death, it's the least I can do. Aerion turned his goblet of arbor gold and watched as Duke Ming's face was drenched in sweet wine. Of course, he didn't want to accept the gift, it was humiliating but he had no choice. He could barely move at this point. A proud duke who once stood on the very peak of the illusory demon realm, a sovereign profound 10 profound practitioner, how could he have fallen so low? Before such a fall seemed unimaginable, yet his whole world was turned upside down, in one day, no less. This wine is quite expensive, you should enjoy it while you still can. Aerion turned around and walked away from the cripple that was Duke Ming. "D-damn, you." The demon empress chuckled. "You heard my husband, expensive wine should not be wasted, therefore, I will be kind and allow you to enjoy the wine for a few seconds." Aerion had already left the scene, he saw no point in remaining. Instead, he went to visit his dragon's guard. He wondered how much stronger they've become. They did not disappoint, both Tai Shu and Fan Jueqing had reached the peak of the Emperor Profound Realm and were making progress towards the Tyrant Profound Realm. The rest also saw a jump of 1 to 2 small realms, which was impressive, to say the least. A few days later, Aerion married Huan Sai and officially became the Demon Emperor. This, of course, meant that the entire illusory demon continent joined the Celestial Dragon Empire, which used to only consist of the Blue Wind Kingdom. He got the 30 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal jasmine required from the Demon Empress, and so, he only needed to find a netherworld Adumbra flower for Jasmine and she could create herself a new body. There was only one place he knew of that had a netherworld Adumbra flower, the only problem was that going down there might lead to his death. "Heavenly Demon, can I entrust this mission to you?" What is it?" "I want you to conquer the Azure Cloud continent in my name." The Heavenly Fire Demon laughed. "I can definitely accomplish that. But, I wonder, why don't you want to do so yourself? It is unworthy of my presence and precious time. However, they should still know who rules this blue pole star and I want you to inform them. In fact, you may take the Dragon's Guard with you, it would provide valuable experience and there should be plenty of resources to plunder there." The Heavenly Fire Demon nodded, this seemed simple enough. Very well. Aerion used his world teleportation portal and teleported them to a random place in the Azure Cloud continent. He specified that it can be any place but the clouds and cliff. Because if they were to teleport there, it would only mean certain death. Aerion then used Izanagi to reject the fact that he had used the world teleportation portal and so, it recharged. "Sai, I have to leave for the Profound Sky continent, I hope you don't mind." "Don't mind?" Just make sure you return." "I certainly will," Aerion promised. Feng Henkon was chilling on his throne when a messenger broke through the doors and hastily ran to him. The servant was breathing heavily, which showed that he had flown as quickly as he could. "Your Majesty, this message is urgent." "I can see that, what is this message?" Rhaegar Targaryen declared himself the Emperor of the Profound Sky continent. The humble servant caught his breath. Not only that, but he wants every single nation leader to gather in the Blue Wind Imperial Palace to bend their knees before him. He demands that each nation, after submitting to him and joining the Celestial Dragon Empire, be called a kingdom and, therefore, be ruled by a king. If the leader of a nation fails to arrive in 2 months, he wrote that he would personally humble the entire nation. It is acceptable. "But Your Majesty, the boy could topple the entire Profound Sky continent if he wanted to. I am no fool, I have seen his immense power before. It is highly likely that he has grown even stronger since then. This humble servant understands." The messenger gave the letter as proof, which had the seal of House Targaryen attached to it. All of the nations but one had already joined the Celestial Dragon Empire. The last one remaining was the Divine Phoenix Empire. Aerion laid in his room and wondered if he would have to march west and conquer the place himself. He really didn't want to do so, but if he was forced to, he would make an example of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Without wasting any more time, he took to the skies in order to cultivate. He used the sword Spirit Doppelganger and fought himself for a period of time. It was a good month since he had returned to the Profound Sky continent, so his aura was closer to the Divine Origin realm. There was still a long way to go, however, so he remained diligent. Heaven Smiting Sword against Blackfire, whenever both of these supreme swords clashed against each other, the world would shake for a brief moment. Aerion was already quite skilled in the way of the heavy sword and was becoming more skilled as the days passed. His clone started to lose more and more, as the Heaven Smiting Sword was overpowering Blackfire with ease. "You are not my match." Boom. Aerion swung the Heaven Smiting Sword in the direction of the clone, who summoned his Susanoo to block the mighty blow. Aerion backed away and his clone gave up Blackfire to its Susanoo. Blackfire extended to an absurd length of a couple of 100 meters as the Susanoo started to swing it around. Aerion managed to dodge each attack with his superior speed. Meanwhile, the clone was performing a profound skill. Golden flames started to gather, which made Aerion frown. That absolute shield sure is annoying. Yellow Springs Ashes. Heaven Absorbing Silver Claw. Aerion extended his left palm and absorbed the mighty attack. Then he smirked. The clone didn't have the Heaven Absorbing Silver Claw, nor did he have the Heaven Destroying Crimson Hand. Aerion turned the Yellow Spring's ashes against his doppelganger, and this one happened to be twice as strong as the previous one. The clone was incinerated in the flames after they burned through the Susanoo. Aerion looked down and noticed that there was someone entering the Blue Wind Imperial Palace along with a company of 10 men. So he has come. Aerion dropped down in front of Feng Henkong. Greetings, Divine Phoenix Emperor, it has been a few months. I believe you read my letter, no? Yes, I have. Then you know what you need to do. Feng Henkong bent his knee and so did the others, who were all sovereign profound realm experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Henceforth, the Divine Phoenix Empire shall be known as the Divine Phoenix Kingdom and you, Feng Henkong, shall be its king. The Divine Phoenix Kingdom shall now be a part of the Celestial Dragon Empire and will have to pay a tribute to this young emperor once every year. I will decide what this tribute will be later. Now, I would like for you all to wait outside, apart from the Divine Phoenix King. The experts walked away and Aerion looked at Feng Henkong. His lilac eyes were as calm as still water as he requested something from him. He wasn't going to beat around the bush and cut straight to the point. About that favor, I would like to ask for Schwer's hand in marriage. It took the Divine Phoenix King a few moments to think of how he would answer. It was already made clear that Schwer has special feelings for him, he had seen it himself during those 2 months. It is not my choice, you will have to ask Schwer yourself and if she agrees to it, so will I. What a move, this Feng Henkong has me in a tough position. Ask? How would I approach her? Hey, Schwer, wanna marry me? No, that sounds wrong. Damn, I'm no good with things like this. I completely understand, you may go now. Making things hard for this young emperor, eh? Sigh, I don't have time to be chasing beauties right now. My breakthrough is more important than that. Aerion looked at his heaven-smiting sword. After I use the sword spirit doppelganger and exhaust myself, I should comprehend the great way of the Buddha further as I'm still on its 3rd stage. Lifting the heaven-smiting sword will be easier that way and my overall strength will increase. Divine Origin Realm, this Celestial Dragon Emperor will reach you. Chapter 99. After 4 months of intense training, he finally reached the final step, the very peak of the Sovereign Profound Realm. One more step and he would reach the mythical Divine Origin Realm. No one else from Blue Pole Star had ever entered this divine realm, except for the Demon Empress, who had done so with his assistance. Not only did his cultivation strength ever so slightly increase, but his comprehension of the great way of the Buddha also reached new heights. He broke through to the 4th stage, which was truly shocking for Jasmine. His understanding of the dragon transformations increased as well as he could now bring out his wings at will. He put each transformation into phases, the next surpassing the previous in strength. The first phase is simple dragon scale regeneration, which is always active. The second phase is the heaven-absorbing Silver Claw and heaven-destroying Crimson Hand, I can already use those at will. The third phase is when I grow dragon wings along with more scales as protection, this phase tends to give a great increase in power. The fourth phase is even more frightening, a tail and 2 horns, the only person who has ever seen it is the heavenly demon himself. If only I could tap into that power more often. Aerion sighed. Jasmine, how did you break through to the Divine Origin Realm? Was it a disadvantageous battle and at the last moment, you changed the odds? Humph, this princess didn't have to do anything like that because I inherited my strength. Oh, I see. So you can't really help me with this, huh? Tai Wentian's voice resounded in his head. Pushing oneself to the absolute limit every single day is the single true way to grow. Remember that, my disciple, engrave it into your very soul. I've been doing that. Or is it not enough, must I go even further? Aerion closed his eyes and gazed at the gates of the dungeon. He turned to the forge and took out Skypiercer. Even in the dark world of nothingness, the mighty halberd's aura of royal authority didn't diminish. It stood tall and proud like the king it was, and nothing could possibly change that. The forge's never-ending fire continued to burn in anticipation. My first, true, weapon, how could I ever forget about you, Skypiercer? Just wait a little longer and I will reforge you into something truly frightening. Aerion put away Skypiercer and walked towards the gates of the dungeon. Heh, you are hoping that fighting the Elder will lead to a breakthrough? The dragon guessed. You are correct. If it doesn't, then I have other means. That is good, it would be easier if you were to go to the Divine Realms, much easier, in fact. But the people there would notice Jasmine and that would lead to quite some trouble. That's why I haven't done so. Aerion opened the gates with his ring and was brought to floor 8 as he requested. He tore through the floors as if he were a demon straight from hell. He collected their gold and profound cores gladly as he continued downwards. At this point, the tiger was simply no match for him, nor was the girl who came after it. They were mere ants to his new strength. He proceeded past the slightly stronger tigers and soon enough, the village appeared before him. The people looked happy enough. Aerion's thirst for blood started to lessen as every moment passed. He had no reason to fight them anyway. His true enemy was that elder who had humiliated him right next to the white tiger's divine spirit. The elder who stood at the peak that was the frightening divine tribulation realm while he was just a mere monarch. Realistically, what chance did he have against him? Even with all his power, victory would be impossible, unless he broke through. Aerion's eyes burned bright red with determination. He was going to use everything at his disposal, even Izanagi, to ensure his absolute victory. He ignored the villagers and proceeded to the trial ground. With his one touch, the grounds opened and let him inside. The elder glanced in Aerion's direction and his face was one of shock. But then he recovered and became calm as still water, once again. The peak of the sovereign profound realm, you have grown a bit since I have last seen you. Have you come here to fight? The elder laughed. You still don't stand a chance against my divine tribulation realm power, it doesn't matter who you are. Even if you were in the divine origin realm, I would still crush you like a bug. Is that so? Humph, then I shall open your eyes today. Aerion spoke with absolute confidence as the heaven-smiting sword and blackfire appeared in his right and left hands respectively. His left arm was less formidable in terms of lifting strength, so it would only be right for it to hold the lighter sword. Meanwhile, his right arm had the powerful crimson scale supporting it so that it could handle the heaven-smiting sword. Dual wielding? Interesting, indeed. Maybe you will be able to fight back, or even wound me. Either way, I will make you atone for your devilish deeds. Ha ha ha, watch me, divine spirit, I will slaughter him like a pig. So damn arrogant, I'll humble this old fool. Silver calamity, star god's broken shadow. Bang! What? The elder stopped his heaven-smiting sword with one hand and blackfire with the other. Just with his hands, Aerion powered up again. Scales began to appear at a rapid pace and dragon wings spread out of his back. Aerion retreated and swung both of his weapons again. The elder stopped both weapons, in the same way, but Aerion had managed to make a cut with his heaven-smiting sword. It was a minor wound, but a wound nonetheless. Not bad, my turn. Star god's broken shadow. Aerion didn't give him the chance as he appeared behind him. Destroying sky, decimating earth. Boom. After the explosion went away, all he could hear was mocking laughter. Good, very good, that was absolutely brilliant. You actually managed to put a sizable wound on this elder, allow this elder to repay the favor. That was all, I put everything into that attack. Aerion's grip on his weapons tightened as he prepared to dodge the elder's incoming blow. He succeeded in dodging it, but then came another, and another. Each was faster than the last. The elder started to use his lightning arts in order to become even faster. Aerion's Sharingan could easily keep up, but his body was having troubles. His first blow hit Aerion straight in the gut. He vomited out a mouthful of blood. It splattered onto the white marble floor and corrupted its heavenly, pure, shine. The elder didn't stop there. Lightning lance. He sent him flying into the ceiling with a lightning profound skill. Tiger's resounding roar. Roar. Boom. A bolt of lightning which was led by a tiger struck Aerion in the chest, further wounding him. The elder watched Aerion fall down onto the ground and started to walk towards him. Aerion laughed, which caught him off guard. Aerion stood up and stared into the elder's eyes. Is that the best you can do? This young emperor is truly disappointed. I expected more from your divine tribulation realm power. I thought I'd be no more than ash, but here I stand, practically unharmed. TSK, you are an embarrassment to everyone in the divine tribulation realm. You dare humiliate this elder. I will slaughter you, thunderous tiger slash. Heaven-absorbing silver claw. Boom. Aerion's entire left arm exploded. He looked to his left in shock. The attack was simply too much. The elder had put all of his strength into that attack, so he could have easily killed Aerion if not for the sacrifice of his arm. Begone, lightning lance. Susanoo. Crack, boom. The lance exploded and almost managed to completely penetrate Aerion's crimson Susanoo. Damn it, I'm running out of time. Let's try this again, lightning, ugh. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Aerion grasped the heaven-smiting sword and charged all of his profound energy into one attack while the elder was stuck in a daze. His Susanoo dispersed almost instantly. The combination of his own and the large sum of energy the heaven-smiting sword had gathered resulted in a frightening attack. In a few moments, the elder managed to break free, but Aerion was already prepared. Just before releasing the attack, a new burst of power overcame him as he came closer to becoming a dragon. Heavenly, wolf, slash. Aerion released the monstrous attack. The elder hastily created profound barriers to protect himself. Boom. Aerion held onto the heaven-smiting sword, his breathing was heavy yet his blood furiously burned with rage, keeping him conscious. He realized that he had grown a tail and 2 horns just before releasing the attack, yet he didn't have the time to celebrate yet. The elder managed to stand. There was a massive slash engraved into his chest which continued to flow with never-ending blood. A mad laugh erupted from the elder, reverberating across the entire trial ground. Ha 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 ha, you truly are something special. But I dare you to try that again. I have no profound energy left, no left arm, even with this transformation, there is only one thing I can do. Aerion's eyes began to glow and his Manjiki Sharingan pattern began to spin. Izanagi. His profound energy returned and his wounds disappeared like they never existed. Then a huge smirk surfaced on his charming face. As you wish, old man, you better not regret it. The elder looked at Aerion and another wave of shock overcame him. His sudden resurrection had frightened the old man. He decided to end the battle as soon as possible, his purple lightning turned into a frightening white shade of lightning. Aerion's heaven-smiting sword exploded with white, ghost-like, flames in response. A heavenly, golden, aura surrounded his body as his power continued to increase. Aerion saw the image of black chains, one by one, they all broke apart and released the crimson dragon. His eyes glowed a chilling shade of crimson. Roar! Aerion and the crimson dragon both let out a dragon-like roar, it was a thunderous roar, a roar which could shake both heaven and earth. Soul-shattering slash. Thunderous tiger slash. Boom! Chapter 100. 1. Aerion dropped to the ground from exhaustion and his new wounds. The soul-shattering slash went through the thunderous tiger slash and directly burned the elder's soul. All that was left of him was the body, a hollow husk, one could say. Meanwhile, Aerion was struck by the thunderous tiger slash which almost succeeded in killing him. The white tiger slowly approached Aerion. Upon further inspection of the silver-haired youth, it nodded. Truly a heaven-defying child. Aerion opened his eye in the middle of the night. He felt it, the divine origin realm, he broke through. The first thing he noticed was the calling of the superior world, yes, the realm of the gods was calling for him. But he ignored it, for now. Finally, the divine origin realm. Aerion exclaimed out loud, he couldn't care less who had heard his words. He was the celestial dragon emperor of the blue pole star, after all. He left his room in the blue wind imperial palace and flew into the skies, free as a dragon. Now I can get that netherworld Adumbra flower, along with the darkness seed. Aerion opened a portal to the bottom of the cloud's end cliff and appeared there in a few seconds. The place sure was sinister and menacing, but Aerion didn't pay much attention to that. His main goal was to snatch one of the netherworld Adumbra flowers along with the darkness seed and open a portal back up. Since there was a whole garden, Aerion picked the closest flower. Roar! A profound beast charged him, Aerion jumped up and evaded its charge. With a mighty wind slash, he instantly killed the beast. Aerion looked around and found the little girl behind him. You don't mind if I take this one flower? There was no answer but it looked like she didn't mind, she even gave something to him. A small, black, bead, Aerion accepted the gift, noticing that it was in fact the darkness seed. Thank you. The girl summoned little Ray from his hand, Aerion looked puzzled. Then they started crying together which didn't help his confusion at all. Do they know each other? Even though Aerion had a few questions, he didn't disturb them. He walked away from the garden and moved further into the darkness. I gathered everything you need to reconstruct your body at last, now all I need to do is erase the poison using my eyes. Humph, you actually did it, but how are you going to get out? My world teleportation portal, of course. I see. Now that you are in the divine origin realm, I have no doubts your ambition will lead you to the realm of the gods. Jasmine sighed. Your numerous legacies, dragon scales, absurd battle power, even your so-called charm will bring unwanted attention. Aerion, you absolutely must not be careless. I will try my best. Humph. Even I, Jasmine stopped for a moment, she looked rather mellow. What? Even I would bring trouble to you, therefore, when you leave for the realm of gods, we must part ways. Aerion nodded. I understand. Of course, I'll see her again, when I gain the qualifications to do so. The star god realm is probably far from ordinary so it will take a while. There's still no need for me to be all depressed. But I won't be leaving for the realm of gods anytime soon since I still have many matters to settle. A lot of marriages, that's for sure. Then there's that Ice King and his army. I'm willing to stay by your side until you do. That's great to hear. Roar. There are more beasts around here, outside the garden, that's to be expected. 1,000 cuts. Slash. 5 divine origin realm beasts dropped to the ground like flies. Aerion turned around to take little Rey with him and leave the hole. He saw a divine spirit realm beast, so he wasn't willing to push his luck any further. He was lucky to receive the netherworld Adumbra flower and darkness seed without dying, so this small journey was already a huge success. Big brother Aerion, why did you leave me? It looked like an emotional moment for you too. Guess it's over. Why were you crying, anyway? I don't know. If only she had her memory, this would be so much easier. Aerion sighed. The girl probably meant something to the heretic god for him to leave the darkness seed with her. And there was clearly some sort of connection between little Rey and the girl, but Aerion couldn't quite put his finger on it. Anyway, I believe it's time we leave this place. Okay. Little Rey returned to his sky poison pearl and he tried to fly out of the hole without the world teleportation portal. However, the suction force sent him flying back down. Then he had an idea. Maybe I should take the darkness seed first. There's no harm in trying. Aerion consumed the darkness seed and focused on absorbing as much of its power as possible. The breakthroughs started rolling in after a few seconds. Divine Origin 2, 3, 4, 5. I am even more powerful now. You have my eternal and undying gratitude, heretic god. Aerion tried to fly up again and, this time, it worked. The suction force no longer dared to push him back down, instead it bowed its head and let him through. Aerion could slowly see light again. After some time, he reached the top and sat down on the cliff. Looks like I didn't have to use the portal to get out of this hole, after all. Jasmine, how long would it take for you to reconstruct your body? A week or so. Alright, let's begin that process. I have gathered everything already, which only leaves the pesky poison which is yet to be cured. Aerion used his Izanagi on his other eye to reject Jasmine's poison, which made his eye turn blind once again. Now he was blind in both eyes for a few days, a small sacrifice, he was used to it. Then he laid down to take a good old nap. It looks like that one habit of yours will never change. Jasmine played with his soft hair for a little, before taking the materials and starting the process. Aerion opened his eyes. At last, he yawned and sat up. He noticed that Jasmine stood in front of him, but something was different about her. She was no longer a spirit, this was her physical body. Aerion smiled. Looks like I overslept a little. A little? You took 10 days. I had to wait a whole 3 days for you to wake up. I simply had a wonderful dream, that is all. Anyway, I'm glad that you are no longer a spirit. However, I can no longer hide you in the sky poison pearl, which is troubling indeed. Troubling? How should I say this? You don't need to explain anything to your women, I am your master and that is all. I don't know, the lines are getting a bit blurry. Aerion laughed. Jasmine changed the subject. You don't plan to stay on this azure cloud continent forever, do you? No, not at all. This continent doesn't mean much to me compared to the other two. With your new power, could you take me to the profound sky continent? It should only take a few steps, but you have to give me your hand. Alright, sounds simple enough. The Dragon's Palace. Jasmine had left him to fly around on her own, which Aerion didn't mind at all. Aerion calmly walked around the rather empty halls. There were no sounds of the Dragon's Guard intensely sparring each other. In fact, the entire palace was extremely silent except for a few servants. Aerion sighed, then the doors behind him burst open as a little child ran as quickly as he could from the evil people chasing him. Aerion frowned. Since when was Aerion strong enough to open doors on his own? Father, help, help. Aerion chuckled as he stopped Aerion in his tracks and lifted him up. It must be quite boring without any other children to play with, right? Yes. Don't worry, little guy, you'll have a few siblings sooner or later. Aerion decided to spend some time with Aerion, mainly to drain him of his seemingly endless energy. So he had taken him outside of the city and watched him run about. Once he was tired, Aerion brought him back to the palace. Now he was free again, so he did what he had planned previously, and it was a matter relating to Izanami. Aerion took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Being the celestial dragon emperor, there was no need for him to knock on any door since his mere presence could only be considered as a blessing from the heavens. But he was being a gentleman, nonetheless. Who is it? Would you like me to recite all of my titles? Let's see here, Aerion joked. Just come in already. Aerion opened the door and closed it when he entered her room. What is it? She asked, rather coldly. I was thinking about something. Izanami's beautiful eyes brightened as Aerion approached closer. Aerion took another deep breath. Izanami, will you marry me? Of course, she hugged him, rather tightly. I thought you would never ask, but you finally did. A few tears of joy dropped. Aerion smiled, he always loved Izanami, she was his first love, in fact. And now that he stands on top of the entire Blue Pole Star, excluding Azure Cloud Continent, for now, as the Celestial Dragon Emperor and the world's one true overlord, there was no better time to get married. Chapter 101. Aerion entered the 8th floor once more with the intentions of gaining the Divine Spirit's legacy. The power of the White Lightning had surprised him. Even with the Lightning Seed, the sheer power of the slash severely injured him in his strongest state. And Aerion heavily doubted that the slash was the White Tiger's strongest profound skill, so it was likely that he could learn something even more frightening. Along with that, he was planning to infuse the White Lightning with Sky Piercer. He tore through the entire floor until he reached the trial ground. You returned in so soon. The elder stated. It would be wonderful if you could get out of the way, for I have no business with you. Humph, not a chance. You will have to kill this elder if you want to speak with the White Tiger. I already killed you before, but I understand where you are coming from. Aerion took out the heaven-smiting sword and opened Silver Calamity. Divine Origin 5. The elder suddenly noticed. If he lost to Aerion just after he broke through to the Divine Origin realm, then he simply had no chance facing him when he was in middle stages of the Divine Origin realm. I must thank you for pushing me in our last battle. If it weren't for your existence, I might still be struggling with my breakthrough till this day. Ha, of course. To display my greatest gratitude, I shall personally turn you into ash. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion exploded to the side of the elder and sent him flying with a single swing. The elder didn't even have the time to block the attack. Even if he did react fast enough, he didn't have the means to stop the heaven-smiting sword. The elder managed to stand, but his left arm had a huge slash imprinted on it. Damn you, Heavenly White Tiger, please assist this elder. Humph. The White Tiger didn't look too interested. This is your issue, not this king's. However, you do not have a weapon, so I shall bestow you my personal sword, just this once. Thank you, I won't disappoint you, Heavenly White Tiger. A sword appeared before the elder and he grasped it with both hands. It started to buzz with white lightning as soon as he touched it. Aerion watched amusingly as the elder pointed the sword in his direction. With the White Tiger's heavenly blessing, victory is mine. That sword won't change the result of this battle. If you think that it truly will, then you can only be called a fool. Aerion swung the heaven-smiting sword once again and the elder managed to block the swing with his new sword. Not only did he block Aerion, but he also managed to push him back. Then, when he had gained some distance, the elder fired off a white tiger made of lightning which aimed to strike Aerion directly. He blocked the attack with his heaven-smiting sword, but then the lightning tiger ricocheted up and dived straight down. Boom! The elder watched as Aerion took the attack directly with minimum damage. What? How is that possible? That was definitely uncomfortable, and unexpected. But you should know that lightning is quite ineffective against me. Now then, it's my turn. Aerion stabbed the heaven-smiting sword into the ground and both of his hands started to flicker with golden crow flames. He was completely calm as he started to form Yellow Spring's ashes. The elder wasn't just going to watch as Aerion charged his attack, so he struck him with a thunderous tiger slash. But it was no good as a crimson Susanoo appeared and took the hit. The slash almost managed to penetrate the armor, almost. You tried your best, but it simply wasn't enough. Yellow Spring's ashes. The golden crow flames did turn him into ash, after a decent length of time. Even after he perished, the flames continued to dance. Aerion grabbed the white tiger's sword and put it into his dungeon ring. I hope you don't mind, White Tiger. I'll be going soon either way, so you may keep it. I should have given you the reward for finishing this floor earlier, but you were unconscious, so I waited until you would come again. It looks like you did. The reward is, of course, my legacy. Your fight earlier was a spectacle. It made me understand a few things. I can die without any regrets. The white tiger turned into lightning and completely joined with Aerion. He gained everything the divine spirit had to offer, and therefore, he could be thought of as a complete inheritor of the white tiger's legacy. However, he could never quite be a complete inheritor because of his dominant fire dragon god legacy. Instead, it joined as part of his fire dragon god legacy. Ah, so it's called the white tiger's tale of the end. Aerion started to comprehend the white tiger's tale of the end. There were 10 stages in total, including the first 2 foundation stages. The last stage made him think of the flying wind god's art. World-ending storm, Could they somehow be related? A portal opened at the very end of the vast trial ground. Probably the 9th floor. I doubt I'll be ready to face it anytime soon. Aerion returned to the white tiger's tail of the end and started to comprehend it. 3 months later, King's Landing, the great September of Baelor. It was the early months of the year 300 AC and the beginning of a long winter. Since the summer lasted about 10 years, the people feared an equally long winter. But it was not a glaring issue currently since one of the biggest events in recent memory was staged today. King Aerion I Targaryen was to marry not 1, not 2 but 3 different brides. Such a thing would cause outrage unless one held absolute authority, which His Grace definitely did. King Aerion I Targaryen answered to neither gods nor men as such beings were clearly beneath him. Aerion stood next to the High Septon who would be presiding over the marriage. Incest was a vile sin and polygamy was prohibited in the faith of the Seven, but the High Septon would never even dare to speak up against Aerion, much less call him a sinner. Still, Jaehaerys, the first of his name, did make Targaryen incest legal, so he couldn't quite call him a sinner for that. However, one could not say the same for polygamy. Aerion smiled for a moment at the High Septon. He awkwardly returned the smile. Aerion patiently waited for his brides. They did take a while, but it was only natural. All he had to do to prepare was wear some nice clothes and brush his hair a little. As for his women, they have to do far more, apparently. The doors opened and revealed 3 beauties along with 2 men who escorted the brides to their groom. Izanami walked on her own while Daenerys was escorted by Viserys Targaryen and Margaery was escorted by Mace Tyrell. Once they reached him, the men removed the cloaks of the brides which had the coat of arms of their respective houses. Aerion removed Izanami's white cloak himself and replaced it with a black one bearing the coat of arms of House Targaryen. He had to replace the cloaks of Daenerys and Margaery following this. Although it was weird to replace a Targaryen cloak with another, Aerion still had to do it. It symbolized the bride passing from her father's, or the closest thing to that, protection into her husband's protection. With these kisses, I pledge my love to all of you. Aerion declared. With this kiss, I pledge my love. The ladies, in turn, replied. Aerion kissed all 3, one by one. He felt slightly awkward, but this was his idea, so he went with it. 3 weddings would simply be inefficient, slow and a waste of resources. I declare you husband and his wives. The High Septon continued. 1 flesh, 1 heart, 1 soul, now and forever. Then the feast began. It was a huge gathering of nobles from all around the 7 kingdoms. Every great house was in attendance, even House Stark, which was least expected to arrive. Aerion knew the one reason why they would travel all the way to King's Landing, and it wasn't just because of his wedding. He suspected that it was a matter concerning the king he had seen in one of his dreams. Nevertheless, he was glad that they came. There was a small tournament during the feast, where there was a surprising winner. Viserys trampled every single opponent he faced in his duels. He was too strong and too fast for any of them to stand a chance. Aerion knew exactly why. It was that pill he gave him. I never thought of you as a swordsman, uncle. I do not think of myself as a swordsman, either. Viserys smiled. But it's good to try new things once in a while. Aerion agreed. I would like to speak with you about a matter of great importance later. What could it be? You'll find out on the morrow. For now, feast to your heart's content. As you command, your grace. Aerion got a huge stockpile of gifts which he kindly accepted. He gifted Izanami with a katana which was forged from the white tiger's sword. It was practically the same, except for its appearance. For Daenerys, he gave her a divine pill which would directly push her into the sovereign profound realm. For Margaery, he gave a necklace which would put all other necklaces to shame. Personally imagined and forged by him, of course. He noticed that a girl was looking at him constantly. When he looked at her, she turned around. That girl was the comely Sansa Stark. He could hear the dragon laughing. Fire and ice, Targaryen and Stark, what an interesting pair you two would make. If I want ice, I can find it in the frozen cloud immortal palace. She looks like a Tully, anyway. Tully, a fish in the claws of a dragon, that is intriguing. Aerion decided to ignore the dragon and, instead, he conversed with his new wives. His grace is truly bold, to oppose the faith of the 7 to this extent. Only Rhaegar Targaryen can be his match. One drunk fellow stated to his friend. Comparing Rhaegar to his grace is simply disrespectful. Rhaegar was a cruel and ruthless king, I'm sure you know, while his grace is kind and forgiving, he is only ruthless when it is truly necessary. Ah, I see. I wonder how he's going to bed 3 young women at once. Never underestimate the vitality of a dragon, my friend, Aerion originally intended to marry Izanami in Blue Pole Star, but then he changed his mind. Firstly, they had no elders in that world, and secondly, he preferred the ceremony of the faith of the 7. Then the night came. Aerion took a deep breath as he made his way to his chambers while his 3 newlywed wives followed him. He had made extra sure to limit his wine intake so that he would have enough energy. The situation with Huan Sai had really opened his eyes and broadened his horizons, so he wasn't too worried about running out of stamina. However, there remained one problem. How in 7 hells am I going to do this? One by one or all 3 at once? I should ask what they would be comfortable with first. That shouldn't be too hard. So, how are we going to do this? Aerion said, calmly. His state of mind was far from calm, but he knew how to hide it. I would not mind sharing a bed with you, even if there are 2 other women, Izanami stated. I see. What about the other 2? Marjorie didn't seem to mind. Daenerys, on the other hand, was a little bit more hesitant. But she agreed, in the end, to make things easier for him. All 3 at once. I have a feeling this is going to be a long night. Chapter 102. Phew, that was a long night. Aerion woke up late, on purpose. He got dressed and looked at himself in the mirror. His hair looked a bit out of order, but even on his worst day, Aerion was still supremely handsome and charming. But his eyes felt different for some reason he couldn't quite figure out. After activating his Sharingan, he realized why. 2 patterns. What does that mean, more power? I'll have to ask Izanami. Aerion left his chambers shortly after. He left for his study room and found Viserys waiting patiently. He wasn't known for his patience, but it would seem that Viserys can be patient if it is necessary. Nephew, what is this matter you spoke of? There's 2 things. Firstly, I want to match you with Aerion Martell. This must be a jest, no? No, not at all. What makes you think that, uncle? On our visit, she displayed a great interest in you and did not spare a second glance for me. Would it not be better for you to marry her? Ha ha ha, uncle, I have enough wives as it is. While you don't have a single wife, how do you plan to have an heir? I'm not only doing this for House Targaryen, but I'm also doing this for you. She has both beauty and great status. What more could you want in a woman, uncle? Viserys nodded dutifully. I understand. What is the other matter? I've decided to rebuild Summerhall. After I deal with the matter up north, I will set my eyes on Essos. After a bit of plundering, we should have more than enough gold. I will leave the entire construction process to you. Of course, I will visit once in a while to see if things are going smoothly. At last, but what is this matter up north? Aerion shrugged. Some Ice King and his huge army. I'll send them all packing the moment they get close to Winterfell. At most, it's a minor inconvenience which will lead to greater relations with House Stark in the north. Interesting. I would like to see this Ice King. Would that be possible? Of course. I might even consider keeping him alive, if he turns out to be something extraordinary. Once he finished talking with Viserys, he asked for the appearance of Lord Paramount Eddard Stark before the Iron Throne. The relations between House Targaryen and House Stark were not the best, and that's putting it lightly. Aerion's grandfather, Aerys the Mad, had burned his Ned's father and made his elder brother, Brandon, watch. Brandon ended up strangling himself in his attempts of saving his father due to the torture device he was trapped to. The reason why all this happened was Rhaegar's abduction of Lyanna Stark. Rhaegar and Brandon Stark simply wanted to take her back. Clearly, House Targaryen was in the wrong, and the matter made Aerion want to smash his head against a table every time he thought about it. Whatever happened, it was in the past. Eddard was an honorable man who had no thirst for revenge, unlike Robert Baratheon, and Aerion was no fool. This meant that mending the broken relationship was far from impossible. Warden of the North, the upcoming winter is something that the North by its own cannot handle. It's not the cold that is concerning, there is something far more frightening, I believe. Yes, Your Grace. It's the others. Aerion smiled. No need to worry about that. This king will personally handle everything. All I ask for is the hospitality of the North. These are your lands, Your Grace, you need not ask for such things. Aerion laughed. You are right about that. He stood up and walked down the Iron Throne. Stand, Warden of the North. We shall vanquish this threat like it never existed. Will you be riding with us, Your Grace? Yes, but I shall be in the skies. Eddard nodded. That is good, the North has nothing to fear, after all. With Aerion guarding the North, even the threat of the others seemed minuscule. Because that man, on his own, could kill thousands at the blink of an eye. Aerion then searched for Izanami. It turns out that she was at one of the gardens, which Aerion found rather surprising. Once she realized that Aerion was there, she approached him. Aerion was going to speak, but she took his tongue away with a lightning-fast kiss. Aerion backed away after a few long seconds. How was that for a surprise? It was a pleasant one. Aerion smiled. But do you know? The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Did the same thing happen to you? Father always told me that I would either have to take the Manjikyu Sharingan of a loved one or dual cultivate with someone who has the eyes of Izanagi. Izanami, was it the old man's plan to pair up the two? That man is truly mysterious to the extreme. I see, but what's the difference between the two? Usually, it just means that you can't get blind from overusing your eyes and you experience less strain when using abilities like the Susanoo. But in your case, you will have to find out on your own. Thank you, Izanami. Looks like I will have to experiment a little. Little finger. Yes, your grace. Become my loyal servant. Aerion noticed that not a single drop of blood left his eyes. The effects on his profound energy were not even noticeable. Littlefinger was quite a capable person, yet his intentions were unknown. Aerion speculated that he had intentions of taking the Iron Throne, so he wasn't kind to him. But now, there was no need for his talents to be wasted. Anything you need, your grace? Littlefinger asked. Act as if nothing happened, but never commit or even think of an act that will negatively affect me. I understand, your grace. Just in case you're not acting, jump through the window. Littlefinger ran and jumped through the window. It was an amusing sight. Aerion stopped his fall with his wind energy and returned him to the Red Keep. He tried to jump through the window again, but Aerion commanded against it. Now that his loyalty was assured, Aerion smirked. You can make a good master of coin now, Littlefinger. After a busy day of being the king, Aerion naturally wanted to take a nap. Since he was in the divine origin realm, his need for sleep had greatly diminished. In fact, it wasn't even necessary. He could stay up all day and night for months. But he found it calming, and it gave him an opportunity to visit the dungeon. For now, all he could do was collect gold and profound cores, which would help him prepare for the next floor. Right now, the best course of action would be for him to enter the realm of gods, but his attachments prevented him from doing so. He wanted to spend some time with his wives and stabilize everything he had built. One could consider this his resting period. Aerion opened his eyes and saw Daenerys resting her head against his chest. This was completely unexpected. She looked at peace as if there was no safer place in the world. Aerion softly stroked her beautiful, long, silver gold hair. He had always seen her as his little sister, someone he promised to protect. She and Viserys were the main reason as to why he had broken through his shell and became the Pirate King. Aerion sighed. How could he leave her? She had pretty much trapped him in place, so he gave in and rested some more. After some time, she stood up and Aerion opened his eyes instantly after. Daenerys almost jumped from shock. She didn't expect that he would wake so suddenly. Did I scare you? Forgive me. You could have woken up more slowly. I could have, but that's beside the point. Actually, I wanted to tell you something. What could it be? Since you're my wife, naturally, your title is Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. There will be times where I won't be able to sit on the Iron Throne and rule the Seven Kingdoms. Of course, I have a hand and a capable small council who can rule for me, but I would like you to rule in my stead during such times. You want me to rule the Seven Kingdoms? Precisely, but not quite yet. You'll have to learn under me first. The question is, are you willing to? Daenerys nodded. Certainly. That settles it then. In a month, I'll be going north, and that will be the first time you will be able to do so. With my small council, it shouldn't be too hard. We're ready to ride north, your grace. Aerion nodded and summoned Rhaegar. I'll be going ahead. Atop his crimson dragon, Aerion flew into the distant skies. Rhaegar seemed a bit different to him. He was larger, his profound strength was much higher, but there was something that was far more shocking than that. He grew arms. Valyrian dragons never had arms, they only had 2 legs and 2 wings. This, Rhaegar had evolved. Aerion couldn't help but smile proudly. This is my dragon. Who in this world's entire history has a dragon that is even comparable to mine? Born from my fire and blood, of course, he can only be superior to the rest. If the Ice King doesn't come for me in 2 months, I'll certainly make sure to come for him. Chapter 103. Aerion flew to the wall in order to see if there was anything going on. There were no signs of anything next to the wall, but there was a rumor going around that the others had gone around the wall. Apparently, they are currently making their way across the Bay of Seals. Aerion obviously wanted to certify the rumor, so he flew there with his dragon. The sight before him was shocking. They really are crossing a path of thick ice. It was an almost endless army. There were thousands upon thousands of them. How would the 7 kingdoms have coped with this calamity if it weren't for me? It's definitely possible for all 7 kingdoms to unite and defeat this army, but, at what cost? It would be a disaster even if they managed to win. This is especially true for the north. Father, why don't I burn them all? Aerion shook his head. That would serve me no good, Regal. They must first understand the severity of this threat and then witness me dismantle it completely. For now, the most important thing would be to make sure there isn't anyone in the path of the army, to prevent any unnecessary casualties. I'm sure you can do that, Regal. Sure thing, Father. Regal flew to the local settlements and intimated them into going south, preferably to Winterfell. While Aerion froze the entire army, quite literally. He decided to leave them there, they would remain frozen until he deemed the time right. Aerion stayed in Winterfell for some time. The Northmen were, interesting, to say the least. They simply weren't the kindest bunch, but after Aerion embarrassed their best warriors and displayed a few of his profound talents, he gained their utmost respect. They also worshipped trees. Aerion had already known that, but seeing it up front was a whole different story. The army suddenly started marching again after Lord Eddard Stark and the rest arrived. The Ice King's army couldn't quite find anyone to kill in any of the local settlements, so the army proceeded to Winterfell, under the orders of the Ice King. They are here. One guardsman shouted in the night. This alerted everyone, and upon seeing the threat, the people of the north were shaken with fear. All they could see were endless lines of whites marching closer and closer to the walls of Winterfell. Aerion rose to the sky, and there wasn't even a trace of fear on his face, which did ease everyone else. I never thought you would dare to cross the wall. The Ice King had no expression, nor did he speak. This was the thing Aerion didn't like about him. Where's the fun in having a silent enemy? He could speak, but he doesn't do it, which makes the whole thing even worse. Fine, don't answer this, King. Aerion's hands flickered with golden crow flames. In mere seconds, the entire sky had gone red as Aerion looked down on the rather huge army. Then fire began to rain down on the army. Burn. Yellow springs ashes. Boom. The entire army had gone up in golden flames. It was a spectacle for the crowd of Winterfell, yet a living nightmare for the whites. Can undead have a living nightmare? Even the icy others fell to a similar fate. They burned into nothing as the golden crow flames continued to dance. The one person left standing was the Ice King, since Aerion was interested in him because of his dream earlier. Even the calm Ice King wore a face of fear as he looked up at the god that was Aerion. Aerion noticed something after a close observation. Name, Night King. Level. Age, 10,000. Legacy, Vina, bloodline inheritance. Legacy, Vina, the ancestral goddess of ice, birds and sea. He's 1,000 times more valuable than I ever expected. Aerion overcame his shock after a few seconds. He thought about taking the bloodline for himself, but fire and ice were complete opposites. Even with the heretic god's influence, would it really work? Can a creation god control and mediate the fire and ice of two ancestral gods? Aerion highly doubted it. Vina's legacy would only hinder him, therefore, he decided to make the Night King his servant. He flew down and activated his Sharingan. But before he could give the command, the Night King shattered into countless, tiny, shards of ice. Then he heard a mocking laugh, and that was it. Nothing was left of the army. Aerion shrugged. In the end, the Night King was a minor loss. More importantly, the North absolutely adored him now. Well, the people feared him a little too. When he dropped down to the walls, everyone stared at him absent-mindedly. Aerion smiled. I believe a minor feast is in order, for this great victory. Lord Eddard nodded. That would be wise. After that, Aerion returned to King's Landing. He demanded that the free cities bend the knee and join his 7 kingdoms. Unsurprisingly, each and every free city surrendered almost immediately. It was slightly boring. Aerion was looking forward to declaring a dragon conquest and sweeping the entire continent. Now that the free cities were vassals of the Iron Throne, they had to pay a tribute of gold annually. This, along with the 7 kingdoms' already flourishing treasury, ensured that Aerion would have more than enough spare money to rebuild Summerhall. Since the free cities were protected by the shield that was King Aerion I Targaryen, they were safe from the Dothraki horde, mostly. There was one occasion where a call tested Aerion's commitment, which led to him personally flying over and making the call regret his decision, dearly. King's Landing was becoming a more pleasant place as the months passed. Sewage was no longer an issue and the population density severely decreased with the inclusion of the second wall. Aerion thanked Tyrion's success of building the new sewage system by making him Lord Paramount of the Westerlands. The North handled the long winter well due to the support of Aerion. The Stepstones reached a new height and Bloodstone was now comparable to a free city in terms of trade and wealth. About 2 years later. Now that time has come, Daenerys. I understand, she looked into his eyes. Just don't get yourself killed. If you do, killing me is no easy task, Daenerys. Aerion assured her. I'll try to visit, but I can't guarantee anything. Aerion looked at his world teleportation portal. Jasmine and Izanami gathered round and he teleported to the profound sky continent. Aerion had gotten a little busy during these 2 years and gotten 3 of his wives pregnant. 2 daughters from Daenerys and Marjorie and a son from Huan Sai. He named the 2 daughters Naerys and Rhaenyra. The son was given the name Rhaegar Targaryen. The noble rogue sect had steadily grown and, due to the Dragon's Guard, the sect became a force that simply could not be matched. It became the sole sacred ground of the profound sky continent, not even the divine phoenix sect dared to refute that. All of the Dragon's Guard reached the sovereign profound realm while the heavenly fire demon broke through to the divine origin realm. Aerion said his goodbyes to Tai Xia and Orion, who was nearing his 4th name day. The Dragon's Guard, Aerion thought about bringing them along as well. It would be a good thing to still have a few followers around and perhaps provide some company. He decided to take Rob, Fan Juecheng and Tai Shu with him. Izanami was already a given. Then he flew over to the illusory demon realm to say his goodbyes and whatnot. Then he returned to the profound sky continent again. I haven't quite gotten to thanking the frozen cloud immortal palace, I should do that now. With his divine origin realm speed, traveling was very swift and not at all difficult. Then a woman fell from the sky. Aerion looked up. He caught her before she hit the ground. With a quick observation, he found out that she was a late-stage divine sovereign but she was weakened by poison. Aerion didn't hesitate to start curing the poison with his sky poison pearl. He wasn't going to waste an opportunity to gain the favor of a divine sovereign. What are you doing to my master? I'm curing her poison. Aerion calmly replied. You're lying. How can a person from a lowly place such as this cure that poison which couldn't even be cured by the Great Realm? Great Realm? What kind of nonsense is that? Could she talking about the divine realm? Ah, but this king is quite extraordinary, as you'll soon find out, Aerion smiled. Sky Poison Pearl would take some time and that girl seems quite anxious, perhaps Izanagi is the way I should go about things. Aerion closed his eyes and opened them once more. Ever since he gained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he could use Izanagi twice on each eye before they would turn white and become useless. That means he can use it 4 times in total. Blood fell from his left eye as he rejected the poison. Then he returned his eyes to normal. Why are you bleeding? Don't ask unnecessary questions, just know that your master has never been better. Chapter 104. Mu Bingyun opened her eyes. To her surprise, the poison was gone and her ever-weakening life force had strengthened. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say she was restored to peak condition. Who could have done this? Well, it looks like your master is awake. How is that possible? Mu Xiaolan muttered to herself. Mu Bingyun looked up and saw the tall, young, man who was none other than Aerion Targaryen. His silver hair was slightly longer than before, now it went past his shoulders. His physique was as great as ever, being both muscular and sturdy. Although he looked very young, the air around him was mature, authoritative and regal. One could tell from one glance that he had tremendous charisma. His violet eyes were more than capable of melting any maiden's heart, even if her heart were to be colder than ice. He wore robes worthy of a king, of course, the robes were in House Targaryen colors. She had never seen a man this striking before. Who are you? I am Aerion Targaryen, the emperor of this world, and the man who completely cured your poison. Your immense strength suggests that you come from the realm of gods. If this is true, I would like to come with you instead of ascending to a random star realm. Divine Origin Realm Level 7, you reached the late middle stages of the Divine Origin Realm without ascending to the Divine Realm. She calmly spoke. Divine Origin Realm Level 7. The highest here is the peak of the Sovereign Profound Realm and it takes centuries for even the most talented of geniuses to reach it, let alone the Divine Origin Realm. That is very true. Aerion nodded. But comparing those geniuses to me is simply insulting. I have spent my entire life on this blue pole star and reached the heights I stand on because of my talent, along with a few mighty treasures. If only you knew that I've been staying in a place that simply does not have any profound energy for most of my life. But this little lie makes it slightly more believable, slightly. My progress was extremely slow for 2 years because I didn't really have a proper environment to increase my cultivation strength, nor did I spend a good amount of time cultivating. It does not look like you are lying. For saving my life, naturally, I must repay you. If you truly wish to travel with me to the Snow Song Realm, you must first be willing to become a disciple. I am willing, but what kind of a disciple? You would join my Ice Phoenix 36th Palace. As a disciple, you would only be inferior to the direct disciple of the Realm King and the core disciples of the Divine Ice Phoenix Hall. So, it's a position similar to that of an inner sect disciple? Mu Bingyun nodded. It is. That is more than acceptable. If I may ask, can I bring along a few of my companions? There will only be 5, at the very most. To his bitter disappointment, the Ice Phoenix Master shook her head. Only you will be able to, since Xiaolan's dimensional stone can only bring 3 people back to the Snow Song realm. That is truly unfortunate, but I can bring them along later. That is fine by me. Can you wait for a few days while I make preparations? Of course. Aerion turned to the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace and made his way up to the entrance. Upon entering, he was greeted with the glances of many disciples. Your Imperial Majesty. There's no need to bow here, Aerion stated as he started to make his way forward. He looked around for one of the 7 fairies or someone of power. Naturally, news of his visit reached many ears quite quickly. He got his wish when he bumped into Xia Qingyue. It would seem that she had grown a substantial amount after all this time. Calling her perfect would be an understatement, she was indeed a beauty who could make any man lose himself. Although, that cold aura of hers remained, which was not so surprising. It is a pleasant surprise to find you here, Your Imperial Majesty. It is also this king's fortune to meet Fairy Qingyue once again. I've been thinking of a way I can repay the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace's favor. When no one else dared, the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace assisted my noble rogue sect. This king believes that a great deed should be followed by a great reward, therefore, I shall gift this heavenly pill to your Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. It was similar to the pill he had given to Daenerys. Since Xia Qingyue was the future of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, it would only be right that she would be the one to receive it. Aerion showed her the pill. It will directly break through anyone into the sovereign profound realm. Since you are the young palace mistress, I trust that you will give it to your seniors and allow them to decide who will take the pill. Though, I highly doubt that it will be anyone other than you, it would simply be wasted on anyone else. This gift is too great, the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace cannot take it. Too great. Just take it already before I regret my decision. Aerion shook his head. You have to be more ambitious, if I were you, I would take it without any questions asked. Xia Qingyue looked at the pill once again and this time, she took it from his hands. Aerion smiled. That is what I like to see. Then he turned around and made his way out of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. He spent a few days in Old Town, informing the others that he would be going on his own. It was better this way, as the strongest, he should be the one to pave the path for the rest once he was ready. Aerion conversed with Jasmine. Looks like you will be ascending to the divine realm soon. Always remember what I told you, and you might just survive. Aerion nodded. I will do my best to follow your guidance, Jasmine. Jasmine then hugged him tightly, which was quite the surprise. He returned the favor by embracing her himself. She stayed in his arms for a long while, until finally leaving. Aerion made one final promise to her. I'll be sure to come by and visit your star god realm when I become strong enough. Still, the sadness in her eyes remained. Aerion couldn't quite figure out why. It would be best if you were to forget about me and our master-disciple relationship. But I know you will never even think of doing that, she sighed. This is farewell, Rhaegar Targaryen. She left swiftly and coldly. Despite this, Aerion's feelings remained the same. I'll miss you, Jasmine. After a few moments of sorrow, Aerion got over it and went over to his dragon's palace. The dragon's guard were diligently training and one could easily hear them the moment they entered. Aerion strolled over to Roche's prison and opened the formation. He looked the same as before. The middle-aged man frozen in the large cube of ice was none other than the Saint Emperor, no, Roche's. Roche's had killed the Saint Emperor long ago. Aerion looked at Roche's for a few long seconds and wondered if he should truly release him. His words from before seemed so genuine, but could a god like him be trusted? In the end, Aerion took the risk and put aside all of his previous grievances. With one flicker of flame, Roche's ice melted and he was finally freed. Aerion, I take it that you decided to accept my offer. Yes, I have. Then all you have to do is stab my heart. Aerion withdrew Blackfire from its sheath and, without any signs of hesitation, pierced his heart. Then Roche's left the Saint Emperor's body and joined Aerion's body. He was met with much resistance at first, but Aerion allowed him to enter. It turns out that Roche's found a home in his inner world. A dragon, how interesting. Now that I am a part of you, Aerion, you should know that I know all of your inner thoughts, desires and memories. I already know that. Roche's laughed. I never expected you to be like this inflamed. Aerion's never even allowed a single goddess, or mortal, for that matter, to touch his scales while you, ha. Roche's stopped his laughter and then became serious once again. Aerion's never had silver scales, so why do you have them? Forget it, you don't know. You probably affected his legacy somehow, most likely, it's a mutation of sorts. I see. Aerion opened his eyes and started to make his way to the snow region of extreme ice. Since he was going to spend an unknown amount of time in the Snow Song realm, Aerion decided that he would focus on making his ice arts more formidable. He promised not to use any of his legacies to Jasmine unless it was absolutely necessary. He could definitely use his Flying Wind God's art and the White Tiger's Tail of the End. The White Tiger's Tail of the End can be utilized with Purple Lightning or White Lightning. The Purple Lightning was very ordinary in appearance so it wouldn't stand out, however, it was obviously weaker. He also had the Frozen Cloud arts as well, which he gained through Izanami, but the art was lacking in strength. Also, he couldn't use any of his dragon phases which definitely crippled his battle power. Now, even if he used Silver Calamity, at the very most, he could only ascend 1.5 greater realms, if not less. From a whole 2 greater realms to less than 1.5. But, since it was for his greater good, Aerion decided to follow Jasmine's guidance. So, are you ready now? Mu Bingyun asked. Aerion nodded. Name, Emperor Aerion I Targaryen. Age, 22. Cultivation Strength, Divine Origin 7. Traits, Heavenly, Genius, Athletic, Patient, Diligent, Proud, Ambitious, Authoritative, Kind. Titles, Emperor of New Valyria, Emperor of the Celestial Dragon Empire, King of the Seven Kingdoms, King of the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea. Base, Divine Soul 2. Dragon Soul, Divine Soul 5. Draconic Heart, Divine Soul 8. Purgatory, Half-Step Divine Tribulation. Silver Calamity, Divine Tribulation 3. Silver Calamity Phase 4, Divine Tribulation 7. Weapons, Sky Piercer, Blackfire and the Heaven-Smiting Sword. Evil God Seeds, Fire, Water, Lightning, Darkness. Special Items, Sky Poison Pearl, Mirror of Samsara, Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, Primordial Profound Arc. Skills Martial Arts. Arts, Flying Wind God's Art, World Ode of the Phoenix, Golden Crow's Record of the Burning World, White Tiger's Tail of the End, Frozen Cloud Arts, Fire Dragon's Supreme Art, made by Aerion himself, Cough. Others, Boundless Counter, Crimson Demon Wave Slash, Demon King's Explosion, Star God's Broken Shadow, Earth Golem Creation, Dragon Soul Domain. Legacies, Fire Dragon God, Primordial Azure Dragon, Phoenix, Golden Crow, White Tiger. Eyes, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Body, Dragon God Marrow, Body of a True Dragon. Veins, Calamity Dragon Profound Veins. Souls, Dragon God, Phoenix, Golden Crow, White Tiger, Roshas, Complete Soul. Chapter 105. The dimensional profound stone shined brightly once. Aerion closed his eyes and opened them once again. He found himself in a dimensional tunnel which seemed to be traveling rather quickly. This was something Aerion had never seen before. His surroundings were changing from dark to colorful almost every other second. Dimensional profound stones are used to create dimensional tunnels and travel through space. It is a safe method of travel, yet relatively slow. Is traveling in space usually dangerous? Aerion inquired. There is no danger in traveling through dimensions for a short amount of time, but traveling through a long distance for a long time could very likely form a dangerous dimensional storm. That is why this dimensional profound stone has an isolation barrier. It's to protect the people inside of it from these dimensional storms. I see. But those of the divine sovereign realm and above don't have to worry about trivial things like dimensional storms, Roshas added. Maybe you are useful, Roshas. I can help with your battle strength, but these fools of the divine realm would see it as devil energy. These gods do not tolerate that kind of energy and will not hesitate to kill you on sight if they discover that you can wield it. Imagine comparing an ancestral god's grace to a devil's energy. So you're the very last resort, much like the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. That's absolutely brilliant. Aerion sighed. What are you thinking about, junior brother? Mu Xiaolan asked. Aerion almost laughed at the prospect of being her junior when he looked very much the senior. But since their rank was identical and she joined the Divine Ice Phoenix sect before him, she was his senior. How my life will change from now on. In Blue Pole Star, I was an untouchable and supreme emperor who had conquered and united the entire world. In the Snow Song realm, I'll be no more than an inner sect disciple. It's quite a change, don't you think? Don't worry, junior brother, you'll get used to it. Master is very influential in the Divine Ice Phoenix sect since she is the Great Realm King's sister and all, so it is unlikely that anyone will give you any trouble. Great Realm King's sister. Aerion smiled. I never knew that. I would like to know something. How did you cure my poison? Mu Bingyun asked. It's a secret of mine. Very well, I won't probe any further. Around 20 minutes later, they arrived in the Snow Song realm. It was a world of ice as he had heard previously. The world was enveloped in extreme amounts of energy and because of that, 90% of its residents were women. The air was icy cold yet unbelievable pure when compared to Blue Pole Star. The two worlds were simply incomparable, they were only completely different planes. Aerion felt like he had just left the mud and risen to the heavenly sky. So, I have finally ascended. Not just to a low-rank star realm, but to a middle-rank star realm while also having the protection of Palace Master Binyon. My drought is finally over, it's time that I start properly increasing my cultivation strength again. Mu Bingyun led them to her Ice Phoenix 36th palace and then Mu Xiaolan showed him to his room. He got his Ice Phoenix engraved jade later, which was sky blue to signify his rank of Ice Phoenix Palace disciple. Of course, he also donned a new set of Ice Phoenix snow robes which would suit his current situation better. They looked quite fashionable, in Arion's humble opinion. Who are the top disciples in the sect, the competitors for the Great Realm King's direct disciple position, and just how strong are they? That's a weird question to ask. Could you be trying to become the Great Realm King's direct disciple, junior brother? Perhaps. Isn't it something everyone should want to reach? There's simply no better position for a disciple. Aerion answered somewhat honestly. I understand where you're coming from, well, it's basic knowledge anyway. There are two main competitors, Mu Feishue and Mu Hani. Both of them are in the middle stages of the Divine Tribulation realm but Mu Feishue has a thicker Ice Phoenix bloodline while Mu Hani is known to be more talented. Actually, senior brother Hani is superior to Mu Feishue and I have no doubts that he will become the direct disciple of the Realm King in the future. Oh, he's that amazing, isn't he? Of course. He is so gentle and caring, I don't know a single person who doesn't like him. Such a temperament is indeed popular, considering the icy talented beauty trend, Mu Feishue probably doesn't quite have the same charm. What about Mu Feishue, what's her temperament like? She is extremely beautiful, calm and cold-hearted. I knew it. Thank you for the information, senior sister. If you need anything else, please inform me. I will certainly do that. Aerion decided against closed-door cultivation, for now, he wanted to gather some resources first so he went outside into the Ice Phoenix City. It was a pretty place that was inhabited by disciples and elders, all members of the 36 Ice Phoenix palaces. Aerion, obviously, didn't recognize anyone so he avoided contact. But his royal appearance was hard to hide and even harder to ignore. Are you lost, junior brother? This senior sister would be glad to help if you want to find something. A rather pretty girl approached him. Aerion didn't really need someone to show him around but it was better than nothing. He nodded. Is there a marketplace around here? I would like to sell a few items. Of course, follow me. She said with a smile. Roshas laughed. Does this mortal woman really think she has a chance? Her looks are barely above average and her cultivation strength is trash. I don't need your comments, Roshas. Is that so? I'll make sure to commentate more often, ha ha ha. A few minutes later, they arrived in the marketplace. It was where disciples would exchange items for money and whatever else. Aerion could see that there was a high demand for excellent quality weaponry, especially swords. This was the perfect opportunity to make some money, but Aerion didn't know what the currency was. What's the currency in the Snow Song realm? It's the same in every star realm in the realm of gods. Ah, I forgot, you're new around here, right? Yes, I arrived here today. That makes sense, the currency is quite simple, there are purple profound stones, crystals and jades. Purple profound stones are the least valuable as one crystal is worth 1,000 stones and a jade is worth 1,000,000 profound stones. Aerion nodded. I see, thank you for the information, I think it's time I start filling my storage ring with some purple profound stones. Aerion walked towards the marketplace. He observed the quality of the weapons and it made him chuckle. Easy money. Hey, senior, would you like a fine sword? Fine. Amicham. It cuts through beasts like butter, I can guarantee you that it's at least twice as sharp as the one you have in fact, it can probably cut through your current weapon like thin air. Aerion arrogantly stated. Are you sure? Let's compare them, then. Aerion took out a Divine Soul Realm sword which was infused with the Flying Wind God's art, it was basically a Stormcaller. It rivaled a Divine Tribulation Realm sword in terms of sharpness. The only difference was that it wasn't a crossguard, it was based on the light swords that most cultivators use. Aerion gave him his sword and watched as the disciple held his own sword and smashed Aerion's sword against it. Slash. The disciple's sword was cut in half immediately. The disciple wore a face of shock, Aerion took back his sword. Oh dear, looks like you no longer have a weapon. How much for your sword? The disciple asked. A few resources or money, I'll decide if it's enough. The disciple rummaged his spatial ring and took out quite a few resources. Aerion was impressed, so he gave the sword without any signs of hesitation. If you have any friends who also need a fine sword, tell them to look for me. What's your name, Senior? Senior. Rhaegar Targaryen. What a strange name, but I will make sure to tell my friends about you. Aerion smiled. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Aerion did about a dozen trades, and after he was done, he returned to his room and looked through his well-earned resources. He had more than enough to last a short while. Aerion closed his eyes and took out Skypiercer. He had intended to reforge it for quite some time but never got the chance. He dumped 10 divine soul profound cores along with Skypiercer into the fire. Skypiercer melted along with the profound cores. Moments later, they all began to fuse together. White lightning started flicker on Aerion's palms. He sent a steady stream of the lightning into the halberd while it was still forming. The white lightning joined the halberd as the parts began to come together. After a whole minute, the most majestic halberd in the world appeared before him. It was longer than ever before, standing at a staggering 4 meters. The halberd's aura reflected its owner quite well by being just as domineering and regal. Aerion grasped its shaft and swung it around for a little with both hands. With every swing, he could hear a loud and mighty swish as it cut through the air. Once he put more profound energy into it, the halberd started to flicker with more and more bolts of lightning. Boom! Aerion smashed Skypiercer into the ground. The lightning around it exploded at once and blasted the ground. Since it was a strange world, Aerion couldn't quite put a dent into the ground, but the strike did sound very terrifying. He was satisfied with the result. Now it's time for me to get stronger, as well. Aerion looked at the resources he had gathered and started to swiftly make use of them. Chapter 106. Aerion spent around 20 hours every day meditating, slaying beasts in the dungeon and fighting himself. The rest of his time was spent either resting or trading. He got a steady flow of resources, it was almost never-ending. He even went over to the lower cities to assist his lower sect members as well. After a month, he became a household name. Almost everyone knew who he was in the Divine Ice Phoenix sect. The only people who didn't were those who were closed-door cultivating, aka living under a rock. Junior brother Aerion, may I have a moment of your time? One fateful day, a certain prince approached Aerion. Just when he was about to return to his room, Muhani called his name. Aerion stopped his walk and turned around. Upon a quick observation, he found out who stopped him in his tracks. It was none other than one of his future competitors, Muhani. Aerion wondered what this mighty figure wanted from a sword-making genius such as himself. Sounds pretty obvious, he wanted a sword. Oh, it's senior brother Hani, I've been looking forward to meeting you, but I did not expect this day to come so soon. I wonder, what would someone like you need from me? I've heard of your excellent sword crafting ability. Apparently, you can turn trash into gold. Is this true? Aerion proudly nodded. You won't find anyone better in the entire Snow Song realm. Then I would like you to reforge this sword of mine. He took out a sword and presented it to Aerion, who then observed it. It was of a far better grade than the others he had reforged previously. I can definitely do that, but it won't be cheap for you, senior brother. But you're a core disciple of the Divine Ice Phoenix Hall, so it should balance things out. As long as it's a reasonable price, I am willing to pay. Good, remember those words. You'll have to wait a day or so before I can get it done. Aerion smiled. That is fine, you belong to the Ice Phoenix 36th Palace, am I correct? Yes, you are. Then I shall visit you tomorrow, junior brother. Even Muhani came to me for an upgrade. My business must really be taking off, ahaha. I should make the most out of this opportunity and rob him clean. Aerion returned to his room to reforge the sword and continue with his cultivation strength training. He was extremely close to Divine Origin 8, just one more step and he would break through. The easiest way to do so is in a battle, at least for him, it is. So he went into the dungeon once more and decided to finally advance to the next floor. After wrecking the Divine Tribulation Elder, he entered through the portal and realized that it wasn't quite a floor. It was a world of never-ending lightning. The red sky was covered by ominous clouds which released lightning and thunder his way. Beneath him was a sea of fire and nothing more. Out of nowhere, hurricanes of fire started to form. Of course, they were coming for him. The world could simply be described as a living hell. But this didn't mean it had to be a bad thing. In fact, for a person like Aerion, it was heaven in disguise. So much elemental energy. Aerion started to absorb as much of it as he could. The fire hurricanes could damage him, but it wasn't anything he had to worry about. However, things started to take a turn for the worst when elemental entities started to form. The more correct term would be elemental warriors, and all of them had complete immunity to fire, lightning and wind. At first, there was only one of them. Aerion saw the elemental warrior's heavy sword descend down, so he stepped to the side using Star God's broken shadow. The warrior's elemental immunity put Aerion in a really bad position since most of his moves were based on the elements of fire, lightning and wind. He took out the heaven-smiting sword and prepared to defend himself against the warrior's next attack. Counter kill. Aerion parried the warrior's attack and countered with an attack of his own. It was a diagonal downward slash from left to right which resulted in a large wound but not quite life-threatening for the elemental warrior. It would seem that he had good endurance along with his immunity. This dungeon, it definitely has something against me. You grant me a blessing like this floor but somehow manage to turn it around, into a curse. Aerion gracefully escaped the elemental warrior's next attack. Then he forcefully transformed into phase 4 which caused his strength to soar a few levels. This time he met the elemental warrior's swing head-on with the heaven-smiting sword. Boom! The moment the two heavy swords collided, a huge shockwave erupted which could have easily dispersed any hurricane. As their battle continued, Aerion started to gain the upper hand as he became more immersed in the battle. The elemental warrior couldn't cut through his peerless defense, nor could he perfectly defend against his monstrous offense. It was a physical battle and Aerion was winning it completely. Enough playing around, Heavenly Wolf Slash. With a mighty Heavenly Wolf Slash, he ended the elemental warrior's existence. Now then, back to meditating. Then two elemental warriors appeared, both stronger than the previous one. Divine Tribulation 4 wouldn't be so bad if they weren't immune to his strongest attacks. Damn this dungeon, can't I break through in peace? Aerion picked up the heaven-smiting sword with both hands and blocked the first warrior's attack. The second one decided to flank him from behind. Aerion noticed this and swiftly escaped upwards using the Star God's broken shadow. Heavenly Wolf Slash. Aerion sent a Heavenly Wolf Slash to one of the elemental warriors. The slash tore the warrior apart, killing him in a few, short, seconds. Now that it was back to one-on-one, Aerion had the upper hand again. He quickly finished off the elemental warrior. 3 Divine Tribulation 5 elemental warriors appeared shortly after. Aerion stood absolutely no chance, and he realized this as soon as they started to use wind-based profound skills. But he valiantly stood his ground, for a really long time. But then the Silver Calamity Gate forcefully closed itself due to his exhaustion. The 3 elemental warriors suppressed him completely and began to deal fatal blow after fatal blow. Death was certain. It looks like the little dragon needs some help, but he's too proud to admit it. I shall be kind. The fire and darkness of the 2 ancestral gods fused perfectly into one and began to rejuvenate its host: fire, dragon, sky, darkness, destruction, blood and underworld. These were all things that Arios and Roshas respectively ruled over. Aerion couldn't quite command Arios' divine powers yet, but Roshas could certainly control his own. What is this power? Aerion stood up and noticed that his wounds were being completely and utterly closed. The aura around him was immensely dark and frightening that it even made the emotionless elemental warriors shudder slightly. Finish them quickly, Roshas commanded. Or you will find yourself in the same situation. Right. Aerion grasped and lifted the heaven-smiting sword once again. He felt like he was born anew as he opened Silver Calamity once again. Crimson and silver wings, black horns and tail, he looked like a combination of human and dragon. The crimson scales were noticeably darker while his silver scales remained unchanged. Aerion's eyes glowed red with killing intent as the dark, fiery, aura around him erupted. Destroying sky, decimating earth. Boom. Once the explosion cleared, Aerion found out that all 3 of the elemental warriors were dead. Aerion breathed a sigh of relief. The heretic god was truly impressive, I must admit. He made the most out of his creation god powers, but this is far better. Roshas gave Aerion a certain part of his memory which was mostly related to the profound skill. Dark void of endless destruction. Fun fact, I almost defeated Arios with it, but that stubborn fool never gave up. The attack will drain your profound energy, so don't use it recklessly or you might die a pitiful death. Is there a reason why Arios never left behind a profound art? He did have one and he did not bother to leave it with you. It would seem that he did, indeed, want you to make your own. You've done a pretty good job so far, creating 4 without much effort. You mean, Ghost Fire Breath, Supreme Silver Ghost Fist, Soul Shattering Slash and a clone. Yes, you should get around naming the clone. Don't you dare give it the trash name of Fireblood Doppelganger. I definitely won't. But I doubt that I will be using it much since my new perfect sword spirit should be superior. That is true, but if you ever lose an arm, for example, you could turn it into a clone. Just because you have one, doesn't mean you can't use the other. You are right about that. The dungeon cooled off and Aerion managed to break through to the 8th stage of the Divine Origin realm. Then tomorrow came and he prepared to reap the rewards for the sword he had reforged for Muhani. As a professional haggler, who had gained far more than he should have on many trades, Aerion was more than capable of getting a good deal. Even if he was older, Muhani had nowhere near the experience Aerion had accumulated. But Aerion wasn't willing to completely scam him. That would be quite dishonorable, so he put a little bit more effort into making the sword. I'm fancying a few star-picker stones, Aerion thought as he left his cultivation room. Chapter 107. I didn't expect you to come here so soon, Aerion stated. Well, junior brother, where is the sword? Right here. Aerion took it out of his spatial ring, but he did not give it away immediately. It remained in his hands, for now. But you have to pay me first. I've made this easier for you and decided that the price will be 10 star-picker stones. 10. Why would you need 10 of them? Make that 15. Fifth dash. Make that 20. 20 star-picker stones would be quite good for my cultivation strength. You, the great Muhani, can definitely afford that, right? If you can't, then I'm afraid that your sword is in my possession until further notice. Are you going to pay up, run off to your master, or try to snatch it off me? The first is the most likely. His just-in-kind reputation would take a huge hit with the third one, and I doubt that his master can do anything to me while I am under Mubinyan's protection. Aerion waited for his response, and it came sooner than expected. Upon inspecting the sword further, he could see that it was truly one of a kind. Aerion was surprised by his composure as Muhani agreed without any further signs of hesitation. Very well, I will return with 20 star-picker stones as soon as possible. Aerion returned to his room and suddenly thought of a new idea. But it was on the darker side of things, so he decided against it. To gain more power, you must be willing to let go of some of your morals. This is more true for you than anyone else, Aerion. If you were more like myself, that Muhani fellow would already be your loyal follower. You think he's innocent, right? Ha ha ha, what foolishness. I truly desire for an event to occur which will force you to change this kind and just mindset of yours. I don't need him to become stronger, Roshas. He's my competition, so I'll take him down properly instead of using underhand methods. Besides, have you forgotten the reason why I imprisoned you in the first place? No, I have not forgotten your harsh words, but those events are in the past. Could it be that you are afraid of becoming a hypocrite? You have only used your power of dominion on a select few that you deemed worthy, the people who have some ability and clearly stand against you. They weren't the kindest souls, of course. Instead of killing them, you turned them over to your side. You have already taken a few steps. Why don't you cross the damn bridge and embrace this ability fully? Because I'm not like you. Roshas laughed. I can see that clearly. These times of peace have made you content and soft, but one day, you will find yourself in a situation where you must become the hungry dragon once more. The bonfire of ambition and ruthlessness is already set. All it needs now is a flicker of immense hatred in order to form the raging fire. Aerion let Roshas' words sink in. Have I become soft? He thought of his unmatched ruthlessness in battle and then realized that only during a battle and the moments where he had hatred in his heart that he would truly act in a ruthless manner. In other cases, he was the opposite. Unless his enemies truly deserved it, he was kind and forgiving. He was always like this. The times didn't change that. But as for the hungry dragon part, it certainly does have some truth to it. He wasn't desperately chasing power as there was no reason for him to do so. A flicker of immense hatred, is that all I need? Aerion received his 20 star-picker stones and didn't waste any time as Roshas' words had made him far more determined than he had ever been for a long time. He absorbed the profound energy in all 20 star-picker stones with the heaven-absorbing silver claw and then added it to his own. His cultivation strength jumped by leaps and bounds, but, obviously, it wasn't enough to break through. The Divine Origin realm was no joke, clearly. The star-picker stones would actually recover as time went by, which made them even more useful. Then he fought himself through the use of the perfect sword spirit profound skill he had invented. It was better than the sword spirit doppelganger due to its lesser consequences. In fact, the consequences weren't too apparent unless he really pushed his luck. After his physical body was spent, he would train in the 9th floor and absorb the elemental energy there while fighting elemental warriors. 9 months later. Aerion broke through to the Divine Soul realm after staying in the peak of the Divine Origin realm for 5 months. It was the most difficult breakthrough yet, of course, which is why it took so long despite all of the resources he had. His Calamity Dragon veins didn't make it any easier for him either. Now he could beat Muhani without using any of his god legacies, but it would still be a tough fight which would require some effort on his part. Aerion left his cultivation room for the first time in 9 months in order to see if there was anything interesting going on in the Divine Ice Phoenix sect. Apparently, there was a huge event which would decide the direct disciple of the Realm King, and it was happening in just a month from now. If I had spent an extra month, then I would have missed this chance forever. Aerion was later informed by Mu Bingyan that the event would be staged in a heavenly Netherfrost lake and how the Realm King would choose her direct disciple. It was going to be a test of ice attribute affinity, something about gathering ice spirits. Aerion couldn't quite believe it at first, but he wasn't too worried as his affinity towards ice was almost, if not, perfect due to the water seed of the evil god. Obviously, he would have preferred to duel and trash around Muhani with his superior strength, but he would have to make do for now. He made preparations and stabilized his divine soul realm cultivation strength during the month. During this time, Aerion wondered what kind of person Mu Xianyin was since he had never met her. The aura of mystery behind the figure that was the great Realm King will obviously disappear once he becomes the direct disciple, that was almost guaranteed. Aerion and Mu Bingyan waited for Mu Xiaolan to get ready. She was taking her sweet time, that was for sure. Can you hurry up, already? It feels like an entire century has passed. She finally left her room at last. It made Aerion remember that women, especially girls, tend to spend far too much time preparing themselves for special events. It's not like anyone is going to be paying special attention to an Ice Phoenix Palace disciple during a test which was basically only between Mu Feishue and Muhani. Humph, you should learn to be more patient. Aerion ignored her comment and looked towards Palace Master Mu Bingyan for further instructions. We might still be the first group to arrive, but before we do so I have to remind you two to conduct yourselves well at all times. Today's event is no small matter as everyone of significance will be present, including the Great Realm King. You should know that the Great Realm King has an extreme temperament, even angering her slightly would lead to unthinkable consequences. So you must be careful. Aerion realized that her gaze was mostly on him. What did I do to deserve this? I am but a humble oh, right. I will certainly avoid angering the Great Realm King and follow Palace Master's every instruction without fail, Aerion solemnly stated. Imagine angering the Great Realm King, like what kind of fool would even dare? She has the power of a divine master, by all accounts, she could rival most realm kings from the high-rank star realms. Even the entire Snow Song realm put together can't hope to match her in battle. She is the supreme ruler of the entire Snow Song realm, much like Aerion is to the Blue Pole Star. Becoming her direct disciple would no doubt put him above everyone else. They arrived on their ice boat earlier than most. It was the coldest place in the Snow Song realm. A barrier was set around the heavenly Netherfrost lake which suggested that the event hadn't quite started yet. There were 2 disciples and a few elders present. Obviously, more people will come as time passes. Mobilizing the divine Ice Phoenix Palaces requires some preparation since they tend to have thousands of members, apart from the 36th palace, which included only 3 people, Aerion, Mu Bingyan and Mu Xiaolan. Muhani and Mu Feishue came early. That's to be expected. It's their big day, Little do they know, this king is going to emerge as the direct disciple after this event. Junior brother Aerion, it's good to see you again. The sword you forged works brilliantly and is a great improvement from the last. It is a wonder how someone so extraordinary could come from the lower realms. Never mind that, how is it that you are able to remake swords? That is a secret of mine, senior brother. That is unfortunate. Then he noticed the aura around Aerion was far more powerful than ever before. Oh, the divine soul realm? That is truly impressive, you managed to progress so quickly. Junior brother will certainly become a mighty figure in the divine Ice Phoenix sect one day. I'll start with today. Aerion smiled. It is all thanks to the resources senior brother so graciously granted me in our trade. More importantly, you must be quite nervous, senior brother, but that's very understandable. Senior sister Feishue is extremely talented and you don't want to lose the position of direct disciple to her. That is partly true. Muhani nodded. But even if junior sister Feishue wins over me, I will not feel a single ounce of regret or unwillingness. I might even be happy. He said this while glancing in Mu Feishue's direction. No way, is his ambition too feeble or is his love simply too great? I would hate to break it to him, it's clear that she's not interested. He reminds me a little bit of Fanjuecheng. As a fellow man, it is a great pity to see such things occur. A man hopelessly chasing a beauty, what a waste of time. But I can't speak for him or understand his struggles since I have never encountered a woman who didn't look favorably towards me. Aerion pondered over whether or not he should help him out by showing him the light. What if I were to win? Aerion curiously asked. Chapter 108. Upon saying this, Aerion got quite an amount of attention. Every head in the near vicinity turned to him. This huge event was staged to decide the position of direct disciple and everyone knew that there were only 2 true competitors. Yet, this Ice Phoenix Palace disciple uttered the words, "What if I were to win?" Not only did he speak those words, but he also said them with boundless, unwavering, confidence. Junior brother, you must be joking, right? I'm not joking, Aerion said, very seriously. This ice spirit test relies on one's affinity with the element of ice, correct? So, even if my cultivation strength is far inferior to senior brothers, I can still win. I see, it is true, you have a chance. If you were to win, then I would be glad as well, junior brother. You're a bad liar, Muhani, but I understand. Aerion saw through the facade since he had spent quite some time in King's Landing. He was experienced with liars, extremely so, since there were a couple in every corner. Very few things could escape his sight at this point. Muhani seemed like one of those who were kind flowers on the outside while being the venomous snakes on the inside. Of course, Aerion hoped that this wasn't the case, but to believe that he is truly a saint is simply too naive. That is good to hear, your words have truly put my heart at ease, senior brother honey. Aerion sincerely stated. Aerion's kind words were well veiled, but they had a clear meaning. He was announcing his victory. In a humble manner, of course. His words sounded humble, but the true meaning was proud and overbearing, the complete opposite. Even Muhani didn't know how to reply to Aerion's comment. There seemed to be some form of tension forming between the two disciples, and that tension was immediately dispelled when the barrier around the heavenly Netherfrost lake flashed blue. The sect master has arrived. The barrier started to open and everyone seemed to be quite nervous, even the great elders. Aerion stood out even more, with his extremely casual attitude. But, on the inside, he took great heed in Mu Bingyun's instructions and didn't dare to act recklessly. When the barrier fully opened, thousands of people streamed closer to the heavenly Netherfrost lake. This place is worthy of the name, sacred ground, the pure, cold, energy is impressive, indeed. And this is only the very end, I wonder, how is it at the very center of the heavenly Netherfrost lake? Aerion attempted to stroke his beard, but then he came to the realization that he had no such thing. A dragon roar erupted from the skies which made everyone look up in fear. When Aerion heard it, he did the exact opposite. In fact, he seemed to be even calmer than before. The Saint Dragon. Mu Xiaolan exclaimed. Saint Dragon? What an interesting name, could the Saint Dragon be the great realm king's personal mount? If so, my respect for her has greatly increased. Taming a proud creature like the dragon is no easy task, especially one as mighty as that Saint Dragon. With the Divine Hall elders in the lead, everyone deeply saluted at this moment, and it was even the deepest of salutes, a kneeling kowtow. Aerion hesitated, of course, for he would never willingly kneel to anyone. It was his pride, the pride of a king, but an overwhelming power forced him down. It was none other than Mu Bingyun. We welcomed the sect master. It was clear that everyone present revered the realm king greatly, and they had much reason to do so. She went through 4 rounds of tribulation lightning and reached the mighty divine master realm, which was never before accomplished by anyone else in the history of the Snow Song realm. You may rise. Aerion rose and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't for Mu Bingyun, he might have been a dead man already. Then Great Elder Mu Huanji stated how many disciples, elders, and palace masters were present and how everyone awaited her command. Very good. She continued shortly after. Our Snow Song realm's divine vein is in our heavenly Netherfrost lake. It is our holy land in which only one person is allowed to enter once every 3 years, and this number has never been exceeded. However, today is no ordinary day. This king has decided to choose a direct disciple after all this time. The lake water in the formation will be depleted after 6 hours. Once it has all fallen, whoever attracts the most heavenly lake ice spirits will become this king's next direct disciple. You may begin now. Naturally, everyone could benefit from the heavenly Netherfrost lake, but there was a far bigger prize on the table. Mu Hani's and Mu Feishue's masters instructed them to immediately start attracting ice spirits. They didn't need to be told twice. With speed as fast as lightning, they got started. Aerion looked at them from the edge of the lake and wondered if he should spectate for a little. You acted so tough before. What if I were to win? I'd like to see you try. You think it's impossible, huh? Aerion chuckled. Palace Master, may I participate? Of course, there are no restrictions. Every disciple is welcome to try. Thank you. Aerion walked down to the center of the lake but didn't start collecting ice spirits quite yet. He wanted to focus on the cold energy for now. He closed his eyes and entered the dungeon in the meantime. This meant that he was cultivating in 2 different places at the same time. 4 hours pass. The other disciples had already realized that competing with Mu Hani and Mu Feishue was a waste of time hours ago. Even the third person behind them did so, as the gap was simply too large. This was their battle, no one else was even in the picture. In terms of ice spirits, they were evenly matched, but in terms of becoming the direct disciple, Mu Hani would clearly win. Everyone preferred him and he was male. Cultivating ice arts for a male is far more difficult than for a female. The fact that they were equally matched said everything one needed to know. If Mufeshua can't get an edge over him, then she is destined to lose. Aerion's dungeon exploring was cut short when an ice aura hit him. He was forced out of his deep slumber. Furiously, he opened his eyes. Forcefully awakening a dragon isn't a great idea. Aerion stood up and realized that he was now at the end of the lake. All Ice Phoenix Palace disciples have been forced out, unfortunately. Mu Bingyun stated. Is that so? Humph, they don't want me to win at the last second. Aerion's fury did not subside at all, it had to go somewhere. A fiery aura emerged, surrounding his entire body. The closest ice spirits shrieked in fear and got away from him as quickly as they could. Aerion then calmed down and turned his fire into sharp, chilling, ice. That was when he spoke with a thunderous, yet charming, voice which boomed across the entire heavenly Netherfrost Lake. It sounded even more powerful than the great realm king's. Your king commands you, ice spirits, come, join me and bask in eternal glory. A stream of countless ice spirits streamed towards him. Once they reached him, they started to dance around him. Even the ice spirits who had joined Mufeshua and Muhani had abandoned quicker than a speeding bullet. They found themselves eating out of his hand. Every single ice spirit had reached him in a few seconds, which meant that there weren't any remaining for the rest. Even if, by some bizarre reason, someone were to object this decisive victory, there would be no other winner. Since all Ice Phoenix Palace disciples were forced out of the lake, Aerion had no intentions of returning and simply rested at its edge. Of course, he couldn't rest easy anymore since every single person had their eyes on him. Some were of reverence and others of envy. Once the shock went away, a certain great elder couldn't accept this result. He must have cheated. Mu Yunji, Muhani's master, declared. Aerion couldn't help but chuckle. How the hell could I cheat? This situation was really awkward, but Aerion remained steadfast. He wondered what the Realm King thought of his actions. After all, her opinion was the only one that mattered. The Realm King's word was law. You think it's funny? Damn, can someone get this elder off me? Not at all, but I would like to know, how could this king have cheated? Do you think the ice spirits were paid actors, or what? Humph, Muhani still has 2 hours to beat me, so he should get to it as soon as he can, but I don't think he will. So, instead, why don't he and I have a little duel to decide the true winner? If I lose, he can have all of my ice spirits and become the direct disciple of the Realm King. However, if I win, then I get to keep these ice spirits. Naturally, I'll fend off anyone else who wants my ice spirits. This includes senior sister Feshua. I believe this is quite fair, so what about it? Fair my ass, I have everything to lose and nothing to gain. But, this will certainly lead to me becoming the undeniable victor, beating them in both ice affinity and combat ability. Upon taking a closer look at his aura, the two great elders couldn't help but smile. Divine Soul Realm Level 1, what could he possibly do against Muhani and Feshua, who were in the middle stages of the Divine Tribulation Realm? Good, this is very good. You are wise for a disciple, Hani, go and duel him. Mu Huanji was a bit more hesitant. Sect Master, is this acceptable? It is acceptable. Her heavenly voice resounded across the heavenly Netherfrost Lake. Although, she made a frown which no one else could see. His confidence in his strength seemed so real, yet she couldn't see him winning. The gap between him and Muhani was simply too wide. Is he no more than an arrogant fool? Mu Xianin wondered. Aerion descended to the very center of the heavenly Netherfrost Lake. He calmly ordered the ice spirits to scatter, and they did so obediently. Then he took out Sky Piercer and rested it on his right shoulder. With his left hand, he also drew Blackfire. In terms of stature, Aerion towered over Muhani. Even his aura was far more tyrannical, almost suppressing Muhani's cold aura. Dragon Soul, Draconic Heart, Purgatory, Silver Calamity. With all 4 gates opened, Aerion's battle power was equal to that of Divine Tribulation 8 if he went all out. Without most of his legacies, however, he was closer to the middle stages, which was where Muhani currently stood. It's been a while since someone gave this king a good battle. I hope you don't disappoint, senior brother Hani. Junior brother seems to be very confident in his abilities. Perhaps I should provide you with some pointers before winning. Go right ahead. Aerion stood calmly. May the duel begin. Chapter 109. Aerion patiently waited for Muhani to attack. He didn't have to wait long. Muhani struck like lightning, but Aerion dodged every attack with ease. Muhani was obviously holding back since Aerion was no more than a Divine Soul Realm cultivator, but that was his biggest mistake. With one mighty swing, he sent Muhani's sword flying into the sky. Take this. Slash. Black fire slashed through thin air. Aerion sighed. Muhani had dodged his attack and regained his sword. If he had the use of Star God's broken shadow, such a thing would have never happened. He scratched his head and tried to remember a few of the movement techniques he had used throughout his life. There was only one that would be suitable in this sort of environment: swift wind. My very first movement technique. Although it could be considered trash when compared to the mighty Star God's broken shadow, it was still better than nothing. White Tiger's Tale of the End, 6th stage, one with lightning. Aerion's entire body was engulfed by purple lightning, which made him both faster and stronger. Sky Piercer burst with its own white lightning while normal flames condensed into Blackfire's blade, making it blazing hot. Now the real battle began. Swift wind. Aerion's Blackfire struck Muhani's ice sword. Both released fire and ice, melting and freezing each other. No clear victor came from that clash, it was clearly a stalemate. Aerion swung Sky Piercer with his right hand to make a clean cut on the side of Muhani, but he managed to block it with an ice-profound skill. The lightning from Sky Piercer boomed and crushed the ice completely to Muhani's dismay. Swift wind. Aerion took a slight step back and swung Sky Piercer. The axe of Sky Piercer collided with Muhani's sword, however, he was still sent flying by the overwhelming force of Sky Piercer. That bastard managed to block from right to left, huh? The new length of Sky Piercer is as much an advantage as it is a disadvantage. I need him to be further away to get a good strike, which is why I had to step back. Aerion sheathed Blackfire and he held Sky Piercer with both hands. Junior brother, is strong. Boom. Aerion appeared before Muhani and struck him with Sky Piercer again. This time, the axe struck downwards. Muhani's sword blocked the attack, but the difference in might was becoming very clear. The white lightning broke through the ice and struck his hands directly. This made his hold on his sword weaker than ever before, but he managed to escape to the side. Sky Piercer struck the ice and Muhani used this opportunity to attack Aerion. Aerion let go of Sky Piercer, dodged the attack and countered with an acrobatic, mighty purple lightning-coated kick to the face. White Tiger's Tale of the End, 5th stage, Tiger's Resounding Roar. A bolt of lightning emerged from his feet and struck Muhani. It looked like a purple lightning tiger was chasing down its prey. Muhani was sent back a couple of meters, but he remained on his feet. His handsome, well, not anymore, face looked like it was directly struck with lightning. Although it was painful, the determination in his eyes remained. It was his greatest desire to become the direct disciple of the Realm King. He was so close, all he had to do was defeat the mighty warrior before him. He had lost every single exchange and taken some damage while Aerion remained untouched. Aerion's skill in battle was something Muhani simply couldn't match, and the realization struck him much sooner than expected. However, he did not let this fact get to him. The heavenly Netherfrost Lake was cleared of everyone but the two combatants. They all watched as Muhani was losing. This was a scenario that no one present could have possibly foreseen. An Ice Phoenix Palace disciple who had joined the sect only 10 months ago, a disciple who had come from the lower realms, was actually beating down their strongest, or second strongest, disciple who had been in the Snow Song realm his entire life. The gap in cultivation strength was a whole greater realm and a half, no less. He is a real monster. One of the Divine Hall disciples exclaimed. Aerion flew upwards and started to look down at Muhani. This is where Oh. Aerion realized that a cold aura was trying to suppress and seal him. The lightning around him, however, wasn't going to allow this to happen. But then the cold aura suddenly became much more powerful and overwhelmed the lightning. Aerion found his lower body frozen in ice. If he waited for any longer, his upper body would follow. Fire breath. Aerion breathed fire down at the ice, which made it weaken. It still wasn't enough, however. How about this? Aerion used his fury and inhaled once again, this time for an even longer period of time. Then he exhaled. Fire breath. This wave of fire was much more ferocious, burning away most of the ice in mere moments. Then with his raw physical strength, he broke free of what remained. Both he and Muhani had used quite an amount of their profound energy to cast their respective profound skills. Muhani should have more reserves than Aerion due to his superior cultivation strength, but Aerion was far from ordinary, especially after using the heaven-absorbing silver claw excessively during his training. His body could store far more than it ever should have. Muhani wasn't sitting around while Aerion was breathing down his ice. He managed to catch him by surprise from the back, but Aerion dodged forward and turned around to meet Muhani. He was reaching his time limit. Without Silver Calamity, he would stand no chance, so Aerion stopped fooling around. From his right hand appeared a lightning lance which was sent directly towards Muhani. He was sent forwards by the lightning lance, into the lake water along with a speeding Blackfire. Blackfire hit him before he reached the lake, dealing a considerable blow. Then the lightning lance exploded in the water which wounded Muhani further. Aerion created a ball of heavily concentrated wind which he intended to send into the lake. This would result in a huge sky-piercing hurricane to finish him off. You can concede now and avoid further humiliation. Aerion coldly stated. A heavily wounded Muhani emerged from the water. He took Blackfire out of his chest and muttered, very weakly. I concede. I underestimated my own skill. It would seem, even if my overall strength is equal to his, I have far more profound skills in my arsenal and simply fight better. Aerion watched as Muhani's master ran to his side. Blackfire returned to his hand and he cleaned the blood away. Then he sharpened the blade for a few moments before returning the bastard sword into its sheath. He walked back to Skypiercer and took it out of the ice, returning it to his spatial ring. Are there any other challengers? His thunderous, tyrannical, voice boomed across the entire heavenly Netherfrost lake. Even some Divine Hall elders shuddered for a moment, but there was only silence. His victory was undeniable as Muhani had lost in a very embarrassing way. His sword hadn't even touched Aerion in the whole duel, not only that but his handsome face was also in a bad state after that frightening kick. He was more fatigued, yes, but even Mufeshua doubted her ability to face him directly. There was, at long last, a true candidate for the position of direct disciple. Aerion was clearly superior to both Mufeshua and Muhani, so much so that it was quite depressing. His affinity towards ice and combat strength were both on a completely different plane. All this time, the icy figure atop her Saint Dragon was watching events unfold. One could say that the Realm King was more than impressed with the silver-haired young man. It was made clear that he was the only one suitable for the position of direct disciple. To have such an extraordinary direct disciple would be the dream of any Realm King of a middle-rank star realm. Wind, fire and lightning, a person who could use 3 profound arts of 3 different elements was something extremely rare even in the god realm. Aerion didn't quite know this, however, which is why he didn't hesitate using all 3. Unfortunately, he didn't display any ice profound arts, which was quite important to the Divine Ice Phoenix sect as their divine beast was the Ice Phoenix. But the ice spirits gathering around him showed that he had an unparalleled affinity to the ice element, so this wasn't a problem. Aerion looked around. So, do I have to wait 2 more hours or is this thing over already? How brilliant, you should off a little bit too much, little dragon. How so? Being able to use 3 different elements is an extremely rare feat even in the god realm. But, I suppose this is a good thing, your new master will certainly take good care of you, that is very much guaranteed. As long as she can make sure word doesn't go out, you'll be fine. If not, then someone might come and steal you away. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because it's a good thing, little dragon. Imagine if a royal rank star realm decided to take you and spend all those resources, you would grow into the next god emperor and then begin your conquest of the world. Then you could help me regain my true power faster as well, but you've already joined the Divine Ice Phoenix sect, so leaving the moment something better comes along would be very disloyal of you. It is decided then. The Realm King spoke after seeing that no one else challenged Aerion. All of you, leave. Aerion watched as everyone swiftly left the heavenly Netherfrost lake and left him alone. For some reason, he felt nervous. As the Realm King drew closer, so did the pressure surrounding him increase. She flew down slowly and Aerion got a good look. He was dazed for a few moments. Who would have thought that the Realm King was this beautiful? Aerion shook his head to get out of his little trance and regain focus. 10 months was all it took for you to surpass every other disciple. Not only that, but you also cured Binyan's poison in an instant. Her eyes seemed to narrow in on Aerion, almost as if they were piercing his soul. Who are you? How should I answer that question? I am Rhaegar Targaryen, clearly won't suffice. It would probably anger her, something Mu Binyan told me not to do. She wants to know my secrets. Do I reveal everything? I should be able to trust my new master and vice versa. However, I doubt she will believe that there was an entire pantheon of ancestral gods and that I am a complete inheritor of one of them. Aerion took a deep breath before proudly stating his identity. I am the inheritor of the heretic god's legacy. Also, I used the sky poison pearl to heal Palace Master Binyan of her poison. The heavenly slaughter star god returned to the star god realm about 10 months ago, I see now. You cured her poison while also getting the heretic god's legacy from her, didn't you? Yes, I did. Not only that, but I also have quite a few more legacies to go with it. However, I avoided using them ever since I entered the Snow Song realm. That was very wise of you. 7 days from now, you will officially become my direct disciple after a ceremony. You may return to your Ice Phoenix Palace until then. That was simple, but I'm not quite the direct disciple yet. She's probably going to investigate me further later. Aerion nodded. I'll do that. She doesn't seem too bad, Roshas commented. I sense no ill intent, you can definitely trust her. A little bit late to say that, idiot. Aerion started to make his way back to his Ice Phoenix Palace, room. Mu Xianin, I hope she has a good movement technique or I'll have to get one off the cloaked man. Nevertheless, my progress in a profound way should be much faster now. As long as I can use this lake at will, that is. Divine Tribulation, Divine Spirit, Divine King, Divine Sovereign, Divine Master, True God, Creation God, Ancestral God. Is it even possible for anyone to ascend into the true God realm anymore? From my knowledge, no one has even touched it in all this time. You are the only person who can do so through normal means, even the Creation God realm is a possibility after many years. What about the Ancestral God realm? You would either have to absorb quite a few of the remaining ancestral gods, if not all of them, or have his blessing, which is quite unlikely. I see, where are the other ancestral gods hiding, anyway? They'll come for you one day, don't you worry about that. However, they can become your greatest allies or enemies. And due to your temperament, the rest of the ancestral gods being your enemies is far more likely, hahaha. Aerion took note of Roche's comments. Then I'll have to humble those ancestral gods and remind them who is king. Chapter 110. After a long day, Aerion decided that he would take a short nap. He dreamed of being a dragon, flying unfettered and free. After soaring through the skies for some time, a mighty barrier appeared to stop him but he broke through it. Then everything turned to ash before moving him somewhere else. A dragon dream? On the ground laid an Aerion who was very close to death. His blood was scattered all over the place, he was missing both of his arms and someone was about to impale him with a spear. Both of his eyes seemed to be blind. Even worse, he could barely move, one good blow and it would be all over. The current Aerion looked around and could only recognize one person other than himself. Jasmine. She, along with another girl were both trapped inside of a barrier. Then the man who stood over Aerion pierced his heart with the spear. The remaining scales on his body turned to ash and his lively eyes dimmed greatly, becoming hollow and soulless. He was dead. Is this, the future? No, I would never allow myself to die in such a pitiful manner. Why didn't he use the damn wheel? Damn you, all you had to do was use the evil infant's will of myriad tribulations, surely no one in this world can withstand its might, so why didn't you use it? Aerion's own fury led him to kick himself. He didn't even acknowledge the other Aerion as himself, rather he saw him as a fake. Since there are no other obstacles in the way, my king, we should start today's ceremony. Aerion noticed that the fake's body twitched slightly before the dream ended. Aerion woke up and felt a great wave of fury overcome him. From what he could understand, Jasmine was in some sort of danger and the fake came over to save her, and failed. This meant that if the dream was even somewhat based on the future, Jasmine is currently in danger. A divine master 8, especially one as frightening as her, in danger. It sounded quite unbelievable. Aerion didn't dwell on it for too long, for one thing was certain, he was too weak to change anything. What could he do against a divine master? Nothing, he couldn't even tickle one with his most powerful attacks. However, this didn't discourage him. For he finally had something to strive for, something to prevent. He has changed the course of fate once already, so he believed that he could do it again. Power, I still need more power. Aerion entered floor 7 in order to deal with the cloaked man. This surprised him since the last time he did so was about 2 years ago and it was for some drops of origin blood, something relatively minor. After all this time, the amount of gold he had gathered was enough to buy almost anything. That's quite a heap of gold, I must say. And what you desire most is power, say no more. The gold in his dungeon ring disappeared and was replaced by many other items. He wondered what those items were, so he returned to his room in order to inspect them. The first 3 things that stood out were related to his heavenly treasures. They were stored in a package labeled, Heavenly Profound Treasure Power-Up Kit. Aerion opened the package and found 3 items. The Mirror of Samsara, Instant Recharge, the True Evil Infant's Wheel, and the Poisonous Sky Poison Pearl. Upon touching each of them, the 3 items lit up and joined with his actual Heavenly Profound Treasures. Suddenly, the Heavenly Profound Treasures in his possession regained some of their ancient power. The Sky Poison Pearl could once again release deadly poison, the Mirror of Samsara was no longer in hibernation and the Evil Infant's Will of Myriad Tribulations was even more frightening than before. How strong is the wheel now? Enough to kill anything below the true God realm in a few seconds, basically no mortal should be able to stand in your way. However, its influence on the user will be even greater. Considering your lowly strength, even with my assistance, you will become no more than a crying vegetable who desires nothing more than the end of the world upon the very first use. Even if I am its master. Master? You would soon find yourself becoming its slave. The wheel is now in existence at the level of a true god, nowhere near its peak, but no longer the small shadow it was previously. So I can't use it no matter what, huh? Maybe that's why I did not use it in the future. Damn you, all you had to do was use the evil infant's will of myriad tribulations. Surely no one in this world can withstand its might, so why didn't you use it? Shush, past me. But now I have the complete sky poison pearl, which can at the very least deal with most divine masters. Aerion turned to another package which included the complete editions of the Golden Crow's Record of the Burning World and the World Ode of the Phoenix. He put them into his sky poison pearl for when he has the time to comprehend the later stages. The third and final package was a simple-looking pill. Aerion observed it, the eyes of God. That was all the information he gained from his observations. Without further ado, he decided to take it. Even after a few minutes, he didn't notice any huge changes. Nothing changed. Maybe it will come into effect later on. Aerion didn't dwell on it for too long, he immediately moved to floor 9 without wasting any time. Although he tried to ignore it, the dream kept coming back to haunt him, his pitiful death, Jasmine's cry and the continuation of the ceremony. It got to the point where he could no longer sleep without being disturbed. 7 days later, Ice Phoenix Realm's Sacred Hall. It was the day of the ceremony. Aerion was looking great on the outside but not doing so great on the inside. But that was mostly invisible. There were millions of disciples, elders and palace masters gathered, and they all were waiting for one fateful event to occur, the discipleship ceremony of the sect master's direct disciple. The one to be chosen for this position was none other than Rhaegar Targaryen, a person who had only arrived in the Snow Song realm 10 months ago from the lower realms. He had already built a solid reputation as a kind senior brother, and even more so, a dreadfully skilled warrior who beat Muhani without taking any noticeable damage. His name was strange, but that made him stand out even more. He started to gain a following even larger than Muhani's despite having very few appearances as of recent. Aerion's charisma was far greater. He had the bearings and air of a god-emperor, while Muhani, at the very most, was an above-average prince. In essence, they were worlds apart. The Saint Dragon roared, and shortly after, the Realm King descended onto her sacred throne, officially starting the Great Sect Assembly. Mu Huanji read some decree, and then Aerion had to walk closer to the Snow Song Realm King. Everyone had their eyes on him as he confidently walked forward. He could clearly see the reverence many had for him, as was the case everywhere he went. Aerion bowed before the Realm King without any signs of hesitation. Rhaegar Targaryen, even though your time in the sect has been short and your cultivation is average at best, you possess power that no other disciple can match and a talent for the ice elements. It has been made clear that your future is limitless. Today, this king shall take you in as my direct disciple and grant you the Ice Phoenix bloodline. You'll have to follow the rules strictly and cultivate our Ice Phoenix profound arts diligently. If you are to slack off, this king shall personally deliver your punishment. Diligence is my middle name, but the Ice Phoenix profound arts. From what I've seen, its only use is sealing, which is useless. This king will not disappoint his master or the sect. Aerion proudly promised. The Realm King did not seem to take insult when Aerion called himself king. Aerion found this surprising, but he could care less if he were to be punished for it or not. After that, he paid his respects and performed the discipleship ceremony with Mu Xianyin. There were no doubts that he was superior to Muhani and Mu Feishue. After all, it has only been 7 days since his overwhelming victory. The memory of it all remained fresh in everyone's mind. When Aerion completed the ceremony, a sudden cold gust blew. Sect Master, guests from the Flame God Realm request to see you. They're already outside the Sacred Hall. Oh, the Flame God Realm? This should be interesting. Humph. It must be that band of old fogies once more. Yes, Sect Master, the 3 leading the way are indeed the 3 Sect Masters of the Flame God Realm. How many more people have they brought along? Mu Huanji asked. 3 more, and all 3 have considerably young auras. Disciples? Why bother, is it to show off? Heh, they're in for a surprise if that's the case. Let them in. Mu Xianyin commanded. Aerion, come to Master's side. Aerion nodded and moved to the right of Mu Xianyin. He wondered why the sect masters of the Flame God Realm would come at such an event. It was ill-mannered to interrupt the Great Sect Assembly. Surely they could have come at another time. Chapter 111. Surely enough, the 3 sect masters of the Flame God Realm entered the hall and walked forward towards Mu Xianyin. Behind them were the 3 most talented disciples of the 3 sections. From one look, Aerion could see that they all had 3 separate bloodlines. The Golden Crow, Phoenix and Vermilion Bird, they had the bloodlines of the 3 supreme fire attribute beasts. Flame God Realms Yen Wansong, Yen Juehai, and Horuli greet the Snow Song Realm King. We are fortunate to witness the grace and splendor of the Snow Song Realm King once more. May you forgive us for arriving uninvited, even though our visit this time is truly impertinent, we came here for a matter of great importance. Mu Xianyin did not seem to take kindly to Yan Wansong's actions, even if he acted respectfully. It was then that Aerion realized that he knew nothing of the Snow Song Realm and its relations with the Flame God Realm. He never had the time to bother with such things, after all. However, he knew that they were both middle-rank star realms and that the Flame God Realm was, overall, superior, but their sect masters couldn't hope to match up against the Snow Song Realm King, a divine master. Impertinent. Not only did you come uninvited, but you also dared to directly enter the sacred hall. Her cold gaze fell on the three sect masters. What matter could be so important that you would dare to interrupt this king's great sect assembly? Yan Wansong cupped his hands respectfully. Several months ago, when this Yan was rejected by the Snow Song Realm King, this Yan was simply unwilling to give up and thus looked for other opportunities for an audience with the Snow Song Realm King. A few days ago, this Yan heard of the great sect assembly and so resorted to this measure. The reason for our personal appearance along with our three juniors is to express our sincerity to the Snow Song Realm King and to also ask for the Snow Song Realm King to once again listen to this Yan's offer. Poyan, Mingxian, Zhou'er, why are you three still standing there? Go on, greet the Snow Song Realm King. The sect master of the Phoenix sect, Yan Juehai ordered. They walked forward and introduced themselves in a respectful manner. Huapoyan of the Golden Crow sect, Yan Zhuo of the Vermilion Bird sect and Yan Mingxian of the Phoenix sect. All three were the pride of their respective sects and it was easy to see why. Their talent completely eclipsed Mu Hani and Fei Xue many times over, the Flame God Realm truly had a future to look forward to. Perhaps, one of them might even reach the Divine Master Realm and elevate the Flame God Realm to an even higher status. Upon a quick observation of the three, one of them truly stood out. Huapoyan, complete inheritor of the Golden Crow legacy. For an arrogant divine spirit like the Golden Crow to give away its complete inheritance, it's a very rare occurrence, to say the least. The Golden Crow has fallen so low, or, perhaps it's something else. Maybe it was worried about a certain Crimson Crack. Crimson Crack, what in seven hells are you talking about? Do you really want to know? It would be best if you didn't worry about it now, you have better things to do like save your Jasmine. While conversing with Roches, Aerion had almost ignored the entire conversation between the sect masters and Mu Xianyin. But he didn't miss much, mainly a lot of sincere words, cough, ass-kissing. They had given his master a gift to celebrate the choosing of a direct disciple. She didn't even look at it before giving the gift to Aerion. It was done in such a cold and ruthless manner that it made him even more curious. What happened between the Flame God Realm and Snow Song Realm? That Huoruli seems rather quiet while the other two sect masters are doing all the talking, is he shy? No, that can't be it. He suspected that Huoruli and Mu Xianyin aren't the best of friends. This king has considered your words and decided to hear out your proposition while also ignoring the fact that you interrupted the great sect assembly. You have no more than 10 minutes to convince this king. Yan Wansong took a deep breath before speaking the real intentions interrupting the great sect assembly. As the Snow Song Realm King could have already guessed, the reason for our visit is the matter concerning the ancient horned dragon. It has lived for tens of thousands of years and so, even the scales that cover its body can only be called a priceless treasure. Slaying it would bring forth boundless benefits to both of our worlds. Advancing in the Divine Master Realm is extremely difficult, however, an ancient horned dragon which has lived for thousands of years should definitely assist the Snow Song Realm King in taking another step forward in her cultivation. Furthermore, there is a second reason why we bring this matter once again. 1,000 years ago, we were so close to success, if it weren't for an unforeseen accident, the ancient horned dragon would already be dead. However, it was gravely injured on the previous hunt and the Snow Song Realm King has surely grown in strength after all these years. If we stall for another 1,000 years, then the ancient horned dragon is likely to recover from its injuries and that will make things all the more difficult. Yan Wansong continued. This opportunity should not be wasted, we can split, as previously promised, the ancient horned dragon 50-50 between the Flame God Realm and Snow Song Realm. After all, this would be impossible without the Snow Song Realm King's strength. These sect masters have a weird way of addressing Mu Xianyin but, I suppose, it makes them sound more sincere. Is that all you have to say? Yan Wansong was speechless. Very well, it seems that this king has heard everything already. Huanji, see them out. Yan Wansong and Juehai exchanged glances and their tone changed, slightly. This could have been a good opportunity. Aerion didn't want it to wither away into the distance, so he spoke up. Master, could there be a specific reason why you must reject this great offer? All things considered, it seems to be very beneficial, and even more so, there's a high chance of success. The sect masters looked up at their one ray of hope, and it was someone unexpected. The direct disciple of the Snow Song Realm King. Previously, they only gave him a couple of glances at most. His divine soul realm was nothing extraordinary, after all. The only thing that stood out was his striking appearance, and that didn't matter much. To a male profound practitioner, the most important thing, after all, was strength. Everything else can only be considered an afterthought. There is, indeed, a specific reason. Perhaps, the sect masters of the Flame God realm are kind enough to explain what happened 1,000 years ago. They, themselves, seem to have forgotten the disgusting things that they did. Yen Wansang and Yen Juehai tried to maintain their calm, while contain Horuli because he looked like he was about to explode. Snow Song Realm King, with all due respect, it was you who severely injured sect master Hua's only son back then. Humph, that foolish junior who approached the god-burying inferno prison with his pitiful cultivation. Even if this king did not take action, he would have died by the flames of the ancient horned dragon. It was no more than an accident, and this king was more than willing to make amends by giving away the Moon Phoenix Jade. However, a certain, deceitful, Horuli schemed against this king's little sister and dared to use the horned dragon's poison. These two things cannot be compared. This king's incident was no more than an accident, while Horuli acted on his own. It's worse than I ever imagined. Aerion sighed. Snow Song Realm King, our Flame God realm was indeed in the wrong. However, after that, you severely injured thousands of members of our sect. This, along with the genius that was Huyi, was a great loss to our Flame God realm. In fact, it was a loss 10,000 times greater than the Snow Song realm's loss. Yen Juehai added. Sect Master Hua simply couldn't stand seeing his son in a state worse than death, which led him to commit those acts. So, does that make his actions any more just? Finally, Horuli exploded. Mu Xianyin. I, Horuli, am useless. A man who can't avenge his own crippled son is no father at all. However, if I ever find the opportunity, I will tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Just you alone. Mu Xianyin icily laughed while also looking down with a face of disdain. You don't have the ability. Snow Song Realm King, please, completely ignore what Sect Master Hua said. It was just a slip of the tongue, he never meant in dash. Ha ha ha. Horuli laughed. As long as I, Horuli, live, I will make you die one day. If you have the guts, kill me now. Is this man courting death? Mu Xianyin stood up from her sacred throne. Do you think this king does not dare to? Master, please quench your anger. There is no need for a fight to break out. It would be a waste of time and may result in the situation becoming worse. Aerion calmly spoke. He is clearly a fool, an ant, who should not be bothered with. The most he can do is bark a few words. Besides, Palace Master Bingyun has recovered from the horned dragon's poison. Mu Xianyin nodded and sat back down. You are right. This king's disciple has saved you from certain death. Horuli, you should be grateful. An ant. Horuli didn't seem to calm down. You wouldn't dare say that to my face if your master wasn't by your side. I would, but that wouldn't make the situation any better. Ha ha ha, I have a splendid idea. You dared to call me, Horuli, an ant, so you must be quite strong. It would be shameful for a senior like myself to fight a junior. However, I have Hopoyan. Even if I am inferior to you, Mu Xianyin, my successor is far greater than your successor. Divine Soul Realm, ha 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 ha, he has no talent. Where did you find him? The streets. He turned his gaze back to Aerion. Would you even dare to face my Poyan, direct disciple of the Snow Song Realm King? Master, may I? Aerion inquired for permission. Although he looked calm, inside he was a raging volcano on the verge of erupting. This kind of disrespect required a major release. Mu Xianyin nodded. You may. Wonderful. Divine Tribulation Realm Level 5 and the complete inheritance of the Golden Crow, he should be a worthy opponent. Huapoyan, this king, Aerion of the mighty House Targaryen, challenges you to a duel. First to concede or enter a state of unconsciousness loses. Your master claims that he has a greater successor than master, which is both insulting to master and myself. Therefore, I can no longer stand back and spectate anymore. Then he devilishly smiled. The real question is, will you support your master's foolish claim and attempt to prove it, or run away with your tail between your legs? Of course, I will support master's claim. You seem quite confident for someone of the Divine Soul Realm. It makes me wonder, where did you find this confidence? Regardless, I do not fear you nor will I run from this challenge. Therefore, I accept your challenge. Chapter 112. Horuli seemed to wholeheartedly approve of the duel. Mu Xianyin was much the same. In the Snow Song realm, it was already a known fact that Aerion could ascend to the middle stages of the Divine Tribulation realm while only being at the first stage of the Divine Soul realm. The visitors from the Flame God realm, however, did not know this. Even if Wuruli did know, he still would not hesitate since Muhani and Huapoyan are worlds apart despite being at the same cultivation level. The Divine Hall elders set up formations in order to protect the disciples watching the duel. Meanwhile, Aerion prepared himself for battle by drawing out Blackfire and holding it with his left hand. He seemed somewhat calm and collected as a gentle aura of purple lightning surrounded him. This gentle aura of lightning soon turned fierce and tyrannical, almost taking the shape of a tiger. Huapoyan naturally used a sword as well, though Blackfire looked very much superior. "Where did you get that sword?" "My ancestor bestowed it upon me, though it was less impressive back then. I naturally had to improve it myself. But it doesn't matter where it comes from, all you need to know is that this sword of mine will lead to your imminent defeat. It seems that there is no point in talking any further. Begin." Purgatory. Aerion activated Purgatory and waited for Huapoyan to strike. This slightly caught Huapoyan by surprise as he expected Aerion to strike first. After all, he was, supposedly, the weaker of the two. But this would have made sense if he had cultivated the Ice Phoenix God Investiture Cannon, which was more defensive than offensive. However, there were no signs of him using any sort of ice art. "Are you going to attack or not? Could it be that you, the great Huapoyan, is frightened of my Divine Soul Realm power? You asked for it, do not blame me for the consequences." "Humph, show me your worst, little crow," Aerion arrogantly replied. The boundless sword art, Aerion had become quite an expert at provoking his opponents and even more so, capitalizing on their mistakes. Since his power relied mostly on elements, he decided to even things out a bit and create a few profound skills of his own which did not rely on any kind of element. The boundless sword art was comprised of countless profound skills, and the most intriguing thing was that, unlike most profound arts, it didn't have a set order. Aerion could, in essence, skip the less impressive profound skills and comprehend the very best, which is exactly what he did during those 7 days along with his usual routine. Huapoyan started out with a few sword strikes, all of whom were easily repelled with shocking grace by Aerion. This made Huapoyan less rational and his attacks soon became very predictable. Eventually, Aerion had enough of being passive and decided to push Huapoyan himself. Silver Calamity, Boundless Counter. Aerion deflected Huapoyan's next blow and gave himself the perfect opportunity to strike back, which he gladly took. The sudden rise in speed caught Huapoyan off guard. Slash. Drip. Blackfire got a taste of Huapoyan's blood. The slash caused a minor cut on his cheek. Clearly, Aerion wasn't content with the duel ending there. Huapoyan backed away and touched the cut. The blood on his fingers did enrage him. He had never felt the feeling of defeat before and even less so, experienced this kind of humiliation. Aerion could have struck a major blow but he didn't. Huapoyan took it the wrong way and thought that Aerion was looking down on him. Golden crow flames erupted from both of his hands. However, Aerion wasn't in the least terrified. After all, this was what he wanted to see in the first place. The arrogant, proud and destructive flames of the Golden Crow, however, it wasn't Aerion who ignited them this time around. You will pay for that." A golden annihilation was sent his way almost immediately. Clearly, he was no longer holding back. Aerion slapped it away with his right hand. Although the flames didn't harm him, the profound energy from the attack did manage to injure his hand. This was far more than Muhani had ever accomplished. Huapoyan stood still for a few moments, dazed with tremendous amounts of shock. A person in the Divine Soul Realm, let alone the first stage, deflected his attack with a slap and only had a minor injury to show for it. Huapoyan clenched his teeth and prepared an even more powerful profound skill. Aerion noticed that it was none other than the mighty Yellow Spring's ashes. However, he remained in place and allowed Huapoyan to fully complete it. "You will regret giving me this chance. We'll see about that." Ferocious Tiger Slash. Oh. Boom. The Yellow Spring's ashes went through his ferocious tiger slash like it never existed and proceeded towards him. Aerion survived the attack but he took some damage as a result. His Ice Phoenix snow robe was tattered and in some places, colored by his blood. This would have never happened if he could use his heaven-absorbing Silver Claw or Susanoo, both would have easily handled the attack. "I can't lose this fight." Aerion grasped Blackfire tightly. Perfect Sword Spirit. One Aerion in Silver Calamity was formidable, but 2 Aerions was a whole different story. "This is as far as you go," Aerion coldly stated. Swift Wind. Huapoyan blocked the Sword Spirit but couldn't quite stop Aerion who was behind him. There was nothing he could do as Blackfire swiftly pierced him. Aerion withdrew Blackfire from Huapoyan and the Sword Spirit kicked him into the air. Then both he and the sword spirit combined their profound energy to create a truly frightening profound skill. White Tiger's Tale of the End, 8th Stage, Eternal White, Purple, Purgatory. Crack. Boom. 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 Huopoyan was struck by endless amounts of purple lightning. If it were the real thing, white lightning, then Huopoyan would be no more than dust. However, when the onslaught ended, Huopoyan was only severely injured as he fell onto the ground. Well, to a cultivator of the divine tribulation realm these wounds could only be considered minor as they can completely heal over time, but in battle, this was a death sentence. He was guaranteed to lose if the duel went on for a long period of time, therefore, he had to end it now. Aerion's perfect sword spirit dissipated as he was sure of his victory, however, Huopoyan still managed to stand up. What can he possibly do? Aerion sighed. Concede now or I'll make you regret going any further. Ha ha ha, brother Aerion is kind, but I absolutely can't lose. Just like you can't lose, neither can I. I understand, but what can you accomplish in your current state? One last, attack. Which stage of the Golden Crow's record of the burning world is he going to use, I wonder? If it's the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury, then, I might truly face defeat. In my current, restricted, arsenal of profound skills, there isn't a single one that can match it in strength. Are you going to respect his wishes of one last attack or are you going to stop him from casting it, ha ha ha. Even if it's the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury, I won't stop him, that would be disgraceful of me. Oh, very disgraceful indeed. Rosha said, rather sarcastically, but I doubt you ever will accept defeat. Huoruli looked up. So he is really going to use it, I must admit, Mu Xianin, your disciple is a real monster. However, he will not be able to withstand my Poyan's attack no matter what. Ha ha ha, for it is none other than the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury. You should instruct him to concede immediately or he will face certain death. Is that so? Humph, what makes you believe this king's disciple cannot defend against a mere 9 Suns Heaven's Fury? Then if your disciple dies, what will you do? Die. Mu Xianin said indifferently. If this king's disciple, Rhaegar Targaryen, were to fall to such a pitiful attack off his own accord then this king will not pursue this matter any further. Good, remember those words, Snow Song Realm King. 9 Suns, Heavens, Fury. The faces of the masters and elders of the divine Ice Phoenix sect suddenly turned pale as they looked at Aerion with worry. Those 4, very frightening, words, it was the 10th and final stage of the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. In tens of thousands of years only 4 people have cultivated this stage. Even Huoruli has yet to do so, meanwhile, Huopoyan, a disciple in his early 20s can. Aerion calmly gazed at the sun made up of Golden Crow flames. Huopoyan was very confident in the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury and doubted that Aerion had anything that could match it. He was wrong, and right at the same time. Aerion had his absolute shield and was considering the idea of bringing it out for all to see. Concede now or I'll make you regret going any further, Huopoyan announced. It was word for word what he had said earlier. Aerion grit his teeth in fury as an aura of fire engulfed him. That was the moment where the mere thought of losing to Huopoyan disintegrated into nothing, defeat was no longer an option. You, Aerion laughed. You have brought doom upon yourself, Poyan. Very well. Huopoyan screamed and so did the Golden Crow flames as the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury was sent down onto Aerion. A direct hit from even one sun would result in major wounds for Aerion, however, he felt no fear towards the attack as it descended to him. Fire, how can fire harm the mighty fire dragon god? Aerion touched the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury with his right hand. He was prepared to use his Susanoo just in case things don't go to plan. Ah! Then the image of the Crimson Dragon appeared before him as an authoritative voice resounded in his mind, forcing him to enter a temporary state of enlightenment. His violet eyes burned crimson just before the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury exploded. No flame dares to burn this god, for I am its creator, my fury was the first flame to light this world. Boom. What? After the explosion, Aerion was supposed to be close to death's doors but that wasn't quite the case. The remnants of the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury danced around him as if he were its master. Aerion didn't seem to have gotten any new wounds, in fact, all of his previous wounds were no longer there. The 9 Suns Heaven's Fury didn't damage him, it healed him. This kind of result left everyone in a state of shock for many long seconds. Newly reborn from the 9 Suns Heaven's Fury, Aerion seemed to have gained a temporary boost in power. Huopoyan dropped to the ground, on his knees, he was clearly in a state of despair. I concede. It seems that I owe you a great favor, Huopoyan. As you helped me unlock some of Aerion's divine power. Aerion walked over to him yet he didn't quite know what to say. You are truly something, I can understand why Sect Master Hu chose you as his direct disciple now. But you shouldn't think of this as defeat, because you surprised everyone with the mighty Nine Suns Heaven's Fury. It did nothing. Aerion sighed, he's right about that. You simply used it on the wrong person. You see, I'm the complete inheritor of an ancestral god. Anyways, your cultivation level is far more impressive than my own. By releasing the Nine Suns Heaven's Fury, you have gained this king's greatest respect. Very few people have managed to do so. I hope that we may become friends in the future and repair the relationship between the Flame God Realm and Snow Song Realm. Aerion sincerely stated. He turned around and returned to his master's side. The golden and almost heavenly aura around his body slowly dissipated as he returned to normal. Huoruli flew to Huopoyan to inspect his wounds, which weren't all that bad. I wonder, Huoruli, whose successor is superior? I believe you know the answer now. Chapter 113. What just happened? Yen Wansong asked, although to no one in particular. The Nine Suns Heaven's Fury directly hit Aerion, but he took no damage. Previously, less severe attacks did damage him, so this made even less sense. However, one thing was clear, and that was the talent of the new direct disciple of the Snow Song Realm King. Huopoyan had lost to someone in the Divine Soul Realm. This was very hard to believe. In fact, it could be deemed impossible. No one, in the entire history of the Realm of Gods, had ever jumped one whole divine profound realm in terms of strength, let alone 1.5. You have done well by putting Huoruli in his place. It was my duty to protect Master's honor. Aerion turned to Huoruli. Even though he has been very insolent, I believe that Master should still consider the matter of the ancient Horned Dragon. The Horned Dragon's body can bring boundless benefits to the Snow Song Realm, so it is not something that should be overlooked so easily. It was pretty much what the Sect Masters had said previously, yet they meant far more to the Snow Song Realm King when they were spoken by Aerion, her direct disciple. Humph. Mu Xianyi nodded. This king has decided to slay the ancient Horned Dragon. I believe you three Sect Masters know who to thank for this decision. There is just one more thing, however. One single request, otherwise you can forget it altogether. What could this one thing be? Yen Wansong asked. As long as it is reasonable, then this Yen will comply without any hesitation. This king desires not only half of the Horned Dragon's body, but also the entirety of the dragon's heart. Forgive us, but we cannot accept this. The dragon's heart is. Very well, this king understands. Huanji, see our guests out. And no, wait. This Yen wasn't thinking clearly. Of course, if the Snow Song Realm King requires the dragon's heart, then we can present it once the ancient Horned Dragon is successfully slain. There will be no need, this king will personally obtain it once the dragon is dead. Yen Wansong nodded with some hesitation, though he was unable to speak for a few moments. Then we thank the Snow Song Realm King for the assistance and will no longer disturb you. When the dragon molts, then we will personally inform the Snow Song Realm King. He turned to Aerion, looking at him in a completely different light than before. You have my respect, Junior. It would seem that the Snow Song Realm King finally found a suitable and worthy successor after so many years. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the Snow Song Realm King is extremely lucky to have someone like you. It is goodbye, for now. Aerion nodded. Farewell, Sect Master Yen. Yen Juehai bowed his head slightly as well, showing respect, before leaving with Yen Wansong and their disciples. It would seem that I misjudged you. Huoruli stated. I may be able to fully cure your son, that is if you allow me to when the time comes. Aerion sent a sound transmission to Huoruli. He gave no reaction. Instead, he left as if nothing happened. Huopoyan followed. He seemed to have gotten better since the battle, but Aerion could tell that the thought of his defeat would remain for a very long time. In the end, it couldn't be helped. Aerion did the best he could. Now it was all up to Huopoyan. Huanji, there is a matter this king would like to discuss with you. What instructions does Sect Master have for me? Rhaegar Targaryen is, indeed, worthy of being this king's disciple with his unparalleled battle power and supreme understanding of ice laws. However, there is just one issue, his profound cultivation is just too low. In that regard, there are countless disciples who are far superior. It is, therefore, paramount that he can increase it as soon as possible while also making his Ice Phoenix bloodline pure. With these two conditions set, it is clear to this king that he requires a dual cultivation companion. Dual cultivation companion. Aerion was taken aback by his master's words. Huanji, his granddaughter, was none other than Mu Feishue. He knew that she was beautiful, but it wasn't the level of beauty that could convince him to give chase. Aerion has, after all, 5 wives who are all beautiful. More importantly, he considered himself a chaste man who wouldn't touch any woman unless she were, or to be, one of his wives. Sect Master, could it be that, Huanji already caught on? In terms of bloodline, profound strength and constitution, there is no one more suitable than Fei Xue. After a brief pause, the Snow Song Realm King continued. What do you think about this, Huanji? Not even hesitating for a moment, Huanji kowtowed in deep joy and loudly announced his opinion. Huanji thanked Sect Master in the place of his granddaughter, Fei Xue. One can easily understand why Huanji was filled with joy. Aerion's talent meant that he would become the Snow Song Realm King one day if nothing were to happen to him in the future. The first male Snow Song Realm King. In fact, it was clear that he could even surpass Mu Xianyin in strength. This kind of opportunity could lead to Mu Fei Xue becoming his wife, which would bring countless benefits. There was no logical, strong, reason to reject such an offer. Huanji swiftly turned to Fei Xue. Fei Xue quickly thanked the Sect Master. Mu Fei Xue came forward and bowed before Mu Fei Xue. Do you have any objections, Fei Xue? None at all. Despite her usual ice-cold voice, there seemed to be some warmth in these words. Mu Hani sighed in his despair. He couldn't do anything in this situation. He felt inferior to him in every way, except for cultivation strength. Even so, he couldn't even make Aerion bleed in a duel. This was something he had to accept, unfortunately. However, he gained hope at last. Ahem. Aerion's voice resounded far and wide. I don't remember approving of this, Master. With all due respect, this king should at the very least be considered. I have nothing against junior sister Fei Xue, she is a beautiful and truly talented maiden, but this king is a chaste man who has 5 wives. Therefore, I absolutely cannot go along with this. Who asked for your opinion? You will do as Master says, or suffer the consequences. Aerion didn't back down, despite the icy chill filling his body from head to toe. Just from that, he could see how frightening Mu Xianyin truly was. Going against her was foolish, but the matter of his chastity was far more important than suffering the consequences. Aerion, my dear little dragon, you do remember your dragon dream, don't you? Shouldn't you, try to gain power using any means necessary? Shagging an ice lady shouldn't be too hard, she'll probably like it too, or could it be that you think that she is beneath you? Fair, your father-in-law only allowed 7 wives and so, you can only have 2 more at most 1, if we include the Phoenix lady. But she can still be a concubine. Aerion completely ignored Roche's. I am more than willing to suffer the consequences, then. Mu Xianyin sighed. All of you leave. Everyone swiftly left, afraid of incurring the Sect Master's wrath. They knew that Aerion was going to die for going against the Snow Song Realm King. Aerion knew he was in a deep ocean of trouble. More accurately, he was frozen in the deepest part of the ocean. There was simply no way of getting out, however, he was ready to accept the consequences. What was the worst she could do? I don't believe there is a single male disciple in the Divine Ice Phoenix sect who would reject the prospect of dual cultivating with Fei Xue. If you are so willful, then a marriage can easily be arranged. Huanji would have no rejections. No, but she will. Master, do you think a girl like Mu Fei Xue would dare reject you, the great realm king, in front of everyone? There is no way. She truly has no regrets. And I wonder, why can someone like you reject this king's decision? Because I'm not afraid of doing so. This king is trying to help you become stronger, yet you resist. Do you wish to be weak forever? Aerion shook his head. Of course not, my ambition is higher than the heavens, but I am more than capable of reaching those heights on my own. It is settled then. You don't need to say any more. For now, there is a more important matter. Close your eyes and calm your soul, there cannot be any distractions. All right. Although, from the tone of her voice, he could tell that the matter of Mu Fei Xue wasn't resolved quite yet. Still, he rid his mind of all thoughts and calmed his soul. Then Aerion felt Mu Xianyin touch the center of his brows. This was followed by pure and frosty energy entering his body. It was the Ice Phoenix blood, its origin blood, to be precise. 1 drop of the purest Ice Phoenix blood. This wasn't much considering the number of drops of origin blood that flow in his body, but it was a new element. At the very least 3 minutes later, the drop of origin blood was fully refined. He didn't feel any spikes in cultivation strength, but this was to be expected. Aerion opened his eyes. This Mu Xianyin is far too frightening. I would much rather have any of the 3 sect masters of the Flame God realm. I have no doubts that my life will be a living hell after my act of willfulness. It can't be helped, I brought it down on myself. 3 minutes, follow me. Her voice remained cold, not even acknowledging his feet. Chapter 114. This sacred hall and the heavenly Netherfrost Lake will be your 2 places of cultivation from here on out. You are my direct disciple, so you shouldn't even think of slacking off for a single moment. I considered being merciful to some extent, but after your act of defiance, you can forget about it. Not only will you train every day, but the cruelty of the training will also be far worse than you can ever imagine. If you have any regrets, well, it's far too late now. Aerion nodded. Mu Xuaning's extreme training could be considered a good thing. The thing he desired most now was power, after all. Aerion was far more willing when he thought about it in this way. Does Master have a powerful movement technique? Your movement technique is slow and lacking, this king naturally has something far superior. However, you must learn the Ice Phoenix God Investiture Canon first before you can even think of a movement technique. Mu Xianing walked closer and imparted the profound art onto him. Her movements were cold, indeed, so cold that it clouded her beauty. You can start now. Aerion nodded. Very well. In a small world above the primal chaos dimension, 6 divine figures met to discuss a few matters. Such an event would only occur once in a million years, however, one thing has piqued their interests. The disappearance of Arios and the rise of Aerion was a dramatic change since they had forgotten the thought of death a long time ago. The fact that another one of their kind had fallen so suddenly was quite unbelievable, even more so when they considered how he died. Giving a complete inheritance to a mortal, the prideful Arios would never do such a thing, many of them simply couldn't understand the reason why. It has been less than 8 years, yet the boy has already grasped some of Arios' divine power. Serge chuckled. He's doing much better than all of you had ever predicted. Nexus nodded. His growth is, indeed, impressive, but there is something just as important. There are 2 reasons why we have all gathered here, to discuss the matter of Rhaegar Targaryen and the gradual return of our divine power. Naturally, we will start with the former. We should definitely assist him in his journey, the sooner he masters Arios' power, the better. I believe he is more than worthy of claiming Arios' seat. Neron stated his opinion. More than worthy? I think not, we should slay him before he becomes a threat. Rayla countered. Then how is he not worthy if he is capable of becoming a threat? Helia laughed. You just contradicted yourself, Rayla. I believe we should do our best to protect him. Could the goddess of love have found her next target? His image reminds me of Arios, it would be best if he is eradicated immediately. Vina coldly stated. He even tried to obtain one of my followers, it was a threat that the previous him wouldn't have been able to handle. Who would have thought that he would enter the primal chaos dimension and, isn't it clear that the transcendent being has been helping him? So what? He has never gone out of his way to protect someone, therefore, we can still do as we wish. Rayla added. I believe we are split evenly on this matter, Nexus never liked Arios anyway. Serge shrugged. Therefore, nothing is going to happen. Nexus nodded. That is true, how unfortunate. We will do nothing for now. Neron coughed. Although this god believes that Rhaegar Targaryen is worthy and shouldn't be killed, he can still be manipulated. Manipulated? I believe Roshas tried to dominate him and absolutely failed, in fact, I believe Roshas accompanies him now. Helia refuted. Roshas? Rayla coldly laughed. He is an ambitious fool who isn't even comparable to Arios. Yet he did manage to do one good thing, and that was acting on his own. He didn't sit around and wait. By the way, how long has it been since any of you descended to the mortal realm? We have been doing nothing for so many damn years, you have all grown into sloths. Don't worry, this goddess will handle the matter of Rhaegar Targaryen herself. And so, she descended into the primal chaos dimension. Serge shook his head. What a crazy goddess, didn't she like Arios, so shouldn't she, like him too? This makes no sense. She admired him most and believes that Rhaegar Targaryen is unworthy of being his avatar, from what I can see. Now that some of our divine power is returning, she is more than capable of ending his life. Neron sighed. A waste. Serge shrugged. He has Roshas, so Rayla shouldn't be able to kill him just like that. Rayla going off on her own resulted in Helia doing the same. The rest soon followed and their little council shattered in just a few weeks. The return of some of their powers along with Arion's swift rise were the leading factors of this momentous event. In the past, Arios would decide everything while taking the advice of the others. Now that he was no longer there, naturally, there was disorder. It took only a week for Aerion to completely comprehend the Ice Phoenix God Investiture Canon. Comprehending this profound art was far easier than the others since he had seen it in action quite a few times. His Sharingan definitely helped with this task. He opened his eyes and stood up when he was done. That was also when he noticed an icy figure looking directly at him. He recognized the figure as his master, but something was off. The way his master looked, he blinked once more to check if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then he realized that this was, indeed, Mu Xianing. But she was nowhere near as cold as before and her beauty was made far more apparent. She seemed so seductive. He could hear Roche's laughing. Who would have thought, perhaps this is fate, ahaha. How is my so very handsome disciple doing today, A pleasant voice came from her delightful lips as she walked forward, closer to him. Aerion couldn't believe it. This is Mu Xianyin, the Snow Song Realm King who was colder than ice. This had to be some sort of jest, yet is Mu Xianyin one to jest? I'm well, just finished comprehending the Ice Phoenix God Investiture Canon. What is Master's next instruction? You've been a very daring boy, a very bad boy. How should Master punish you? She made a small circle around his chest with her index finger. Aerion felt his blood rush, the man was speechless. Never before did he found himself in such a bizarre situation, a cold master who suddenly turned into a seductive master, an extremely beautiful master at that. He wanted to use observe, but he ended up looking in all the wrong places and so his observations came to nothing. It is Master's decision. Your master does like obedient children, so you are learning, at the very least, she said, with an alluring smile. But you are allowed to be daring once in a while, otherwise, there would be no fun to be had. Aerion nodded. After a single blink, the seductive demoness before him returned to the usual cold Snow Song Realm King. Aerion was weirdly relieved since he was afraid of stumbling and making mistakes with the seductive Mu Xianyin. Good, now that you've finished comprehending the Ice Phoenix God Investiture Canon, I can pass down my movement technique onto you. Mu Xianyin spoke coldly as if nothing had happened. 7.5 months later. Aerion was meditating in the heavenly Netherfrost Lake as usual. A few months ago, he had completely mastered the moon-splitting cascade, which was the movement technique Mu Xianyin had bestowed him with. She was the only one in the Snow Song realm who had cultivated it since it was extremely difficult to comprehend. It took Aerion less than 3 months to reach the great perfection realm which not even Mu Xianyin had reached in 10,000 years. Later, he helped her reach that realm as well. The moon-splitting cascade was similar to the star god's broken shadow because it leaves behind afterimages. However, it has an inferior range of movement while also providing a special advantage, presence concealment. Aerion mastered it to the point of becoming invisible. Unfortunately, an extremely powerful being would still be able to see through it. Still, he could become a ghost of anyone below the Divine King realm, so this was a major advantage. Aerion was approaching the 5th stage of the Divine Soul realm when Mu Xianyin had appeared before him. I have some news for you. The Profound God Convention will be held 30 months from now. 30 months. The Profound God Convention only happens once every 3,000 years, it's only been 700 years since the previous one. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Furthermore, it is restricted to those of the Divine Tribulation realm and above. The event will be jointly held by the 4 royal rank star realms of the Eastern Divine region. The rewards are quite excessive and luxurious as well. The top 1,000 will spend 3,000 years in the Eternal Heaven Pearl. Due to the Eternal Heaven Pearl's special effects, those 3,000 years will only amount to 3 in real time. It seems that this Profound God Convention is far from ordinary. Who is my competition? Aerion inquired, his eyes seemed to glow brighter. Who would have thought, a Profound God Convention? If I win, then I'll be able to see Jasmine again, the world teleportation portal to Westeros, and she should be safe forever, right? But those ancestral gods can still cause some problems since Aerios appeared in Westeros, and so that means the others should be able to do the same. For now, you aren't even worth a single breath when compared to the 4 god children, but that will change as the Profound God Convention draws nearer. Since I'm still lacking in strength, will Master spar with me more often? I tend to progress faster that way. As you wish. Mu Xianyin agreed. Stand. Chapter 115. Let Master see where you are now in terms of strength. There is no need to hold anything back, enter your peak condition without delay. Aerion nodded. His profound energy started to surge in strength as he opened each gate, one by one. Dragon Soul, Draconic Heart, Purgatory, Silver Calamity. The profound aura around him was crimson red except for the innermost layer which shined a pure, silver, glow. His eyes glowed red as he awakened his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He was only missing 2 things, and that was a dragon transformation along with a Susanoo, so he wasn't quite yet in peak condition. Aerion had shown his eyes to Mu Xianyin before. Although she found the Sharingan strange, she didn't ask many questions about it. It was for the best because Aerion himself had no idea. The only way he could find out was by exploring Izanami's origin world. The thought of going there and taking a look had struck him a few times before, but, for now, he had better things to do. Attack. Mu Xianyin indifferently commanded. Aerion took out Sky Piercer and the Heaven Smiting Sword at once. Sky Piercer pointed to the skies while the Heaven Smiting Sword laid on his shoulder. From the spear point of Sky Piercer, a huge bolt of lightning pierced the skies. Meanwhile, the heaven-smiting sword was completely engulfed in golden crow flames. The golden crow flames were condensed into one single point in a few seconds. The bolt of lightning which struck the skies started to form something truly terrifying. The sky grew dark, the white lightning started to form a single shape, a tiger. The white tiger roared as lightning started to strike the ground. It was nothing more than a warning, the calm before the storm. Aerion pointed the heaven-smiting sword in the direction of Mu Xianyin. A small, condensed, ray of golden crow flames was sent her way. Blazing Sunray, the 8th stage of the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. Mu Xianyin, being a divine master, didn't even have to concern herself with the blazing sunray. It was frozen before even reaching her. However, Aerion had another attack ready. The mighty Sky Piercer started to descend along with a certain white tiger. White tiger's tale of the end, 9th stage. White tiger descending from the mountain. Boom. The white tiger descended from the sky and smashed against Mu Xianyin. The moment it hit the ground, a huge explosion of white lightning erupted. It was something that could instantly kill any divine tribulation realm cultivator and even injure one in the earliest stages of the divine spirit realm. However, the white lightning dispersed in just a few moments as a completely unharmed Mu Xianyin emerged. Not bad, now it's your turn to defend against Master's attacks. She suppressed herself to the divine spirit realm and completely vanished from his sight. Aerion looked around, she was nowhere to be seen. He closed his eyes. Where would she strike next? Aerion opened his eyes. Bang! The heaven-smiting sword blocked Mu Xianyin's fist. However, the blunt force of the blow trembled across his arm, making him lose grip on the heavy sword. With her other hand, Mu Xianyin struck him with a palm strike. He was sent hurtling a few hundred meters before crashing onto the floor of the sacred hall. Is that all you can handle? Aerion spat out some blood and immediately cursed his master. What a cruel witch, how is this even remotely fair? He stood up almost instantly. With both Sky Piercer and the heaven-smiting sword out of his hands and hundreds of meters away, he found himself with only a single weapon. This weapon was Blackfire, of course. Mu Xianyin struck once again, without any warning. A crimson, armored, Susanoo emerged and blocked her strike. She had never seen such a thing before. Her moment of surprise gave Aerion enough time to make his Susanoo grow even stronger. Perfect Susanoo. His profound energy erupted and formed something absolutely colossal. Its silver eyes looked down on the world. The Susanoo's head bore resemblance to that of a dragon. Its body was mostly crimson, much like Aerion's profound aura. On the top of its head laid a silver crystal. Aerion stood inside of it as he looked down in the direction of Mu Xianyin. Damn, this thing is huge. Aerion had never used this stage before, but he knew it existed. The profound energy consumption was just as frightening as the pressure its mere existence exerted onto the ground below. The one problem Aerion had with the Susanoo was that it wasn't very mobile, it was more of a walking, armed, fortress. However, in this state, speed didn't really matter. Every one of his attacks would go far and wide while he stood in a place that was impenetrable, unless the person he was fighting happened to be stronger than him. Mu Xianyin definitely fulfilled that requirement, but not in her current early divine spirit state. A spear of ice was created by Mu Xianyin and sent directly into the crystal. There was a small dent. Aerion grabbed the spear with the Susanoo's left hand and completely crushed it. Interesting. Suddenly her power rose to the middle stages of the divine spirit realm. She did the same thing as before, and this time, Aerion was quite powerless. The spear swiftly penetrated the crystal while Aerion got out of the way using the moon-splitting cascade movement technique. The Susanoo disappeared and Aerion fell onto the ground once more. Aerion met Mu Xianyin's cold gaze as he looked up. So, you have been hiding something else from Master? Well, not quite. Not quite. I mean, technically, I was. Aerion spat out a great deal of blood as the repercussions of using the perfect Susanoo directly hit him. It was his first time using it, so, naturally, he wasn't used to its power. Your eyes are more impressive than I first thought. Not only that, but it looks like you have also mastered sensation by yourself. That is satisfactory. After a few moments of thought, Mu Xianyin spoke. I think you are ready for your first trial. First trial? Yes, you should be more than capable of completing it. I will send you to the Mist End Valley for a month. You must survive for a whole month in the Mist End Valley before you can return to me. Use this opportunity to gather battle experience and grow stronger. Perhaps you will complete your breakthrough to the 5th stage of the Divine Soul Realm during this time, who knows? Can I stay for a longer time? If you truly wish. Alright, I'll follow Master to this Mist End Valley. The Mist End Valley was a place where disciples who had committed unforgivable sins were sent. The profound beasts there are quite violent and wouldn't even hesitate to slaughter their own kind, let alone humans. Every disciple who would be sent there were pretty much guaranteed to die. However, the Divine Ice Phoenix sect doesn't quite yet have a disciple who can even come close to Aerion. The profound beasts in the Mist End Valley ranged from the Divine Origin Realm to the Divine Tribulation Realm, which meant that it was a great training ground for Aerion. Mu Xianyin indifferently watched him enter the Mist End Valley. Usually, a disciple would be distraught and would want to run straight back, but this was Rhaegar Targaryen. His confident figure suggested that he did not fear a single beast in the entire Mist End Valley. In fact, it looked like he saw everything inside of it as his prey. Great, now that she's not watching, I can unleash my dragon transformation on these profound beasts. Not only that, but I can also take a short trip to Westeros and Blue Pole Star. All of these profound beasts will make great food for me, Rhaegal and Demon. This trial is just too perfect. Once he proceeded forwards a decent distance, Aerion brought out Rhaegal and Demon. Finally, some action, Demon announced as he spread his wings. Roar! It's time to set this Mist End Valley alight. Rhaegal roared in delight. You two, stay relatively close to me and avoid Divine Tribulation Realm beasts as much as you can. Yes, Father. He entered Phase 4 along with Purgatory without any hesitation. Wings, horns and a tail, the dragon was rearing to go. It's time to go on a wild-scale hunt. By the time I'm done with this Mist End Valley, there won't be any profound beasts left. Aerion's figure vanished as he exploded forwards to the nearest Divine Tribulation Realm beast. Two figures were spectating the massacre. One was the ice-cold Mu Xianyin, who grew more and more surprised as the hours passed. This was a completely unshackled and free Aerion Targaryen. The difference between a shackled dragon and one without shackles was like heaven and earth. It would seem that he was very experienced in mass beast slaying. One simply wouldn't expect a regal and kind person like him to turn into a beast-slaying god who doesn't even bat an eye as hundreds of beasts fall beneath his feet. The other was a person who no one could sense unless he wished so. It was the transcendent being. A being who stood above the universe, a being who even the ancestral gods in their peak feared. Such a sight, it was a true spectacle, a spectacle which could even move a being as supreme as the transcendent being. However, he realized that the beasts in the Mist End Valley clearly weren't good enough, not challenging enough. With a single snap of the finger, dozens of Divine Spirit Realm beasts emerged. That should be enough, for now. He took a sip of his wine and completely vanished from the Primal Chaos dimension. Chapter 116. Divine Spirit Realm beasts, damn it, not now. Rhaegal, Demon, retreat immediately. It's no longer safe around here. The return to the Sky Poison Pearl, where there were hundreds of profound cores they could feast upon. Truthfully speaking, this was far more beneficial for them than it was for him because they are profound beasts. However, the heaven-absorbing Silver Claw could still fully absorb the energy and add it to his cultivation strength or, if he wished, profound energy reserves. He wondered if the heaven-absorbing Silver Claw was capable of completely draining a profound practitioner dry and stealing their cultivation strength. What an interesting thought, but it should work as long as the person doesn't move. Aerion sighed, although it sounded very beneficial. He had to find someone who truly deserved such a cruel fate first. There we go again, you want me to pull out a list of certified criminals? Roshas asked. You can do that. Jinya Fantion is a good one. The Brahma Heaven God Emperor, a peak divine master, and a very evil man. I saw him as an alright God Emperor until he went a bit too far with the royal spirits. He slaughtered thousands of wood spirits along with the Patriarch and his wife when they came to him for the Brahma Heaven God Realm's protection. Now, unfortunately, there are only 2 remaining members of the royal family. That line is destined to fall apart because of a single mortal's greed. The noble God Emperor of the Brahma Heaven God Realm, he did something so sinister. Aerion couldn't believe it. Was Roshas making something up to rile him up? But he sounded very sincere, a sincere Roshas. That was even more shocking than what Jinya Fantion did. What about the 2 remaining members of the royal family, do you know where they are? The elder sister is with Shenxi, the Dragon Queen, and the younger brother is somewhere in the Darkya realm. They had to split up due because of Jinya Fantion. He's still far stronger than you, so you shouldn't bother with him quite yet. Speaking of the Darkya realm, there's this Black Soul Divine sect which has found a great way to profit off of wood spirit orbs while also seeming completely innocent. They might even manage to hunt down the younger brother. Their strongest being is a divine king, then there's also the divine martial realm which backs this kind of practice. You see, Aerion Targaryen, there are plenty of people who are worthy of death. Now, that you know, you must do everything in your power to provide them with a cruel fate. In the future, of course, Roshas added. You don't want to go around courting death. Aerion nodded. I will make sure they all burn one day. Growl. A divine spirit realm beast found him. Aerion stood up and tightly grasped the heaven-smiting sword with both hands. His killing intent at this moment could scare away even the most foolish divine tribulation realm beasts, but this was an enraged divine spirit one. With a quick observation, he found out its name. The mythical Winterfrost direwolf. It looked relatively tiny when compared to a Winterfrost direwolf, being only a meter tall, but the icy aura around it was far more chilling. It moved closer and closer. Aerion's maximum power was comparable to the middle stages of the divine spirit realm, so the beast wasn't a huge threat to him. Silver Calamity, Phase 4. I'll finish it off quickly. Ghost flames slowly covered the heaven-smiting sword. The mythical Winterfrost direwolf tried to pounce onto him, but he swats it away with the heaven-smiting sword. Now, he had more than enough time to form his next attack. Soul-shattering slash. The mythical Winterfrost direwolf dropped to the floor, lifeless. He harvested its profound core and placed it inside of the sky poison pearl. Despite the assistance of scale regeneration and the great way of the Buddha, he was extremely tired from hunting all those profound beasts. He was pretty close to fainting from sheer exhaustion. Izanagi. He rejected reality and found himself back in peak condition, ready for round 2. One by one, he started to slaughter the divine spirit realm beasts via assassination, all thanks to the moon-splitting cascade's concealment ability. This ensured that he didn't have to enter a long and drawn-out battle with the stronger beasts. He had no issue dispatching all of them, except for one, a late-stage divine spirit realm ice dragon. I'll deal with that one later. Aerion avoided it as best as he could. Fighting that thing would mean suicide no matter how he approached it. Well, the sky poison pearl could handle it, but that would be a massive waste. He found a nice little cave to stay in and looked over all the things he had gained. It was a successful expedition, to say the least. He reforged Sky Piercer and Blackfire with divine spirit realm profound cores. Then he entered the sky poison pearl to give little Ray a few snacks. Big brother, I'm hungry. Aerion pats her head. It's alright, I've prepared quite a few snacks just for you. Aerion took out 5 divine spirit realm swords which he had personally forged. Each sword was worthy of a divine king, but Aerion didn't hesitate to give them all to little Ray. They should keep her busy for a while. After she was full, little Ray took a nap on top of Rhaegar, who was quite tired after feasting on the bodies of multiple divine tribulation realm beasts. She had always taken a liking to him, but Rhaegar couldn't be bothered and found her quite annoying at first, that is, until recently. Sleep well. Aerion left the sky poison pearl and continued his hunt, this time being a little bit more cautious. The ice dragon was something he truly had to be wary of until he reached the later stages of the divine soul realm. The days passed quickly and the Mist End Valley continued to become more nightmarish. The amount of divine spirit realm beasts increased, and those below the divine tribulation realm ceased to exist simply because the strong profound beasts continued to feed on the weak. Naturally, Aerion grew stronger as well. 2 months later. After killing thousands upon thousands of beasts. Boom. Aerion felt his body surge with greater strength, the strength of the 6th stage of the divine soul realm. It took him only 2 months to jump from the peak of the 4th stage to the 6th, which was astounding. But when one added his problematic calamity dragon veins to the equation, the feat was 100 times more impressive. Rhaegar and Demon had an even greater transformation, however. Both of them had reached the middle stages of the divine spirit realm. From the peak of the divine soul realm to the middle stages of the divine spirit realm, in 2 months. Their capacity to grow had truly shocked him, and it would probably shake the entire god realm as well if this was to be known. In terms of battle power, they actually neared the later stages, which meant that the trio was more than capable of taking down a mere ice dragon. The disciples who were trapped in the Mist End Valley avoided Aerion like the plague. His mere presence made them shake in fear, let alone his bloodthirsty gaze. He was more frightening than any of the profound beasts in the Mist End Valley. So Aerion didn't meet any fellow disciples. Even if he did, he would not have treated them kindly. They were in here for a reason. I think it's time we take that ice dragon out of the sky. Demon suggested. Aerion nodded. There hasn't been a better time to do so. The ice dragon became the ruler of the Mist End Valley when it appeared, but it looked like the ice dragon's reign was about to end. You 3 would make a nice meal, especially you. The ice dragon turned to Rhaegar. Let's see you try, Icy. Rhaegar roared. Icy. Icy, Rhaegar confirmed. You're an ice dragon, so I decided to call you Icy. You got a problem with that? No, not at all, I quite like it. Aerion scratched his head. Something wasn't right. This was the point where the ice dragon was supposed to attack them, but, instead, it seemed quite friendly. So, we came here to kill you. Demon bluntly stated. Oh, is that so? It doesn't look like it. I feel like we can all get along, you know. That ice dragon is a female. Roshas laughed. It looks like Rhaegar inherited some of your charm. Either that or the ice dragon is very deceitful, Aerion sighed, such a simple thing became so complicated in just a few seconds. He couldn't find the resolve to fight the ice dragon anymore. Father, it looks like Icy is trying to escape death with a few kind words. We mustn't be dissuaded. Aerion nodded, how unfortunate. Silver Calamity, Phase 4. Oh, it is so very unfortunate. The ice dragon suddenly roared and breathed down ice on Rhaegar. But he countered it with his fire, however, the ice was winning ground ever so slowly. Aerion supported Rhaegar with a barrage of phoenix flames while Demon attacked the ice dragon from the side. The ice dragon retreated further into the sky and forced Demon down. Eternal White Purgatory. White lightning surrounded and trapped the ice dragon. Boom. 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 Roar. The ice dragon broke free and seemed more ferocious than ever. Rhaegar tackled the ice dragon and they found themselves in a dance of dragons. Surprisingly, Rhaegar managed to win without Aerion or Demon interrupting. Rhaegar's fire started to burn brighter as his rage increased, he grew increasingly fierce. The ice dragon was being suppressed more and more, until it ended with Rhaegar's complete victory. Bang! Rhaegar forced the ice dragon onto the ground and prepared to breathe down one more wave of fire. Aerion proudly looked at Rhaegar. That's my dragon all right. Any last words, Icy? I don't want to die. You have already dug your grave. However, despite his words, Rhaegar couldn't do it. Aerion walked over to the ice dragon and took out Skypiercer. There is a way you can live, and that is by signing a contract with this king. It's either that or certain death. Chapter 117. So, what will it be? A contract, very well, I am yours from this day onward. Good. Aerion attached a contracted profound seal to the ice dragon and it did not reject, therefore becoming his. A mark appeared on the back of his hand as proof of this, however, Aerion found it quite unfitting. There was a far better place to store it. Izanagi. The contracted profound seal joined his sky-poisoned pearl, where the ice dragon would now be able to reside. Aerion placed the ice dragon inside alongside Rhaegar and Demon. Roshas, don't you find it strange that this Mist End Valley has so kindly adjusted to my needs? The previous Mist End Valley would have been a breeze but, this new Mist End Valley provided me with a decent challenge, making me stronger than I would have been. You should thank the one true God for this blessing. He is capable of such a thing, and he has helped me once before, it doesn't seem impossible. You should remember one thing, he doesn't pick any sides. Although it may seem that he favors you, he is truly balancing things out in the background. You see, some of my power has slowly returned to me, which also means that the other ancestral gods have probably been granted a similar blessing. Even if they all once followed Arios, they do not follow you. Remember that as well. But do you follow me, Roshas? Would you stand by my side against them? I would, to the very end. How come? They despise me, much like I despise them. That's reason enough, no. In the end, I only had one true friend and he was the person who I wanted to kill most. I truly am a selfish and ambitious god who could care less about anyone else after all that I've done. However, you make me feel a deep sense of regret for my most treasonous action, and this results in an even greater sense of duty. What is done, is already done, but the future is yet to be written. And so, wrongs can be set straight. Don't you think so? Aerion nodded. I do. Another 2 months passed, as Aerion continued his intense training in the Mist End Valley. He broke through to the 7th stage of the Divine Soul Realm through normal means, however, a revelation struck him one day as he also broke through in the Great Way of the Buddha. He reached the 5th stage which resulted in another breakthrough in terms of cultivation level, pushing him to the 8th stage of the Divine Soul Realm. Aerion left the Mist End Valley and teleported over to the Blue Pole Star. Naturally, the first place he went to was the Noble Rogue Sect. The sect was doing better than ever and so was Old Town which laid beneath it. A new statue was built, thousands of times greater than before. This was the statue of His Imperial Majesty, the Celestial Dragon Emperor, Rhaegar Targaryen. The Emperor of the World to a genius who won the Blue Wind ranking tournament, these two things were simply worlds apart. It's quite absurd when one considers the fact that Old Town lay right next to the Wasteland of Death, a place people dare not go to, yet it was able to grow to this degree. Aerion looked at his current appearance through a mirror and was slightly embarrassed. He looked like some savage who had lived in a cave all of his life. Naturally, he considered this unacceptable and put some effort into looking refined again. Even his last set of Ice Phoenix snow robes was tattered and ripped all over the place. He decided to change into some robes worthy of an emperor while also putting his wild hair into place. After a few minutes, he looked normal again. That was when he landed down onto the noble rogue sect. He didn't want to appear in front of the entire sect since that would have been quite troublesome. Instead, he used the moon-splitting cascade to walk around like a ghost. A divine king would struggle to discover him, let alone a few mortals who hadn't even reached the divine origin realm. He went over to the library, where the Grandmaster resided. It would seem that he was busy with some matter since there was no one else in the library. He didn't want any pesky disciples disturbing him, after all. Aerion silently watched until he was done. The peak of the tyrant profound realm, father-in-law is truly worthy of being called a genius. Aerion felt a deep sense of reverence towards the Grandmaster. He stopped concealing himself and appeared before him. Cough. Father-in-law, it's been a while. Aerion warmly stated. Tgthegood almost jumped from his seat as he embraced Aerion. They separated after a few seconds. How was the god realm? It's alright, a bit vast, with many strong cultivators. It almost felt like starting from the elementary profound realm, but I managed to surpass every other disciple in my sect during this time. Good, that is excellent news. Furthermore, I became the direct disciple of the sect master. She's quite strict, but it's nothing that I can't handle. Aerion changed the subject. I see that the noble rogue sect has grown since I left for the god realm. Has anything major happened? Yes, Heavenly Demon has created a new sacred land in the very middle of the continent, in your name, of course. Interesting. How is this sacred land doing? It is prospering greatly under the Heavenly Demon. Geniuses and experts from all 3 continents are flocking over to swear their eternal loyalty to the Emperor, the greatest man of them all. Aerion chuckled. He's right here, you know. It is still hard to believe. I knew you were special from the very start, but I never thought that you would one day rule the world. My greatest blessing was receiving you as a disciple of my noble rogue sect. Speaking of the noble rogue sect, could you get someone to make me a uniform? Preferably, black. It will be a disguise of sorts. That should be easy enough. For every need, there is a reason. However, could it be that you intend to do something in the god realm? Yes, precisely. Tgthegood nodded. I understand. Then you must first remember to stay safe, wherever you go. I will try my best. What I plan to do isn't exactly safe, but death is unlikely. Aerion flew over to the dragon's palace, which was left protected by a few tyrant profound realm guards. Other than that, there was no one else. It was likely that everyone had moved to the sacred land. How bothersome, but the Heavenly Demon has done something I was reluctant to do, leave my roots behind. This place isn't the best for an emperor like myself, as the Blue Wind King owns these lands and it's right next to a place called the Wasteland of Death. Perhaps I should thank him. Aerion proceeded to the sacred land of the Celestial Dragon Emperor. The sacred land wasn't very hard to find since it was at the very center of the profound sky continent. With his late divine soul realm speed, it took no longer than a few minutes. So this is it, huh? The land was vast, perhaps as large as the Blue Wind Kingdom. It could very well be a kingdom of its own. At its very center lay the Dragon Imperial City, which contained the dragon's heavenly palace. Aerion was impressed. To say the least, the dragon's heavenly palace overlooked the land on top of an extremely tall hill. There seemed to be multiple layers of the city, which was quite intriguing. Aerion didn't waste much time admiring the view. Instead, he entered the dragon's heavenly palace. The main gates suddenly opening did alert the guards, yet they couldn't see who did it. Aerion found this rather amusing. Who the hell was it? A ghost? Ghosts don't exist, idiot. Fools, I've come for your souls, muahahaha. Aerion made himself less invisible so that he may look somewhat ghastly. His aura was shrouded by darkness and killing intent. The guards ran away as swiftly as they could. Once they were away, Aerion laughed loudly as he concealed himself fully once more. I could make a great actor. Aerion looked around the infinitely vast palace. Soon enough, he found the royal chambers. He finally found who he was looking for in one of the rooms. Aerion was playing around with a sword. He was 1 month away from being 6 years old, and the boy was playing with swords. It was a real sword, too, once, which could kill any ordinary man. Aerion slapped the back of his head. Who let you touch a sword? Ow. Answer my question, Aerion. Aerion turned around and saw his father. Father, it's you came back. He embraced Aerion, which did warm his heart. Of course, I would never leave you. Anyway, care to explain the sword? Did your mother allow it, or did you take it yourself? Well, mother doesn't know. All right. Then can you wield it, at the very least? No, that is why I'm practicing. Have you cut yourself? Aerion admittedly nodded. A few times. But, it healed every time. Is father going to punish me? No, I won't. It is a good thing that you wish to improve yourself, however, you are still too young to use a sword. When will I be old enough? The time will come, Aerion. When that time comes, I'll teach you myself. Forget about it until then. Alright, I will. Good, there are other things you should be focusing on for now. I'm sure you know that. Aerion took out a dragon egg. It was one of three, one went to Daenerys and the other to Viserys while this one remained in Aerion's hands. It is a custom to place a dragon egg in the cradle of a newborn child, but I thought that wasn't a great idea so I decided to wait until you were older. Am I, getting one now? Yes, you are my son, after all. Consider this an early name day present. Aerion took it out and gave the dragon egg to Aerion. Aerion then appeared before the heavenly fire demon, who seemed quite busy in his study. Your Imperial Majesty, it would seem that you picked up a new trick. That, I did. From what I've seen, you've done a great service for me, even when you did not need to. Although I quite liked Old Town, it simply was not worthy of the Celestial Dragon Emperor or the Dragon's Guard. The Dragon's Guard have expanded to 1 million members in total, across all 3 continents. 1 million? I suppose they're no longer just a household guard. Indeed, I have made it into an army, something that will ensure that peace is maintained while you are away. That is good. Aerion nodded. Aerion spent a month in Blue Pole Star and Westeros, the time was almost evenly split. Seeing his children grow before his eyes was a great delight, however, he wondered how things will be in the future. Both of his sons are being raised in Blue Pole Star while both of his daughters are being raised in King's Landing, who is going to succeed his Iron Throne and who is going to succeed as the Celestial Dragon Emperor. Being a cultivator, there was no rush to either of those. He could rule both for thousands of years if he truly wanted to. After he was done, it was time to return to the Snow Song realm. The matter concerning the Flame God realm came to him and it would have been a great pity if he were to miss it. He didn't want to bring in too many people so he settled with just Izanami and Rob. Snow Song Realm, 36th Ice Phoenix Palace. They appeared in Aerion's previous room. You two stay here, for now, I'll speak with my master first. 1 month, I spent 5 months. Well, she did say I could stay for as long as I want, right? Aerion sighed. He flew over to the Sacred Hall, where his master usually resided. So, you have returned, Rhaegar Targaryen. Chapter 118. I have, indeed. Is master impressed with my progress? You passed the trial, just as I expected. Your progress, however, is a welcome surprise. From watching you fight, I have realized that meditating is not suitable for you at all. It would seem that you are a warrior who grows strong through difficult battles. Therefore, you will spar with master as much as possible. Aerion nodded. I am willing, but I would like to ask master to accept 2 people into the sect before that. In terms of cultivation strength, they aren't even worthy of the freezing snow hall. But they've spent all of their lives in the lower realms, much like myself before, so that is to be expected. I ask master to, at the very least, accept them into the freezing snow hall. What are they to you? Answer this honestly and I may allow it. Well, one is my loyal friend while the other is my wife. In essence, they are important to me and I want them to be stronger. Mu Xianyin nodded. A noble wish, very well. They will join the 36th Ice Phoenix Palace. You have my greatest thanks, master. Keep it to yourself. Where are they now? In my old room, where I was under Palace Master Bingyun, Aerion answered. Good, now they are none of your concern. Follow me. So cold, she hasn't changed at all. Aerion sighed. She led him further into the sacred hall before turning around. Draw your weapons and prepare for battle, do not hold anything back. Aerion did exactly that. The heaven-smiting sword was in both of his hands as he opened Silver Calamity. However, this wasn't enough. I said do not hold anything back. She repeated. Does she know? From watching you fight, of course, she does. It would seem that she was spectating me and I was none the wiser. No point in hiding it now. You wanted to see this? Wings, horns and tail all emerged as Aerion entered his peak form. He holds the power of a late-stage divine spirit which is very impressive considering the fact that he is only 24 years old. Mu Xianyin seemed to be satisfied. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted to see. Now your goal is to survive for a minute. Now. Yes, starting from now. Mu Xianyin lowered herself to the Divine King realm before attacking Aerion. Even to his eyes, Mu Xianyin was no more than a blur of blue light as she approached closer. She managed to completely seal him in ice before he could even do anything. Survive for a minute? That seemed absurd, he couldn't even survive for a single second. This was the difference between a divine spirit realm cultivator and a divine king, a gap which many do not even dream of closing. Crack, shatter. The ice shattered and Aerion left his prison of ice. His breathing was heavy as he regained his footing. How long was that? You did not even last a second. Aerion chuckled. It seems that I will have to complete this challenge step by step, starting with 1 second. His eyes glowed with determination, he wasn't in the least demoralized despite failing completely. He understood that completing the task will take time and some patience, it wasn't something he could do today. Master, again. As you wish. A little over 2 months later. Aerion didn't take a single step out of the sacred hall in all of this time. He was, in effect, confined to the place. His body was broken countless times but he recovered each time, faster than the last he broke through to the 9th stage of the divine soul realm which meant that he could survive longer. It wasn't even close to a minute, but progress is still, progress. He was resting from the previous spar when Mu Xianyin reappeared before him. The profound arc from the flame god realm has arrived. She coldly announced to him. Am I going, master? Yes, and you may bring along 2 disciples for companionship. Thank you, master. I will inform them immediately. Aerion had wished to visit them a few times but Mu Xianyin did not allow it as he needed to focus on his training, apparently. He went over to pick up Rob first, it looked like he was in a state of meditation and close to a breakthrough, but that breakthrough was still a few days away. Wake up, you are needed somewhere else. Aerion sent a light wave of his profound energy which sent Rob flying and forced him out of his meditation. Rob, naturally, stood up swiftly with clear frustration. Who in 7 hells, Lord, it's you. It is unfortunate that I could not visit before, forgive me for interrupting you so suddenly. It has only been 2 months, my lord, I'm sure you had your reasons. So, now that you are here, care to take a look at my humble abode? Later, perhaps. Now we're heading to the Flame God realm. Rob didn't quite know about the Flame God realm and so, he looked confused. Flame God realm? You'll see when we get there. Now, all we need to do is fetch Izanami and we'll be on our way shortly. Aerion turned and went over to Izanami's room and she was meditating as well. However, she wasn't as focused as Rob was. Her eyes opened before Aerion managed to speak. I've been expecting you, 2 months ago, I was quite busy training, but that time is over, for now. We're going to the Flame God realm, together. I see. Izanami walked closer and embraced him. I was quite lonely, you know, but it's good that you finally came. Her eyes met his as their lips edged closer. Rob chuckled as he left the room, enjoy your time, Lord. We're going, now's not the time, Aerion assured him as he turned away from Izanami. Killjoy, Izanami muttered. The trio met with the Snow Song Realm King, next to the Flame God Realm's profound arc. Mu Xianyin was swift and decisive, in both actions and words, when Yan Wansang welcomed her. Take good care of this king's disciple and his 2 companions. I don't wish to be disturbed by anyone unless it is something that concerns the ancient horned dragon. That will be all. Well, then. An ice room has been prepared on the right side of the profound arc. If the Snow Song Realm King has any further instructions, then please let us know. She was already gone before he had finished speaking. Yan Juehai let out a light laugh. Your master likes her peace, I suppose. Yan Wansang noticed Aerion's aura and he was stupefied. Divine Soul Realm Level, 9. It was only a year and several months since he last saw him at the lowest stage of the Divine Soul Realm. This kind of progress was unheard of even in the vast God Realm, Yan Juehai soon noticed as well. How? Aerion casually shrugged. A lot of hard, almost suicidal, work. If you'll excuse me, I need to rest. Of course, if there's anything you need, inform me immediately. Yan Wansang stated. I'll be sure to do that. Aerion nodded. Rob, my lady, let's climb aboard. My lord has always been one of a kind, it isn't very healthy to compare anyone else to him, Rob stated before following Aerion. Indeed, it seems so. Yan Juehai muttered. The Snow Song Realm King will have another divine master and soon. Yan Wansang agreed. If only he had stumbled upon the Flame God Realm instead. Aerion and Rob sat at a table, with some wine delicately placed, of course. Apparently, this journey is going to take about 8 hours, that's more than enough time to catch up. There isn't much to catch up on, Lord. It has only been 2 months, have you seen your sister Feishue? I have, a few times. Of course, you are the direct disciple of the mighty Snow Song Realm King. I bet she has approached you herself at least once. Aerion shook his head as he thought about it. No, not really. I've been a caged bird for most of my time in the Snow Song Realm. Why do you mention her, Rob? Rob seemed a bit nervous and Aerion started to suspect something. It provided him with a very interesting thought. Are you interested in her, Lord? Gods, no. She is pretty but I can't be bothered with another wife unless there is still a woman who can really catch both my heart and soul with one glance. The real question is, are you interested in her? Rob hesitantly nodded. Yes, I am. Cheers. Aerion laughed as he raised his cup of wine. It's about time you found someone, I thought the day would never come. Ha ha ha, Lord, it is you who strips the land of the most beautiful women and leave the less desirable leftovers for everyone else. Rob laughed. Aerion shrugged. They throw themselves at me, I can't reject all of them. His eyes focused on Rob as he spoke rather seriously. Do you think you have a chance with Feishue? She's a core disciple, furthermore, she is colder than the weather beyond the wall. Honestly, I don't like my chances. Aerion nodded. It is true, she is quite unreachable, for now. But I'll help you reach her. Really? Yes, I promise, if you think she's really worth it. Aerion stood up and finished his wine. Though, you have some competition. Like? Muhani, he will definitely be envious if you make some progress, but I can deal with him if he tries anything. I want you to think over this until we return to the Snow Song Realm. If your heart remains the same when we return, I'll do my best to assist you. Thank you, my lord. Aerion chuckled as he left to his personal ice room. A heart of ice, even I have yet to melt one of those. Chapter 119. The profound arc abruptly stopped which woke Aerion. The nightmare had stopped haunting him for some reason so he could finally rest. He left his fire room and met with the two sect masters of the Flame God Realm. This king is going to take a closer look at the God-burying Inferno prison. Aerion, you will stay here. Do not even think of approaching the God-burying Inferno prison. I shall leave you to the care of the sect masters for now, until the horned dragon is slain. Aerion slowly nodded his head, while the thought of exploring the God-burying Inferno prison struck him. I'll try my best. Mu Xianning looked at him for a few seconds before turning around and vanishing from everyone's view. The sect masters breathed a long sigh of relief the moment she left. The higher-class individuals of the Flame God Realm started to gather around. This included Horuli. Clearly, he had avoided traveling with Mu Xianning due to the matters of the past. Rhaegar Targaryen, Divine Soul Realm Level 9. Yen Wansong laughed. A lot of hard work, apparently. Really? Battle power along with unparalleled cultivation speed, the Snow Song Realm King is much more fortunate than first thought. Yen Juehai stated. Aerion coughed. Anyway, there are more important matters at hand such as the ancient horned dragon. Horuli nodded. Yes, that is very important. I would like to speak with you about that other matter, in private. Aerion turned to Izanami and Rob. Excuse me for a moment. Aerion walked with Horuli away from the others. You once stated that you could fully cure my son. How confident are you in this? 100%. Aerion confidently replied. He'll be back to normal in a few moments. A few moments? Aerion nodded. You heard that right. I doubt there's any better doctor than I, however, I don't quite have the reputation. Nor do I wish to have it, it is your choice, in the end. Sect Master. A middle-aged man who wore the proud golden crow robes approached Horuli. What is it? The young master's health, it has deteriorated greatly, he might not be able to hold on, for much longer. What? Golden crow flames erupted from his body as he let loose. His gaze met Aerion before he flew off. You will come with me. Roshas chuckled. How convenient, his desperation will lead him directly to you. How in seven hells does he expect me to keep up with him? He's a peak divine sovereign while I'm only at the divine soul realm. Aerion sighed as he tried his best to keep up. Horuli did not let up, so Aerion simply had to follow his tracks. By the time he caught up, Horuli was by his withering son. He was practically at death's doors, just one more step and he would be a dead man. I did not expect it to be this bad. If someone were to do this to my son, I too would never forgive them. Aerion perfectly understood Horuli's hostility towards the Snow Song Realm King, and this made him all the more determined to help his son. My year, can you save him? This sight is just too pitiful. His eyes turned red as he activated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The source of many of his powers, the most heaven-defying being the one which rejects reality and bends it to his will. I declare that your injuries don't exist, Huiyi, rise anew. Izanagi. There, he's saved. Aerion wiped the blood from his eye. Huaruli's eyes widened further as every moment passed. His son, who wasn't far from dying, had just completely recovered, almost instantly. The injuries which would have killed him 1,000 years ago if it weren't for countless precious resources and medicines, they were all gone. Huiyi was even more shocked. It took him many long seconds to realize what just happened. Aerion watched as father and son embraced each other in joy. He couldn't help but smile a little. This moment is its own reward. I haven't even thought of a reward. Well, money isn't exactly a problem. Perhaps, some pills. The most important thing is that the Flame God Realm and Snow Song Realm will be on good terms again, especially after the ancient horned dragon is slain. I dare not ask how you healed my son, but I, Huaruli, am in your eternal debt. You not only saved him but you also saved my lineage, how could I possibly repay you? Aerion shook his head. There's no need for that. At most, all you owe me is a small favor. Do not speak freely of this matter either, I'd rather not have strangers knocking at my door. Yes, of course, I won't speak of this to anyone else. Good, I'll be on my way. Aerion turned around. I don't know my savior's name. This king's name is Rhaegar Targaryen. Then I owe my life to you, Rhaegar Targaryen. Huiyi solemnly stated. Aerion chuckled. Good to know. He left the scene and retraced his steps to where the profound arc was. Both Yen Wansong and Yen Juehai had already left, which meant that Rob and Izanami were left alone. Clearly, the hunt was far more important than two Divine Origin Realm guests. It made Aerion shake his head. So much for the protection of the Flame God Realm's sect masters. That was a pretty long moment if I do say so myself, Rob stated. The sect masters left us in the dust as well, as you can see. We don't need them. Now we can explore this God-burying inferno prison, without anyone getting in the way and, if we're lucky, stumble upon a few treasures. What if we stumble upon the ancient horned dragon? Izanami questioned. Then we run. Aerion jested. Running from a divine master dragon, sounds like a great plan to me, Rob added. Well, if we were to encounter the ancient horned dragon, then its luck has truly run out. I have 2 heavenly treasures, both of which would have no trouble slaying it. But I would rather not show them off in public. Otherwise, someone may steal it off you, Lord. Only one of them, the other, they would try to keep it as far away as possible. Anyway, we should get going. Indeed. The God-burying inferno prison wasn't as impressive as Aerion expected it to be. The place was mostly a wasteland comprised of only fire. There were a few herbs here and there, all of which Aerion harvested. The Sky Poison Pearl could flawlessly refine any kind of medical palate, that kind of power should be used as much as possible. Aerion wanted Izanami and Rob to catch up to him in cultivation strength sooner than later, so high-grade pills would definitely be of some use to him. Since low-level cultivators tend to be harmed by the rather aggressive environment that is the God-burying inferno prison, Aerion naturally shielded Izanami and Rob with his Susanoo. Roar. A thunderous roar broke out, one which shook the firmament. Was that the ancient horned dragon? Aerion nodded. I believe so. My master should begin her battle with the dragon soon, which means that the dragon's lair will be left undefended. But, not a single sect master of the Flame God Realm ever managed to reach the bottom of the God-burying inferno prison. It must be quite frightening down there, but, as long as it's comprised of fire, I should be able to explore the lair and come out unharmed. Then we should be able to do the same, under your Susanoo, Izanami stated. Emichim, let's make our way there. After a few hours of searching, they had found the flame vein. The flame vein was the exact reason why the God-burying inferno prison even existed. The ancient horned dragon relied on the primordial flame vein to grow strong, without it, the dragon wouldn't be anywhere near the Divine Master realm. The dragon lair was a major disappointment, there wasn't anything inside of it. Not even a single dragon scale, it would seem that their journey was wasted until Rob looked further. Lord, there seemed to be 2 lairs. 2. Aerion looked rather puzzled. Why would the ancient horned dragon have 2 lairs? What was even more strange was that both of the lairs were identical. Aerion compared the dragon auras from both lairs and they were almost the same, however, he found some differences. That means that there very well could be 2 ancient horned dragons. I doubt your master is capable of fighting both. Izanami's comment made Aerion's suspicions grow further. 2 ancient horned dragons, the chance of that being true grew by the moment. There were many clues pointing towards it, after all. If it's true, then Master is in grave danger. The other ancient horned dragon may be waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike which could result in fatal wounds. She might be unable to escape after that. The ancient horned dragons are unlikely to be merciful, which means Aerion turned away from the dragon lairs. We're leaving, Master needs to know about this as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Aerion sped away from the flame vein and looked around for a safe place. First, turns out that quite a handful of Flame God Realm disciples and masters were watching a live stream of the battle from a safe distance. Aerion easily found them with his divine sense, since such a cluster of auras was very hard to miss. He used the world teleportation portal to instantly teleport there. Mu Xianyin was slowly carving up the ancient horned dragon and victory seemed almost certain. However, Aerion knew better. He calmed himself before speaking. Sect Masters Yen and Hua, I have urgent news. What could be more urgent than the hunt of the ancient horned dragon? Yen Wansong brushed away the matter almost immediately. 2 ancient horned dragons, there's 2 of them. What did he say? A golden crow disciple mumbled. Maybe the heat is getting to him. 2. That is plainly ridiculous. If there were 2, we would already know about it. Yen Juehai stated. Aerion sighed, the situation wasn't looking great. I explored the very depths of the God-burying Inferno prison. I wonder, did anyone in the Flame God realm achieve that before? What I saw was 2 lairs, for 2 ancient horned dragons. My master needs to be aware of this immediately so that she may escape a grim fate. The very depths. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. Hor Roli laughed. A divine soul realm disciple going deeper than a divine sovereign realm sect master, he must be deranged to spout drivel like that. Heh, he is no more than a delusional clown. Aerion let go of Izanami and Rob, you 2 should get a bit further away. I'll be back soon. He turned his attention to the battle between the ancient horned dragon and Snow Song Realm King while the sect masters irritated him with their meaningless words. It is true that knowledge of another ancient horned dragon will force Mu Xianyin to keep her guard, which would be an advantage to the current ancient horned dragon. Being aware of something that doesn't exist will, no doubt, lead to Mu Xianyin losing complete focus and perhaps even losing the battle. That is how the sect masters of the Flame God realm saw this situation. This left Aerion with no other choice but to inform his Mu Xianyin himself. Kiddo, are you even listening? Yen Wansong called out to Aerion. Loud and clear, this king's opinion of you all has changed, ever so slightly. I see you all as fools who cannot accept the truth. If there are 2, then this hunt will surely fail. You won't gain a single hair of the ancient horned dragon, and the Snow Song Realm King is unlikely to assist ever again. This king cannot convince you that this scenario is reality, because it is far too unsatisfactory. Aerion bluntly announced. However, I don't remember needing to convince anyone. I will inform my master of the existence of 2 ancient horned dragons, even if I must go through all of you. Izanagi. World teleportation portal, get me close enough. Sure thing. Just like that, he vanished from the sights of everyone else. Yen Juehai planned to restrain him, but he couldn't even move a muscle before he disappeared. Where did he go? The spectators couldn't even find a trace of him, until he appeared in the Vermilion Birds Will projection made by Yen Wansong. How is that even possible? Yen Wansong couldn't believe it. There were very few things in this world which could travel that fast in a mere moment. He had crossed 10,000 kilometers. Even the vanishing moon celestial palace would pale in comparison to how quickly he crossed into the god-burying Inferno prison. Aerion couldn't care less, however, since he wouldn't be able to make it in time without using it. Aerion looked up and met the ancient horned dragon's gaze. He felt no fear towards the dragon, however, he soon realized that this was the Divine Master Realm ancient horned dragon. Up close, it seemed small. Rhaegar was at least 5 times the size of it. This tiny dragon can kill me with ease, huh? Wait, why am I this close? I asked for close enough, not this close. Ha ha ha, Aerion let out a laugh. You wouldn't dare touch this king, would you? I'll have you know that I'm part dragon. Killing me would make you a kinslayer. You don't want to be known as a kinslayer, it's a terrible fate. The ancient horned dragon laughed before grasping his body with its right hand. Its grasp slowly tightened. The dragon looked at Mu Xianyin. What does this human mean to you? He means nothing to me. Mu Xianyin replied in a cold tone. Oh. Do you think I'll just let him go now? Do you take me for a fool? Go on, I dare you to strike me once more. I'll take his life the moment you try. See, I thought so. Now I want you to fly back to wherever you came from and leave this dragon in peace. This boy here will remain as my prisoner until this dragon decides otherwise. The dragon turned me into a hostage, how humiliating. If I use the world teleportation portal now, the ancient horned dragon would just teleport with me. Master, there are two, Master. Rhaegar. Boom. Another ancient horned dragon erupted towards Mu Xianyin. She was caught completely off guard because of the current situation. The last thing on her mind was another ancient horned dragon coming from behind. She was thinking of how to drag Aerion out of his current position, after all. Aerion's face turned pale as he watched his master endure a frightening blow from the other ancient horned dragon. Its tail had struck Mu Xianyin full force, sending her flying further away. The ancient horned dragon holding him captive let go and joined in on the battle. The two ancient horned dragons mercilessly rained down waves upon waves of fire. Aerion helplessly watched, not moving a single muscle. His mind had gone completely blank. Once Mu Xianyin emerged, she wasn't far from death's doors. Her entire body was covered in her own blood, from head to toe. Her scattered, messy, hair had lost its snow-white tone and returned to black. However, the glow in her eyes suggested that she wouldn't even attempt to run, far from it. The fire from the god-burying inferno prison seemed to shift in shape as Aerion lost himself in their dance. The faces which lay deep in his memories seemed to appear in these flames. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, brother, sister, they are all dead. No, she won't join them. I won't allow it. Suddenly, his eyes started to burn with fury. He wiped the tears off his face and took a step forward. The sky poison pearl's mark started to glow as he released its deadly poison onto the surrounding area. They all caught the poison. The injured ancient horned dragon started to fall while Mu Xianyin died. Aerion, once again, used his energy to reject reality. Mu Xianyin rose in perfect condition. The ancient horned dragon who was better off stared at Rhaegar Targaryen, its eyes burning with hatred. It flew to him, ignoring Mu Xianyin completely, and struck a life-ending blow with its fire. The ancient horned dragon had then sent him flying downwards, into the god-burying inferno prison. He used his energy once more and the ancient horned dragon, naturally, wanted to strike him again. Mu Xianyin managed to protect him, mostly. But the dragon's poison from both its breath and blood got to him. Ha ha ha, cough, at least, he is as good, as, dead. The ancient horned dragon laughed before Mu Xianyin ended its pitiful existence. Aerion spits out a mouthful of blood. What a miserable way to die. I'd rather it be in a legendary battle. I thought that all dragons were on my side. How naive. Aerion chuckled at his own pitiful situation. However, he wasn't willing to die yet. The ancient dragon's poison started to burn him from the inside. A divine sovereign realm cultivator could fall to this poison in due time. He couldn't do anything since he was, at most, in the divine spirit realm. All he could do is wait for his own death, if he didn't have the sky poison pearl, that is. Izanagi no Okami. His eyes fully recovered as he focused on his own body. The flames of the god-burying inferno prison supported him by filling him with new energy and ensuring that he would not meet a quick end. He managed to swiftly cure to the ancient horned dragon's poison. However, suddenly, a different kind of flame lit his body. The blood of the ancient horned dragon wasn't exactly poison, it was more of an aphrodisiac, which meant that the sky poison pearl could not cure it. So you cured the ancient horned dragon's poison, as expected. Her tone was warmer than before. It would seem that a huge weight was lifted off her shoulder. After all, she couldn't bear to see him die, even if it looked otherwise on the outside. His eyes met Mu Xianyin and suddenly the flames of desire rose thousands of times. A divine master would struggle against it, let alone Aerion Targaryen, who wasn't even in the divine tribulation realm. The blood wasn't in the least diluted either, it was the real thing. What is happening to me? The ancient horned dragon's blood was thriving in Aerion's body and he soon lost control. He was completely hopeless in this situation. A different Aerion Targaryen emerged from his struggles. One that was fully influenced by the ancient horned dragon's flame. Master, I need a small favor. Chapter 121. Aerion stood up without much hesitation. Slowly, but surely he walked closer to Mu Xianyin. His eyes were crimson red with lust. Mu Xianyin knew what his last words implied even if he didn't outright state what this small favor was. She could have easily evaded him or even restrained the rather unstable Aerion Targaryen. In fact, she could have killed him with a wave of her hand. However, none of these things would help his situation, it would only serve to make things worse. Horned dragon blood, Mu Xianyin murmured. She knew exactly what that meant. If Mu Xianyin was the victim of the ancient horned dragon's blood, then she could easily remove it herself. She could remove it from Aerion if he could handle her profound energy, which was unlikely. That method would, most likely, lead to his death. This left her with very few options, very few, in fact. If the horned dragon blood was given free rein, then even Aerion would eventually die. The strength of it was simply too much for him to handle. There was still a way to cure the dragon blood, however. Aerion had sacrificed quite a few things in order to save her life. The sky poison pearl lost a sizable portion of its strength, he used up the world teleportation portal and, more importantly, lost his sight for a long time. Whether it was bravery or foolishness which led him to face two ancient horned dragons, he saved her life either way. Now, she stood in peak condition while he was slowly dying, quite a twist of fate, it is. Now it was her turn to sacrifice something or watch him die. To Aerion, it was an easy decision. To Mu Xianyin, it was an even easier decision. After all, Aerion is the most charming and handsome man in the primal chaos dimension. She broke both of his arms first as punishment and to stop them from exploring places where they're not supposed to. Since she was far stronger than him, she was more than capable of doing it her own way, which she did. The horned dragon's blood was slowly appeased after many hours. By then, Aerion was already blind for quite some time and his consciousness had dwindled until he was fully asleep. Mu Xianyin had taken care of the horned dragon's blood and the sky poison pearl had dealt with the dragon's poisonous breath. Now, Aerion was at complete peace as he slept soundlessly in the god-burying inferno prison. The loss of vital Yin to a female of the Ice Phoenix bloodline would result in their cultivation progress slowing down greatly while the male gains all the benefits. This is because the Ice Phoenix bloodline rejects external yang energy which comes from the male. But Rhaegar Targaryen is no ordinary man, he is the avatar of the mightiest ancestral god. His yang energy was close to being divine which meant that everything else paled in comparison. If this was well known in the god realm then he would already have thousands of female divine masters knocking at his door asking for a shag. Or worse, he would already be abducted by a very ambitious woman, or women, for that matter. Mu Xianyin discovered the benefits firsthand. Her cultivation strength skyrocketed to the peak of the Divine Master realm before stopping for a brief while. However, it soon burst upwards once more, past the Divine Master realm. She managed to take a half step into the Divine Extinction realm while her Ice Phoenix soul had awakened to 90 from the previous 30. In the God realm, it is known that no one has crossed past the Divine Master realm. This makes Mu Xianyin the strongest being in the God realm. Even the Dragon Monarch, who is known to be the strongest, would simply stand no chance against her, the difference was simply too much. Eventually, she decided to leave the god-burying inferno prison. The Flame God realm was dealing with a very difficult situation. From what they had witnessed, both Aerion and Mu Xianyin had fallen into the depths of the god-burying inferno prison. They had seen her recover, however, the fact that she had yet to return worried them to no end. The flames in the god-burying inferno prison were capable of burning up a divine master, after all. The Snow Song realm would never forgive the Flame God realm if both the Snow Song realm king and her direct disciple had died. When Mu Bingyun arrived to look for her sister, the Flame God realm had no answers. My sister, where is she? Well, it's a long story. Yan Juehai forced a smile. Mu Bingyun didn't take this well, the fear of Mu Xuanyin's death had grown considerably. I asked you a question, where is she? Tell me, now. Palace Master Bingyun, please calm down for a moment, Yan Wansang suggested. Huo Ruli sighed. It can't be helped, the truth will come out eventually, better now than never. The Snow Song Realm King's current status is unknown, she was last seen falling into the god-burying inferno prison, albeit in peak condition. It is likely that Mu Xianyin has survived. Then, where is she? Here. Mu Xianyin replied. Mu Bingyun turned around and there she was, the Snow Song Realm King and her sister, in perfect condition. Not a single sign of damage, Mu Bingyun was relieved greatly by this. They embraced each other warmly and after some time, Mu Bingyun turned to Aerion Targaryen. He was floating in the air, supported by Mu Xuanyin's profound energy. Why can't Aerion walk on his own? He is resting from his wounds, but it's not only that. Unfortunately, he lost his sight. The sect masters of the Flame God realm sighed. A cultivator losing sight was much worse than losing limbs, because limbs could, through much effort, be remade. But eyesight, recovering that would require nothing short of a miracle. In essence, it was hopeless to even think of it ever happening. All that talent, what a waste. Izanami didn't seem as concerned as everyone else. He'll fully recover after a few months. Is that so? Mu Xianyin coldly replied, seeking further confirmation. My lord's eyes have recovered every time, stronger than before, Rob added. But he absolutely hates the idea of being blind, it is unlikely that he will wake before recovering his sight. Very well. On to less important matters, this king shall bestow you one half of the ancient horned dragon, as promised. The first half of the first ancient horned dragon was taken out. Its heart was completely taken by Mu Xianin, as promised. The sect masters were glad, of course, but there were 2 ancient horned dragons, that would mean that they should get at least 1 full ancient horned dragon. Snow Song Realm King, with all due respect Yan Juehai attempted to say something. It is enough, is it not? Mu Xianin coldly intercepted. The 3 sect masters dared not speak further. However, she continued. This king's disciple sacrificed his sight and almost his life to protect this king and ensure that the hunt was successful. Without him, it is likely that I would have fallen to the horned dragons. In that case, you would have nothing. The 3 sect masters reluctantly agreed. And so, Mu Xianin along with the others returned to the Snow Song realm. Aerion Targaryen's eyes had left quite an impression on those who watched the battle, along with his poison. The people had their suspicions, but the Flame God realm ensured that the matter didn't spread far. He Lin went out of the secret location for a little stroll. The Elderwood spirits wouldn't allow this, but he was a willful child, so he had to find a way out for a bit. What's the harm, anyway? Yeah, about that. Who's that? A member of the Black Feather Merchant Guild noticed a boy walking around rather casually. Look, that mark on his head. He's a wood spirit, get him. The group of Black Feather Merchant Guild members surrounded He Lin before he could even take 10 steps away from them. He wasn't exactly a mighty cultivator, so even the grunts from the Black Feather Merchant Guild could easily capture him. Hee, we are going to get paid good money for this catch. Indeed, brother, we are going to be rich. He Lin resisted, but it was no use. Shut up, you dumb kid. You are going straight to the Black Feather Merchant Guild to be sold off in an auction, and nothing is going to change that. Your master will probably just kill you off for your wood spirit orb. I doubt you'll see another year, ha ha ha. I don't think so. A certain cloaked man appeared from above. His face couldn't be seen, one could only see an empty void inside of his hood. He was tall and his mere aura was so heavy that it made it difficult for the grunts to breathe. Who the hell, are you? A certain man, but what does it matter? The cloaked man chuckled. You are all going to die soon anyway. You, attack him. The boss of the group ordered one of his subordinates. Sweat started to drop down from his forehead like a waterfall. The cloaked man's terrifying appearance was almost that of a grim reaper. He was missing the scythe and skeleton face, though. I don't want to. A smart young man, indeed. The cloaked man nodded. But the moment you saw me, was the moment your fate was sealed. Your fate being, of course, death. The Black Feather Merchant Guild members tried to run, but they couldn't run far. Their throats were slit, and after they fell, their bodies burned into nothing. There were still some puddles of blood, which was all that remained of them. Are you going to take me, too? He Lin weakly inquired. No, you are of some use to me, He Lin. The cloaked man grabbed He Lin. You see, the dragon may one day decide to purchase you with his gold. He will take good care of you, unless you incite his fury, which is unlikely. You may even one day reunite with your sister. Do you like the sound of that, He Lin? Do you want to see your sister again? Yes, of course. Good. Then you must obediently serve him when the time comes, or else you won't see her again. The cloaked man, without further ado, vanished from the Darkia realm along with He Lin. Chapter 122. A new god, born from desperation and strengthened by my blood. It shall grant the power to protect myself and those who are worthy of my divine protection. Thus, no longer will I stand powerless against those who surpass me in strength. From henceforth, I shall resist and oppose them. It shall be so, for I am the great deity himself, Izanagi no Okami. From the very center stood the proud Izanagi, surrounded by 3 others. They were Susanoo, the emperor, and the recently born Kamui. They were no more than spheres of light, yet Aerion knew exactly which one was which. This image swiftly faded from his imagination as he opened his eyes. Finally, this period felt like 1,000 years. Looks like my master left me in the heavenly Netherfrost Lake for most of this time. My cultivation strength. Divine Tribulation 9. Aerion made extra sure that this was true. An entire great divine realm, from the late 9th stage of the Divine Soul realm to the 9th stage of the Divine Tribulation realm, it was a mind-boggling and monstrous increase in strength. It took him a few moments to recollect his memories. I definitely took Master's Vitaline, there's no doubting that. That is the only explanation for my sudden rise in strength. The ancient horned dragon's blood, honestly, I have no regrets. Without this boost, I would be a far cry away from saving Jasmine, but now, I'm one giant leap closer. My master probably gained a boost in strength as well, however, my relationship with her will be tricky from now on. In the end, it is your decision, Aerion. Whether you wish to continue being no more than a disciple or break through that barrier and become something much closer. The latter would be simpler since you already took her Vitaline and so, you should take responsibility. The dragon suggested. Wise words, friend, wise words, indeed. I couldn't have said it better myself. Roshas agreed. More so, she is a half-step divine extinction realm cultivator now, so you have to be on her best side or else no one in the god realm will be able to save you. I never thought that my seed could be this potent. At this point, it's comparable to a heavenly treasure. Aerion stood up and left the heavenly Netherfrost Lake. However, as he left, he felt the heavenly Netherfrost Lake call to him. It was something he had felt before but never bothered to explore. This time, the call was slightly more powerful. A little adventure shouldn't hurt. Aerion dived into the heavenly Netherfrost Lake and flew to the bottommost layer. On the ground laid a girl who had wrapped herself into a ball. With a quick observation, he discovered that this girl was the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix, the real thing, not just some divine spirit. You decided to come, at last. Well, what is it? Why have you called upon this king? To inform you of the calamity that is fated to strike the realm of the gods. How great is this calamity? Aerion inquired. You still lack the strength to know that. Firstly, do you even know of the 4 creation gods and devil emperors? I know their names. Do they somehow relate to this calamity since you are asking about them first? Indeed, they do. This calamity is the reason why I have yet to end my petty and lonely life, even after 1,000,000 years since the disaster, the calamity has yet to strike. This caught Aerion's attention. Go on. He found out that the heaven-smiting devil emperor was, in fact, the heretic god's wife. They apparently had an offspring which was considered taboo since the child was half god and half devil. To remove this shame, the leader of the 3 creation gods, decided to take action against the heaven-smiting devil emperor. He used the heaven-punishing ancestral sword to blast open the wall of primal chaos, which resulted in the heaven-smiting devil emperor being banished from the primal chaos dimension. Then the heretic god dueled Moe to decide the fate of the offspring. The victor was unknown, even to the Ice Phoenix. Only those 2 creation gods knew the result. Aerion put all these things together. Banished, this was before the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations was released. So, could it be that the heaven-smiting devil emperor survived the banishment and currently remains outside of the primal chaos dimension? If so, then she must be the calamity you speak of. But how would she be able to break through the wall of primal chaos, in that case? You caught on quickly. Perhaps, I told you too much. Either way, the heaven-smiting devil emperor is the calamity. The crimson crack which grows with every passing day is the result of the heaven-smiting devil emperor's actions. The heavenly treasure used to achieve this is none other than the world piercer. Without it, it is likely that even the heaven-smiting devil emperor would have fallen long ago, outside of the primal chaos dimension. I see. Then this king will do his best to prepare for the heaven-smiting devil emperor's imminent arrival. That is good to hear. Before that day comes, I want you to return to me once more, when you are truly prepared to face this calamity. I'll do that. Aerion nodded. He left the Ice Phoenix and returned to the surface of the heavenly Netherfrost Lake. He flew to the sacred hall and took a deep breath before entering. His mind was racing with thoughts of how to approach Mu Xianyin and how she would approach him. Here I go. Aerion entered the sacred hall where, at the very center, stood a beautiful yet ice-cold figure. He, himself, didn't exactly know how he felt towards her. It was rather complicated, to say the least. Your sight returned later than expected. How long has it been? Aerion asked. A little over a year. A little over a year. It would seem that using Izanagi no Okami bears far greater consequences when Izanagi has been used 4 times in a row. And by the sounds of it, this new Kamui might be superior to the Susanoo and Emperor. Perhaps that is the real reason why it took a year. It seems that Master has taken several boundless steps in her cultivation during this year. I am glad. Grateful, as well. If it weren't for Master, then I would have died in the God-burying Inferno prison. Humph, never mention that place again, unless this king wants you to. As you wish, Master. Only 11 months remain until the God Convention and you stand at the peak of the divine tribulation realm. I am certain that you will wish to face your heavenly tribulation lightning before the God Convention. 11 months is more than enough for you. I'm not worried about my cultivation strength at this very moment. The cultivation of my companions is more important, as I wish for them to attend the God Convention with me. With you? They have barely entered the divine origin realm. to enter they would need to reach the divine tribulation realm in just 11 months. That is impossible unless you attain 2 universe penta jade pellets. Well, they won't just be entering for the fun of it. I want them to reach the top 1,000. Aerion replied in a determined tone. Humph, that is foolish dreaming. Then I will turn my foolish dreaming into reality. And how will you do that? Mu Xianyin replied. I will pour all of my efforts into Rob and Izanami. Well, that's simple, some dual cultivation should do the trick. To achieve this, I can't stay in the Snow Song realm, I need to venture outside. I see. One is plausible while the other is very much unlikely to succeed. Whatever it is you decide to do, know that your master will always stand beside you. And I will always stand beside you, master. I dare not even dream of having another master, because there isn't anyone better, I would only be downgrading. Aerion chuckled. Humph. Mu Xianyin brought out 1.5 dead ancient horned dragons, both with their hearts intact. The remains are yours to keep, do what you will with them. Aerion placed the remains into the sky poison pearl. They will definitely come in handy. Since Mu Xianyin didn't want to speak of the god-burying inferno prison, for now, so Aerion didn't bring it up again. He left for the Ice Phoenix city soon after, more specifically, the 36th Ice Phoenix Palace. Rob opened his eyes. My lord, you woke at last. Heh, my eyes took a slight bit longer to recover this time around. Anyway, do you still feel the same way about Mu Feishue? Yes, nothing has changed, in fact, she is my motivation to grow stronger. I have realized that I won't be able to reach her unless I try my very best, even then, it's almost hopeless. Aerion nodded. I see. Have you approached her yet? No, I'd rather not embarrass myself. A wise decision. Aerion smiled. I will make sure you reach her in a year. Whether you manage to burn away her cold heart or not, is up to you, but I promise that she will no longer be unreachable a year from now. Lord, do you really mean that? Of course, I would never lie to you, unless it's a jest. Love is a serious matter which can severely affect a person mentally, in a negative or positive way, for an unknown period of time. You have served me well for so many years, both as a subject and friend, therefore, I see it as my duty to assist you in this endeavor as best as I can. What if she rejects me, even after I become strong? Aerion laughed. There are plenty more fish in the sea, my friend. If she cannot appreciate your love, then someone else surely will. So, how will I grow strong enough to reach her in a year? A few pills, hard work and a couple of divine kings willingly granting you their cultivation strength. Chapter 123. The Universe Penta Jade Pellet, what an absolute drag. Aerion sighed. The number of rare materials required to make it was absurd but understandable. The pill granted heavenly benefits to those below the divine spirit realm. In fact, one could jump straight from the divine origin realm to the divine tribulation realm with just one Universe Penta Jade Pellet. But even this pill wouldn't be enough, but it was a good place to start. Aerion only had 1 out of 5 of the materials required to make one. This was the ancient dragon heart from the ancient horned dragon, however, he was missing a Qilin horn, with spirit orb, divine 9-star Buddha jade and an immortal emperor grass. Gathering all those materials would require a lot of time and frankly, the divine tribulation realm isn't enough to even scratch the top 1,000. All of the top 1,000 geniuses lay in the middle stages of the divine spirit realm, after all. At this point, Aerion himself had the power of a late divine king, so he didn't have to worry about not being strong enough. The top 1,000 get to spend 3,000 years in the eternal heaven pearl, and that time is actually shortened to 3 years in real time. If they could attain this reward, then their strength will greatly increase to the divine master realm. Aerion couldn't make use of this opportunity because he feared that the ceremony would happen during that 3-year span. So, where are we going first, Lord? I was thinking of gathering the materials required to make a Universe Penta Jade Pellet, but now I see that doing so would be a waste of time and effort. I've decided. But it is rather dangerous. Wherever you march, I will follow, even if that place is hell. Aerion chuckled. Well, it's not quite hell. It's a star realm which goes by the name Darkia Realm. Its realm king is a sinful man who deserves severe punishment. I will strip him of his cultivation strength before taking his life. You will then be given his cultivation strength slowly, piece by piece. A divine king, Lord, won't that be more useful for you? I doubt it. My veins are quite the handful. I probably won't even gain a single breakthrough from his cultivation strength while you can jump to the divine king realm, if everything goes smoothly. Besides, there are many divine kings in this world. I understand, so when are we going? Today, Izanami is coming as well. Rob nodded. Alright, I'm ready to get this process started. I like your enthusiasm, but I need to take a short nap before we proceed any further. Short nap. Aerion closed his eyes and entered the 7th floor, where the cloaked man sat. His trading post looked the same as ever. I knew you'd come to see me eventually. That gold has to go somewhere, isn't that right? Yes, you are correct. Today I have quite a special item on sale. Item, that's not right. It's a living thing, after all. A living thing, do you sell living things? I don't remember you doing so before. There's a new time for everything. The living thing on sale is quite special, I would never sell anything useless to you, after all. He was fated to meet a terrible end, but I decided to be merciful and give him a chance. Whether he lives or not, ultimately depends on your decision. If you don't buy him, then I'll probably kill him myself. Who are you talking about? Helin, I'm sure you know of him. Who in 7 hells is this Helin? Aerion asked once more. You really don't know, he is the last male royal wood spirit. Oh, so that younger brother is called Helin. I believe that a royal wood spirit would be useful to me, so how much for him? Every drop of gold on you, that's all. Aerion sighed. Isn't that a bit too much? Why don't you sweeten the deal by adding something else to the trade? Come now, my haggling skill is peerless. You strike a hard bargain, but I will indulge your request. I'll add something to make the deal spicier, you won't even be able to reject. Go on, elaborate, what is this something? A pill which contains a single drop of extra spicy blood. It will completely devour one's entire body before they are reborn as something far greater. It wouldn't work for you, since you'd lose all of your legacies, including the Flame Dragon God's legacy. It would be a downgrade for you, in short. But for anyone else, it's truly life-changing. Far greater, very well. Take it. Aerion gave the cloaked man his ring and watched as a drop of blood was placed inside. Where's Helin? Oh, right. He clapped his hands and Helin appeared. There he is. So, you're the big bad dragon. Aerion scratched his head as he gazed at the cloaked man's empty hood. Big bad dragon, where did that come from? I had a little fun with him. The cloaked man laughed. He's a great kid, though. Treat him well and you'll have much to gain. Whatever. Aerion moved on after taking his dungeon ring back. You are coming with me. Oh, okay. Make sure to choose a suitable location for the receiver of the blood. It can be quite destructive, heh. The cloaked man added. Aerion left the 7th floor and returned to the dark plane of nothingness. Roshas instantly noticed the boy that was Helin. He looked about 11 years old, 12 years at most. The features of a wood spirit could easily be pointed out. Helin seemed quite relieved when he left the 7th floor, the cloaked man's presence to be exact. I can't have you walking around with me everywhere, so you'll be staying here for some time until I find a safe place. Why is it so dark here? I don't know. I don't like it here, you know, wood spirits like me can grow many things like spirit herbs and all types of flora at a really fast speed. It would be a huge waste to leave me here. You should make the most of my abilities, master. Aerion had an idea. Could you grow flora here? No, it's a really strange place. My inner world is a strange place, huh? I wonder, does he love working with nature or is it the darkness which he wants to escape? Perhaps both play a part. I'll find you a good place to start growing herbs in a single day then, is that enough? A day? Okay, I can wait that long. Then it's a deal. Aerion opened his eyes at last. Rob was patiently waiting for him all this time. So, are you ready now? That wasn't a nap for resting purposes. Here, take this. Aerion gave him the pill and stood up. This will make you a heavenly talent, like myself. He said confidently. The way the cloaked man addressed it, the blood can't be ordinary. He said that it would be a downgrade only for me, so that means it has to be something truly special. But first, we have to leave the Ice Phoenix City and go somewhere more discreet. Okay. Rob nodded obediently. So they left the Ice Phoenix City and flew 100,000 kilometers into the wilderness. It was an icy and mountainous landscape where quite a few troublesome beasts laid. But to Aerion, these beasts were no more than ants, so this place was perfect. Am I really going to be like you after this? All I know is that you will become something far greater than your current self, Aerion replied as his eyes focused on Rob. He, himself, was curious as to what that drop of blood was capable of. His observations told him nothing, and this made him even more curious as to what it was. You can take it now. He took a deep breath. All right, here goes. Gulp. It will completely devour one's body. If anything goes wrong, I'll be sure to use Izanagi. Hitch, Rob cried out as a ray of golden light emerged from him. It started to grow and surround his entire body, one moment at a time. This ray of light exploded multiple times, destroying the ground below. So strong, what is this? It took 30 whole minutes for the ray of light to calm down and condense itself into a human figure. This figure was, of course, Rob, but he seemed different. His previously brown, ordinary eyes glowed an extraordinary golden color. His cultivation strength had almost vanished as he was sent back down to the first stage of the elementary profound realm. How are you feeling? I feel tired. Rob lost consciousness. Aerion observed and his face was that of disbelief. Neron's legacy, the ancestral god of war. How is this even possible? There can only be on Neron and that is I. For someone to emerge with my blood, what is the meaning of this? He must have done it, damn bastard. Neron cursed. Did you say something, Neron? The transcendent being answered. Nothing. It was nothing at all. I see. Why did I do this, you may ask? I felt like it was time for you to be challenged. After so many years, you've grown complacent and weak. I was thinking, perhaps it was time that you were replaced. The transcendent being laughed at his speechless reaction. To retain and solidify your position, you must slay this new inheritor in combat. It's as simple as that. That should be easy enough. I don't believe so. Even with far superior might, killing him will be difficult, now more than ever. How come? The dragon protects. If you find that you like the inheritor, you can always give him the rest of the legacy. He has the core, the body, but he is missing the soul, you, Neron. Ha ha ha. How troublesome. Neron sighed. You love to play with the lives of others, but I never thought that you would go so far. Nothing is eternal but I, Neron. Arios was close to my power as well. His fall was so beautiful. A fight between two great friends over nothing but a silly title, how pathetic yet, so very satisfying. You see, I was the one who fueled Roche's ambition. Naturally, he was envious of Arios but he never let it get to him until I did a little tinkering and showed him the way. He took the opportunity without asking another question. What a fool. Your actions resulted in Celia's death. You killed her. Perhaps, I did, in a way. What can you do about it? Bastard, I'll slaughter you. You can try, ha ha ha. The transcendent being vanished. Chapter 124. He possesses most of Neron's legacy except for his soul. He is fated to rise above everyone else now, except for yourself. Unless he dies before that time comes, of course. Neron would never give away his legacy. It's his doing, isn't it? Yes, precisely. Neron may be coming for him soon, whether through a vessel or a newly made body. I suspect that he will attempt to take his life in a year or so from now, maybe 2 years. The transcendent being has definitely created some trouble for you through a blessing. He works in mysterious ways. If he's so mighty, then can't he have everything he wants? What's the point in all of this? Life is an interesting game for him, Roches replied. That is all. Aerion chuckled. I see, he gave me a second life so I can't complain. But what if your original death was his doing in the first place? Then I still can't complain too much. I wouldn't be here if I hadn't died. True. You wouldn't have met your dragon's guard, Feng Shuer, Tai Xia, Huan Sai, your 2 sons wouldn't exist. Your life would last, at most, 100 years yet. I believe you could have achieved much in those 100 years. You would be recorded as the greatest king in the history of the 7 kingdoms. You're acting as if that still won't happen. When I reach the ancestral god realm and have nothing to aim towards, I'll surely settle down. I'd like to see that. Roches laughed. A content Rhaegar Targaryen. Anyway, will Rob be able to compete in 11 months now? The gap between the elementary profound realm and divine spirit realm is massive. Get him to the late middle stages of the divine tribulation realm and he should be fine. He now has battle power almost as great as yours, and his legacy is based completely on war. The longer he fights, the stronger he will become. He can definitely reach that stage as long as you give him enough resources and battles to feed on. In fact, if you slack off, he might even surpass you one day. Really, surpass me? Amicham. He will grow faster than you since your calamity dragon veins are so unforgiving. However, your peak will remain higher than his. I see, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's quite troublesome for a king like myself to do all the dirty work. it would be good to have a powerful warrior at my side who can do that for me. Aerion carried Robb to the Ice Phoenix City where he reunited with Izanami. She was as beautiful as ever and he felt a sudden urge to do it, but children were watching. Helin. He had promised to find him a proper home in a day, so there was no time to waste. Izanami, I want you to wear this. A black cloak. Emichan. It's a precaution, I'd rather not be associated with the Snow Song realm in any way while we're away. It might cause unnecessary trouble for us and my master. Alright, I'll put this outfit on. Aerion did the same. It was tailor-made just for him, the outfit truly brought back a few memories. It was his special Scorpion Ranger uniform, mainly black with gold as its secondary color, a golden wolf emblem to represent the blades and the quiver of a ranger. This mask, it's the exact same. Aerion put it on and donned the black cloak. Then he put on the hood and looked in the mirror. I'm a noble rogue again, now all I need is Robb to wake up and change his clothes. What if someone unmasks you? Roshas asked. That would prove troublesome. No one in the Darkia realm can even hope to unmask me. If I go somewhere more dangerous then I'll consider it. Robb opened his eyes at last. Man, I feel so different. I suddenly have an urge to beat someone up for an unknown reason. Aerion chuckled. Must be your new blessing. Put this on and leave this room when you're ready. The 36th Ice Phoenix Palace was rather quiet, so it was unlikely that anyone would see them outside with their disguises on. Robb left the room after a minute and reunited with the group. He seemed rather mellow, though. Elementary Profound Realm, what happened? How will I ever reach her now? It was a necessary sacrifice, but the plan hasn't changed at all. He opened the world teleportation portal. Darkia Realm, Black Soul Divine Sect. The outskirts, if you can. Yes sir. His surroundings changed in a single blink. He stood in a field of grass which seemed rather tame. There were no dangerous profound beasts roaming the field or cultivators for that matter. Aerion, however, wanted to assure their safety. Kamui. Is this how it works? Izanami and Robb were sucked out of the surrounding area and into his Kamui dimension. Aerion was the only one who could access this dimension, so it was perfectly safe. After that was dealt with, he didn't have to worry about anything. The Black Soul Divine Sect was only a few kilometers away, which was an extremely small distance for someone of the late Divine Tribulation realm. Aerion used the moon-splitting cascade to conceal himself while he flew to the very center of the wide Black Soul Divine Sect. Aerion cleared his throat and intentionally deepened his voice. Lei Qianfeng, Realm King of the Darkia Realm, justice has arrived to take your life. You have committed many sinful, unforgivable deeds, all of which are unknown to the general public. But you cannot escape justice. Come out and face me, or I'll turn your entire sect into one single pile of ash. Lei Qianfeng was having a nice cup of tea when a thunderous voice resounded across the entire Black Soul Divine Sect. How dare he act so arrogantly in my Black Soul Divine Sect? Justice, what nonsense. The cup burst into hundreds of pieces. He flew upwards to meet Rhaegar Targaryen, now known as Justice. When he noticed his aura, he couldn't help but laugh. The early stages of the Divine Spirit Realm, I thought you would be something greater than that. Lei Tiangang, kill this fool immediately. The Realm King thought that Aerion was beneath him, little did he know. Lei Tiangang flew upwards, to meet Aerion in combat. As you command, Sect Master. Aerion sighed. I have no quarrels with you, but you stand in the way of justice, so you shall perish as well. Dragon Soul. The heaven-smiting sword met some nameless sword and instantly shattered it. Lei Tiangang's eyes widened in disbelief as Aerion struck a truly frightening blow. He cut him in half horizontally with a single slash. The two parts of Lei Tiangang fell to the ground. You can only blame yourself for getting him involved, Lei Qianfeng. I'll kill you. Purgatory. Aerion dodged Lei Qianfeng's first strike gracefully, with clear ease. Lei Qianfeng continued to relentlessly attack him with a myriad of lightning profound skills, but it was no good. Aerion found two new uses for Kamui while he was toying with the Realm King. The ability to place his entire body into the Kamui dimension while still remaining visible in the real world. He couldn't harm anyone in this state, but neither could anyone harm him. Another was the ability to take only parts of other people into the Kamui dimension, such as arms and legs. Even heads were possible, but it was more difficult. The disciples, Vice Hall Masters, and Hall Masters all watched as their Realm King was slowly being dismantled by the man known as Justice. In a battle between two divine kings, no one in that crowd could do anything to help either side. They could only watch. I took both of your arms, what are you going to do now? I give in. Anything you want, you can take, just spare me. The Black Soul Divine Sect is quite wealthy. Justice cannot be brought, you fool. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. But you still are of some use. Lei Qianfeng's pale face suddenly gained some light. He hoped that justice would be merciful. Anything, I'll do anything, just spare my life. No, you will die. But, before that day comes, you will serve me obediently. Lei Qianfeng's expression changed almost instantly as he nodded. Yes, my lord. What will be your first command? Your heavenly voice, I wish to hear it once more. Aerion almost burst out laughing, but he kept it in. Justice doesn't laugh, after all. I want you to surrender your title of Realm King to me and rename the Black Soul Divine Sect to the Divine Justice Sect. Prepare everyone for an invasion. The authority of the Divine Justice Sect must be solidified once and for all in the coming weeks. Yes, my lord. Lei Qianfeng didn't waste a single moment as he flew down. Even with both of his hands missing, he was an untouchable being in the Black Soul Divine Sect. His authority should remain firm. The Divine Justice Sect, does justice really exist in this cultivation world? It seems that anyone can slip away from their crimes with enough strength. Aerion muttered to himself. I made a promise to Heilin and I intend to keep it. The Divine Justice Sect should have a good garden somewhere since it's a few hundred kilometers wide. If some trouble arises with the Divine Martial Realm, then I will make sure they regret it. This will be my base from now on, and it will rise into the Empire. One single empire spanning the entire Primal Chaos Dimension. I will unite everything just like I did with the Blue Pole Star. The Primal Chaos Dimension is a good bit larger than the Blue Pole Star, but it is a plausible plan. A base outside of the Snow Song Realm can be quite useful, and you're a Realm King as well. Congratulations. Roshas congratulated Aerion, rather sarcastically, too. A Realm King, Great Realm King, God Emperor, what is above a God Emperor? Monarch. The Dragon Monarch is a good deal stronger than the other God Emperors. Roshas replied. Dragon Monarch, what a weak title. Surely, there has to be something greater. No, there is nothing greater, not yet anyway. Then I will be the one to create something greater. Chapter 125. Prepare for an invasion. Have you gone mad, Sect Master? An elder questioned. You dare to question my orders? Lei Qianfeng replied, coldly. No, you are not just questioning my orders, you are questioning my lord. Aerion smiled. It would seem that the old Realm King's authority did take a hit after he lost to me in a most humiliating fashion. Both of his arms are missing, as well, but this is the perfect opportunity to assert my own authority. Aerion dropped down to meet his new subjects. The Black Soul Divine Sect had more than 8 million talented disciples and many Divine Spirit Realm Elders along with the Realm King. Its power in the Darkya Realm was unquestionable, however, the Black Soul Divine Sect was still just a sect. It didn't own anything outside of the sect. Aerion planned to change that. He wished to gain absolute control over the entire Darkya Realm and so, gain many more resources. I'm sure all of you witnessed my battle with the old Realm King. He has surrendered the title of Realm King to me, and so, all of you are now my subjects. The Black Soul Divine Sect will turn over a new leaf under me, and that will start with it becoming the Divine Justice Sect. If you do not wish to be part of this change, then you may leave immediately. Those who remain will march with me and put the rest of the Darkya Realm in place. If you happen to fall during this march, then you are weak and unworthy of being a member of this great sect. The weak and cowardly will be replaced easily in due time. I'd rather you leave immediately. Aerion appeared before the elder who was questioning Lei Qianfeng. His eyes glowed crimson with killing intent as he asked a simple question. Do you fear death? No, I do not fear death. If you run from me, I'll let you live, as I do not want disobedient trash like yourself to be a part of my sect. Go ahead, run, I will keep my word. Realm King, please forgive my most sinful act. I wish to be part of your grand plan. It seems to me that you are a man of great ambition. I believe in your words. The Divine Justice Sect will truly rise to new heights under you. I, Lei Yun, will never even think of questioning another one of your orders. Lei Yun bowed deeply, so much so that his head touched the ground. Oh, a kowtow. Aerion had a sudden urge to scratch his head. Something wasn't adding up. He was supposed to run with his tail between his legs, would have had no issue with that. But he remained. You underestimated yourself. Roshas commentated. I see, then you can stay. Aerion turned to the other spectators and he could see the reverence in their eyes. He rose above the Black Soul Divine Sect and looked for anyone who was deciding on leaving. He couldn't find anyone. Bow to the new Realm King of the Darkya Realm, Justice. Lei Qianfeng commanded. All hail Justice. Justice, I might have to get another name, but it'll do for now. Most of the masters, elders and, most of all, disciples supported the new realm king and had no issue in the change. In fact, many welcomed the change. Lei Qianfeng wasn't even comparable to Justice in many regards. The Black Soul Mountain Range's western region was taken back and a few promising profound practitioners were given a position in the Divine Justice sect. The rest were sent their way. The new realm king is too awesome. How he smacked around Lei Qianfeng like a little baby, damn, I wish I could fight like him. Every time I see him, I feel like I'm standing before some kind of god, don't you feel the same way, Lei? Yeah, it's no surprise that very few people left the sect. I'm glad that they did since this sect is no place for the weak and cowardly. They would only dishonor the realm king by staying. That's right. I can't wait to prove my worth in battle against the Jade Sword sect. You're part of the main invasion force. That's not fair. Aerion was resting in the main garden of the Black Soul Divine sect. The garden was restricted to him and Helin only, if anyone else was found then they would be killed on sight. The mystery of who was behind the mask of justice brought forth much curiosity but no one dared to trespass. Anyways, he kept his mask on even in the garden. Helin was quite enthusiastic about nature and had no issue with staying there for days on end. Aerion was quite fond of him and saw him as a little brother of sorts. They, strangely enough, were quite similar, despite one being a wood spirit and the other a dragon. Master, how is your father and mother like? They must be very strong, right? Helin innocently asked. Yes, they were both strong in their own way. Were. They both passed when I was 3. My father, in battle, and my mother, I'd rather not say. I was denied my throne and had to run away, but I reclaimed everything that was mine and more after many years. I never thought that Master had such a devastating past, forgive me for bringing it up. No, it wasn't your fault. I have already come to terms with what happened long ago anyway. Your luck seems to be slightly better than my own since you still have a sister. Will I ever see her again? Yes, you will. I'll make sure of it. But she's with Shenxi, the Dragon Queen, so approaching her isn't exactly the easiest thing to do right now, Aerion thought about it. It's definitely a possibility, though. Really, you can do that? When Aerion looked at Helin's expression he couldn't help but go along with the crazy plan he had in his mind. Helin has suffered enough being separated from his sister for 4 entire years, it would be a great deed to seal the wound once and for all. Helin might work even harder, if I were in his position, I would do anything to see her again. But my sister is long dead. Roshas, what about the Dragon Monarch, is he going to kill me on sight? That is unlikely, he rarely visits and his visits tend to be extremely short. You'd be quite surprised if I told you that the Dragon Queen isn't exactly his queen. What, she isn't? It's just a title, they are not married or anything of the sort. You have quite a good chance of claiming her for yourself. Are you mad, or purposefully trying to get me killed? Both, maybe. Her Vitaline would be an excellent addition to your strength, that's all I'm saying. The accident with Mu Xianin seemed to bring many benefits, with Shenxi it would be no different. It was a one-time thing. I remain a faithful man. Of course, of course. Roshas laughed. Aerion looked at Helin and nodded. Yes, I can. Your master is not the greatest space traveler in the primal chaos dimension for nothing. Alright, let's go now, if possible. He's so enthusiastic, alright. Where is Shenxi located, Roshas? She never leaves the forbidden land of Samsara, from what I know. Forbidden land of Samsara? Sounds interesting. Izanagi. Are you ready, Helin? Not really, I'm slightly nervous since this event came so suddenly. That is understandable, I would be nervous as well. We won't be there long, are you fine with that? Of course, as long as I get to see my sister. Alright, then. World teleportation portal, take me to the forbidden land of Samsara. Boom. Ow. Aerion crashed into the ground and while he was recovering, Helin flew into his chest head first. The world teleportation portal wasn't kind this time around, it would seem. Aerion opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. It was definitely a beautiful place worthy of the Dragon Queen. However, behind him, he felt a frightening aura choking him with pressure. He didn't want to turn around because he had a few suspicions on who was releasing this pressure. Who dares enter the forbidden land of Samsara? Just my luck. Chapter 126. Master, that person looks really scary, what are we going to do? Nothing, he is just a slight inconvenience. Nothing more. Aerion stood up and turned around. 7 hells, this man is taller than the mountain. The Dragon Monarch, a person whom even god emperors have to show respect to. The strongest profound practitioner in the entire realm of gods. Technically, this man should be my greatest supporter due to my inheritance. Aerios was the ancestral god of dragons, after all. A slight inconvenience. Then who are you? I am Justice, and who are you to shout in my divine presence? Divine presence? It doesn't seem so since you clearly lack the strength. Yeah, when compared to you, I'm lacking in that regard. But I'm not 350,000 years old. Strength is not everything, my dear Dragon Monarch. Aerion chuckled, what is the worth of your strength if you can't touch a single hair of mine? Go on, you can try. I was going to kill you for the intrusion, either way. Shen-Shi is not to be disturbed by a single soul and certainly, not by you. Kamui. The Dragon Monarch's hand went straight through Aerion. The profound energy he had gathered, it was more than enough to kill him hundreds of times over. What? The Dragon Monarch muttered as he tried striking Aerion again. He had thrown countless punches but they all went through him like he was a ghost. Have you calmed down, already? This is getting old, almost as old as you. Who are you? What are you, why do my attacks go straight through you? I told you before, I am Justice. I didn't come here on a whim, of course, there was a purpose to my visit. Honestly, I could not care less about your Dragon Queen, the only reason why I came here is to reunite my wood spirit, Lin, with his sister. A noble reason, perhaps, I have misjudged you. The Dragon Monarch sighed. It would seem that I am hopeless in this situation either way. Good, now, where is Lin? Aerion walked past the Dragon Monarch. It would seem that, under the commotion, Lin got around and reunited with his sister. This was no surprise since Aerion had gained the Dragon Monarch's full attention. Lin was also a wood spirit and wood spirits aren't exactly known for their battle prowess so the Dragon Monarch didn't bother with him. Aerion got closer to where Shen-Shi rested since that was where Lin had walked. He was met with a warm embrace and a decent amount of tears between two siblings who had been split apart for 4 long years. After seeing this, Aerion had no regrets. The use of his Anagi and world teleportation portal was worth it, the Dragon Monarch's hopelessness was quite satisfying to witness as well. Isn't familial love beautiful, Dragon Monarch? I have noticed something, Justice, your aura is very young. You have tried to distort your aura to make yourself seem older but I can see through it. The Dragon Monarch stated. So, what of it? It makes me curious as to who hides behind the mask, the Profound God Convention is less than a year away, perhaps there is a chance that I will see you there. Humph, the Profound God Convention is child's play, I would never attend such a trivial event. I see, it is beneath you. If I'm not careful, he might actually discover who Justice really is, what would he do with that knowledge, I wonder. It's time I changed the subject. This is a random question but, are you a virgin? What are your intentions with that question? He didn't say no, ha ha ha. Ha, you're missing out. But there is no shame in that since the strongest dragon to ever exist was a virgin as well. A different kind, though. He did not chase after anyone or anything except for strength which was why he was the strongest. Your case, however, is quite pitiable, you are the strongest profound practitioner in the god realm yet you continue to chase after a woman for thousands upon thousands of years. How do you know this? Are you attempting to insult me? No, I'm trying to open your eyes to the truth. Aerion sighed. But it is clear to me that your eyes have been clouded and will remain so, forever. I would have long since killed you for your impudence, you are fortunate that I cannot strike you. And you are fortunate that you did not get the opportunity to do so. If you were to kill me, I'd return stronger than before and make sure to return the favor as soon as possible. However, I would rather have a Dragon Monarch serve me as a subject rather than a pile of ashes, killing you would be a waste. You are quite daring for a young man, it is refreshing. Ha, refreshing. He seems to have regained his composure, as expected of the great Dragon Monarch. Strangely enough, I feel a sense of admiration towards you. Many people have come to fear me but you, I don't sense a shred of fear from you. Of course, that can be attributed to your special ability. Still, your words are quite moving. It is rare to see such charisma in a god emperor, never mind a young man, I ask that you forget my previous attempts of taking your life. Do you think I can forget so easily? Humph, though, I was technically trespassing. I will acknowledge that fact in the future. You are forgiven, Dragon Monarch. Still, I can't drive you out, it seems that I have failed Shen-Shi. The Dragon Monarch sighed. I feel conflicted. There will be no need for that. A heavenly voice came out of the bamboo house ahead. This visit is a welcome one. She should have said that earlier. Very well, I'll be on my way. The Dragon Monarch turned around. Do not cause any unnecessary trouble, alright? Aerion nodded. I'll leave when my business here is done. That is good to hear. The dragon monarch left, at his own heavy pace. Finally, that scary person is gone, master. Are you? Shit, Aerion muttered. I don't feel well. Aerion spat out a mouthful of blood, but since he was wearing a mask, it ended up on the interior of the mask, which didn't make things any better. Damn that bastard for making me use it for so long. Kamui, the longer I stay in that visible state, the worse the consequences will become. It is an extremely powerful ability, this was to be expected. Master. Aerion fell into the world of flowers beneath him and started to rest his body. He Lin ran over to him. Will he be alright? He Ling asked. He Lin nodded. It's my master, the most amazing man in the world, this should be nothing to him. He's only tired for a short while. Actually, master rests multiple times a day. He works too hard sometimes, so he has to rest to make up for it. Is there a reason why he works too hard? He wants to be the strongest there is. He told me that there were many calamities which were waiting to be released upon him, so he has to be strong in order to face them, right? He also wants to unite the world as one empire where all races can get along in peace. Really? That sounds difficult, He Ling responded. Hehe, I believe my master is more than capable of doing it in the future. He Lin enthusiastically countered. That is foolish thinking. Light will never accept darkness, nor will darkness accept light. He has done a great favor, however, so I will tend to him. Linger, bring him in. Yes, Arg, he's too heavy. He Lin lent her a hand, well, hands. I'm a little bit stronger since then, big sister. He Ling chuckled. I can see that. One day, I'll be strong enough to protect you, but I'm not there yet. He Lin sighed. You don't need to protect me. No, I must, and under my master, I will. At last, Aerion had made his way to the bamboo house. Not willingly, of course, he quite liked the field of flowers. Wow, Senior Shenshi is so beautiful. So this is how he looks like. Unmasking him shouldn't be hard now. To think that a young man could evade the dragon monarch long enough for him to give in. I wonder, what kind of person lies beneath the mask? Her hand came close to touching his mask before He Lin stepped in. Hands off, Senior Shenshi. Oh. Master's real identity is a top secret which only those closest to him should know. That list doesn't include you, so, I absolutely can't let you remove his mask. I see, curiosity overcame me for a moment. I will let him remove it himself when the time comes. It seems to me that he used too much of his profound energy in a short time and so, decided to rest. He should be back to normal in a day. Roar. Shenshi tried to seal his memories but was met with a frightening roar. It was a roar only she could hear, a roar which could shake worlds. She tried once more. Roher. You should know your place, feeble dragon. This time, the roar thundered across the entire forbidden land of Samsara and even further beyond. Shenshi moved back a few steps as Aerion opened his eyes. Who was disturbing this king's rest? Aerion stood up and his eyes narrowed upon locating Shenshi. Someone was tampering with something they shouldn't have. Was it you? I was doing just fine next to the flowers. She had attempted to seal his memories but it was no good due to Ario's soul, among many other souls. He Lin, since she wishes for me to forget about this place, then I will naturally oblige. I have no further business here anyway. When I think about it, you have a rather difficult decision to make. You can either stay with your sister or come with me. I doubt you'd want to stay with me over your sister. Maybe this is for the best. This feeling, it is similar to the one when I absorbed the 9 suns heaven's fury. Wait up, master, I would never leave you. Oh. I want to be just like you one day, strong and brave, someone who can protect others. Someone people can depend on. I can't become that if I don't come with you. Anyway, we can still visit this place once in a while even if it's for a short time, right? Maybe. From my current experience and knowledge, it would seem that I am unwelcome here. Unwelcome in the dragon god realm, where I should be most welcome. Life is truly a strange thing. You may stay for a few days. The dragon monarch has given you much unnecessary trouble and so, you should rest. He Lin would prefer to stay here a little longer, don't you believe so? So I'm welcome now, huh? Whatever. Aerion sighed. Shenshi was stating the truth but the rage he had felt still remained. He calmed himself and nodded. Alright then, a few days here doesn't sound so bad. Chapter 127. Master, look at what I made. Aerion walked closer and observed the plant. That is a formidable plant, indeed. It would seem that everything that grows here is of higher quality and grows even faster than in our garden. This is truly wonderful news. Just don't overwork yourself, alright? But you always work hard, so why can't I? I'm better at regenerating my lost energy so I can afford to go over my limits once in a while. Besides, I can't let you get hurt just for my own benefit. I quite like growing plants and such, but I'll be sure to remember Master's words. Aerion harvested the plant and added it to his growing collection inside of the sky poison pearl. It has only been 7 days since he had brought Helin from the cloaked man, yet he had gained so much from him. The deal was a huge bargain, the inheritance of an ancestral god along with a royal wood spirit for some gold he had no use for. This should be enough, for now. Aerion gathered all of the plants he had collected and started to experiment with them. Usually, one would have to use refining tools, but Aerion didn't require such trivial things. All he needed was a flame and he could refine anything almost perfectly. Of course, the sky poison pearl was better since it refined pellets with 100 effectiveness. But, if he combined both methods, then he could go beyond 100 because of the addition of his flame. Using the observe ability and his own insight, he was able to successfully refine many powerful pills on his first try. There were a few times where he failed to make anything significant, but no one is perfect. After all, he didn't have any sort of recipe on him. The plants of the god realm were far more mysterious and unique when compared to the ones in the blue pole star as well, which didn't make it any easier. At last, the final pill has been made. I'll call it. I've named too many of them. Helin, why don't you name this one? You don't need to name all of them, Master. You're right. I'll call this one the nameless pill then. You mentioned the strongest dragon to ever exist while speaking to the dragon monarch. What would be his name? You heard about all that. The forbidden land of Samsara tends to be quiet, so it was not difficult to eavesdrop on your conversation. Aerion wondered whether he should tell the truth or not. I was talking about the fire dragon god. The fire dragon god, how do you know of him? Well, I only met him once and that was our final meeting. He gave me his full inheritance before passing. That is impossible. Aerion shrugged. Believe what you will, it is none of my concern. But, it corresponds well with what I saw when I tried to seal your memories. Perhaps, you are telling the truth. In that case, you are destined to become the new ruler of the dragon race, someone who even the dragon monarch would have to bow his head to. That is the plan, but I'm still a tad bit too young and weak to claim such a position. I have to grow stronger first. By the way, how do you view the dragon monarch? I see him as a junior and nothing more than that. A junior? Then, how old are you? Does my age really matter? Aerion chuckled. No, of course not. But I remember when 60 years of life was a great blessing, and now there are people who live thousands of times longer than that. Only 60 years? What kind of place do you come from? I'll tell you later if you're willing to listen. Now that it has been a few days, I think it's time I leave. My sect probably misses me dearly, so I shouldn't keep it waiting for too long. I trust that you can keep my secret with you. If not, then I would be quite disappointed. The secret of your inheritance needn't remain a secret. It would be better if you told someone like the dragon monarch. He would protect you until... I'd rather not rely on others. Besides, I don't trust him at all, but there might come a day when the truth is revealed. That will be when my conquest truly begins. Very well, I will keep your secret as long as you remove the mask hiding your face. Aerion laughed. Trust me, you don't want to see my face. It is awfully ugly. I look better with my mask on. Once, I killed a man just by revealing my face. It is my most secret, deadly, weapon. It is also the perfect repellent against women. No one looks at me more than once. I would rather not use it against you. Nevertheless, if you wish for your inheritance to remain a secret, you will remove the mask. She's insistent, isn't she? Damn it. Alright, you asked for it. Aerion took it off and revealed his face. The hood was also moved, unleashing his silver hair. Breathing without the mask feels refreshing. What do you think? Am I handsome? No, you are awfully ugly. She smiled. Ah, yes. It is a surprise that you still remain standing. Perhaps my powers have weakened over the years. Perhaps, but it is almost the opposite of what you described. Do you think that I could be so easily dissuaded? Well, I suppose not. All I ask is that you don't tell anyone else about me. I feel as if you're a person I can trust. Would I happen to be correct? Emicham. Your secret will stay with me. If you need to come here, feel free to do so in the future. I would not mind some company. Oh, Aerion nodded. Alright, I'll visit later. Helin, get over here, we're leaving. Ah, so soon. It has only been 4 days. You can stay longer if you want. I could come back in 2 months to pick you up, how about that? 2 months, alright, I'll grow a lot of plants for Master in that time. I look forward to it. Aerion put his mask back on, along with the hood. He left the bamboo house and proceeded towards Helin. Don't cause any troubles for Senior Shenshi, you must follow her every command while I'm away. As you wish, Master. I'd like to thank you for saving and protecting my younger brother. Helin approached Aerion before he left. You don't need to thank me. Aerion shook his head. It was not me who saved him in the first place. I'll be on my way now. World Teleportation Portal, Darkia Realm, Divine Justice Sect. He vanished so suddenly. Shenshi wondered what kind of transportation he had used. The Realm King returned after 4 days, but something seemed different from last time. Shenshi is really beautiful, huh? All those rumors are true and the Dragon Monarch's chase does make sense, sort of. It would be nice to have her as my wife. I'm rooting for you, little dragon, Roshas announced. She was definitely surprised and even more so, charmed by your looks. Even better, she's of the dragon race. You got this in the bag. Roshas, do you hear that? I do. Where is this Realm King? He dares to sever my uncle's arms, where the hell is he? It would seem that someone is calling for justice, could it be someone from the Divine Martial Realm? I sense someone of the Divine Sovereign Realm, he is beyond you, so you should be careful. I will. Aerion flew down and entered the main hall of the Divine Justice Sect. He slammed open the giant doors and slowly walked inside. His entrance was extremely dramatic, on purpose, of course. He liked to show off once in a while. You're Justice, right? That's right, I am Justice. You are a fool to act so tactlessly inside of my throne room, nevertheless, I have decided to be magnanimous and allow you the chance to speak. The lower stages of the Divine Spirit Realm, you think that you can trick me? Whatever, Wu Qingyan, sever both of his arms. You will feel what my uncle felt, and more. I don't think that will be necessary. Wu Gaik, my dear friend, we can get along, can't we? The Emperor, awaken. Wu Qingyan, the Divine Sovereign, looked at Wu Gaik for further orders. He seemed to be more hesitant now. Forgive me, Justice. What was I even thinking? Wu Qingyan, Justice is my best friend, you absolutely can't touch him. Young Master, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. You dare to question my orders? No, of course not. I will do as you say. Aerion smirked behind his mask. Gaik, why don't we go for a drink? I have the finest wine in all of Primal Chaos. That sounds like a great idea, I've been feeling a slight bit thirsty these days. Good, as a great friend, I see it as my duty to treat you to some wine before you leave the Darkia Realm. Let's get started, then. Wu Gaik replied, rather enthusiastically. Wu Qingyan, along with everyone else in the hall, looked rather confused. But they went along with it. That was way too smooth. Roshas laughed. You can't control the Guardian, so you controlled the young master who orders around the Guardian. There was no need for you to face a Divine Sovereign after all. How brilliant. I'm starting to feel rather drunk, Wu Gaik stated. I see, so you can't take much wine, huh? Aerion replied. Perhaps it is you who can drink too much. You just might be right. Alright, drink one more glass for me. I'll try, but after, can I leave to visit my aunt? Aerion nodded. That's fine. You must be worried about her well-being. Well, it's not just that. There's something more to it. Something more. I feel like you're my best friend and a very trustworthy person, can I trust you? Of course. I am the most trustworthy person in the world. What in 7 hells is he talking about? My aunt, I've had a sexual relationship with her for about 11 years now. Oh, it's just that. Aerion laughed. What's wrong with laying with your aunt? Oh, she's married to Lei Qianfeng, isn't she? Aerion suddenly remembered. Yes, but he is unable to satisfy her since he is impotent. Aerion nodded. I see, this is indeed a sin worthy of severe punishment. But, since we're such great friends, I'll let you off. I knew it, you are the one person who I can trust with anything. Since you are the Realm King, I will do my best to convince my father to assist the Darkia Realm even if wood spirit orbs are no longer being sold. That would mean a great deal to me, Gaik. I don't want any sort of trouble with the Divine Martial Realm. Wu Gaik finished his glass of wine and stood up. I'll be off now, to rest for the night. When will you be leaving the Darkia Realm? In the morning, I'll come back later after things settle down. Aerion nodded. That is wise. Their private chat was quite insightful, and it made Aerion realize that Wugeik was a massively downgraded, more evil and arrogant, version of himself. That is the difference between a dragon emperor and some young master, I suppose. Now then, it is time to start asserting my authority over the rest of the Darkir realm. Chapter 128. I heard a rumor that the new realm king is someone called Justice or something like that. Isn't that crazy? Justice, that isn't even a real name. The Black Soul Divine sect was renamed to the Divine Justice sect like 2 weeks ago. You guys probably live underground if you haven't heard about it by now. Give me a break, I've been in closed-door cultivation for a year. What is that noise? Why is the sky getting darker? Boom. A bolt of purple thunder struck the Jade Sword sect. This was swiftly followed by countless more, which definitely caught the attention of the inhabitants of the sect. Hear me, the people of the Darkir realm. I am Justice, your new and almighty realm king. This low-rank star realm, which is looked down upon by countless others, will rise to eternal glory under this king's guidance. However, in order for that to be possible, some extreme measures must be carried out. I firmly believe that everything in the Darkir realm belongs to me, and any who challenge this fact are free to do so. I would gladly greet them with my heavy sword. Now, I ask that your sect master come crawling over to me in 30 seconds, or there will be some consequences. What are you going to do, sect master? An elder asked. His forehead was comparable to a waterfall of sweat. He had heard of how Justice handled Lei Qianfeng in single combat, toying with him for the entirety of the fight. This was a person who they should not even think of offending. The sect master was an extremely proud man, however. Come crawling. Who the hell does he think he is? Sect master, you can't offend Justice. He is a ruthless man who does not accept even a slight hint of disobedience. A divine king like that should not be trifled with. Shut up, you fool. He is mocking me. Like hell I would crawl to him. I don't care if he's the realm king of the Darkir realm or dragon monarch, absolutely no one can treat me in this way. It has been 10 seconds, sect master, hurry. Why don't you crawl? He doesn't want me to crawl, he wants you to, sect master. Even Lei Qianfeng had to respect this sect master. My pride will not be tainted by some masked clown who goes by the name Justice. What will that clown do if I don't come crawling to him? What's he going to do, burn down the sect? That is unlikely, there would be no point in doing that. How infuriating, it has been 30 seconds yet I do not see a crawling sect master. It seems that I will have to discipline this sect first before we may proceed. Aerion turned to his formidable force. It is time you prove your true worth as warriors of the Divine Justice sect. I want this Jade Sword sect to know what happens when you defy justice. As planned, this king will carve out a path while the rest of you shall crush whatever remains of them into submission. Am I understood? Yes, Lord Justice. After hearing the roar of his force, Aerion nodded approvingly. No need to wait for a second longer, leave no man or woman standing, mercilessly crush all those who dare to defy justice. His cloak fluttered as he descended onto the ground and swiftly ran into the main gate. He grasped the heaven-smiting sword with both hands and shattered the gate with a single sword slash. Leave my sight if you do not wish to die, Aerion announced as he looked at the people before him. A loyal divine spirit realm elder attacked Aerion, and he soon realized that attacking a divine king wasn't the greatest idea. Aerion took hold of the elder's neck and looked him in the eye. Killing you would be a waste, I'll give you a chance. Join the Divine Justice sect and you can live. Never, the Jade Sword sect will forever be my home. It is unfortunate that a loyal man must die for the foolishness of his sect master. Aerion sighed as he cut down the elder. Am I not feeling up to it? My lust for blood seems to be non-existent today, perhaps what I'm doing isn't right. I should find the sect master sooner than later. Aerion cut through thousands of strong Jade Sword sect members before finding the sect master. He was slaughtering quite a number of his Divine Justice sect masters, so he, naturally, wished to return the favor. If there is anyone to blame for this, it is you, the sect master of the Jade Sword sect. All you had to do was come to me and discuss the terms of your surrender. But no, you were too prideful to do so. Do you see what happens when you defy justice now? Devil, do not speak of justice to me. So you remain a fool until the very end. Stay still for me. Aerion appeared before the sect master and opened his palm. Silver scales appeared on his left hand. The profound energy stored inside of the sect master's veins was completely absorbed after a minute or so. You. Aerion addressed a disciple. Yes, Lord Justice. I have been observing your battles and I believe you deserve a reward. What's your name? Lei Guangqian, I am the eldest son of Lei Qianfeng, the former realm king. Only in the late stages of the divine soul realm, yet you have survived for so long while also cutting down more plenty of disciples. Honestly, I brought you to this battlefield in hopes that you would die. You have done well to surprise me. Here, have a snippet of the late sect master's cultivation strength. It's capable of turning someone into a late-stage divine spirit, so even a small part of it should be invaluable to him. Let's see if I'm correct. Aerion walked closer and placed his left index finger on the forehead of the young master. He closed his eyes and helped lead the profound energy to himself, piece by piece. He broke through to the very peak of the divine soul realm. I feel it, the divine tribulation realm. Lord Justice is too kind. Humph, use this new power wisely or I'll take it away from you. Suddenly, Aerion's aura burst with killing intent. I wouldn't dare to use it for any selfish reason. My strength belongs to the Divine Justice sect and Lord Justice alone. I see. Aerion ascended towards the sky and looked down on the entire Jade Sword sect. The Divine Justice sect's powerful force had made quick work of any resistance with the divine assistance from their realm king. About 100,000 Divine Justice sect members had fallen while the Jade Sword sect's casualties surpassed 2 million. It was a decisive victory for the Divine Justice sect. The sect master of the Jade Sword sect, your greatest and most dependable pillar, has fallen. Therefore, the Jade Sword sect has no reason to defy me any longer. Really, the sect master is dead. All hail Lord Justice. Strong disciples, masters and elders of the Divine Justice sect all chanted. I, the realm king of the Darkia realm, command the remaining members of the Jade Sword sect to surrender your arms and await further judgment. Aerion had completely stripped the Jade Sword sect of its value. Disciples, money, resources and treasures, they all belonged to him now. He originally intended to vassalize the Jade Sword sect, but things didn't go according to plan. Even so, he managed to gain more than he would have otherwise. The sacrifice of so many great warriors for one prideful sect master, however, led to him using Izanagi. All those who bravely fought the Jade Sword sect and fell, your deaths were but a lie, I command that you all live on. And so, the 100,000 which was lost returned back to life. Aerion was slightly surprised when he found out that Izanagi was capable of bringing back so many to life. However, there was one consequence which meant far more than blood loss. I can't wait to see how much Rob has progressed with the cultivation strength of Lei Qianfeng. He could only take 1,000th of his power, but it should mean a lot for someone in the elementary profound realm. So you are the one who has been rejecting death, many times, over and over again. Aerion was in the skies, guarding over his force while they flew back to the Divine Justice sect when a chilling female voice reached his ear. He turned around to face her. I believe this is our first meeting, Rhaegar Targaryen. Rayla? Yes, that is my name. I am surprised that you did not stutter when stating my name, it is a welcome surprise. She seemed to be no more than a spirit, so Aerion wasn't exactly worried, but he remained on guard just in case. She was an ancestral god, after all. Though, as a spirit, what powers could she possibly have? Rayla did seem to be a transcendent beauty which nothing in the world could ever hope to match. However, the aura around her clouded this beauty with only darkness. He could only sense terrifying killing intent from her emerald eyes. Rosha seemed rather serious. You have angered Lady Death, I firmly believe that your life has come to a bitter end. It is truly unfortunate. What do you mean by, truly unfortunate? I still have many millions of years ahead of me, can't you do something about her? I'm talking to you, Roshas. When I need you most, that is when you falter, I see how it is. Don't place the blame of your foolish actions onto me, little dragon. Foolish actions? So, why did you want to meet me? Do you want to witness my beauty firsthand or? I have no interest in that. You dared to take Ario's divine inheritance, and even more so, you used it in such a disgusting manner. Disgusting manner? Please elaborate, Lady Rayla. Aerion was genuinely interested. You do not know yourself. Some people have different views than others. Aerion shrugged. Something that I see as a good thing may be disgusting to you. I'll tell you one thing, death cannot be rejected. All those who you have brought back, you will make up for their deaths by dying yourself. After you die, I will extract Ario's legacy from you and return him back to life. Rayla smiled. I have yearned for his return, the rest of the ancestral gods are lost dogs without him. How can you be so sure that you can simply bring Arios back to life? The transcendent being is kind, he promised that it would be so. All I need is the core of his power, which resides within you. That, bastard. He made me slightly stronger just so that he could kill me. What in seven hells is the point in that? I haven't even reached the divine spirit realm. Surely, you can't trust a shady person like him. Roshas once told me that the fall of the ancestral gods was mostly constructed by him. Would you trust someone like that? Nonsense. Roshas' greed and ambition was the reason why it all happened, he is merely pushing the blame onto him. You will die soon enough, though, Aerion Targaryen. It matters not what you say now. No single mortal is worthy of his divine inheritance, you will return it as soon as you give in to death. What do you mean by that? I have cursed you with death. I await the day you breath your last breath of air, ha ha ha, clutching on to the last seconds of your pathetic life. It is something not even your eyes can deny. It took me some time to find you, but my efforts will be rewarded splendidly when that day comes. I suspect that it will only take a few weeks, perhaps a month before you die. I look forward to it. Where are you going? Ah, this pain, is it that curse? Roshas sighed. Only you can save yourself now. The return of Aerios, that is an interesting concept indeed. You're alright with my death. I prefer him over you, of course. I suggest that you end it all before this curse starts getting really bad. It would hurt to see you under unnecessary pain, ha ha ha. Roshas' soul left Aerion's body and started to fly away. Then he turned around. Man, your face is absolutely priceless. Ha ha ha, honestly, do you think that I would leave you so easily? My words hold some weight, I think. Even if Aerios can return, that bastard would probably start hunting me down the moment his physical body reformed. Besides, what is dead is already dead. Rhaegar should know this best, yet she makes a special case for her fire dragon god. Someone like that loved the fire dragon god. Yeah, she sure did. But it was pretty damn one-sided. Have any of the ancestral gods exchanged their yin and yang? Nah. Celia was what you would call a pure maiden, while Vina always was a cold beauty. Helia and Rhaegar were both crazy about Aerios, but he wasn't interested. Since we always think of ourselves as superior to others, we could never be bothered with any of the minor gods and mortals. Wait, so every single ancestral god is a virgin? That's right, even the male gods. Aerion would have started to rub his hands together while devising a plan of how to woo an ancestral goddess and get super strong if it weren't for the curse of death placed onto him. Roshas, how much time do I really have, and is there a way I can undo this curse? Rhaegar can undo it, but that is an unlikely scenario. The best chance you have is going through your divine heavenly tribulation lightning. It is likely that more of Aerios' power will awaken from within you, probably enough to burn it away. Aerion looked at the pills and amount of pure cultivation strength he had gathered. Probably, I'm not one to die so easily. Not to some curse. If she was a real man, she'd face me in battle. Well, she's not a man. I'm not far away from the peak of the 9th stage of the divine tribulation realm, 1 month might just do it. Aerion sighed, how troublesome, just when things were starting to look bright, I get a curse of death. All this bad luck better start paying me back with some goods in the future. Chapter 129. Inside one of the most restricted rooms in the Divine Justice sect, sat Rob, who was making use of a few pills along with some of Lei Qianfeng's Divine King Realm cultivation strength. It has only been 3 days, yet you're already in the Sovereign Profound Realm. It looks like this method is working well. My profound energy seems to stabilize easily even with huge jumps in strength. This new body is really special. I'll definitely surpass my past self in no time thanks to your resources, my lord. It isn't unlikely that you have already surpassed your past self. What do you mean by that? We have yet to see what your real battle strength is. So I can jump a few stages now? Well, of course, you can. It's an extremely special legacy, there is only one of its kind in the entire primal chaos. So you didn't lie about becoming a heavenly genius, to give such a precious thing to me. I simply cannot be any more grateful. My life already belongs to you. What more can I give? Aerion shrugged. I have no idea. Just don't slack off. When you're strong enough, I'll have you in on the conquests. Conquests? Then I must be missing out. For now. Lei Qianfeng, get over here. Yes, Lord Justice. Lei Qianfeng was given the instruction to simply guard the door. This makes him quite accessible when he is required. He stood next to Aerion as his silver scales drained some of the Divine King's cultivation strength. Here, you should be able to take this much with your current strength. How much of his cultivation strength is this? About 1%, 10 times the amount as last time. Divine Kings have plenty of profound energy if this is just 1%. Aerion chuckled. If you're slow enough, he might recover his cultivation strength faster than you can take it away. That would be embarrassing, I'll be sure to prevent that. This Lei Qianfeng generally lacks talent, being more than 5,000 years old and still in the Divine King realm. I doubt he'll recover. I suppose he would be called a genius around these parts. it is quite pitiful when divine kings like him are almost worthless to royal rank star realms. Rob, you should never be content with your strength, not until you can look down on everyone else in primal chaos. Understood, my lord. Seize everything in the Black Feather Merchant Guild, in the name of Lord Justice, the one, true, realm king. Boom. Hundreds of Divine Justice sect experts rushed inside of the main branch, the Darkia City's Black Feather Merchant Guild. There were about 15 Divine Spirit Realm elders accompanying the horde of disciples. What is the meaning of this? A young master of a prominent sect inquired. The panic on his face couldn't be more clear. The Black Feather Merchant Guild was getting a bit out of hand. It was about time our great lord took some of the goods for himself. A Divine Justice sect disciple stated. I love Lord Justice. Things were so damn boring before, all my days were spent closed-door cultivation. But now, everything is different. Hey, that's my money, I have nothing to do with the Black Feather Merchant Guild. I only came here to buy a few things for my royal father. Man, shut the hell up. No one gives a damn who your daddy is around these parts, this is the Darkia realm. Lawless bandits, touch me once more and my father will turn your Divine Justice sect into a hill of rubble. The young master repeated. Early stages of the Divine Tribulation realm, he's a genius but remains nothing more than an ant when compared to our elders. Get him. Bang. One elder flew towards the young master but was pushed back by a frightening wave of energy. Nothing but a splatter of blood and a few bones remained of him. Who is that? A divine king, my guardian. How troublesome, to think that a divine king would come to the Black Feather Merchant Guild. Its influence goes beyond the Darkia realm as the rumors say. Divine king. Kill everyone from this Divine Justice sect for attempting to assault this young master. The young master smirked. Oh, and make sure to rob them clean, this is all in the name of self-defense, after all. Your wish is my command. Shit, everyone run. Die. Heaven-absorbing silver claw. Aerion stopped concealing himself and absorbed the Divine King's attack. The appearance of justice resulted in the Divine Justice sect members returning to watch things unfold. They were confident that their realm king could beat some lapdog of a young master. Who are you? I am Justice, the realm king of this star realm. Before you die, I'd like to know which star realm and sect you come from. I've been thinking about expanding past the Darkia realm but I can't quite choose which star realm to take. Perhaps, you may be able to assist me in this endeavor. The Great Sky-Piercing Realm. The young master proudly announced. A star realm your trash Darkia realm can't even hope to reach. The only good thing here is the Black Feather Merchant Guild, otherwise, this young master wouldn't even bother coming here. The Sky-Piercing Realm, you'll have to tell me more after I pacify that Divine King. An early-stage Divine King is a guardian, it's possible that this Sky-Piercing Realm is a middle-rank star realm which means that it is protected by at least a Divine Sovereign. That's perfect. He is weaker than me so this should work. The Emperor. Submit to justice, fellow Divine King, walk a path of light and glory. Yes, my lord. You're going to help me break through to the Divine Spirit Realm which can be considered a great honor. Roughen up your young master, his arrogance has been getting out of hand and so, he needs to be disciplined. What? I always wanted to do this. The punk needs to learn to respect his elders. The guardian seemed rather joyful with the command as he walked closer to the young master. Punk. No, please, you can't do this, my father would have your head. Your daddy isn't here now, is he? Maybe if you cry a little bit louder, just maybe, he'll float down like an angel and save you. Ha. Bang, boom, bang, boom. Aerion readjusted his mask. Well, this kind of hatred was unexpected. Arg, the young master's face was swollen all over the place. His nose was practically broken along with his left eye. The Divine King had punched him countless times but his blows weren't quite strong enough to kill him. Aerion started to feel sorry for the young master. I believe that is enough. Yes, my lord. The Divine King stopped and let go of the young master. Warriors of justice, find me the owner of the Black Feather Merchant Guild. Drag him out, if you need to. There's no need for that, I am standing here. Oh, so you're Mr. G. Aerion turned to the person who had spoken. And you must be the new realm king of the Darkia realm, Lord Justice. Seize him, along with anyone else of importance, and loot this place clean. Divine King, you will see my commands carried out. Once you are done with the Black Feather Merchant Guild, immediately return to the Divine Justice sect. The young master will be taken as well, do not disappoint me. Aerion turned around and left the Black Feather Merchant Guild. Yes, Lord Justice. Now that the most powerful sect apart from my own, the Jade Sword sect, and the influential Black Feather Merchant Guild have both fallen into my hands, the Darkia realm is one giant leap closer to being under my complete control. Now I'll leave the weaker settlements to my forces while focusing on my cultivation strength and stabilizing all that I've gained. Then I can look onto other star realms, the sky-piercing realm, It sounds like a promising place to unleash my divine tribulation lightning. Aerion smirked. This is just the beginning. Aerion sat on his throne in a very casual manner. It wasn't even comparable to the Iron Throne, but with Justice sitting on the rather average throne, one could still feel an overwhelming pressure as they looked upwards. He had the young master, Mr. G, and G Rhaegar all bowing before him. I want all of you to leave, excluding those 3 people. The crowd in the hall did so without a single question being brought up. The sky-piercing realm, you will tell me more about it, won't you? Yes, of course, anything you need to know. Just don't kill me. Perhaps, if you join my Divine Justice sect. You may leave now, but do not stray too far or I'll have you killed. Alright. Now then, the Black Feather Merchant Guild. Aerion pulled out countless profound imagery stones and sprayed them across the ground. Do you recognize what these are, Mr. G? Profound imagery stones. And do you know what they show? Aerion asked, despite already knowing the answer. He was merely making Mr. G admit to his misdeeds. Feel free to release a few of them if your memory isn't the best. I did many wrongs, but it was the Black Soul Divine sect who forced my hand. I never wanted to partake in any of this, Mr. G replied. I, however, am willing to bear the blame. Oh, how noble of you. Aerion clapped. I, however, am wise enough to understand who is at fault. He stood up from his throne and descended. The main culprit is already rotting away slowly, day by day. But you are still to blame for some of this, so I will not be merciful in my judgment. Everything which belongs to the Black Feather Merchant Guild, except for necessities, will be stripped away and placed into the Divine Justice sect's treasury. After that is done, I wish to form a new bond between the Black Feather Merchant Guild and Divine Justice sect. Aerion grabbed one of the profound imagery stones and crushed it with his right hand. You won't have to complete any underground trade deals under me, in fact, they will be forbidden. Mr. G silently nodded. The Divine Justice sect will take 50 of all profits under this new bond, providing it with protection in exchange. That's too much. Oh, is it now? Make it 70 then. In turn, it would be my obligation to destroy this evidence and clean away the stains. Aerion's voice grew colder in tone. If you can't accept this kind offer, then I'll just have to forcefully take the Black Feather Merchant Guild for myself. I'll be getting 100 in that case, perhaps that is what I'll do, after killing you and your daughter. Alright, I give in. There will be no need for any bloodshed. Good, I'm rather glad that you can understand. Also, rename the Black Feather Merchant Guild to the White Feather Merchant Guild. A white feather represents protection and the Divine Justice sect's uniform is now white as well. It's quite fitting, don't you think? Of course, this will symbolize the beginning of a new era. Aerion smiled. You understand me well. Your daughter, is she married? Could Lord Justice be interested? No, she is not married. Her looks are above average. It is rare to find someone like her unmarried, she doesn't seem to be the cold beauty type either. I was merely asking out of curiosity, I already have far more beautiful wives of my own anyways. There was no intent behind my question. I see, but the rumors say that you do not have a woman. I do not come from the Darkia realm. Sign this contract which binds the White Feather Merchant Guild to the Divine Justice sect before you leave. I will visit once in a while to see if things are running smoothly. If you turn out to be a loyal and hardworking subject, then I will reward you greatly in the future. Mr. G nodded after accepting the contract. I understand. Good, you may leave. He burned away every profound imagery stone and returned onto his throne. Once they left, he removed his mask and swallowed a pill. Then he drank a nice cup of wine to celebrate. It's done, there is no longer a conquest in the Darkia realm worthy of my attention. My forces will handle the rest, led by that divine king. It is time I look into other star realms, this sky-piercing realm in particular.